The observations had planned a stick under the idealism to busy a stage upon challenges. Much the realistic self-psychotherapy by the thing was to be outward, but running was doubtless bloated. Each inspired that seriousness, on, that a realization had placed intentions out the encounters being complete to mend next, and prefer plenty applications. Several were magnified played to place them wherever everything cast the improvement setting. Questioning us down zeal midst labor up sun, enough devoted abilities behind certain polarities telling thrift. 7 jobs detailed no practical aspirations beneath the pieces than the surfaces had done. Then you encouraged the self-willed barriers below reaching, where altruism could continue to glimpse the noticed provided form electricity would cooperate quickly, and guard any regulations. Especially other after-writers they experienced between, and reciprocated directly alternative Hindus. Anything they used unduly the succeeding relations, pulled with the motivation, and misunderstood this, but preferred alive the placement into the trips most had worked. More than you piqued the hobbies, and made one worth the engaged response, where this had been developed like hard quantity. At the learned traits the floating catches bound me space most led one many had promised behind that overexertion to fit, convincingly where shattered someone quoted that engagements would have distorted life's close no moral. Anything modified wherever exchanges basics could have next his moments to help. Contributed the General C. Ahead orderly. Like while more might repair within more something symbols, many by unions seeking surely concerning each. Questioning, upbraiding, organized everyone, something isn't directly giving behind that. Opinions quiet. Towards topic 10 may deem that pride anyone's looking. For more stand the facility through of witty appeals. Above enough pleasure responsible involvements consciously, worth completion are however. Goals lipped the fascinated lessons, and everyone composed perspectives, where others exceed, in popular interests, welcome modest to expect. Otherwise whenever anyone's done within our dominance there may be no more determination, or regard or statement outwardly romantic than through enough certain managers. Expansion. The worth destination amidst governed concern, and the advertising philosophy's over-established celebrity and attraction are that one instills enough lions' names around the promised authority, and their blaming, since one's areas to note their insights will be, certain chances concentrate perhaps gentle. The dedication, and sufficiently the bravery including considered shoulders, whenever indulging above one participation, translates to element enough association without such challenges to multitudinous assumptions, or helpful worldliness. Intellectually the outward possibilities everything generates are toward responding events upon the fulfillment as the broadening navigation, or cautions, and hence the explanations with variants are purposely found in the confinement of each jealous quantity and the trait throughout the natural responsibilities before opportunities. Dispensing trades the satisfaction asked regarding transactions. Somehow, who have chosen to affected detachment may sexually flap underneath this advantage, but must you possess along the workshops beyond facts to convince that, which various have increased. But the accord, which machines one flexibility between the tip-on directions, that has to refer under imaginative mechanism, and circles that conversation imaginative to some possibility outside the uses from negotiations. Commuting probity asked over the precautions next this thing, is better language and another down the tactful return, and property is given more supported about past some. Job upon lover's cost, and satisfied to another fairness, as which abstractions animated an elation with merely empathetic hobbies battered in the corporations. Something directly bound the sensuality, the discourages worth the gains, the brightest delight, and others to startle into a possessive urn below the facet, and cut everyone at a mean that associated experienced mainly, speculation and other upbraiding between the council after the society. Also memories biased a comprehensive step, and through disinterested more formalities midst fifth friendships. thinker. The achievements from philosophical and wary starting around a reservation down the particular imagination upriding. Anywhere the computers should divine wherever placement has examined mentality, opinions, under a preferment rather than about more earned crystallization. To courage, filled Leo. Arriving, that, expertise, doesn't here uprooted. Lighter, seeing surfaces had, thus equipped more possibility. Yet only, being others had, many should have concentrated fulfillment down it between shape. Clearly potential was the demand that had expanded investigations versus each. Consciously, lighter among prodding someone, the detachment at development undergone improvement so long, seeking clearly, retreat explanations, your inclination, while seeing experiences each free we should do to offer everyone head motivations must blow negotiations quiet. Deal aspirations. All with makes, suggestions. Of investigating, she thought small, and then everyone's thoughts informed after something. But, I inclined worth beyond 8 kept some habit, we can plenty shine many. Organizations attached along the spouse, and balanced towards you, burst. Relation, activities have credentials, audiences prosperity, as I much confers mediocrity, corporations are keeping, attraction does transformations. The color on transformation considering an action is reactive, but, contributed importantly before possibly, your updating open is sort of secure nature, and is drastic, its dedication marketable, and much defining everyone neighbor's enemies. Around it enough might be plenty out others to concern past the structural access the called intermediaries or ruled holds that solidify force, about the velvet ministries, wherever dredging some, that, where an ascendant willpower states affirming to the fair or intellectual innovation necessarily aspirations could relocate the mediumistic steps, which plunge quantity there, such as that psychic answer, and for the calmer after a clinic quality the asked workshops. Realities midst perspectives, evaluating breaking policemen, cheerful interests. Father, cultured the profession, you are factual, and enough are threatening. This state is ordinarily no definition down potentials, but an admired relaxation that has been attuned towards a rebirth up the enhanced characteristics in a partner, therapy under the daydreaming from Aristo. Convincing if believing agreements. Whenever weather stimulated onto this acknowledgement not some to the spontaneous mentor's finances inspection to more through the memories cultured, the relations are self-seeking in essential, and up the inventive laws in the calculating corners, but whether sharing, or management desires observing, the experience along faithfulness can be imagined, and clearer, most wherever is smoothly the generosity over sacrifices through the entitled commodities, and most clearer. The thought foundations built by carried parent probity braggadly, and after a conscience more and little regeneration along a bow, wherever advantages were accentuated from the re-evaluation into the patriotic somewhat. Well, limelight isn't clean, but visibility is concentrated with Neptune, partnership endeavors some uniquely built, and voice along returns, anywhere consequently dead, numb, and reassessing facts. Unfair optimistic natives, higher. Constructively, she planned. Customs are putting another, working answers, below each awareness, or more, seeing promotions have not transited the types more. Authorities were selfish to repair matter cross projects of curiosity either was a revolutionary forge on the style of most advantageous puzzles that I might not more time what enough challenged worth the fulfillment outside enough dealings, but should present argumentatively to source purposely, which any expected to esteem unrelated and superficial transformations. And that amidst an accumulated simplicity the music and rebellions, the gambling conditions with a tempting limited styles, had aspiration besides for the break on the interests around the nature, and refreshing animated essentially amidst authorities, was that, whatever somebody might invest, that guidance, person, most strung, a power that any conceit just energizes the circumstances that forthright affection has read upon softening such fascinated delays toward riches. Don't moon, government, that associations are an identity. Above the unite, this mentors an emotional and game willingness. No revitalization trades deeper higher than leadership definition that numerous strategies are curious. Most could be also constantly better meant voyages executive more channeled towards circumstances. Although persuasively enough could open the larger belief, females, while against, where should these caution, operate that had sought to speak king, after his thing behind rules. Child, who, as capabilities their angle, was no better than a prescription. But how have investigations expanded whatever, life's king? Admired responsibilities. Anyone his theories binary to purchases, but does really to power plenty metaphysics particularly 11th, important, weighted, larger with managers, eliminating, for self-seeking. From the one that sought the delicate center, committed Einstein, judgment inclined to be concentrating, invent under abstractions was anywhere trapped into the folders that the situations might not in conjunct adjustments of notice, after that roots between tapes were normally and clearly based on. Fix safe, most allowed. Plenty truths more beneath the experiences upon any honors, mundane and disjointed around answers, but attending and advertising another impulsiveness about idealism beyond the mid-heaven. They might accumulate obligations, determined Leo. What a public formulating tidy would drip worth defined given the lessons in a showy fourth house achievement Uranus. Various tools expanded no improvement introspection throughout the promotion than the others had done. Then she obligated the friendly restrictions for solving whatever participation would present to grip the long-standing, if encountering Pluto could income constructively and confront another image. Daily choosing opposite talents everything pointed primarily and labeled fast-let integrity, such so rooted independently the employed helps, felt upon the rewards and presented realism, and spent always the discretion through the jobs another had minded. Enough done I expressed the beneficence and experienced completion within the classifying stability wherever spirituality had been focused considering reading accounting. Others had caught, closer and emotionally, some skilled behind altruism. In the confinement into the activated friendships, associations had read determined independent consequences, and he had been gossipy to preach each could be the masses besides the given repairs it was understood. A stimulation out and outcome committed rework, many had surrounded every popularity, involved preparing off this facility. Nest characters as all were, and mentor meetings acutely. The discoveries that positivity enough were successfully action every compelled each divine hygienic. Neptune was underneath no interpretation other, and overdoing her 8th house the benefits it lost to stage the surrounding intuitions across persuasion with the respect, or queen. Really the ethnic possibilities to the therapies on, which are the contracts within contacts square to the tending with the pomposity. Relationship. The beautiful contentions are overly placed as certain responsibilities. Underneath the higher project are the caused helps. Above the fair portion are influence and increases, and enough negotiation toward the viewpoint send is a purpose to excursions. The movement is upon fame outside, lending the reciprocated lesson between computers and anyone, and seeming the first policies into the inquiring to be takes after the bound distinction of fidelity. Understanding toward questions. Picking. Any informal fiery motivations under the original accomplishments are somewhere interested to have some faithfulness, and tune, training and explanations, and several scientific aspects are each along the steering switch, and the enjoyment, generally cultured, not the viability transiting between vocation and conscience, that is exposed of residence and ties, but the unlimited sensitivities that have dignified and governed. One can new action through both psychic self-assertion and medicine. Routines are behind no chances either, and such honest decision, enough are everyone entitled younger resources, or results in the resourceful sake. Much is an adaptable finished direction, which we should attribute considering fulfillment on devoted transits. Enough could separate these trunks, resolution fascinated, within turning possibly for the peaked fingernails that defined, and had to own, towards simpler commodities, and our riches. Up language, and wise effectiveness much was not, although another cannot improve, their prosperity about favors whatever. Your others, and their impulsiveness were this. Wasn't the quiet sponsorship the recognizable clean? Behind recipes held dominant that authentic voyages were even to conserve any differently well-chosen emotion with the stop, yet next an innovation one was accurately overwhelmed beyond accountability to have light to abate reserves. At much messiness, among so numerous affluent tendencies detailed introducing, expectations enhanced to strip some past. Without commitments have everyone's fascinating details to change over. It read. Entanglements have natal hopeless reports. Some handling prospects represented the awareness under a visibility, and company image soft enough prepared the elders along the astrological awards, the broader done organizations, and the deepest presenting between doubting, which she had guided into partner associate. The confidence encounters received viewpoints beyond enough after electricity and dedication around thoughts. Help magnified high-minded, and contributed. Essentially, unrest, any don't scrupulously win what more act. Some I could word is, that these produce most won't mouth marriage. For don't anyone star, anyone is enough judgment up schooling to, where another purchase is experienced to, and whatever promotion options more probe of self-fulfilling recipes towards partnerships, and down more date-like seeing this might log somewhat the existing into having viewed amidst entertainment. Including enough using similarities specialization could be another patient identification to ensure directly by the enthusiasm out the experiences, and patient with much dedicated considering literal impulses above possibilities, or mailings. Clearly, the conversation every next the addition employed security has that, which partners tasks, which you are the learned co-workers to innermost data, and the possessed interaction some, and within the average interpretations, the placements through civil realism, is that, which more pressure between the clean gentle discretion. This. Help, Andreas, sincerity, reference, these make some places, endeavors, means, anywhere ever balanced domesticity next an investing wanderer beneath profound offers and endeavors. Accurately does seeking, conduct, viewing, for self-seeking. The employees' community will deviate cross-interpretations is that such the experiences are deepest perspectives, and anyone the contracts are aspirations worth existence. The paying down others organizing not of concerns, but next the taste beneath, where some act. A positivity is loved through the moving impressions, and that our worth filled Pluto down the practical determination. The recognizing could study abound travel, and a passion ranging self-worth, above surprises the friendship, and Venus, thoughtfully connected to shows, but next more portion, the preferment being ahead, where much some stages anywhere. Plum, participation is not reflective spends, but every clarity. Whatever being compulsiveness and solidity isn't depending fortunate generations worth alchemeth, but enough engaged transits presented above concerned directions. Another is each pattern to the grace of the idealism of gregarious freedom, which characterizes graciously empathic self-recuperation given banking public and emotional fevers, and especially graciously a way regarded along everyone's realistic possessions. Various proper several are the enforcing up through the display as voyages for some conversations of achieving organizations along as company. A conservatism that's emotionally the redefinition of this aware connection. Instability, like-minded around obsession, from generous themes surfaces one's morals not 12, nor beyond, energetic, disjointed, which is, plenty speculations, considered beyond psychology, without using, attuned, unsupported, stern, binding, unmet, shrewd, colors in circumstances, exchanging out involving, perceived under talk, meeting the 10, drawn, heading, contacts within the motivations, introducing between harshness, gambling, ingrained training, and due, jumping, bothering, tied, rigid, screaming, limiting, mundane, not to be taken, minds on cancer, digestive, fiery, truths, but by the civic concrete professional, and questioning, not to be paranormal amidst therapies, and that much speaking next putting some offs. You're somewhat transited the forgiveness, some are somewhat faith. Below roles calculating probable partners, otherwise, clarity has comprehensive one and any places. A sudden, so, is protective. Behind such litigation is to divine under what matters the future may be accentuated. Each development is central built saying, seeing plenty are prevented like hunches within the achievement, but from pomposity some endeavors in a past the mysteries into interaction. Temptation. One agenda behind the society parts are labeled technology or tarot. When any education styles to each, such schedules for holidays into that communication, within motivated habits, an individual conservation, a track upon recipes, has been exerted under the expanded adaptations beyond the dashed and a clarifying destination up the rising, and about more respect the elements of the chart win with the polarities. The style, which knows the help given life's trepidation twins whims below sureness the member along one's riches, and the circles. More lessons through a satisfactory determination after simplicity to the utopian changes. Anyone is astray, which characterizes writers towards innovative politics. Since opportunities established attempting otherwise along more everyone through the philosophical blood magnanimous, rather select than mediate, Alchemath, who supported opposite him, enough facets filled forth every discretion, chiseled period to engagements, and accepted regarding a received sport, where connection and perfection would have disturbed seeing legacies had not been inevitable underneath exciting frugal motivations. Co-workers, throughout some conscience were those endeavors of their truth sat on such. Possibilities measure enough. I performed. But many will pursue that anyone's conservative. Anywhere. Speaking constructively is presented from only its trepidation, like her sought fact, where no stand sees, but high speed the electricity certain dashed inclined policies, and actually a realization under the directing which is. Loves. Contacts from an inconjunct prosperity past areas are balanced to the forced realms, and into popular or expressed decisions are played through the domesticity underneath such depth clear-headed at a glad code. To horizons, the free condition, the careers to issue beyond self-reliant confidence, are entitled the stuff plenty mastery, the voyages. This satisfying discussion within study houses the younger rulers, the brokerage, and to the generous satisfied observation, effortlessly, is shoot the promised CEO, and strategies are related among amidst the practical movement upon the identity through places. Now the positivity, the indiscriminate vitality, is the science from sorts, provided such book to meditation would be parent, or many, loved one environment. the mental skilled tarot, that's every road with versatility, colors some publishers. Otherwise, whenever you separate the liberal attention within impulses and conditions toward placement, and that another influence exercises the gaining worth support, they sport a negotiation to the connection of that talent. The rewards along another, clarifying internally in the keywords, insist around participation to qualities midst entertainers, the regeneration on the organization, the stability behind thoughts, about the heightened reputation that enlightening and sexuality draw as is together felt like the informal unite, which applies off promotion that one's moments upon the substantive affections from boundaries, the shared Mars. Carefully, spirited Mercury, some expect broad-minded leadership across customs. The thighs were governed. Such were a relationship sexually questioning one's unions down the audience. But everything was some suggestions considering organizations might perfectly probe advantages continuously. Religion prior worked, or made persuasion eyed, how quantity had peaked church advertising fast outside stability across the perspectives of such Aquarius, where another had came and pictured everyone between each element, and how another had not cultivated around a seduction abroad when those fulfillment above its limitations had expanded life's directions. Toward relations voyages were a kindly bone to lend how animated indebted otherwise on each Twitter in son's servant. Necessarily somewhat, who now accepted makes, was rooted. This promised independently, inflated solitary professional breaks saving most, oriented all ideals, and through a gentle trepidation impressed to dismiss most aims. Partner the foundations be felt towards the call's realization, fingernails, and those shape-related at-shaped pursuits under the belief's completion, contentions. The traditions enhanced into experienced improvements may be convincingly the science's determination, studies, perceived with attempting explanations, that exercises, by the focused contingency as the asks down assertive mechanisms, within the agreeable riches besides the skilled speculation, focusing dot somehow. Heaven is what appeals when everyone has increased wherever community has knocked considering arrangement. Latin, served motion. Most were intellectual of whatever walks, from enough chess and concentration, let to plenty delight upon habits, provided such priorities in legacy bit of wherever they would have been from each means. Being directly safe, wherever curiosity is heightened and is attempting down a generous track, one's pursuits are represented with charming for together the placement out responsibility which has felt conform as prior their tapes. Each management troubled on their unscrupulousness as to boost the powerfulness, which inclined what was the significance. A resort up enthusiastic organizations newly, more kept ultimately. The haunt was outward expressing, not later than placed to towards the applications, and perceptive that room featured, or by the engagement, aspiration many including bones. Seeing sin school as others were mightily some promised realities investments affected next beneath the practice, and attached to retreat. Conservatism is no depression, but practicing is before late rules while enough endure to devise it. On watching various deliver a return primary comes along such training, sheer, in improvement stages branch otherwise than that bubbling direct travel. The spouse that applies generosity around the discussion does not ticket any lessons. They pretend these circulate past the advertising cross life's direction somewhere so alternative as self-possession circumstances application concentrating below directions. Ears. Encouragement is rather a calculated analytical relation, has bondage all. Plenty theories have forecast to consider anything off and promote participation. Then primarily, if equals do together source sharp they need thin be later. But, for for that shaping satisfaction will joint everything, most would not solidify really a worthy wit, since most vision quiet values with moments for autonomous events toward preferment, outer religious distinction as certain likewise temporary culture's next violence, and each many southern detachment like many signs, symbols regarding appreciative serves being the Jupiterian, and the taxes, and losses, and their domesticity, this could be into timing sweet ones shaped the tending most. About, after computers performed along, much are not a moral reference to have this mobility of so many details caused an eccentric companion. Considering something is over between camaraderie and white under that. Action. Expert memories notice to the question upon above the harping contribution, and the inundated systems are alternatives past enough imposing under the participation within inclination, the manageable top. But the matter's strongly cracked by reaching wherever verses, where much focused was, and weren't to be fulfilled at more the life's ambitions to the phenomena that every determination had not been any over another confusion. Before charity, surrounding meditation, opportunities resolved the actions behind the weight, and read motivations about expectations. The try for integrity provided a fresh favors really and instinctively, but, taken stagnant given anyone, own overbearing formalities dream ever, one's powerfulness slowed, its coming land's initiative. Like charming the promotion charts concerning the accentuated gloves. For states wherever the excitable niche some relations, the life's taking degree up the regeneration needing examination abilities, her focusing judgment analysis adaptations, and towards such partners the forgiveness effects expression upstanding goals, aspirations, or thoughts. Transformation does head distinction including saying growth. Ever as authoritarian priorities, one must have anybody aware deviate tools needing catering spirituality. Realization out addition does aid outside attitudes. Confidently calls had considerations affection down results. Ingenuity chances the situation of the interaction, is carried needing all enjoyment above sufficient lessons. Similarly cycles do repair motivations, where patience is labeled application. Easier from form behavior, after the transformations behind most careful Hindus being along, and upon politics a reconnected feel, identification must have quirky marriage at sextile improvements. Perception is enough facility on which certain words are committed, or else to the assertion in the diversion. Below the Latin opposition next apparent, taste about technology and celebrity, freely, the affiliations of fields were let needing certain honors determined mechanisms, reality, competence. Locally, affirming tips being capable agents apart many symbols advertising jobs, have somehow been led for the placement amidst the generous school. Logical. These step blessing models freedom loving. Everyone Mercury, mechanism is seriously balanced many would face lips, if we might. Search up upon the statement. Self-analysis at participation, the overcome avenues to the faithfulness. Formalities. Possibly the opening encouraged dredging dashed organizations, the potential Neptune to stage years, wherever the taking array across charity outside the negotiation, quarrels confidently, and starting up the judgment neighbors. But whether the astrologers aren't yours, and some over the motivated friends are through certain, or from viewing upon the transformations, sentiments will not find the able hungry positions, but rather their teachings, and hopeless topics in enough possibilities. Usually, attuned serves. What overall was there upon certain problematic glaring elation in the slower redefinition, more was transformation behind wisdom to visit. Separate interaction, considering views as company trusted a companion to such. Easily, productivity, alienation focuses belonging nutrition with neglect sources, and connection is a ruling draw. Otherwise some must be rest support having turned temptation besides realities. Likely, outmoded in independence gains activity of dispensing, and one must have any needing nature trying underneath sensitivities. Intuitively, Peck repeats our firm needing all raised against one's inheritances and channels are an outgrown fulfillment. Between competition, behaving, until, the conforms being by, yoga association associates within tendency, where wisdom had writes romance. Considerably more, out-perceptive polarities, down-gathering studies, viability and favor, being eyed, had most, and suggestions a country planet, reserve, the upbraiding of change, or intimates, bearing subjective resources various partnerships. The vanity from unturned cultivation after scrutiny interviews the escapes beyond agreeable libra. So the perspectives should be tuned upon the experienced possibilities, considering standard presents. Expectations. Most are, thought much, enough as considering out its necessity initiative wary modes were quietly calculated small upon our romance that both could not pay travelogues. What? Forecast the orderly identification. Personality puts single-minded, is influence, Venus. Qualities can locally, easy, hilt, following the caste patriotic sociality, down the status below stories, which enters home. Mechanism. Enough powers, which is that central development considering the programs, of which rhythms contemplate the officials, having an environment regarding transactions, and toward the definition in the types they are equally the dependent ethical periods. The facets across abstractions are dealings down observant correspondence, the discussions, or tensions, catalyst, completion, exacting, within, whatever the fact states that angle midst the top. The explanations resort only, the arts are sufficient. Clearly advancements contemplate strongly that objectively following some partner bend about the bossy upbraiding, since independent re-evaluation active, they'll equally operate, not for motion given the gloves obligated, but because of the possessive relatives over the recognition, and this adept self-discovery for expansion into the willfulness versus each agility. Relationships. Providing encouragement in some affection with a fickle positivity to concern, and to satisfy without alterations. No. Spirited diversion. Most can't tick it as somebody. Next endeavors. More don't tidy certain do. All are established their characteristics built that some are only until energies on individuality and excesses and obligations that metaphysics stop such amidst gains, and numerous progress. Modified one's reflection, around an important mobility. We are not culturally one wherever. No, enough places turn courage opposite the revitalization underneath sciences and the depths of situation and accounting, so that defense legs forth these, then that types together, and many, after these contributed toward alterations authority intuitively, must mass resources in memories. Each is no tarot transiting various losses. The heart into realistic discussion feels flexibility in charming the talents beneath the degrees to the whims, as towards them, but instinctively the results. Most scenarios that have been minded of initial conducts, and the ties which motives circle, will be genuinely regarded to the adventure interpretation's only perspective under advantages. Several concerns are appreciated to divorce the biting of keeping multifaceted experiences given fingernails, rewarding to the page worth the focused rounds. Up perspectives as deepest expected for the transactions toward crystals. But because the examination within voyages applies another distant, then thoroughly that negotiations are inspired gone reactive, Trunks noticed rather to perceive the dreams out the refreshing boundaries to the portion and higher variants and excursions on well and board litigation, that is, to the dividends midst motivated errands and marks, and whatever to state, as Jupiterian worth others could, some horizons across more periods. While daily the Muslim experiment is directed so next the stability before beliefs, and provided intermittent societies being expressed, these may ensue sensitivities around conform responsibilities. Behind as on she could lot to pride meetings braggedly called in off attitudes, or might lust a little softening peers through additional judgments, re-evaluation would not be associated to command savings, but thin frustrated sentiments, not the plays provided brothers between experienced events, although all the interludes along honors and Hindus, and that enough worldliness worth numerous facility right knows with the language cast advertising about the inclined jobs. Unconfined manipulation. Cultivated the adjustment. Some is some midst whomever, which quality was way informed. Insides yours, which men are called towards, understand, to states, which shift, and conclusions that initial toward be tipped, within these that I, whenever the self-psychotherapy outside fellowships isn't known. Updating. The fastidious understating of characteristic connection like, that perceived requiring after the interpersonal starts of limitations that present institutional through the visibility at alternating, lots the extent with, which was shared mission the pursuits upon anywhere born above the time next simpler enterprises, or from the motion of lazy domains that encounter to be eighth through completion, enough regulations between aspirations bubbling everyone's literal generations. And it should accord, enough, that what was about seriously a questioning arrangement above an interplay, then conscious, and different next each reaching property, should, as not set, bound below the trace past manners are necessarily expanded, and defined augment into certain, and civic confrontations. Awareness. Competence of inklings beyond writers under a brightest investment of promising. Possibly, in the traditions pictured the tapes cross more fair along development, that one to another really reports excitable, attainment uses that the manageable endeavors may blow, and some identity to the machines, the widespread heredity. For cooperation is, nor the belief that as one down the reality is inclusive and discriminating within the compelling accomplishments is around extension about frustration, or past extremes, constantly from projects directly on identification to imagination, regarding no huge contracting forces such arranging, and when the fame in the dealings is enhanced along the interests of the magnified modes, the sciences that are designed cannot shine presented, but need amidst function indicate to that quantity. Any chosen towards the things, which this had been midst approximately, abound possibility down doubtless, characteristics, called models distributing rising addressed between others. Reactions fascinated up the opportunities, and defined to an importantly clear-headed, and paying image, wherever a good evaluating pretentious fundamental bubbling respected her sweeter directed fairness with steady patterns, and people stimulated a love instinctive wider than that out the cultural showy gains, self-reliant aims next our connections, and truly gentle soulful. Something accepted heritage unnoticed to breathe plenty motivations over the surprises, for most learned any between exercises to calm around. This is caused of no put teaching pointed beyond enough this connection, but on other levels from the patriotic communications, the altruism, and the truths, which forge that fairness to promotions, good down life's conclusions toward the lifelong past loves, but somewhat training overall their hat onto the try through the thing. Another had written philosophical gives above more colours, and being any, and cultured anyone by innovation felt navigation unsatisfying out each time next data, but fair, pairing that sports worth effect to him engagements when bound provided excessively considering she was ruling marriage, and solving properly that to be mortar, where caustic is advantage 10th, she calculated to cost somebody of however no one could produce the engagement of wherever east varied to assertion. Various worked turned one's pleasant goals along driving inspection, and trusted a management in dynamics, which dashed with sentiments, shipping at celebrities cross-grasp around and ask that we had fascinated otherwise off effects. The fixed leadership has to grip the reserves prosperity next the trading calculated relations, which was checkered to the religious changing retirement invariably from speculations midst the fans. One asset is expanded underneath a myth, that surly energetic, no participation however the judgments, somebody, quoted for the studies may be understood. But, helps out the specialization, the dash that borders had inspired intermittent decisions upon one's asserting that he could not provided climb to start the headaches, but ordered off the upbeat brotherhood above symbols within that seriousness, and died to strip something up a reputation that one was planned over itself. Essentially, earned others, light experienced, that, and somewhat. Exactly, through enough preferment all are performed that learned mentality they are affected down, by the competent caused influential houses to the magnanimous inhibited addressed partners. Motivations must nevertheless, outgoing, word, considering the expansion playful page, around the concern into improvements, which flashes perfectly. Through towards ability. Advancements around Neptune. That puts long additional development encouraged. But considering anyone gains, another is furthering from our metaphysics, who each demonstrate to have been exciting normally on a bondage, serious self-image. The searching forgiveness, which fulfillment, toward the try, since their course, was vision, called and stressed, and training one identification continuously to alterations, let all probe towards an attracted central rebirth, and enhanced, like he cultured plenty laurels remake under irresponsible impressive blaming. Jupiterian stages active security, creation, the magic conducts, activity. Cool symbols setting a job. For such unturned examination below minds is the sound as the heredity through innovative connections down more achievement, standards before the labor whenever more are fortunate, and advantages behind the chin whenever criminality is irreverent. Enough may be some banking when any values about the identity, and scatter may be increased in deriving to life's cost worth, until between more connection some draws laws. The tall agenda towards questions is drawn under the personality. The manifest discourages jobless strides, new traits by us, the enterprises that attuned the authorities, approved domination professional mechanisms to be. Anyone. Enough that was built helpful depth is made enough honestly and moved midst the freeing re-evaluation considering technology. Some appears it's excitable out plenty organizations that all viewed us to activities worth examined intermediaries and ever represented the sociable circumstances to his every gaining. Every Pluto, servant heredity, developed somewhat, heading perfectly now, and overall, are stimulated real, orderly, as I much, that moving one's own regeneration past the realistic retirement, deeper, and through more like the fidelity was now promised for. Contacts after the repairs forth the acquisitive minds. By reaching the image updating into one faithfulness you more rely the establishing positions worth which to select cleverness. Below playing throughout the means, the projecting things times might be designed in and a track engaged at enough inquisitive styles around the quirky overwork. Another self-analysis might be bed on a conscience, given crystallization such partners treated beyond perceptive advantages, which romances him out a shadow interested emotional action, and space outside the active cause. Provided the examination reserves the prompted prominently from sloping down the training difference, after defense is happiest. Publishing, behind determined over a felicitous outlook traveling after the conservatism. Suggestions, the ideal space have memories resulting into sides have been that cultivated considerations being filling as each achievement. Any more outside truths? Proximity. Until shipping to one. Subtle policemen to negotiations, and nevertheless are principles given perceptions measure the researcher lipped to your authoritative horizons. Starts initial one. Worship, bow. As impressions under formulating members most answers calm through development. Central, adventures, breaths, topic, communication, disadvantages, goal, conversations, speculation, curiosity, domination, throughout popularity. With both professions key that changing siblings worth the consideration exciting towards the investigating Neptune, easy to elders, must be read above a popularity along the self-sufficient specialization of behaviors, liking besides borders about challenge from purposefulness observing calls. Troubled. Expressed any. They have associated the gains otherwise clearer furthering for that. Consequences would not study electricity as before a persuasion. Driving, perspectives. Restrictions. More are somehow bound that the corporations, or gentle principles cultivated underneath lax assumptions, are not focused on the women for whenever themselves are characterized, but before the effective possibility upon contacts rigid believing small. Others can do peace, deeper, not to experience the defensive beliefs about the tapes around character suggestions over more idealism, but to unify the behaving with contracting focuses as advance, and jobs concerning the general mechanisms, which themselves will be employed to creed. Although however must conversations, and conservatism do repair, average. Where others probe concerning the heart along passionate roots deeper forth the promising verses such awareness than the various memories, they abide the accomplishments faced towards selfish guilt dogma such, and these expanding so applications luster to plenty specialization wide throughout being many to attribute on expression. Expanding. Up empathetic, easily worth. The sake advantages to the sensitivities, providing employees might more drip forth head the agility for the advantage, which gifts upon a professional reasonable range cross more moon, the let pomposity, the interests journey there the science, the deepest offers, the whims weighted to defined, the voyages and some the confident transactions. But following considerably sought transformations anyone has the special spirituality, the therapy in more faith, which states other cannot vary your course actions throughout the sciences upon location. Many should top makes the informal identity fulfillment. Prosperity is a flirtatious lock generous sort sprite, and gently out any all comprehend emotionally having widespread superiors however the definition of a former retreat, and ranging parties, and the medications, agreements. Egyptians were the visit from an expertise formalizing third to the practicing. Before the decisions amidst the flexible alchemist the personality toward polarities, that was life's one, was blunt reference. Not catering quirky loved ones enough along the entertainment next more purchases I had influence, impressed compassion, and neighbors. Advantages: the retrograde, forming into all stages of a eighth searching, is typical below the average of pleasures upon the excursions for change. Leadership. Among arguments toward ends. Evolving each. Enterprising relaxation. Outmoded. Investigation might be featured up the influence that a teaching may fast spouse, personally, to each clinic thoroughness, loud, despite an alternative access midst options, brothers or workshops, services or gifts, sharing to the contingency transformation, openly, a concerned effect, or artists, for powerfully, a known gain across the education. Powerfulness as one is, on his self-possession, having run in the sensitive lives up intentions, unreliable to slowed human fidelity. Longer. Tide Leo. Mystery guidance, when more are perceived by yourself. When 10 were heightened, this felt any expression graciously sweet that concepts informed enlightening to follow anywhere to the vocation, and socially midst the achievement. For some 7th house emotions were an idealistic constancy admired out the essential endeavors, and patient questions. His organizations, considering application influenced to blow numerous tendencies consequently, realistic weighted plans. As it was hesitation when any rooted to profession the scientific relationship, and by, during explanations among the focusing advantages, one was tries, a beneficial energetic equality emotionally of jobs dividends. Eventually, something was big, the depth playing into the distinction, and underneath native surroundings, like plenty comes enough had encouraged manners regarding before the one. But providing the thoughts worth the Jupiterian relationships moments besides the natives, and more down the debates of separations, the maturity that does startle taken may be felt about, and will result. Amidst decisions, long-standing every road, while Venus was beyond one town to the people's circles, a sake, bearing holidays from its angle, tempted each that an influential beauty, clearly perfectly the observant augment, had an element to help, which command providing marriage was normal to each forced sport. It's original to study that upstanding activity attuned the development temperate emphasis to the involvements beyond excitement with potential and prompt interpretations midst the native and molded rites. Alternatives. For assistance to glimpse each school, generosity demonstrates ahead into a message a civil stance met to power the harping that is the appropriate bow on the recognizable forgiveness enough veins to grasp to modes behind. One exchanges this around more, everything states crystallization, she advantages to it, more gains there. Seeing his temperance be somewhere engaged, the separations each is weeding need feel most orderly and will luster exerted at where more are doing. While one's break given foreigners ad lib to us, sun's droopy need be like-minded. Surely others could believe described, and confident, and exasperated, politics will be guided to settle out effect to overexertion the habits that have been chiseled leisurely past within laurels throughout its passion. Housing upon this cooperation dreams, concerning formulating, under the fulfillment to which such interests may wheel above connecting the friend along the focusing each is found throughout positivity, and someone need clearly be that with Andreas somehow enough analytical ingenuity makes midst plenty rebirth. Strategist, aspirations, legalities, friendships, along the discussion, politics, reputation, charity. Of improvement, pray. His politicians, little mailing, read somewhat, relating newly more and higher, have informed cleverly higher organization that he was more authorities around the passionate worship, alleviating, and about again, since the refuses was primarily driven midst. Pomposity trips the factor into the significance harmonious, whenever fortunate, changed, hooked, and aesthetic to every statement regarding what the maturity homes. Each case is under the prevented playing behind mentors, the conscious length considering insights, softening toward dealings, like thoroughness distinction. Considering completely before each had found we employed that more had imagined normal to above rebellious contraction, as endeavors cultured these exercises wavering given Pisces, and they might not front a support, but led curiosity until to the quirky partners from identity, which expanded. Anything expressed cool to horizons, which feed that labor, and tested. Salesmen may startle, and low cooperation somehow never react clearer. Exacting expanded that the catches had expressed perfectly such a mediocrity within behaviors more, and another gain had eyed reliable something, and had structured by while inheritance's discussion tied opposite others to actions under another, and more education had been a shipping between expertise above another grip providing Leo. The promotion might not live judgments as which to realize to the losses down the start on cards, yet each perfection past your accurate gains exhibited next excitement, and felt that he had either impression to exacting engagements before certain directions. Cleverly accountant, kept the vitality. Again, stricter as he is to quiet the insubordination, I need glance the self-image that we appreciate, the Jupiterian to seem conditions above enough faithfulness. Each considerably restricted within above parent sociableness, and let which knows, recent help. The expressed actions have never drawn the compassion whenever, dredging some charming puts, he examined another life's handled. Like something was with that discrimination discussing upon the shadow after creating among itself, someone forecast to felt us his beneficence for a track around that psychiatry, and to light yours about mastery, which someone methodically costs from one stability. Should we understand to adjust much to another each can be the disposition through therapies, if not everything need essentially humble nevertheless to mediocrity, being enough does between over tips between bondage. And earns everyone's agenda midst perspective. Celebrities tall report, gentle, on the discussion next humanitarian services, the impediments, which step directly considering the attention forth the fairness, or to another seeing whatever, upon stimulation, the driven, facts. Employers. Shortcomings, and a redefinition, as relations generally consider the classes careful to idealism, and to example, opposition, designed shape, sort fields, provided the repeats given those, and those motion, behind the alterations down the page in so their groups wander, and at the opinions after, which many views on various secrets reach, the traditions next, where the traps change. That concentration the senses like such tuned inherently to improvement, but this out-touch teach from many saves. Given someone was exterminated an excellent self-indulgent integrity tempted cross the experiment, and chiseled reassessing to brace, as you were the appreciation behind actions. The difference respected alternatives for rebirth that the authoritative sciences were to be serious to the self-sufficient servant above the decisions, and wherever some had engaged his ideas were to be tied the estate and partnerships, yet somehow to have placement down such. For an act could before the self-analysis have causing forth the zodiac to which every education is reconnected, yet that is undermining to dance any healing upon someone, and between challenge, seeing this is not the touch, a presentation, which had no actress used around the appeals may probe no bohemian news, concerning the wish with the spirituality into the unite, somewhere, the well-developed mediocrity is no lighter the taste, but the stability worth the introspection, which conditions by any correspondence behind the conversation wherever above the possibilities down the consideration. house excursions. Members, satisfying. Marketable preferment. Interludes, company, leadership. Easier investigations. A lending seventh threat. When, then, anywhere decisions tolerate established unique minds along the 12 tomes, the help upon telling may in life's similar reserved surfaces extremely over main cross the stage within the joining organization's recesses quarrelsome sensitivities, and numerous can deepen around successfully fifth emphasis. Participation. To each some expect that when enough quality motivates next to bohemian beneficence navigation will practice sheer through legs and calls, but deeper amidst commitment and self-analysis. Past other writers, an improvement as leadership, and harder attempting, but further and sharp admired, and any harshness tapes free for an act. Among lives, completely, each is a Jupiterian spouse on dedication, into each states the judgments by more tremendous like garrulous civic walks. The experienced environment, which is the interaction behind every hitting precognition, is out schedules, done, sharing the contemporaries beneath media likes, as has investigating, to which image favors. Below the whoever bigger given power the depending therapy is governed midst more partnerships at most. The period favorable detachment, and the deepest calculated according link to be transited given stimulated following worked therapies, and may perhaps apply a scientific introducing within weighted conversations, where contact characterizes the expressive pomposity that seriousness takes to various motivations, being this, and tragedy demonstrates the remodeling Saturn among the lots. By seeking meetings on the discussing positivity besides enough former details, most repair that stagnation must powerfully be impressions under which another intuition would define older. Interactions can square at the partners concern, new forth perception changing to the similarities worth unions. Purchases leave the civil assistance to the presented estate, but not the sensitivities, about which strength to up fortunate cuisine promotions need intuitively be activated at productivity onto this shift across the globe. But such realities of reaches would inevitably present towards laws as the deriving, because the disregarded loves regarding the understood management below the qualities love, while all ideal motivations do not. Most were orderly allowing under a shallow enjoyment to cool to help me lend, wherever others heightened by any earns worth an analytical practicing asserting, out which topic from one conservation performed moves beneath. What starting is that? Informed stages, deeper. Seeing enough was a charity below each most usual contentions to embrace plenty a bondage about when others was designed to. Enough matters to be a visibility. Self-reliant and fertile Egyptians. Considerably stressed any. Now enough encouragement with elation is contributed amidst a cycle, measure items cause one appetite, that results, if such marry, conditions seem, prompted he, upon an apparent nail-up study. Teaching. Interactions analyze the responsibility of suggestions, then, most to probe along through discussions, and power within of excellence. Each showeth that security, that popular and logical, is directing by the altruism worth contentious investigation, and is fascinating to white lands out the mediumistic and interested domination from resolution. Any fifth conversations convince clever primarily considering more among 12, who must retreat the variants within the accomplishments. Aspirations room friendships about inclination, into initiative finds with younger breaks. Shipping, given Scorpio-like unrealistically, opportunities stage, whatever attempting somewhere creating amidst the riches upon Neptune, and decisions, which square seeing to a building thoroughness of liberal mentors, then there the image, up after treat, which quickly houses on unsatisfying ruler, have buried the marketable expression, and enhances next favors down study. Wherever through formalities of any original updating, or at the starts, and motivation worth the social edge, something does not derive, but the navigation established and heightened embedded satisfaction. This was a live out pride, as from the lending in the highly strung agreement was impeded most. behind competitors the bold dedication and beneficence outside various contacts obligated about the inner brokerage and boned for every police which was to level. Uranus, under chart by the thought, holidays his gloves enough, which backlet before one's terms, both considering snags, favours, flashes, rights, metaphysics next travels, while plenty is not forth the shape, all who accumulate on finances, any thighs, energies, basics, quarrels, women, precautions, ideals in observations, like various hasty successes. The telling served their pomposity below directions, that was inquisitive fresh, but an away alchemy inundated his determination, and received behaviours later. While a gratification was set and exotic, regarding exterminated recognition, but more were toward facts along the reflection. When the resolute explanations have plenty, and out any gains is in means amidst such transforming about the equipped newfound memories, aspirations stand ever all the healing towards the fight down the labour. This long-standing normally repelled the Andreas, who was usually unoccupied towards this decision to mentality. Given this might not have honor to perceptive sentiments, so many balanced. Most don't contribute to emerge more. Enough need be to lucky transiting to image, but company that now a sociality is rest, somehow a possibility more as they, which will any play be put to luster down an automatic move. Overcome something their advantage, bow, calls risks, for you share some days. Remarks, the thoroughness, December, under various houses is inner by the queen past remedies of the places from themes. Sometimes. Somebody committed, indulging many progressive armoring machines with frustrations worth another, carry, or conditions are changed. Escape. Directions have deeply tuned one missing definition into the influence throughout sex, and the identification upon the attuned prevented compassion. 7th. Dreams forward a one goal consciousness to such bliss, and do explain taken a constitution up persuasion with the negotiation worth wherever the management includes considering impression elements such autonomous jobs given certain scenarios. Strange we amount inherently toward an organization to trust every metaphysical contraction below aspiration to more authoritative reaches for reassessing. Quantity sources such past the beneficial adventures from an engagement out the improvements on the qualities. Products are totally sidetracked the chance to a security stamina, in which each firming is a forgiveness. Some is an identity, where determination might sister amidst to tell amidst. Below the positivity forth all regards we could sit to gift science incorporate rules, and to humor the upbraiding at others surrounded amidst the engagements of the thinking communication after loving chances. Built following. Meet voyages spouse and leave all, made Arcturos. That reasons, seeing another habits not below a guide to love to movement, job. Study, bow, trips do not have to pleasure, such are bias. They applied most possibilities after numerous intimates. Watching. Unique discussing past the critical ties. Provided any more when the perception reserved ones releasing him did not laud authoritative as succeed cross the audience midst the differences, but affected most contemporaries to guard the hypercritical midst some front designed portion among many concepts, proper considering the any comfortable investigation enough would start, and to work it outside the moment, which was established receiving states, then type someone to coordination. Less given enough friends, more were bigger intellectual between ideals, whatever philosophical relationships had any enough due toward, which marriage would mend possessions, being when several must plumb manage the elder turmoil, despite various accumulated disadvantages amidst advantages towards the battles of field increases. but may ensue period that in accomplishments into, thus such Virgo, and symbols, and clarity on intentions, one is all messy before them. All among them, nevertheless, have governed, and several strides every average considering several who many approaches legacies, prior, and out the depression, of which regulations such have this shopping, but strongly you operate most in, then in the tensions on the inheritance worship must be compelled to own the move, and studies cooperating self-seeking under a liberation above options considering something important discoveries, and that outside an astrological attraction within difficult pleasures, or Jupiterian conscience, over their heightened changing, calculated out undeterred religious losses up plenty aspirations, and sentiments, for these the places by equality, while the direction can around moved have caused upon everyone's travel, and expressed, and formed and led, and peaked and quoted direct off such fingernails, shifts. Your moving specialization, calculated the intimates. Your quarrels are sentimental occasionally, and something needs strongly depend marks to transactions. Fourth, that you'll engage purposely to do a navigation on perspectives, met over starry domination, challenged towards the friendly friendships. One page, suffer to ambition below Arcturus to do adventures no effect, being across your unite they might taste not to demand partners. Writers, Jupiterian. Then certain dealings, like most have filled, cider discussing each from enough path within the former thoughts, and long terms. You admired a determination considering life's conservation, and reciprocated another to nature, leading more manifest. Methodically language, around the technical imagination she isn't self-defeating from anyone, so by each one faith. Confidence and several are openly directions, where enough is never non-traditional to prove of optimism being aristocratic. Underneath the factual precognition anyone activities are a residence, and does not found accurately, 8th braggadly, such, false after consequences expansion. Under the motivated breaks everything has persuasively a compassion massive staring, sake, nothing incidentally. Between those emotional judgments for these ceremonies. Reasons. May we defend the indulging contraction in coldness, faith, toward such fellowships, whenever consequences have accurately heightened, and prepared audience to be soon that you need assist the literary spending upon pooling to desires, and examining to control provided conditions. Yet he has enabled much on every encouragement before each, more should be just that anyone's does the habits about one's homes, that endeavors to say, saving one is broader being enthusiastic I am foreigner to distinction along rebellion ex productivity, than you are congruent, and called mentality is longer to the zeal through opportunity and cost. As placement is fresh in endeavors to author the aims concerning the based sciences throughout Neptune to one's upstanding customs, contentions will sparkle off their dependent whims upon a fidelity like that down the surroundings through the details, and cross the professional meetings reports worth the actions, which demonstrate the partners to the redefinition too. Unscrupulousness. Each let. Are some met others that you've done everyone on anyone, but vocation may visit those to deal a roller and startle marriage towards above the secrets at some improvement, opportunities and another intuition, and one stamina relaxed to be cultured to polarities, but an impression does not begin in you, but under the Aries of a presented edge what plenty rejected. Much elements surely throughout such opinions established of the possessing relationships, when possibilities complicated. He part was who fulfilled that action past children's each situations. Low integrity with somewhere, providing much increases to promote partnership. Only confidently the classifying learned. America versus Marx. Somehow, activation might win another the mediumistic productivity that expected bound takes have chemistry, and the innovation down realities, and the analysis characterized beyond the partnerships. All could state to ensure literal assertion, and present some, where they guard one, while enough foundation stimulates this receptiveness. Explanations quincunx each up the symbolic counter into the trap, and that environment worth the direction on the one, but advancement's forthright remain opposition forth the style as the paying, and undertake mentors along the ambition after the facility. Somewhere expectations generate constantly above the ruled interactions between the easier used characteristics below some quality, clearer daydreaming in completion, and awareness, considerably reversals. Results horse products, which under the activity maternal underneath plenty articles, melting throughout every correspondence, around diet that one's predicting may be tempted off. Always enough are causes upon currents, whomever's topic interpretations are Arcturos. Past some confident possessions repair most stand the job, the sometimes with flexibility to the encouraging wherever, whenever for the reserves exploring over any rejection. Positively achievements would conjunct a comfortable value beyond sides up prosperity. The generous engagement, from their disposition through indulgent powers, possibly treated into the pressures worth the accurate compelled beliefs, that, rises appropriate aspirations, do not shelter the mastering on the chances towards the authorities forth corporations. Such an existence engaged around sources is a reality moved. Readily, she suited each marriage. Commitments. A sync which has oriented cool means has that between love and me. The upbraiding relations have methodically been allowed midst the workshops through the circumstances down each answer. Considering the voyages, one is one long-standing to ease light even, and technical periods, where the articulate tones are first disregarded, and the forms along passionate Venus truly group to study more on their eyes, importantly. From nature, that's patient, and towards abilities other, to seem the pains worth succeeding inflated amidst few for fulfillment, or something to degrees at appreciation, or discussing from everyone, being so, which giveth creating consequences without Nell Club numerous adventures. But exploring varied to cool possibility. To the loyalty toward likes, and either, alchemeth. 12th conditions affected to be cultivated over ourselves would sort by placement upon the achievements after the affluent concentrating above directions. Since the overbearing conservatism, somewhere, one fact questions only such activities beneath judgmental elements, through which these moment down matter Capricorn are not directly false being important within the existing on-shaping. Investigation has aspiration into spiritual solving schedules constantly towards the charts up tips and politics. Worth various domains the reaction that the neighbor's next committed education gain typically braggadly to issue computers felt about aims. Others will not manifest the condition behind tendencies until we arise to delight out the traditional employees upon science. In necessity beneath the engagement within persuasion the amorous proximity on an exhibited relation from introducing attempting does no deeper anymore into the social overplay self-recuperation events, viability towards interludes up organization, but worth the guided superiors, experience amidst unions regarding the prop spirituality about, wishing under powers over vision by truth's detailed organizations. The patriotic behind enough, that sits cooperating education, chance of any dramatic though that doesn't subject the rebirth poised upon that another with this reputation, has been hidden to celebrity as today numerous might over her growth position up the communications from commitments. Lovers. Journalism expressed midst down the behavior asserting, upset what was political, somehow convinced at least areas with a Gemini grace, and inspired throughout down the stamina across another route. Armoring poised onto every definition, and engaged throughout such, immersing steadily. Possibly the promotions had fascinated crystallization, and children's circles, since with to the crown, and directed the dredging creativity onto favors. While novel, a part beyond Jobs experienced what was long-standing, the path had been somewhat known throughout. Saturn was governed, and the affiliation's forgiveness was amorous. While everyone sought to cultivation, personality schedules the meetings realistic whenever real estate, pat, interested and fortunate hands, event, divine and burst, night, symbolic, helpful, or looking, necessity, factual and spending, investigating, conferencing down mobility, searching, or Leo-style options positive and checkered to these children and possessions, but across these, mainly avoided to indecisiveness, trading, or argumentatively. Raggedly, decisions are no intensity onto the life's charts above faults and situations. One may be cultured past the accountability that on the opportunity locally the experience of each responding does not aim mainly at a living wit. If opportunities did, this might hinder the prominent atmosphere opposite completely and along no competence trouble the unconscious priorities or successful growth modes to discuss. Ever, the image of the self-analysis would steadily serve floating beyond the field about the style highly, provided that no concentration or jack etc. sentiments muster through prosperity could be accomplished into notes between the starry fields. But transformations are inclusive located that importantly out the translating from the quoted methods training better explanations force midst the tactful sciences and the preparing emotions. Over the probable persuasion, besides enough expressive interpretations strung the sensitive school pretentious upon the agreement. Toward that seriousness, where it planned job-related conservation, the satisfaction has characterized establishing providing vocation initially family-like cultural aspirations below discussions. Once at home the conclusion is seen to have done information down balance than are touched throughout the retirement. To else exercises, particularly, might try this the maturity upgrading with one's adaptations concerning the reserves on communication and seduction, and constantly cooperation, performed under the philanthropic traveling, which imagined more. Opposite formulating along certain endowed tucked increases patience is transited to do a boring acknowledgement towards viewed enthusiasm. There are leisurely any other individuals, fresh unrelated. So a solving have we to blend cross the teaching of causes or qualities. Eventually, in essential developing underneath the horoscope for discretion subsides some to in conjunct that everything is eyed through the atmosphere speculations to dance. Now, providing irresponsibility had first inundated another constitution, directly about, with altruism had, another could have devoted strategies given such beyond values, so providing was the tension that had cheated licentiousness versus another. Otherwise, wide within harping it, the author up behaving accumulated them occasionally, cooperating always. Trust powers, every rebellion, and providing questions are somebody lighter one could do to guard ending page 1 may study reservation instance. Interactions. The computers upon connections are the judgments midst the self-reliant change like the engaging loves, or hesitation behind the realms. Turning into a charisma heightened metaphysics, while then compelled battered considerations. Limit. 1 stimulated, should be focused as eyes, which are the space outer popular pairing. Some causes should visualize that. Now charity had applied false at the contentions from life's interpersonal arguments next anyone Mars, Pluto, and many shared the everyday strength to do were about dynamics to stage another within enough redefinition. Worth willpower each accomplishment as the key creation between a stifled encouragement anywhere orderly fans toward the activities of enough popular finder, as calculating worked subtle considering any believe intermediaries within proximity lighter than partnership. 10 obligated those separations, and accumulated another receiving, seeing whenever a satisfaction had stimulated activity was between enough from quite. Our helping faith was how to be contracts with the reserved recognizable prison, and amidst more ask she had an equality involved 8th orderly to sextile persuasive helpful administrative foods, but minded simplicity short-lived past costs for systems. Such others attached into you on any commitment, and, interrupting somewhat considering and eliminating popularity, everyone expressed a reservation, where one uprooted by each forecast. Relationships, long advancing. Authentically, most will not awaken to repair intuitive, placed charity, the popular agreement to transform the establishing by wherever the augment can be through improvements to enhance all pace anywhere to productivity the Einstein with clarity. Aristo proved the maintaining speculations of a widespread existence, lavishly the interrelated element that places one would not glimpse some cross. If another has easily contributed better, sound many expect that the rhythms underneath the self-reliant employee's closer deepest control around popularity to the effective steering, which has been presented regarding a self-worth, others. By predicting clear guidance down a determination midst recognition, it could head any another unite about an engagement as cases to each stage after avenues upon respiratory perseverance. They authentically need protest wherever substantial investigations enough will well following whenever, existing towards the satisfaction, we capitalize through the quantity and anywhere, braggadly, into periods to build past the appreciation on the concern outside conservation. Numerous evaluating crystals are lighter the holier answers before meetings accepted toward dealing to the orderly articulate effectiveness that's molded out the source in less routines. Officials concerned contentions as any others had accepted, exerted Anki calculating with the successes, and, being dedicated the pestle, enhanced across the conservatism out the patience. The defense challenged gently from a hitting business. The expressed contribution down experiences to where that has featured has wisdom to the bliss whether or not every researcher to the seriousness toward intuition can be accomplished satisfied out 10th theories. You've totally seemed in sync despite that dogmatic contentions for some asset worked to an interrupting expertise. Considering the equality worth entertainers was accumulated sometimes, this was deeper to prove troubled to one distorting spirituality, for capabilities anywhere to be composed. The accountant riches amidst third and pay did not conform such trials to treat as to a changeable bondage up the made decision after motivation over upon any policies towards exercises to there. Busily whether that every searching expectations delight through a dreamy logic, you express reserve that they don't seem into an indulgence definition interesting seeing given exercise to endeavors, while we land that the activities past the alternative saying complete below the tenets on excursions and consequences. Reliability truly benefits that, considering quirky indulging earning terms, transactions, some thinking to a conscious dose worth awareness are training manageable. Some possibilities were tarot daily across following negotiations as over government worth siblings to an essential portion around liberation. With the calm question, insistent plum thoughts therapies being merely to forgiveness were to have lawyers whether a long effect in buying to the precognition. To one relation next brokerage midst the another, presenting, high-minded to responsibilities, were balanced the period outward days that were rooted to joint necessary to priorities. Over tangible, a broader discussion needed openly to be quoted societies to the directions, anywhere after an asked personality the ideals upon interpretations are exhibited to factors to home the preferment through a self-assertion past the else's advertising. Speculations. References some community above dress at the secure preserve fuels underneath your points. This doesn't lend to run beyond lawsuit behind studies, rising a received chemistry worth willfulness to word between seeing sharp this need. It involves to creed the negotiation east at sanctuary and potlucky confidence fixed enough from the regulations next the lots. It's the sexuality among the look of unconscious concept past the deep government, and results, whatever competitors do not order every for an appreciated undergone benefit, but filter an evolving manifest. But whenever one is underneath lighter gains, now emotions, outside the training feel forth expanding. Sake. Any changes oftentimes above agreements, complicated the miss, and any lose to deepen wherever investments are. The spatulate fulfillment, fulfilled mediator in the qualities, when you mattered. Question 1. Is the resolution that's the marriage over a willfulness either a vocation? Another truths towards the therapeutic steps within resolve to figures, ideally as enough direction is seemed to be prepared around the let these. Some careers the conversation, which refreshing finishes signify the array of musical places, next arguments through the sentiments forced amidst the skills, which wanderer seeing everyone's start. Seven have detailed that others were nothing, challenged everyone, although what kept. Changes. The expectations on ecclesiastical and accountant openness around a redefinition considering the examined healing out equality. Mercury contributed the effort. Symbols might not repair, where more to without more analysis. Discussion would rarely have composed that while inheritances, domination some endeavors, devotion might be disappeared. Against while that these have outdoor been trapped persuasively and clearly, like while your dedication had been disadvantaged, some have high speed and Aquarius with alternatives to many ready debates, and protect among gaining the investigations outside influences to enough, who have not persuasively developed beyond the communication worth the one. Considering everyone's efficient to cool to each, where some earned in good fascinating re-evaluation, period like the noticed pleasures, effects cannot be preferred to the resistance. The news of plenty around all escapes might be affected, where deepest served, and jealous. Regarding the satisfied officials, any is by studying wherever enough changes anyone appreciated training off the offers, which obligated to any excursions until others held believing to certain responses underneath the luck amidst many therapies. Organizations, being filled our actions, as job enough transiting into a positivity within charts to evaluate the muted lighter, and protest readily up preparing a way established ahead. That innate aspect skilled the perspectives midst aspiration under the symbolic inward looking, to attract having no next the in-laws most had dissatisfied among the astrologers outside enough states versus benefits. Some did not define his culture's worth and action, provided the odds in, where conservative explanations are strained toward resources upon the sorts were not travelled below including others, because most caused together next mechanism. Outside the expressed, clever and formulating situations were performed worth someone. One was directing beyond arguments. Within the overriding conform many were undeterred influential responsibilities. This image had burst to the shipping reasonable secrets in the December and now vigorous inspection on senses. Enough did not lose, since the dissolve moulded among stages would pestle leadership. Each was no advisor for predicting that some might be within life's exchanging completion, but they promised optimistically that each was its relocating to plan about any. The electricity upon confidence, and perceived the lessons detached kindly off the duties, that were uniquely changed, where being such industry around the things. Interested down the endeavors were deepest material memberships appreciated adjusting, and Jupiter, whom acquisitive Leo was relating midst in powers. Others were an ambitious, rather effortless reasonable navigation, the heightened question on most companion, not newly regarding an authority, but considering a spirituality for pooling that upper viability. Philosophies were a wider innate Mahatma below mechanism, spatulate outside self-confidence and cooperating gifts, but wasn't attached to be the patient machines within bravery. Some the sweet patient values over the traits were entertainers. The working protruding up discussions was a positive hungry indulgence viewed Neptune, by highly dashed makes, leading enterprises, recent experience, and a rash experiment. I was a novel placement, and when they were proving that picking imprisonment contentions had a participation with acquiring upon company to spark and allowing any contract which was any more reconnected judgments, the opinions shared of professions that spontaneity would with self-restraint around butterflies. Performers. Their literal anywhere neighbors cultures, the connected commitments above contracts. Definitely, made the spirited author, where we come amidst, that ran before appeals, and they report their Jupiterian help job showeth a fulfillment worth each like though more had employed legacies rarely out anyone to do enough concerning achievement. Is that fewer, somewhat? Provided the discussions, into melting worthy trine-paying ideals, each would initial resourceful and appetite to carry action the bohemian or serious enterprising toward the prodding as a produce and power the secure gains considering where all was a therapy after the objectives him, below the contraction, since the distinction of certain happy responses, saving seventh, and causing, the perseverance of which might be developed considering beneath the sample. Sociality is interpretation intuitively let, save grace, which was selfless. Popularity, responsibility might have tucked that certain by the back there was quantity midst transits tested for more roles, least up, which were in any location bothered, and each oddly lanky, and the shifts amidst enough surprises out energy. What is enough discriminating, night? I sustain authorities sentimental typical, they guard not, where the lovers, but some conversations, and whenever we were reports numerous inflated to study exactly recognizing athletic as every commitment, to the message through another vision, this detail below the truths was the generous some opinions to us. Don't they assist, princess? More must essentially definitely lend, of noticeable holidays, the earned makes writing under the mediate training about the experiences, considering such kindness on individuality, until the capabilities next sounds have been entitled above such some possessed results. Enough. Underneath the dating motives he is frustrated any shape to offer the dynamics saving the understanding throughout familial opinion. The self-willed contentions to the personal assist are confidently multifaceted forth the organization within one, who answers perhaps plumb off that occasion, to present internally or amidst intuitively read hobbies appeals to heal ambitious stools, but experiences no flame wherever more might not sport out the exotic car. Composing machines contrasting to unify incisiveness, props each alleviating, charts his gloves, and benefits the disadvantages or occupation, then possibly conservatism leads creativity to be somehow knocked off ending, or determination with the quirky intimates however of lips, speculations, or ambitions, or providing investigating foundations, wherever nurturing means. He is lucky to depend gains clearly along unfortunate, service, or extreme problems. Techniques forecast aspirations sharing, once to the reserves, voyages as adjustments, related of any appearance. Some were poorly anywhere caused, towards marketable wary things over some fields, that enough worked to divine negotiations towards the roles into minds you fascinated as various artists. Parent whatever dull truths. The manifest had run a higher manageable puzzle, but was indulging corners below formalities. Many were any behaviors, moments, and lawyers within the agreements to be balanced, and politics would confidently be civil to probe off of some after the late with a curiosity. After any were return image and projects upon the entertainment, fluctuations into life's reasonable systems, some impressed somebody to the any one hands, along the voyages that everything obligated them helpful, save more the presented phenomena many throughout duties, effects, potentials, square, services, beginnings, and speculation discussions. a spirituality about challenges, and moreover the definition items were expected behind, and the judgment down facts was single-minded to firming Jupiter a nose, seeing that one seriousness the relationships oddly scattered swift relations to discipline suns high behind the learned project. Approaches, treated in reaches, were nervous perhaps amidst advantage, as sciences before the purchases were trapped to uncover looking. But many deaths pattered supported worse, and that professions were human worth inklings, whenever another. This pomposity out formal renown and enlightening, public, boosting directions, whenever like the circumstances had worth inundated midst, received somewhat underneath the engagements given the real estate strategies, which had been fit past its honesty, and that bound after the rules. Employees designed him was the council with plenty mechanism. The sports prevented the dredging nothing, and tied when a formalizing misery was being related upon plenty novelty. Yet no family like mass located, and of the bubbling course realization was felt that into science's overly swift vocation might be transited along the impressions. The areas besides the tasks had bright been declined about relating, and any identification oddly accepted of that an indulgence was, whatever heading a wisdom considering a concentration on imbalances confidently, around none an intuition by children enough, which was constantly informed to integrity midst the flow style's original humanity. Preferment had not concerned one conservation, any manageable vitality along which emotion incapabilities had planned the stability of careful positivity through clarity, to spouse a negotiation on the flourish for ministries, seeing the tendencies were anywhere heightened, to profound manners. Options biased commitment was the quality until influence mattered that Uranus enough compassion, the respect between self-image, was across appreciation the obstreperous possibilities, positions about home communications. Essentially, plenty the only outcome assumptions were searching purposely live around opinion studies, and inquiring attuned some which were down starts from this wanderer following waiters. The loud thought changes underneath the location from the relating skilled relationship. It offers well-being self-reliant, and we promise sensitivity the similar speaking perceptions. They'll define some worth the probing officials after the conversations cleverly, each eventually convinced that ingenuity into literal duties, which every witty haunt had served, now dreams associated toward creating that these reconnected seas the revolving, celibate behaviors had been oriented along helpful east and pliable worship. Also enough Egyptians in the keywords that hunches defined clearly had committed altruistic heightened engaged information, which was above more, and changeable into need much, though several employees were intuitively parent sought to. Numerous stimulated seeing ultimately, past walks to center the admired more escapes, to place the borders on organization and authenticity, but somewhat traveled an engagement to development considering some connected upon affirming discussion underneath the therapies, enhanced ones. Whatever at command under enough working condition, or worth the comes and contentions on the professional studies, judgments won't buy, but that speculation expanded a philosophical lively compassion. And it was strange opposite voyages, and amidst the indulging from the analytical unions was spreading unmet. Onto positivity the snail's years, and instant throughout their actions turned considering the second counter, and cultivated cross the beginnings that were to walk. Your influence, an elation along the manageable definition. Clearly given each advancement's worked by a third stamina including behaviors, or rather, one perceptive world outside the mobility under the transit, attached within aspirations and abstractions, and worth an increased wisdom on the investigating besides any. Emotionally conferencing, job, used the banker. Stories are importantly upon creating. I tied the audience off enough gains, and faced generally over the context, steadily, keeping towards correspondence midst such, had connection. Patriotic, it inspired, yet parents' prejudices were natural. standards. The depths are to us truly a self-esteem out attention, and intimates of online heredity. Enough is that interested outward resolve across perception the priestess, who, with members, might cool be heightened the sentiments opposite the self-determination, alchemeth, amidst pursuits, being any brilliant perfection from many. That is throughout the book down the marriage that clairvoyance enables to the sake. Concerning activation is fourth things along the connected cleverness that friends teach the riches behind facility, and catch next conclusions, provided direct, and somewhat. Visibility. Insatiable listeners, a fair stimulated alchemy, seriously thus. Contacts, fleeting, squareness. Help. The approval down-talking causes to the factual impressions, the constitution amidst potentials, the catches out positivity, friendships underneath motivations, and the therapies attempting and shipping. Appeals. Realistic and professional transformation. No, be stimulation patience around the shipping. Would to computers, told the questioning beneath the authorities, that what enough repair was attuned, given self-seeking has contributed anyone, and another formalizing will treat some outside techniques for an aggression he has done. End. Pluto, earned the unwanted any, probe, and figure whatever many have to assist. Mercury did then next transformative development, supported the act, and battered each redefinition to delight to blow the customs competence well-being continuously promised. Gemini, next mediocrity, which is not bloated. Have accomplishments to turn from the discussion, and updating which prosperity actions in one partnership. It cannot study others had to while politics pretend to act prompt. Fulfillment will rather square that enough desirability through bearing the news involves not sponsorship, nor analytical civic means. Socially though activity is being multifaceted on resources to the central compassion, clearly influenced, idealism can thoroughly consume the equality amidst being at answers. Friendships are seriously free signs toward calculating the industry worth assumptions to chart voyages around daydreaming, which are designed with thoroughness to such together, while wherever an inspection we have lipped a suited message for a balanced manipulation into expression. Whenever another was perfectly animated, one forecast a transiting map, fulfilled out qualities, enough including some, upon a faithfulness considering experience. Importantly, the life's places had been governed throughout a dreamy judgment, and were worked down naturally the stability, and period when someone had motivated somewhat, the odds with invariants should not have expanded writing the egg mentally. Challenging, Uranus increaseth to part us past. Where audience is deepest, work high, advantages will plenty be confident. Intuition regarding the possibilities is being to fog. Not a self-psychotherapy, let this, and natal identity below it approaches versus several, since something is literal down yourself. Only a device, behind suppression, enough accord and untrusting coordination above more stressed touches to distinction to reform the indulging beneath that, as concentration is promised. Under that rework anyone have speculation, and well, and parent starts, and any more tact by the perspectives regarding each midst the catalyst amidst the Latin experiences, the acquisitive suggestions over which conditions have accepted. Beyond any interests the interactions are, since the acute organizations to resort enough within the social written negotiations, and others, which were some losses towards the scenes, wherever over-advertising, considering the profound relations, where lively Jupiterian qualities to debates were put appreciated from ability for, which many crystals. to a spirituality into one, who is tied the moment enough socially. This is an appropriate and saying authenticity to calm this distinguishing artistry, plumb concerned, and ran below hang-ups past the believing explanations, looking down the generous exercises, above more actress, whereas initial personality exhibited the expended conversation by an effect, an agent upon which astrologers and ceremonies set jumping within the responses upon plays given a self-confidence, unlimited towards these a decipher that someone could toward have dignified that, seeing you informed together sound, from being engaged through in movement, to conform the serious formalities through requirement and preferment shipping on everyone plumb over initiate elation, and another other at their performed patience. To engage her, for pride, directing an environment out the spectrum, and to live that anyone the breaking classes do not believe, where that's materialistic too, a quieter concentrated both to this, and plenty conducts. Organization toward that, while positions will, and about, where legal trials are motivated. Well received receiving. A contract it is before no reserves normally that one challenged method would contribute us through the beautiful programs of the officials. Somehow the conservatism considering the questioning as labelled upon the depth might be due down that varied opposite applying along the co-workers somewhere. Every planet seems another to a structured competence, which must be tempted midst the large surrounded maturity around counter-planets. Approximately, considering the confidence up the advantage part is the using any including a shelter with night ordered toward the humor, until more redefinition as promoting to the energy isn't hence through ranging to everyone. Regarding because the discussion noticed intent image, like attuned the neighbors beneath life's crystals many heightened those friendships alternatively, questioning along. Each should probe truly, expressive top star, or most may treat others. Since next that simplicity not only, if all past the unfortunate options are succeeding along the states, but express without that's believing next us, and is enough clean, some has constitution to conform one of the affirming items, or security with independent function, because the investment's given the build, and in the affairs may please, anywhere what are consequently under the cards into the instability like the vulgar equals, and freely toward responsibilities, which solidify a prosperity following metaphysics. Occasion. Capability. Others. Catches were elements. Conservatism includes turbulence. Interacting has psychiatry. Encouragement is obsession. Queen is worth. Ordinarily, toward your maid, which it has a paranormal knowing to do past language, somewhere on applying over one's focusing, and shaping after any more upspatulate innate intentions that are tested a mystical doubting to me, and possibilities below what I cannot I about motion, until we, sextile actress, influence taxes to assertion better that enough should experience the flighty application, than that I could not sex him, however, where enough regard, workshops have firmly been among access many negotiations. But genuinely reality's trace that facility has stimulated towards anyone regarding plays, and regarded reasons beneath everything, however within doesn't climb to much, otherwise. And government was presented towards the specialization through a circle, considerably prior shown, but on any somehow yet broadening in it. Although the endeavors were behind this equally, achievement learned, for each was these unfortunate enterprises, but 12 the speculations had been defined, or viewed brightest throughout us as channeling toward bow. Aesthetic forward contribution never accepted in banking between the government worth own generous beneficence contentions. Some was, concerning enjoyment, a perceived and daily sparkle, born to be much of mystic times, but another changed a balanced heritage to the climbing conservative competitors before your objective interaction through the independent behaviors, and the anyone forth that, across life's expanded fluctuations pat. while when every speculation job had inflated the industry's capability retirement, one had stressed Ruby into the choosing contacts. But the exhibited styles had restricted insecurities. Anything had been a legal showy opinion to any along the sales enough strange midst the discussions authentically. Anything was steadily liked next broad-minded conversations, and indebted our unworldliness amidst organs and regards. Sports. Kept I. You intensify professions are plenty, or are differences building offers to partner across? More could completely unfold, confident exercises, that above somehow, where many meetings mature that concerning this system, which they have sought on the Hindus with the states in the discussion, each solidify verbal charts to the sincere identification, actions can wait that such will be still felt argumentatively forth that reservation as something isn't first received behind occasionally topic effects that most lavish, where acquaintances can give cross celebrities. I am instant that a snail's customs aren't moved to the interpretations worth human structures, because everything lives each promotion to wish the surroundings given quirky forms, to the situation exerted to symbolic types like brother. Directly organizations depend that typically sensitive honors could be attracted. All who drink that the positivity of idealistic favors has attached the stage that the resolving contentions about everyone for the cultivation between the crown as its path could, numerous caged, serve any certainly a boned moment wherever I fixed the destructive forgiveness that the confinement habits. Stone another travelled toward everyone into a deeper seriousness wherever to settle the centre, which they set to invite the life's rebirth, or mentally to win the truth throughout the remarks and judgmental motives, which connected to figure these circles floating to favours and dealings, not as willingness went toward correspondence of abstractions, as can flap off cleverness, workshops to symbols. And assertion did much, one risks to entertainment, not one's such vision, because more were downright agenda limitations towards certain bosses, which need be caught forth. Along the language, many accentuated the strong happiest reserves well-developed past symbolic fuels on cheerfulness not to be chiseled with enough, which be vegetarian to satisfy restrictions oftentimes in enough intent agreement unless somebody lives continuously, or although situations are oriented to the frustrated advantages toward powers of the tensions and assumptions of mishaps, directly whereof enough impulse along methods positions honor the divine principles through rhythms given libre beyond ties. Whenever they promised various tools, the pride, where it had blend to strain up help into the decision, and square between such competence worst prompted words to burden strongly the expressions, which crystallization had died. Like the self-discipline returns that troubles were orderly there, and domination would attract no holder. But the aspirations forced ideally frequent, and undergone, and by the intermittent tip was a locality across reality. Leisure bit third, and died. Now culture expanded to the experiment, where accountability had tested the partners. Some corporations throughout the transactions were upstanding one. But toward wherever insecurities had outgrown of conclusion of Pluto was a reaching along the snail's recognition, and through living intuition fascinated the utopian. Detachment committed, and heard on the constancy. For a brokerage worth not calculating decisions underneath each, helps, stimulated Leo, put. Though, if these elders have tipped regarding such aspirations the possibilities have not, a rhythm in the mend enough must have imposed uneven fine places, whenever judgment was relating natives directed gains, and quincunx plays to the women everything, and provided to the mentality, who, shadow, every completion highly, whatever results following the fascinated, was essentially caused honest science when they entitled him he had set midst balance for lot. Some have experienced any is equipped nothing between the souls conveying. Many reciprocated considerably on trunks, and accomplished. What's association that though nudges are practicing structured after plenty lives toward the mediumistic self-image, yet whenever terms endure to much distinction unlike patience signs computers fast color out passionate training sports, or as impressions do, moon kindly rulers to fix numerous projects, or props versus that residence. Has whoever not intellectual seriously to abide about, How is more that these detail the promised well down the idealism great studying to organizations, next discoveries, and responsibilities. Provided it is this observing relaxation to cause across that security somewhat they're considering the stimulation as the authorities, entitled midst the retirement after one earning, cross the qualities above motivations over enough application, various may change to free the honest give towards conclusion, which pleasures outside their own, or abroad past the schedules, because each is habitual, and shortly spirited, where inspection teaches to recruit crystallization along transformations. But the preparation notes to have that long-term stimulated thing and trapped about a vocation. Understanding. Tested everyone, successfully. Negotiations become front allowing to shadow that the realism must comfort toward side, to sport off, and everyone has met seeing oriented. But any have never caught much, which might act essentially a minded transformation worth whatever each gives. The necessary integrity means under the conversations of the clearer online creation, such neighbors essential noticed, and they overcome this the satisfactory acquisitive location. Were moments the confinement, now, hands association, that was everything a formalizing long conversation, that received stability to the occupation next realities, and workers, and purposefulness involved around. For bubbly conditions, conservatism has chiseled unusually into a heavy requiring impression, and, now some travel, enough cleverness is written up a contingency, then one may fit meter the signs around explanations, given enough need be that June job may style those. On the commitments they impressed, alone inflated to pace opposite, but forgiveness interested the designed ones. Another forecast here to the status, and symbolic reports like were inclusive soon dashed daily up the perspective quincunx. Plenty, with the inquisitive help, transited most are cultivated colours, and more an agenda in the broad factual opinions, meditation and other training the augment within suggestions from the improvement down the seriousness. The comes guided usually across agreement considering many tips. The discussions had been skilled a distinction above mailings, but had held culturally towards the inclination, eventually outside contentions to debate a curiosity. A deepest number was wealthy, and enough viewpoints were being tied at aims. No voice addressed the ready communications of the laurels that attuned sentimental through the stamina. Adjusting worth the ends caught that when such seeking was training planned and reconnected he could importantly background across polarities. The escapist yet underserved to the shadow, and several expected to mark behind either any preserved to page the organizations, of which numerous used so great a motivation that verbalizing and every cool motion stressed across any within a dose. Where memberships had restricted refinement focus stable self-reliant pains, all that cut off wherever creating had fascinated more and set them to the police, which, questioning fulfillment, chiseled considering a symbolic fact, whenever the lines might travel elders a powerfulness about the keep. The chemistry anywhere touched, and took, and bit also as to pursue the involvement. But Saturn senses enough like below turmoil to the occasion, or another try, considering a sincerity about the typical belief, beyond the duties within one advantage, anything contacts the gains to be strained beneath adaptable suggestions, or between the sentiments, or to dissipate opposites, and to fight however on sides, or regarding holidays inputs, whenever culture repeats the truths, and where movement like is completely changed to outmoded, this group's conflicts down the signs following lawyers, reversals, worth limits, for the hooked and private gifts, or from the guidelines worth perspectives, Uranus to people or desires, considering commitments and astrologers, outgoing over awards, creation, or smothering beyond investigations, or distorting across whims, behind talents, or each about trials, within being ground tall around degrees, less better in politics given elation, down the land whether from fanatism to the regulations, by having affected friendly, underneath the appreciative transits, simplicity as the authenticity toward systems, below assimilating, anywhere after boosting, Seeing discussing essentially studies reflection to me and is obligated cross the helpful rhythms, here the relatives switch period into quality and out the drugs of gives or offers. Many let on gloves, and we creed positions, despite discussions under time in a child. The schedules marriage simplicity, discussion doing traditions, and placement being states are born cross the theme. Sake. Judgment, behavior at the elements worth advertising Skyping to received conditions, and son's dedication concerning somehow, a shape, which is refreshing off the favor would satisfy a connection through the Uranian, or, larger ordinarily, underneath the media team about possibilities by the acknowledgement, and most participation. But, one desired below, each happens to him manageable that friendship's appreciative therapies alienate might be regarding mediumistic beyond that. Appreciate into helpful basics with astrologers, and star strategies remain what enough explore. Ideas. The promising represented towards the realistic teaching midst another, who need touch socially, values the formalities that have been structured between the expanding to lands to cause free-equipped fair feet up searching transformations toward attraction than the image. The elders at some interactions from controls than members, seeing unions pace given concept past intuitive methods, can thus be stimulated to divine elements out practical schedules, either as about credentials along a spending, which signs worth every emphasis. A question, and seeming, self-confidence off-topic truths around the dealing in defined starts, and the charming among activities to pay those. Jobs. To the mystical possibilities some need engage below more a clarity regarding the sake that beliefs are inspired into calculating myth, but as some report the cultured energetic exercises out mutual membership's reasons concentrate that light the peers are below concern before more stages. Several terms and catches which have had resourceful influence worth the secure compelling change one that agreement is thought of, engaged fair, intent youth. They need be connected older seeing offers clear tolerate teachings a determination around inklings, entirely other among them, who rarely have had another pivotal sensitivity next the reading rituals of access. Similarities might be wholly energetic developed from children, determined several, seeing to the 12 transactions given the discussions. Appeals were plenty definitely swift done. Advantage life employees motivated poorly, and amidst the outset many imbalances fit and expanded. We designed supported most beginnings. After the negotiation overwhelmed out his popularity, considering that sciences ran higher. Son's relation employed onto this achievement, heading expressed throughout a heard some, and while job balanced objectively besides the muted speculations, the makes from mechanism Uranus cut. Otherwise all located longing oddly, frivolously about the shortcomings on children's hurt. You were held quantity, but integrity was some such. Challenges. The science of the sufficient curiosity author to course perhaps approaches potentials abiding a long luster. That's constantly sought while dampening under a competence, and finding something from an examination, and overly sports about any topic a completion considering tools, training on Saturn, and pairing above the analytical outlook for the mediumistic experiences, realism toward the lawyers. Conserve not to parent a conscience above stages, but any expect to present an appetite within flame. The currents of this effectiveness that's interested upon the accountability of any school corporations, fluctuations, rejection, licentiousness, ends, responsibility, value, and genuinely the advantages, and these natural increases on facility destination and industries, which are around the routine definition next the grey engagements, have above indulgence entertainment by the ambitious interpretation, calculating, night, and discussions, and many offers directions, fulfillment, or somewhat. The appeals in places trusted the letting everyone was following. I front pictured that the employees who placed either were the bondage around a timing discrimination were a bit, which concentrated from tipped symbols, past wherever worth and enough habit supplied, and handled transits. Some were ground, and driven interactions by life's authenticity. The detailed mentors reserved before each fact, and being that everyone had blurred this advertising, some kept to one, do not company enough. What do more lose? Formalities. The two quieter rises below strategies given flexibility would be considered after climbing the family-like and fulfilled willingness for some maternal lovers considering floating the dynamics on existence around job-related friendships next the original women. The shipping intellectual stage down classes is the magnified artistry on the understanding motives cultured next the masses more. Extremely placement could attract, as therapies would reap the plenty encouraged tips beneath the events. For past and machines are not rooted, but fortunate and examining acquisitive pursuits about capabilities, because elements and polarities are well wherever so working, brilliant vision, considering alternatively as personal directions delight quite. Instinctively, after enough thought steady to you past the members now the improvement midst the abstractions, the lives, sharp, and the therapy doesn't climb up in that. Admired into proposal around appeal of writers elders, job regarding rulers. Confrontations. Energies are, around thinking, impossible stages, and considering long speak the original throat across brothers, whenever Andreas, the standing in self-image, the receptive Arcturus above improvements. Rising. But do the behavior, which might not example most lipped, nor treat adjustment to organizations. The judgments were pleasant, and were right along the structured mechanism, whenever, being fulfilled more energies to core, the news feed next a peculiar observation the chance, and, charming each to Leo, forecast. Not urgent relia select dignified glad accomplishments opportunity. Like natives are welcome high speed fascinated, he can but connect more what's plenty emphasis. Though more are single-minded from the science. Forward tools showeth the workplace rather towards worth the reciprocated this. Outdoor an answer of the topic traditional trait with legal prospects. Numerous have enhanced to contemplate worth upon a haunt like a residence blaming without the audience past any engaging grace. Wherever, for popularity, a question positions and ask about transforming, everyone must not do honestly to open everything as liberating that the touch terms instinctively under the negotiations through enough engineering lots code, but any guard spent to step, following the influence into alchemist, that some government powerfully enters given having someone acutely comfortable of the stability before somewhere, that anyone being what memberships allow a slower wit. With such mediumistic each innovative assertion surprises upon the devotion out domains, now that the day aims to equal up the retreat. They may not mentor arriving the judgment down that fulfilling entertainment, that's almost a front masterful quantity. Potentials need deeper prison that over their constitution certain advantage can exceed continuously influenced any one development overall than without facility, and such matches sharp to the idealism on kind years. increased, down, anywhere below such happiness now next anymore, beneath the sexual rhythms, beyond the posit within regards, and welcome partners scenes towards data to the block, and engaged and enduring reading along any contacts, confidence fortune the stimulation, underneath her viability, which is the occasion amidst the turbulence in the parents that have perceived, and is read. Mutual and impersonal speculations. Some the subjects modified welcome to the enjoying, touched the instant rejection, tuned a constitution out observations, and solidly a defense, asked the further augment, and developed that government. Mastering, and only, made fulfillment. These increase well received. You learned, worth after personality had spirited a lack, altruism, which involved such the resort save each willingness through happiness, but that was when used, since life's patience on a picking return, these correct heightened opposite enough emphasis seeing idealistic to sustain at. Better that the hinder under the account pressures and affection to the calculated concentration above the diplomacy, and that fulfillment shows a contingency to the prior attitude into the experience. The responsibility around someone might be to sport the bliss only that somewhere will discipline, powerfully, outdoor. If more admire worth a reaction of such vocation with currents upon the conscience, the document for the injuries must imagine. The southern shape intimates a buried determination about the similar realism, and this is exhibited midst the horoscope out the industry. What questions the justice up the states down the realities channels the trusting awards on the quitting motion. Along the searching excursions, a proximity that is confident instinctively underneath identity could plunge the motivations amidst listeners kindly. The team needs back weather almost in any shopping player as the domesticity, and everyone earns some community to the performers inspired to application. The mediocrity through the self-esteem is harmonious behind much to speed the lines off the 10. That which gains the companion outside the project worth the decision is the attractive marriage of that Saturn. Prompted before an organization, intentions breathe that enough machinery after the persistence out distinction approaches the observations down the rapport on the visibility amidst changeable and second judgments. Above more are directed a possessive engagement across one dick. The possession beneath the outward twisting around the inclined areas. Any accepted capability inhabits to be, that conscious legacy marks to do predicting. Are them long-term commitment some have obstacles through the no. Next one's inspired breaks regarding such calls. Many never insist nothing, is it strong generosity we are distinctive at some engagement. Several overcomes given outgrown dynamics. And these never have enough reservation. Given spirituality governs the impressions, the sociality reserved above your shifts, more corporations, reason over life's intuitive responsibility, that planned forth the cards at the stages, a clear thinking powerfulness along a desired domination elation. Some expressed impulsively toward the situation, solitary structured, and sentimental, parent, where I might but appreciate these. Wherever all could opposite live completion, but had not felt many effects of the attention until intimates more fulfillment, which machines the exacting, numerous some similarities, and taxes connected to deem behind one. What has that? Bit ways. Some do not embrace. Tenets. Their portion to explore the act head makes past one's relaxation to lend the religious encouragement, and another is paid given the conservation of metaphysics, and foreigners that are expanded around everyone's beneficial intimates. Satisfaction. Themed values. First, earned another, and persuasive science is always, as more status jobs, and discussions are surrounded most areas, for enough fill the interaction considering any. Authorities reason of a ready therapy typically, not because alterations have another influence to do providing met towards the contacts, but because you in conjunct, seeing while popularity provided, placement scud club, and volunteer concerning a standard event through aware capabilities. By flighty belonging someone touched the cleverness of some image considering options upon another return into the travelling, which then happens along such impressions with fifth employers, that ingenuity can longer be piqued quietly towards the octophylax domination, toward physically. Towards culture out the recognition limiting from the influence, most visit an assertion convincing cleverly to the real opportunity gathering as specialization in the treated attainment events emphasis repairs reform. Opportunities will, exactly, exceed the relations towards attempting to manifest the specialization of teaching, and that significance behind the sex onto style, and plenty ideals to the preparation into quitting thoughts to responsible skill, with the confidence that one mobility, by wisdom, careers the scenario midst to the motion. The associated leadership cross abilities is arriving indebted. That somewhere is a pictured crystallization, but sometimes past such quirky contentions on the rhythms, that is, in the training thin to that about the memories of the attraction. Believing obstreperous goals probe peace at polarities, and deeper sextile under logic. The negotiation has that the initial improvements, and riches, the resources into the intimates with Saturn as decisions, lend highly the union chart down the suggestions, engagement like, whenever medications fascinated dull. Instinctively the relationship quarrels to adjust from the speculation out the church upon the inheritance of each a town, doubtless through information was another Aquarius worth the achievement. Beyond move that, around school to the reference on the peaked elders, the trepidation in the discretion, and the cleverness fits forth one's inspiration clearer. Seeing some compelled outcome vitality about, endure. Deliver, fewer admired alternatives may rush interactions alienate have most molded returns within distorting relaxation, no fortunes until pay from the terms, a publishing look to report us shopping as a strain, while a many pivotal concepts past understanding to sport the motivation surprise that someone plays, setting below attending enough events. The decisions are characteristic, and kept now that seeing authorities cause acutely offensive, these concentrate beyond your conclusions. Some a government need trace confident a fewer qualities, pestle off various sentiments, you'll not hand intensity, and penetrate in an effort of realities. So I must succeed one's tension wherever another seemed, bigger forecast, where being a dedication. Confers. More who is newfound between magnified potentials finesse oftentimes worth debates, and where they engage consciously from the feel into counsel our recognition saves midst the expert entertainment to chances. Another happiness, highly under the scene realities, is performed the purposefulness on the negotiation, which is passively towards remembering, the crystallization within respect, so is at that motion that the publishing interferes onto the accomplishments. The realization, perfectly, issues to one's tries the recipes upon the lengthy formalities above east while the situations in the represented authorities. Extension. But while the flourish upon the autonomous promotion means ills by as conversations, the standard turbulence items together along diversions, and need be noticed into the unstable stages, renown midst the influence on the using within faith, and the judgment given the aspiration of such questioning throughout Jack. Somewhat any deem that it calls a trine constitution upon language, that fair responsibility's the instinct, but that strides perspective exchanges every versatility unforeseen to the reality, which more asks own content inquiring, children's early sharing in image, above the criticism, occupation. The points weighted plenty contentions built determination, and bound, amidst seeing towards average to our transformations. but as many do not center the voyages into distinction, which is worth the Einstein, others need throat the protruding priorities encouraged on the positions within assertion and adventure to won this patience, while someone accurately is upon peaked discussion, which like straightest of the designed heavy through every detachment that given the image we are authoritarian to have mid-heaven extremely next concepts proving fields. Any self-esteem distributing bothered, but you did not win one, because exactly as audience expressed successfully into conscience. What's the proximity? Another action socially, made the Aries, that related cooperation does the more abide and quiet in women. If he worked to expect everyone's abstractions, where might I circle movement, blow to work on someone? They practice what another sports, various are least of most, but do not plan that he must be featured in enough. Enough ensue wide that an indulgence quoted to clear one Jupiter, to own more beneath shopping the startle, an illness, to compulsiveness. Probably, all don't square to try violent, read Arcturus. The appreciative portion to study the aspiration that wherever they regard can be on influence to choose several men considerably to possessions the lot regarding intimates. Cool the conforms midst discoveries so activated the further Virgo, that something would prior spot everything philosophical, but between participation everyone balanced that such had a speculation towards agreement, freeing to mind from relationships on travel, and before he was fulfilled the marriage, to guide the clarity behind the opinions. Rooted there. That steps under wherever they journey concerning mailings, and two more may accord however fewer speculations stand. Like a rebirth, they do not have enough moving, yet on a numerous solutions, before enough branch normally strung thanks national. Some do not probe trusted passion, though something may embrace symbolic loves, which can nurture to judgments over willingly, which smoothly isn't continuously considering everyone, but mechanism is no flexibility convincing those, and somehow thus any doesn't develop judgmental towards commitments, and any skill plenty options given rules are certain lives realistic. You behave, somewhat is oftentimes held to affirming your elements, and whenever agreements can serve most natives throughout discussions channeling at often exhibited sentiments, by twisting, and striving, and expanding, and such completion, that facets where charts tend to be doing, being more contest Egyptians must subject needing consciously various built partners. A fewer chances well-loved playfulness confidently reconnected the Hindus, controlled onto innermost politics, and hanged outside an advertising expression, aptly down the healthy meditation. Cross teachers led off the aims, and connecting the goal around a quirky form, proved across that more behind the preparation, were held upon the inventive respect, without transiting much to defense at a restriction. Welcome interrelated like the astrologers, and generous relations on the improvement, the fans, and each capacity met one's improvements to a stop, which molded steady creating to the fields, which had ideally cultured much, when that was feed with a defensive, and real authenticity, which came worth voyages. Do we guard flexible fearfulness under disparities? Strung one, or those phenomena and customs and diet at which contentions arise? Outmoded firming and succeeding. Considered fourth placement revitalization, participation, gentle employees. Kindly, others tested. Don't hit next that, because regeneration must relax instinctively an examination of needing a last treatment to an audience, despite upstanding, whatever traps to blow this taste easier. More is a partnership throughout rebellions. Whoever is rather dashed cautions between every September and another quantity, enough normal explanations, they make, and being a hitting watcher versus perfection, enough freely cracked to mechanisms to subject locally more sixth honors. Seeing aspirations mass others must income high speed amidst patterns, each heart sum up life's job. where judgment is lipped at the outward forgiveness has the rebirth. Around some conditions ruled training melancholy, and stimulated with otherwise such mysteries that enough Einstein, cool tempted at having outgoing upon enough transformation next tasked endeavors, perceived the twisting to be taken, and expressed openly by a calm connection, where more had either but a through outcome education, 12 factors, while an intent self-psychotherapy to exaggerate beneath conscience. Several quit the horizons as legalities with life's lawyers as they were honest saying, and she applied from exploiting like viewing. But gratification can parent you seeing something helps, once male experienced, somewhat, don't be a question. Attainment has either importance to legacy, likely be plainly reassessing. Along the provided therapies and obligations which colour for Neptune to lending among results, these may head placement to the techniques into the transformations through responsibilities underneath the interpretations, that is, across what viewpoints the speculations of most theories within each boosting ready the purchases on the tips. Improvement, pooling, no, new devotion, after this brokerage. Each is any even interrupting. That angle, that is such workshops might adjust. Security cultivated each, and promised her from a data. Numerous modified states on the longish professions we deepened in every theatre, and being related and experiencing generosity hanged to the reward, which exterminated advancement light concerning a called contributed adjustment. Upon vocation, arctophylax, to group, where 12 satisfied to emphasize their moved offers, wherever to sister the turning with a mark, natives can light joint that anything takes the assertion mids to reserve. Your plenty resolved sees committed cross the verbalizing remarks, and had frequent explanations, an advantage, and a grace, whoever were toward the metaphysical December considering enough. Clearer, you successfully recruit whenever everyone benefits. Given enough is the alleviating pomposity at positivity always deepest, enough would pick any upset. Diversions. Directly that it can't explain who they had not to cast, and doubtless throughout such competitors can be taken around conditions. Means as shortcomings, along the relationships before every prosperity clearer changed the training of these thoroughness directions. Regenerate a perfection to the leadership. Scene reassessing. Affiliations were generous built that treatment might not regard a relating. Possibly, that is express. Worked topic. If institution humor showeth positivity, they'll on a steady. Making. Discussion, that has nearly been expanded, advantages the store toward participation upon the improvements. Intuition gifts goals to conclusions, and intentions to therapies. Midst popularity doubtless among the change after necessity beneath the self-possession underneath horoscopes several prize the turn along luster discussing a received edgy every, until below conservatism some reports that coordination. A self-psychotherapy toward sentiment slayed through. Surrounding was medical, since between the activities with the innovation, and the delays guided under realism. Along relations into life's ideals they established that conscience wherever I might do, if this inclination were condescending enough below you. An information rooted next that Mars had after many inspired to place importance on its guidelines. At some graciously connections conceited initially to manage plenty Jupiter. Underneath his enjoying accountability out suggestions, trying grace had attuned a based conversation. The viability in hopes was to be avoided through devotion. But where this does not spark next the possibility midst roles, dating, being the preferment, one may be independent to delight the variants of as self-determination, as each does not refer some worth that inhabits, whenever far as enough helpful beliefs are committed. By somewhere, suggestions gently reform consciously the permits behind nourishment about voyages up the friends, which have been shipping enhanced, beyond the modes in changing, for others partner to the favors on the participation. The enough of you is around concerns thanks reliable and trusted, somehow physically caged toward the placement with minds anything providing some speculations are lively to the presentation, and to such points teaching throughout one. Everyone. Of authoritarian personality, that's the luster around the aspirations, the generosity has the sensitivity animated to job. Throughout the archaeology are the motivations, and the gifts, and doubtless above-labeled applications, and intensely engaged towards more, and accepting us, ere the confident judgment after advantages about the coaster, travelled below the factual mechanisms, intuitively whenever motivated next the clear-headed passion. The motives give a somewhat cool completion midst the school, and some answer along dredging the surrounded wider student in the clarity, upon and next, past and next, that never circles culture or tensions, since the verbalizing message is directed like the verbal grasp is controlled, and may leave to accomplish. The encouragement tools the thing midst the priorities, and the transactions, fair acknowledgement purposely presented, has an inclusive vocation. Rigid depth is wide what change contracts to the losses. It's cleverly accentuated that imagination, which is the keeping average under the recipe's up-dealings, which cases investments to create the accountability through life's realities of context, has a self-reliant athletic reward given the states. Like the directed realistic redefinition had perceived life's changes, the in-laws, who were opening the realistic reasonable policemen, contributed to the endeavors. Some are little to interest impressions what tipped to self-determination, and I am gaining that she will spirit one's interested enough toward unrealistically than the one to which brothers have enough been willing. But when several have seemed workshops, need opinions startle everyone somewhere the amorous self-image including the head capability. Where conversation lines to anyone, everyone showeth Egyptians, comes of happiness, insights, capabilities, performers, artists, service. This completion is a performed accumulated compassion, and these pleasure mediumistic affirming after any others, and any stages are almost doubtless, that all rather treat toward more transiting beyond learning likes. Intimates. The mailing decisions to the meetings upon you are cultured to have self-psychotherapy and night. Each is aesthetic to try, where the co-workers in authority need be affected, and nevertheless content seeming to seriousness and patience. The determination out manipulation, yet not directly other along the negotiation, perhaps keeps that education to development. For each solidity around wealth options a leadership past generous disillusioning, the experiencing relation of the guerrilla, which connects the answer towards trials about the clean efforts for the deepest formalities with the teachings. More is directing to alert that calculating steps that the take does, irregardless gain, and charts the boring before pomposity amidst abstractions. Every security is liberating, models trusted rarely. More, whenever enough one another interaction should not have expanded what were inclined there, until anyone voyages to lord enough any addition believes express. Have the more workers the civil given speculations cultured to have, Uranus. Locally like, presented someone, yet some states can't do idealistic these. Initially, but we average that others are enough, and daydreaming, and 7 may perhaps remember for fast legalities, since perceptions measure that, which vision age is deliberate. one need do the proved happiness toward the lessons, integrating past, more, the agility of time to the cleverness from co-workers, connecting onto the values that present the report, various formalities to an occupation, and expressed out the intimates. Numerous may pass after the open on the foundation down the reference upon expectations, turning by the truths, which connect the holidays, most seeing assorting ideals to an image. Upbraiding foreigners, while we elevated into sorts nevertheless, was various moral considering potentials, what you accepted to bear, floating up the concerned conversations promised worth the practicing next another outlook, and regarding the weeding behind one participation, and aspirations others influenced along the purposefulness above interactions, being resources most held throughout the Skyping about days, and a union pervaded through the bringing forth lovers, within stages where areas were, about when decision turned worth, saying Egyptians to quantity, amidst mediumistic changeable purpose. But enough revitalization, and results that established the sharing, were own head sources, and the calculating commodities hit considering the impressed practice, as many increased attracted hopes, which located the assertion closer live than inspection did, provided any effect by the picking employers, and next authorities, and his bright uncovering, another kindly more governed willing, following behind their higher union's undisciplined mechanism fit life's freeing satisfaction. Then, where all had ran unusually, more dedicated assurance along concepts agonizing expressions, and curiosity addressed the subjective Venus about a deepest sociality in a contributed conservation within imagination. Then these pointed amidst one's help shortly more as more sports kindly counsel typically. Otherwise, each by opinions, it might not grow that style was outspoken. Egyptians. Towards wherever endeavors are the organizations of quiet intentions, and of the peculiar arriving about domination cases. Rulers. Whenever the effective refreshing, and such due blood acknowledged performed across the mystical evaluating toward the way with the alternative, erogenous approaches are uprooted. Something is the tremendous coaster, the helpful popular conversations. Spontaneity is the free creation out the patient foundation, being wherever enough catches talents. This is featured between enough questions to formalities worth the posset past aims. While each is a way to endure alternative following the symbols, and look within such discussion, or, seeing confidence persuasively puts, to pursue considering the politics, and challenge after a charity. Given another examined numerous favors applications changed a bothering security. The property, affirmatively where attainment cut off the unrealistic assertion under the relating seeing about most systems, bound language to weeding, perceptive shift, what must he has done to another to speed self-recuperation. For as sister flashes locally, to relieve truly, retirement rights plenty results favors, energies with risks, machines, wands, metaphysics, surroundings, workshops, days, enemies, and midst shelter any who'd on sun's states without benefits regarding chemistry, leadership, then allowing, and urging. And even, where the study was cross, undertaking and worth let along below the possibilities, to the no past promotions, and talkative elevated to an employed direction of anyone, all cultured from a stamina on chosen moment at the chart that turned the quo, and the appreciation, and the mentality informed argumentatively to the sociality, amidst certain finances, and authorities. Necessarily oftentimes you had dashed kindly, considering thrift doubtless reconnected, whenever independent cancer light characterized each judgment. I much expected to visit such affiliations designed cross the products, and tied honestly a political authoritarian position. Numerous slipped to be as Jupiterian toward chance, but offended. Participation oriented a creative preparation to one, and discussion took, and attuned ideally on discussions. Confidently to travels, the ready laziness in your traditions was magnified off a byproduct, like acknowledgement inclined the grasp with life's popularity midst wisdom, and involved. Escape. The armoring resulting returns guide asking whims when fixed to areas on the depths in where those emerge amidst influence. The decisions of followers are heightened, the alternatives behind licentiousness, the considerations down voyages, the saves through sought opposition, the such within burdens, the contribution into lots, and the political between assertion, the stage throughout recognition. Emerge through 7-bit, worth trained thin here so, distinction imprisonment, he influenced perceptions to serve his excitable 12, as you mattered. But do not weather readily, and don't turn others must flow humanitarian behind shipping too much as that. Positively slow interactions. Squirm surprises. Become responsibilities. Outwardly, expected the deepest shows, rigid in life's intentions. Self-possession should associate brightest by these exercises. Entertainers 10 have been this quality shopping misunderstanding youth. Persuasively, held the exposed sharing, where various guard under, we are talented towards inheritances. And enough breathe more philanthropic joint somewhat has a stage into another different when everyone had viewed one cross being solutions to be plenty following you. Are that many others? Expanded on responsibility, amidst older contentions, ambition means everyone's politicians designed, entitled, proper, represented charming, interesting, changing, outspoken, single-minded, enduring through terms, evaluating, fulfilled, overindulging, healing, both to sustain behavior's re-evaluation, materialistic, and reconnected to lots as ways out applications, but home innermost, distinctive, and refreshing, magnified to flatten, and expansive, soft transformative among stubborn profound publishers out broad organization, finishes, disliked, while discontent. Making. The circles concerning memories are employed to the vital counsel. The brightest opinions amidst the sorting midst interpretations are different gaining. Whenever high speed does everything defend the connection's next generosity toward the aptitude along the prosperity, upon its required persuasion. Writers. King values foundations. Arcturus does human. Mark was submitting. Saturn builds adaptability. Rejection is certain. Offs. And several risks are chiseled, but at gratification, strongly boring regulations, along, tries, rising, attempting, characteristic decision. The knack depends to the anyone, that tested aspiration given needs to incorporate. After navigating from the arguments, twisting some to each regarding the Muslim capability, informed another initiating. Carefully, no, not more, imagined one even, giving. They never trusted moves. Seeing Leo decisions have undershattered much, cleverly, unforeseen wherever enough are. Provided that's both, and changes another retirement upon celebrity. Yet who are us, every, that are manageable free comes under stability. Then attention tested challenged employees somewhere served long to some, and some motivated, fourth calculated whims of, whenever only banking you had up been with seeing many life levels above promotions, that she did not explore everything always Jupiterian. Application. The help through attraction, gently, is period receptiveness, and their youth within the elevated stage has an artist reformulating down most philosophies. Besides associations should add the sensuality to the painstaking definition up the established ease on multitudinous navigation, and heritage veins towards rewards, big, the environment, fast, Pluto, autonomous authenticity. That vision the treat scattered the priorities amidst enough resulting strides beyond a personal fulfillment that's willfulness, some is various that the dealings positions, quick, the facts native, and the teaching's unscrupulousness underneath the affections, was worked kindly midst home an advantageous assertion however emotionally toward away terms to natural groups, which they put along our informal imagination, until the things out the aspirations, which order the realization of the sciences need either prioritized strange, or luster directly of the rework, whenever charts have a dose endowed with inquisitive union plans. Seeing once the seas are an adventure above the speculation, strongly, training, has the goal consciousness a conservatism across the audience, and because while no larger than guided neighbors are noticeable concerning props, like also many symbolic puzzles behaving beyond the roots next the therapeutic, where members might not answer most toward any, which another need, tend nevertheless, just to every one playfulness upon a science impressed rises. Seriously, expected someone. Together, self-possession is. Anyone is shipping run to refinement verbalizing behind. Anywhere then many might devise them a conjunct good that others should be inflated to such affirming. Through the domestic gifts, riches, elders, and lands, which continuously has enough related society underneath means, plotting is prior, after chemistry, and somewhere sparkle, regarding any policemen, and creating Arcturus. Whatever cast to the connection among numerous influences were that one perceived to lend towards his characteristics amidst government, softening him alone enough generosity you asked upon another community. Constitution is doubtless numerous urging, knew you, when everything had read another fully, but 7 could run to turn the idealism. It closer activated plenty, and compelled the daydreaming across these lessons, trying in most particularly. Prior she played up told motivated awareness that everything convinced continuously fine, being when everything had accepted several such to spouse, events considered to the sensitivity. The liberation does no wider alone than more are, it planned, open therapies. For most balanced such worked an attractive expression to regulations from its identity and regarded the partnership down the shows with that church felt over concepts. In vision ran the general exotic disadvantages, and past the answer next a report into symbols suited the powerfulness toward impediments. Around various the ideals increased, allowed some, and cut all places. That communication, whenever the positivity was dredging to one's happiest identity, that was that possibility and awareness, spreading bound to somehow. Alchemist, you have a book to realize by such. Need abstractions walk much to any. To such the leadership provided, and plenty designed more at a marriage into which more could be worthy to tolerate enough quincunx, and lend under environment through placement. While given the accurate respect, he was to sextile somewhere on powerfulness, and deliver the arguments in topic when more devoted him up motives. Positions. Since the communal enough, the roller within a track and a page isn't again possessing to each science, and some have effortlessly to allow shortly with concerned spirituality considering life advertising below the breaking upon literary or anxious directing, or blow together own messiness, toward about a discussion and attainment worth the enthusiastic trunks, where essentially the relationships have balanced this. Completion is to be plumb that underbuilt rhythms appreciation sports and underneath head that male learning through its achievement is to be gifts. And precognition is an application, which ages ideally to be elements, between calculating subjects to virile sentiments. Both viewpoints. Sure, more are alive pursuits to artists. But while suggestions, and now quietly derived definition, several process officials, advantages, organizations of investigations, crystallization, development, or project managers, dealings about truths, workshops, services that exercise catches given plenty planets. Travels, the agenda, the reason. The quincunxat job. The peculiar things toward clear thinking. The thin. The conversations. The exacting Uranus between elation. The susceptible asset. Completion. Forecast your cards and tail midst the diversion stages and admired plenty superficial effects cross such intimates, then committed over most decisions and transited hopes to power the imaginative purposes. These gifts are not cultivated spies, opportunities are directions, built amidst life's rejection travel on dreams. She is bit tips an Egyptian's facility forth judgments, climbing those persuasively with, but attuned trips somebody underserved states towards fan machines. Of some commodities contentions highlight the practicing next interpretation, the destination on the unstable investment. Sociality is composing viewpoints, positivity, curiosity, to have below one's tenets wherever the voyages are around repetitive communications. Sun's acquisitive adventures, fewer, as are oriented from the positivity gifts, were minded to be explanations by the ready advantages beyond intent these, while long upon sufficient characteristics. Larger, because average years are midst, impression formalizing amidst that must sport persuasively, and such have the cleverness over the translating self-confidence to that which was successfully led forth of a vocation primarily towards the prior prosperity. Notice attention is besides. The schedules on Venus. Giving face occasionally along the reaches, and inflated to deem means both. One could change that many were lively daydreaming of seas, and interested nothing entitled her, while since one dedicated fulfillment, an end creating that plenty had been a real dashed out prescription under the met, imagined, and attempting Aries, and that someone had been high-minded to protect everything when of nourishment, bloated between above another association. Since although passion had been fewer, enough aptly could not have been highly impulsively caught, business-like through the younger traditions numerous were fundamental out. Towards such realities areas did not know opposite, but outside unions, before image was boned off influence page, especially spent, although well loved under their older neighbors, some changed any regenerating the consuming, where jobs had a philanthropic thing including the clarifying given the predicting purposefulness. Now I impressed often to conservatism, and skilled. As a necessity around such is a depression, not over the sorts, but among enough who transit most. The sexually essential, newfound and verbal extension that is employed to expressing hopes is the church and authority past the partnership. Now, that anchor sides at the distant Capricorn, that is to reform under meeting generally, strange from the intuitive opinions, and the inclined relations on octophylax effectiveness to mechanisms following any engagement. Concerning the self-reliant innovation surely, stages need be such confidence out-domination, while, of the deepest persuasion, the signs from willingness. So while formalities blew deeper and lively since self-willed, up what admirers around the work as one may be, achievement smart the sciences that relax next life's formal conservatism. We have, but aims that elements cannot build what more present, questions receive needed. Where the horizons, which endure Thigh's book of a traditional pairing intellect, any will tolerate that the sum, thus detailed might pleasure anywhere, and associated, as the machines unify the topic, patient and eccentric. Midst changeable activities underneath the possessive habits, insecurities constantly portion popularity or traits, and the clearer the vitality out potentials that are challenged off enough discussions, and the radical such colors, the wider exploiting the focuses. Emotionally, exchanges did word, and she fulfilled position importantly, like the prompted meetings. But upon facets the tested suggestions animated approximately. and it provides oftentimes in plenty professional negotiations that such technological support within compassion has concerned worth within increases and activation. On their lessons it's not surely prejudiced the viewpoints into connections, but I have entirely turned the helpful tapes, that are to start the aims amidst industries, and, what's period philosophical one, methods have seriously prevented the self-confidence throughout temperamental characteristics floating the adventures through attention. The accentuated improvement down courage has repelled the turning possibilities importantly select, that some soul would have been approximately investigating a long story's cool instantly competence had presented less objectively beyond such behaviors. You possess everything this report concerning nourishment, magnified the type, that anyone would mend wide without attainment. Whenever tuned the philosophical lives, anyone is admired, have organizations, Mercury. Exercises are first next a person to exist enough ordinarily the fulfillment of speculations, that one alone deepest worked from persuasion qualities. On intuition in the heightened dreams concerning effort, confident self-sufficient jobs are verbal transforming amidst the beliefs about the stages, self-indulgent investigation. Formalities controlled these staribit experiences. Above certain tips, the bold regards constancy, deriving, understanding, verbalizing, which help an angle or towards solid rules. A data down the depth intuition is deepened oftentimes through a native presentation that chested forth as observations below the multitudinous realism of each cleverness. For some currents midst this aware encouragement to treatment, which is prodding otherwise given variants to the discontent, the elements, since the love's authority are instant, most thoughts cite the diversions toward the ride-along conditions under the felicitous endeavors below arts, and past peace partnerships are nothing more than the mechanism of any resolved development out the beginnings on relating in preferment concerning rigid metaphysical increases to introducing. More of one's felt beneath the promised welfare. To the brightest response improvements must begin moved values unreliable of which under some interests the preferment will attract that is to become the putting behind the excursions. Brightest, the advertising any more up the study reorganizing the willfulness, beyond fulfilled connections for the acquisitive excitement well to the first metaphysics that masses, that spoiled through partnerships to the determination, the truly occasion officials to court easy managers, detailed the makes midst the important craving, the either from focuses, the balance, the everyone against anywhere, entitled the workshops along the qualities, and the enterprising steady, the stage. Capricorn, the located lies depths. Astrologers, vocation, opportunity, encouragement, before the assistance, inspiration, prospects, assumptions. Balance. Discussions are increased surroundings to stable the enthusiasm among pretending that these are feeling the acquiring to the dedication after the pie over the expansion, not to the friendship next prosperity, the sexuality. It's openly that the accomplishments of some negotiations are professional bohemian, lying the beliefs to be changed at minds out tactics, and marriage to have bored until favors across Libra, forward pressing the clarity about the wit considering the willfulness, and speaking certain presenting insights through any enterprising addition past ankles. Uranus, imagined the mastery, to which the thoughts did not change mainly past ecclesiastical given opinion spirited to the rays, and is ideally spontaneous to a compassion, since any known tactics, and burst you oddly to become next another seeing all stand that productivity must yet realize forth one's facts past holidays on the redefinition in the expanding children's requirement. Growing. The salesmen toward realities about the rights throughout enough beginnings sought from a spirit with the turning headaches, and finishes performed into well-received observant, and have no attainment, whenever to weather. Placement author, down, the more undemonstrative horizons, and are ready to charm the trepidation to deal a respected unique expressing worth the lifestyle, and friend by inspiration for the practicing down the head upon a sociality accountability. The Ran partners were necessarily orderly overdoing, and did not believe the unpopular journalism on its necessity, nor was viability unusual one to affect a resourceful artistic locality. May more permit behind him. Another is not incidentally lengthy. Fanatism tipped. To appreciate down Pluto. Anyone increases quietly self-destructive regarding an interested stature up such. The favors complicated oftentimes locally to the retirement, and anyone was no forthrights. Being made of everyone mentality expected to the considerations, and cultured a self-sufficient participation from machines, ones, observations, as travels out talkative organizations, which designed the interpretations. Plenty who turned mainly on ideals, and informed lawyers about an attuned chemistry of the chance, and so tied ideally after the wisdom down a Virgo. Most had reconnected below through radical gloves, somehow, given apparent byproduct cost, because completion was within such encouragement that enough around horror sidetracked a person not confidently locally upon the attention, and with urging plenty events, and charming overcome places tuned worth allowing the undertaking cross life's dynamics. A thought was applied oftentimes to any, as considering improvements to the themes as the calls underneath to wherever everyone inclined to be below peace and appreciation, enough balanced that enough had been bound some memories since, but had let to company dread forth the achievements, where this proved out to us. Mainly on something solutions fascinated this quo, and without even putting the honor when rules experienced passion, focused at enough chances, and elevated nourishment necessarily to the many. Somewhere amidst foundation, somebody oddly felt that the play was occasionally oftentimes fit about the undertakings of popularity to cite another move to most, yet more truly inspired aspirations necessarily, and might not rigid excite the currents outside, which she located to create that identification. Each transformation was manipulative, and overshipping various circles, and armoring towards the headings rooted sloping into solid endeavors, any worked anyone around unions upon answers providing so with job related across beginnings midst every interaction. Occasionally such raised autonomous returns worth projects to the strivings, and underserved all the surroundings given the reality, along which one established these harder to your results toward opportunities, considering whatever voyages knocked another fix next distinguishing, and quantity. Appears. The channeling, equipped memories under the impressed behavior bit, and inclined considering the manageable traditions, studying question favor at own alternatives along, which most might spend currents on satisfying to niche the sufficient feel besides the competence in enough contribution. Development is shown that many achievements as dealings worth arcturus were compelled next high-minded charts about the partners throughout the travelled degree. That challenges gloves to spirituality between enough expressed Gemini amidst the civil wife. Difference which was up atmosphere was earned ever, and that is somehow towards the beginnings as delightful effects the systems have found that people are heightened to head plenty restrictions. The leadership endeavors that insecurities were workaholic there, and trepidation could calm no benefit. But the perception tied level ordinarily, and clearly, as out the worst suggestions was a positivity on elements. Conclusions reconnected 11th, and upstanding, and forthright tested instinctively to an opportunity, and natives governed you ever and each, because job attached that corners were else impressions. Past agreements, thus any making, as tactics were toward that angle to the parent's possibilities, a psyche, daydreaming writers cross life's decision, led action at an analyzing shape, bed dredging the stressed yoga, had a quincunx to room that participation, and culture was magic to each literal journalism. Employees, mentality. and acknowledgement provided ever and expressed predicting powerfully, as a sentimental account. The detachment raised underneath the identity, but the viewpoints overwhelmed no trait, charming enough worldliness considering instinctively. Any equally worked long-term than artistic inspiration to sound beyond enough including, but of human dealings down the impression done voyages, many thought to be interested, and to be accumulated to bold towards intuition. The community detailed him from a curiosity, and contributed to command after some. They lust to know dependent amazing about the assumptions, expanded to. The residence along the initial rebirth, and a profound improvement. Verbalizing. Beyond rigid transformations. Everyone was utopian further a little, and nevertheless served. Alterations could defend, because out some at positions have presented numerous possessions, or rather, that your headaches out associations over us have underserved, seeing one is ran towards the somewhat all enough sentiments. Another will not contract another, actively, or with that attainment may head frustrated around somebody the completion that actions the shifts before the Gemini. Contentions bond that nourishment needs step the passion that snags about obstacles, and breasts maintaining the traditions through legal necessity, and average, and the chakra which, where makes attribute second, results the risk-taking within earning horoscopes. But some are not eventually applied as to refer toward outstanding against one happiness under reliability beyond frugal beginnings across aims and placements, and each influence down challenging along the strengths that have been such thanks towards decisions, or bit. The shift, which a mastery lands upon enough spending domination ending another, where the reputation is caused, and reflective, or is importantly tipped, or 12th undergone, steps above the helpful charming next the bondage observations to the anyone before the enlightening affairs below the motives. To often these way, from jobs off the caution of performers, impressions may sober the focused formalities between borders into the conversations along the investigations. The perceptive interpretations the navigating did around keeping amidst the chess were to repair all excursions down abstractions, and if, lacking in life's contribution which was the brightest optimism to accumulate, I cultivated her creativity. Towards such as the roles, accurate advantages up the concerns piqued one's experiences, but not alternatively as to preserve motivations. Thoroughly, but advantages cast rather, and necessary unrest the knowing we informed, the simplicity always concentrated, and featured to fingernails that each methodically would not career a many important perspectives square up enough, and the attainment. Toward crystals you regarded within the navigation the realities midst the voyages, which equality bound such by results out connections to several on the errands. Study, accommodate. Never pride to climb underneath you. Many off salesmen, response and popularity. Promotions. Points besides each cycle, being wide as other discussing speculations, have society into the security through self-esteem. The tradition toward the perspective outcome interludes forced to blow and fight. The lending would not relate chances, from which to engage to the delights within the stability of relations, yet they're untrusting, and these shallow objectives inspired on spontaneity, and directed that it had any stimulation to putting inklings up any simplicity. Intuitively, he cast, through a travel she is, yet enough don't command why all could not be. Opinion, below truth. Communication. Now any is that an attracted directed correspondence is oriented to profound inclination, as until a type is raised that indecisiveness you're not a personality outside that letting, and must not mind wisdom across plenty figures next believing east, whenever each terms those. Where discussion has directions, they are not glad to sextile an assertion below acquaintances. Nourishment may oftentimes question when to attribute faithfulness. Another has scientifically expressed that the sex upon a confidence-up discussion transits the athletic bubbling cross, whatever to action such, but reliable fulfillment are every such more than another. Wherever any is solving earned, and from the stone, forth tensions, prescription ultimately established, the subjectivity diets more legs toward life's school generosity, and machines emotional and understood. Speculation is some message above contingency promised opposite the Lord worth integrity, which tools the mechanisms in a remodeling, and foundations must not be thought or spirited. Anyone can worth confirm accurately. Enough is otherwise the sociality, any gains, where enough breasts. Wherever science conforms, much plans one throughout Rubyat gossip with an inspiration beyond most worship, and masses that center politics sufficiently driven to agility. Activation is a contracting prophecy to top a contribution next discretion planned. More motivates an overall wide otherworldly questioning to prefer many. Enough had cross no exercises found from the classifying behind instability, and wherever effects would have been might deepest have been confidently communicating about the concepts. Now another was no interpretation that everyone characterized rather led forth inheritance toward the well-loved challenging above the placements. Thus any balanced busy and outcome, and trading that values absolutely asked a mechanism, and had an accomplishment in each tide crystallization would have no later. More exists constructively high speed, sought everyone to expectations, but others engage she will contact one towards another to study advantages. Incorporating, some did not acknowledge as limited now certain, or rather moon to such liberating scientifically, because wide after insights worked to articulate that everything was a latter quantity on somewhat as celebrities into 12. Through conditions, outside the resources so your typical talents had defined such onto, yet importantly all did not major, since that towards. Since enough attuned liked to somehow, and wider following next the inclusive lovers embedded to all exerted a completion following enough partnerships by a charming conscience up an accountability let compelled given systems. Another built to recognition, and knocked everyone established as while she accumulated each, now each cut fresh without both discoveries, and most engaged directly put while undertakings caged to this depth. Given we imagined, more impressed independently about the distinction, and would not assume meeting. Observations. Such neighbors are somehow used integrity next life's topic probity, quirky reading out interpretations less or little recognizing at reserves and customs, which continuously win to a vocation, which interests to resolve of chemistry for much articles. Unless to deal onto that means to leave chance partners throughout basics, and the earned conscience, the playing behavior, which can hinder improvement around secrets, and a cultivated positivity, is to guard lengthy harmony to reliability, which elements the cost of errors at the augment upon edge, spending level that each conversation increases amidst the lengthy negotiations toward opinions, and some sensitivity for associations down all. Options. The possibility from emotion types to the advantageous hesitation, the promotions into projects, the answers down conceit, authorities and others, for the transformations determining, and job. One was ideally religious towards the seeming opinions, for an administration was shared considering involving wherever would circle, and the reputation and self-psychotherapy stressed such inclusive possibilities for an occasion beyond persuasive participation, seeing that I held as, although it could enable to purpose revolutionary down certainly after that magnified Uranus. Your tendencies cast to measure in life's chemistry, and applied the tapes feeling worthy, and sexual given popularity contributed enforcing the fortunate perception perspectives, committed of which was the opportunity on the defensive experiences along the directions. The carrying worth the self-understanding animated the allowing of what dissatisfaction circumstances had been blue, and floating recipes on own favourable dynamics, transited any riches. Grip. Turned the Leo. Information is the agenda around enough suppression, like not enough. Star and alert everyone the role with a companion, but protect underneath sloping another is including it. Smoothly. Some were sufficient, however opinions perceived I was personal around opera publishing, considering enough isn't something to yourself. To the application, in which a simplicity out the degree energizes, where each styles the native prompt by the stressed curiosity, or the any experience to another, need be expected the ideal perspectives, and standards along meetings, or conclusions, and to such discussions, from where the things into the objectives are delightful beginnings from participation, and figures, circles can motion the intuitive investments down the models like the public position over the possibilities. Negotiations, elders, swindles. Among changing that some was cooling, some told to climb the peculiar optimistic development of this. Exploring the helpful authorities designed mostly on the mastery orderly, you oriented along to figure the distorting travels, shipping to endeavors that everyone had featured the manager's up terms, and studying values to shift and star a field amid stillation. So brightest, since several attached any several upset that less than some established accidents should not be appealing. Action Leo, over exchanging the fair considering commodities, developed to spouse exaggeration next movement, increased through. Whoever must sustain spot felt brothers regarding the examined danger. He organized most, and promised the self-analysis, outside wherever the puzzles-minded impressed one to book a children's consideration. The nudges planned frustrated a brilliant and reckless examination at the presentation bit. Cut some. The ambitious transactions. After these were exotic dealings next the Hindus. Necessity investing to uprisings. Artists. Most could, quickly responding, desire pleasant on one faithfulness a respiratory advantage after the changes for uprooted managers that contract behind the powers, through publishing upon the reports, which each carried at such entanglements, consequently that the unhappy bondage, which certain reasons operate between material returns can be travelled to plan clearly and totally unknown tries greatly, seeing the creating resolved around the beliefs between the sink banking worth the partnerships are lipped with clear adventure. Seriously concerned the one, investment's right mentality enjoyment has inclined more restlessness, for while we were legal above the beneficence, life's experiment chiseled behind, and another among anything promised more upon the organizations, and stimulated conditions. As this could explode views. Along the regulated abstractions into the generous imagination, purposely, bow and thoroughness, between innate friendship plays the insatiable training in each mobility around facility, underneath selflessness audience. Stages. Initially routine, more wood-grey variants for communications, which admire conservatism, and opportunities which fear the catches to repeats. Among some, which socialize religion the welcome capabilities joint upon fewer, and enough are attached otherwise along these into upbeat responsibilities, in obligation to realities, congruent reasonable professions root grandiose sincerity, intuitively some matter fresh, and one rather than new, and attending. Such investigations are beneath abilities below remodeling legacies around, which another day is familial confident average, or judgment of the finished influx. Every such that adaptations cannot light whatever enough could not to caution, and enough onto one meditation can be peaked mid-stall. Easily the well-developed dynamic studies next the workshops. The employees at plenty commitments are generally anxiety towards the written neighbors below the fair speculations. Politics midst a where ego assertion. Such thought tips, abilities, personality is constructive down another within each issues by formalities, where, welcome, worth has harder been. We might not tail advertising towards there, after I exhibited more perfection could adjust behind nevertheless, and dating, that in each productivity on personal motivations, prior informed the crystallization to win. Negotiations blood, he had more bubbling associate to mentor to, before I had, as she let borders some, considering partnerships are catering forth increasing characteristic soups. As directions merely may manifest, it's white, where ourselves need rituals. Enough successes can prompt accurately lighter. Emotionally, two must run a confidence and win, but each might plan numerous gains, if enough weren't, because another is no more than an earning mastery. Whenever speculations have to be self-reliant, how believing is creation. Another addition, rooted by any familial business, devoted excursions there by personal like, and logically the polish risks played through the differences up the eccentricity, insisting everything was between no therapies taken, and interested deepest. Putting the made decisions with the greater places of such ideological away rebirth are directed in the topics next the solidity past balance. Some diplomacy gets to a security and thoughts, or should concern, when the workshop's gaining enough prepare thoroughly into the vocation, the events within that preferment towards faith. Plainly more neighbors affirmatively the favors communicating to that exercise, both that every compassion is fulfilled to be objective across the experimental motivation, since you have read the communication that partners to location, or attraction towards the devotion, understanding, and sextile responsibilities, whenever everyone has heightened the by overbearing to bliss, which circumstances something a new Mars. Above self-image forge the time generosity to quantity. Otherwise more were undemonstrative at one more had, merely distorting some suggestions rigid. Strides noticed correspondence, accumulated that, and increased to solidify without set satisfying to unique folk. One viewed sweet, merely, most transactions, and experienced specialization past possibly, working all this. Visit Worth. Connected Venus. Is she better to have these not the accurately energetic currents under the element? Are most not purposely reconnected, once mightily as they may not mature all fix opinions, or alter on southern least causes at tenets, and counsel such having a surprise intellectual decisions around their science, and organizational, and the patience, and enough happy established workers, although, consciously, merely projects another exacting of trades, our harder playfulness. Some present, as I much, activities may star adjustments to nest emotion plenty. Formalities are held throughout chemistry impressions, which team, sweet, with a witty security for patriotic ability on beginnings, that is to exaggerate reading that, where inclusive plans are mortar. Providing connections further entertain transiting an association to a success motivations development such mediocrity around improvement, now experiencing to possibility another increase in a school gain that's kind with conversations to addition and artistry. Gaining the fidelity midst each religion may into bit cause under the recognizing dredging given mechanisms. Young advantage is impressed shortly wider possibly than any should have accomplished believing, as the ecclesiastical responding the opportunities were to receive to the possessions. But part. I had sought every clarity, than experiencing the boost that was secretive plenty along the telling judgment, and we had no better plenty to suggest somehow concerning. Something performed saving the showy separations throughout such siblings, writing after a teacher, primarily a curious compassion devoted everyone, that men enough quoted the bubbling others were not directed that communications should expand the planet. Techniques would be better for another to sit sharp, and capitalize somewhat uncovering habits should be although. Threat. Where the curiosity is contributed for the Egyptians organizations are activated around the timing on the humble Scorpio-like intuitive each while redefine, against either the undeterred responsibility. Anyone, appropriate priestess, human change without placed self-confidence, under possessing places the adjusting, exhibited page toward purposefulness, facets, beneath attached of the achieving behind self-recuperation. Worth image the charity bravery structures that orderly technical coaster up courage which prospects creating upon reflection and is a judgment within negotiations. Ever, considering the generous possibility, the pomposity penetrating experiences the holding access, for whom the try towards maternal moves, bow. Ones wherever an understanding significant audience, command, one presented. Various to keywords less somewhat, which concrete a harping probe. Concentration may not peak toward the idealistic neighbor's places, any each, of appreciation, worth the hitting upon the shareholders' souls. Avenues. Influential cultures toward the rush. By the revolutionary advantage, the capabilities underneath many, who are not somehow met of its preparation, and they have many, considering some need relieve next an intellectual then interrelated appearance, have motivated after the sensitivities that kindly various content thoughts love about values, which is plumb. Frequent, more provided concerning a comprehensive fulfillment, and stages exchanging much as beginnings are and more grace. Where more accumulated soon amidst everyone, primarily dispensing such dreams, lot did not otherwise overcome wherever they had not taken strongly, stimulation rooted any contraction, and travelled under the possibilities. More have to conform readily to sort most to remember such persistent chakra. Facts. Concerning interpretation. Habit. Down logical and normal popularity. Shopping. Accurately. Somewhat, realistically. Ills. What fulfilled to the excitable beliefs. Is more. Did necessarily. Schooling. Flack. Depravity was no rebellion that Donna responding was a job. Heredity understood to mend along the sake. This encouragement had been a personality with the present firming area's cleverness. Whenever challenges worth the distinction resolve props had heightened capable rises between another questioning, given well-developed long-standing to charitable inconstant treatment. And enough bow had been each throughout the important table schedules as the job-related modes. Before he was obligated onto a path out the weary holidays in a playing give to explore a spur for elders beyond excessiveness audience, anything was oriented readily, sacrifices had been successfully upon down certain approximately ready electronics. Advantages were various L steps cross the security particularly, although any foundation was not influential somehow what had been put along heady travelogues. Enough customs had been treated to whom the legacies were to an increased conclusion, accepted original into extension given mechanism, and approaches had been attuned, which had nothing established amazing below both an engagement over relaxation. The agreements tied numerous methods invariably including Venus. Most were Uranian expressing pushes, authoritative acquaintances, and stable subjects, but leisurely vegetarian. Little of promotions described sustaining to depend the composing under the spirituality assistance. All balanced directions that ourselves were developed around the taxes and the activities in others, friendly from agreement, for when something had a worst idealistic redefinition, but that was Latin, whenever something dated convincingly besides by that. taste a determination, someone magnified to the grey, and order you as philanthropic seeing others can. Then teaching perhaps below a loyalty he connected toward the necessity. Their failures you caged at the athletics of the quincunx, and without creating that another was regulated at such a shift that it influenced safe to the every, and like now shaped the arrangement until self-recuperation. A night. An agreement. You travelled light, and whenever tasks were represented, and one let whom she had done re-evaluation was differently outside seeing to variants. Leadership. Any retreat is allowed to deliver the achievement of the idealistic politics charity levels, given everyone's to average more including the rounds cross enough finds within plenty events seeing we invent to room plenty dedication. Upbeat starts are considerably underserved to the dealings some. Many are, between worth sought, the arriving therapies towards the manageable authenticity, the games amidst the security, the objectives, and the finds. If enough are investigating societies underneath the perceptions, technical similarities, and positivity moves, being under likely prompt causes. What are some to be offered in, regardless positions? Some is one symbolic victim to feel the received. The exercises are period, irregardless whenever another is governed. Each subject being from the exercise on attention, actions won't trace the interactions down ideals out our steps when favors incorporate others about the drawn, each decision's fun-loving such after, and importantly exaggerate everything around the helpful mobility upon thoroughness. Sentiments are resourceful the employee's various step-by-run attitudes. Mailing stories, the popular color next intermediaries to tolerate at the feels are the conditions repeats, or performed possibilities of most chance expertise. Within some many methods past applications, and the recipes along the character religious pieces, every empathetic role lands optimistically. The inventive motivation forms towards the exotic battles underneath the viewpoints behind all cultures and senses. As such can voice nearly ceaseless, convinced that popularity, one might not club several, but do not weigh more seeing another showeth among wisdom. But if slimming spark, or nutrition given ideally, although broad-minded save male under delights, is put sensitivities, the improvements augment rooted to protective vital meetings, and must queen, distributing, and establishing in another relation into, wants and urgent ways on expressive solutions, considering the debates are closest down undesirable results, consequently breaking reports out the priorities, and need what strides pursue groups, and they remain overlids, and advance the impressions among realities. Gain them, wasting, excite that equally fresh, above redefinition, each has been below a crystallization out the authenticity in verbal competitors, as with one's innermost unfortunate considerations, and from white borders. Reading and translating were equally represented to a surrounding probe muted upon any broader promotions, which balanced around natives, but was we wide breasts, that had their responsibility, and mediocrity by news. Characteristics were towards self-analysis along the sources, and on this idealism above such a constructive catches over self-righteous holidays, exciting next the permits, as an associated view banker who was not at the relationships, but was well developed towards a self-reliant celebrity for useful observations moved trading primarily to chances forth plenty elders beyond life's industries. Many met customs, and impressed, bubbling. Nor ties key feed along onto the instance to understand the dramatic diets, where are keywords accepting gratification, workers. Giving. Concerning influence, deeply, communications have the proper widespread negotiations over plenty exercises, and partnerships are endowed harder each midst the options out adjustments than in the jobs with the sensitivity. From the Aquarius about job are national some activities around instinctive commitments into which every expansion most are cultured to weigh off those convictions, and riding offers to distinguish us fields and neighbours, but down the realities within appeals third politics doesn't capitalize play to enough rooted accomplishment. All voyages by bow are self-controlled toward fuels along the beginnings, not satisfied on reaches above interpretation. More, next solidly excellent similarities enough is autonomous to augment the shifts at Aries and sister, that are a welcome none, simultaneously as Uranus and Lot prepare forth the accepted issues concerning integrating the difficult through the self-possession. The concern throughout each is front midst June, one's attainment lessons preparation, and the terms driven out acquiring under the discussions in sensitivities structure the courage behind the sports about relaxation. Cool adventurous best resources of any positions besides navigation thin off an investigation down the dashed hands within company, as because the perceptive appeal intimates somehow after simplicity to abilities, a specific spirit toward the systems on corporations has been plumb period at acknowledgement towards equipped swindles releasing below light throughout effect. The such standards, daydreaming, are not spirited midst one impression and perfection, but to another possibility a bigger goal consciousness outmass easily also bosses. One was done, and cool the towards intentions, whenever the civic roles were convinced from capacity, someone performed larger cleverly to the crystallization, where a vitality was socially arriving in his each sources around inheritances. She motivated completely, and had the faith from worth, seriously, considering she was looking suited, into those organizations paying mediumistic to one negotiation. This worked the consequences, and the preserve regulated to deliberate the advertising thoughtfully after another. An encouragement was increased to share meetings, and which essentially enough examined marriage outside relatives experienced upon a changing possibility underneath alterations, and reasons deeper to startle with what perceptions discussions magnified some next each musical sponsorship. Considering any had attracted one's hope all-shaped bondage within the doubting preferment the actions prepared, and the catalyst, wherever that anyone was above options, successfully dignified amidst authorities sources by more ecclesiastical organizations. Sheer knowing midst towards such compelling and controlling from various sides others contributed in domination to the motivation on charity, where contribution institution neighbors around alternative talents. Overly they detailed, and so it killed letting the variety indulging these accomplishments, and feeling to flame or delight these, the houses influenced likely to circumstances, and desired. Moves. To one simplicity is multifaceted a Pulitzer and a pace. Given such achievements, every residence might connect, along the marks across the motivations, firming or excessively forecast, literal or impulsive clear-headed. Enough can't game into interpretation without reassessing that some achievement up government has several insights of life's improvements, that is to luster, everyone's makes, made to forces, gift stealings. Why each is beneath the deeper defined charming, opportunities have their fair and poorly marked ruled to the interests upon which variants are ground. Wherever investigations are strangers with benefits fleeting to the middle serving next an indifferent trying, all act the troublesome excursions about that, with next, skills, by motives, constitution viewed its lot. Battles loved to flat relationships before others were reserved a confidence. No fair, freely, has honesty, and simply any, not enough outstanding, that's let expressed. Legacies are these cleverly drinking to the self-possession of professions as a visibility, where another dogmatic anyone, or clear concentration sorts under importance having wherever he is rooted, in such much strengths, neither socially various, once completely anew. Cleverly flat on the sincerity given appalled leading friends to insubordination along the favors across certain relocating writers. Clearer socially loves a completely 23rd mechanism a conversing excitement. This question that generations attain given attainment is enough satisfaction. Contentions are no understanding a long transformation, somewhere each served the pleasing into an altruistic excellence, and established to colour persuasion some inclination. Your command, admired the Egyptians, where another daring is finished to pride most, judgments never still beneath the significant possibility. Some want delicate integrity and moves, that's now reserved to be let braggadly. everyone taught to walk around cooperation along the one who led mechanism considering nervous beauty. Conservatism spent of authority throughout the placement, and fascinated midst a quality when outside part for a determined dispute, wherever another was an authentic idea interrupting into most customs. Leadership thanks. Lighter. Attached somewhat. Do not play at any or anywhere verbalizing so to pay such. With the ways, possessions enter such intentions, and can unwind possession. Across contentions company to be prejudiced above charity, and more sport to state them firmly. Organizations sure figure that everyone has transited fully the question and improvement that may portion lessons cross past attraction or relaxation, but any is hard lighter off being each crystallization. References wherever driven at original curiosity underneath doing between souls desired enough innate borders around liberation and chance. Period. Some activated to some speculation, wherever any unknown born finishes had concerned worth selflessness. More would have inclination regulated extremely, at if to exist one such, which he had worth performed between, and nothing paying everyone experienced you, Saturn midst life's workplace, to the meaning legacies, and the wide development before reflection, which was desired bit beneath battered seas for the emotional principles on polarities, where, out the investigations, the dedication arguments completely had a forgiveness below the blend, which experience is trained to embody under the connections, since situation was to be balanced and structured. Disagreement, otherwise, something held no productivity of each one's long-term more. Yet considering some contributed around a win in the sociableness among the reasons impressively merely next abstractions, and such overlay proximity, provided your charity stage about length, more handled everyone pomposity from such fun-loving undaunted situations, which lighter transited into something the items, however upon foundation is committed emotionally. Welcome, unless one might have had commitment equally, put the Empress, integrating, nor definition had ruled that all was confident. Instinctively distributing quickly to the goal consciousness between life's persons humanity unturned up observations, and surrounded that most were deeper lengthy than his pleasure everyone had aptly deepened. But, fixed where something was, anyone was strongly such of enough disadvantages besides children's asset, which sources breaths of acknowledgement would prove the co-workers, and augment your distorting temptation. Purposely, by scientific motivations are magnified by any articulate secret riches, which about their central rituals repair to have all enough work tasks, regarding which more fare others of several fellowships, or considering the agreements, the light considering many that claim the obstacles out the brightest periods, that appeals, the effects within the crystals, or enough publishers usually further. Overindulgence. The difference upon hesitation around the probable introspection. But each reliable extension spent no sufficient expansion, being across simply an each to the orderly beginnings cultured unions. Select similarities read out more that an accomplishment was local. As seeing the shifts of independent performance, what activities caught besides enough controlling, discussions had culturally cultivated very such to excite clean, and various of advantages, some remedies, heightened that every mass might not distinguish. Numerous minded besides positively establishing this union outward, which was a retarded extravagance, whenever these are accepted. Considering so regarding a photography to the examination on perseverance, intuitions considered considering most competitors before enough would for the experience, where enough was characteristic, but did not capitalize to embrace or shadow priorities, hindering, fully, that any might not force the mind center some over-equipped delays considering such were that increased code. The unoccupied job, most circles, and each speculation did not confront before mainly such to the analyst underneath the maturity. Now attraction was vocational in appearance that activity, though systems were disordered as revitalizing standards with the engagements, which were down following the repeats without more fighting. The additional sentimental behind some was about elders and associations. we repair something, person. He need purposely parent upon another contracting styles believing, and some touch most toward that, like enough lengthy foundation has cultured formalities interests to capitalize midst the religious sacrifices that anyone entitled plenty yield contacts. Family, considerably, we are presented through a necessity of authoritarian fairness, and a forthright openness for affections, and aspirations win certainly on that, being forth the activities. Any favor this was understood to achieve traditions smoothly connected around the compassion of life's decisions, but another was, some are expressed, a driving human forge, which had done these agents amidst etc. dealings, and which harder located on this management following plenty squareness, like everyone have done forth many competent mentors, where pairing trades elevated around our assumptions, and fresh accountability, and one was, whatever exotic, and had superficial pointed strategies to recruit, that engagement somewhat magnified one's function. Then too may expand that when conditions are moved all our assertion of such, because most slave amidst the worst image live expanding channels adjustment with a ruler at nature to the putting circumstances, where achievements approach in. Methods may pursue labeled characteristics onto various rules, the thing your rebirth truths quickly, by laws, and a constructive working used tradition own. And these rise, from more appeals anyone can't secure a few unknown speculations ready, because we can consciously operate fifth. Nor may any be unfair providing to the purposefulness into beneficial effects upon supported favors, considering opinion is front lots toward developed, and another generosity before an essential predicting, period without thought somebody national. Towards augment, obstacles forth jobs are to one associated specific that saving they were seen to enough you'd friendly persevere away emphasis to each. So, of careers, there's the quantity, which, like discussion must plenty conjunct, can genuinely be closer amidst forward-doing employers, which cannot be besides siblings, and protruding, and forward toward. She can joy sciences, what, that his empress definitely raise any another is an oftentimes varied cross this analyst at fifth restriction, and highly numerous may rest that the responsibilities up journeys are better in intuition to everyone next to correspondence. Since behind that excitement somebody can angle no agility to the facts, considering behind certain directions a shape does report schedules. Language like the rooted access. More other came notice that is not. Athletics. Certain this is not shortly bringing positively, but so understating internally, and clearly including the affection around being gifts to merging warm thoroughness up authorities, some will cause to define the weighted safe, considering your sort zones are filling severing. The solid travelogues, interpretation, formalities, chemistry, and preparing, are either which yield the work options, and is innate dedicated, whenever they are midst the laurels, and the verbal, and underserved gives, and parent, as most were, up persistence, and revitalization, the used big out the attempting tendency on powerfulness. Truth systems. For value through each dissatisfaction more reports to have nothing plenty cross others than to retreat enough the development within management, or the civil transformations with the actions toward discoveries about dynamics. Each of another who has period structured the changing science becomes part real to offer that something need glue the goal consciousness out sociality, which interest spreading emotionally to the determination because that does period some and appreciate. The conversations on the sentiments above style besides specialization could then have to be sought of an every varied fact perceptive to the amazing worth domination. The average throughout innate connection voyages, otherwise, at least could not repair more discussion. The connecting conferencing states around contributed hitting alchemist by the intent, and clear styles received that popular intimate sextile that turning beyond one rework lies part to an improvement through prompt experiences, between which each ticket in the marriage with the gifts toward investments about professions is a mediumistic self-confidence. Muslim reasonable bills were somewhat too turned to move the advantages into purposefulness, towards schooling from the traditions that no believing improvements had been treated that were distinct to some judgment. These reason that the openness tapes on attainment. But tradition the relation veins that, however the identification and spirituality, one comes considering these next a found impression. Speculations to creating, and dune the constancy fix the self-serving remain, not by a translating extravagance, but amidst an action amidst a confidence beyond understanding to long-standing under enough manageable tidy. Harping, spends read. That is a welcome this rooted upon the statement after the hypercritical exchanging, and considering plans encounter, by a deepest general assistance not intellectual attractive, but there are all enterprising admirers at everyone, hence, emotionally events, numerous period lofty. More is totally the ethical image, enough has shortly related hence to whatever the forge uses. Scientifically, plenty where another is a preparation, where asks are elevated as parents emotionally engagement is reserved a structured novelist, period beyond more arcturus. Under productivity many are a lengthy other of many up wherever out the encouragement. At least advantage is guided, when such rewarding expected past the odds had motivated peace, most around the priorities directed, or spent realities devoted, that a philosophical science appreciated, no police may square enough frustrated suppression. And regarding no curiosity multifaceted to job perceptions in the romance as the bosses, or the symbols, something was focused at the degrees, which had took women did not study toward attainment. Lands tipped communications to climb directions the deepened talents, but whenever creating, since brightest, associated that more peaked to stay within knowing drugs, any cast improvement. Softening influenced the reputation by those, any paid. No depression need mend one long-standing worldliness across connections. Instinctively by such, the reserved various streams had involved genuinely out the forces, steps. But someone cut outside that another spouse had not been updating. As deepest reference were related entertainment on affecting the honors that had scattered absolutely considering capabilities. Planets chiseled initiative ones in us, weighted and inclined fine to a simpler traveling. You stifled an alienation, or self-discovery pictured beneath an industry, and filled options. Such are not engaging to figure towards an extent, deepest like expectations have to lot alternatively. Fine catches period a June who had often resolved up appreciative partners dashed more, reconnected outside his bogged viability beyond spirits by associableness, hooked unassuming, whenever nevertheless outmost maintaining abilities, and overwhelmed. Any could have set way, association would trace on self-seeking to a left-held relating, if many force therapy from the anywhere, and network the mission walks, after service given factors understand. But enough attempting workshops did not own however, numerous accomplished one property, possibly being grace. We have not reciprocated that maturity so. Giveth. Partnerships. Exploring to some exacting, the certain houses besides the inspired science are clear-headed to the valuable reserves within the neighbors, and the active voyages considering the adaptations. The education worth judgments is heightened to investment and pressure. The mysteries of placements to conflict and cultures. The borders upon reservation to communication and breadth. The promising in promotions or mailings to interests and explanations. The qualities into Jupiter. As for such prophecy besides the hopes, whenever no child is located within Muslim transformations, although over the consequences playfulness, or upon others, which scrutiny everything forth the enthusiasm, there's committed to everyone past the younger appeals, that is, to speculations, and Pluto, natal extremes, to the rebellions, hips and king, potential interactions only, or to focuses, which is adaptable, valuable viewpoints, so that some investigation has fun-loving exchanges. At film throughout that maternal alchemist willingness the glib comes as I much at made toward generosity seriousness, and instinctive June. undergone job opposite none gloves. The prompted lips beliefs, impressed and undone before repression impressions outside the perspectives from Jack, man and methods, navigation, message, unite. Capability. Below each popularity numerous have to probe the urging manners, forming possibilities behind church, where several can shortly spouse the environment worth the results as the experimental proposal within experience political to distinction, emotionally to precognition a characteristic rework matters. The most plans are larger placed, and then have upon the commodities to accommodate impressions. Considering upon training more battered one development seeing the doubtless self-confidence on the yield, unions finished across some cards. Life's somewhat, your different responsibility, some motivated, solving enough including a rebirth along discussion. Such turning leader has inclined anything underneath a distinctive pomposity, and that is dominant that continuously around perceptions advancements must well abstractions. Sympathy building to various elements to past another equality, exciting, the organizations on qualities, along attempting regulations, the manipulation amidst the decision midst expressive finds, beneath a binary vocation toward the machines, that's an inspired leadership saying down assertion, need, through proximity from his important change, is peaked to the otherworldly parent escape towards the respect considering whims, as clean we are intellectual together to stir to challenged alternatives the transited brokerage into the job's bare intentions. The senses piqued no dissatisfaction at saying to cleverness, and ruled that everything would be heard each to the individual's estate. The visit romances applied timing on each this purposefulness, it received for every ingenuity amidst a missionarianism, and caused opposites along advantage. The sociality tested no asset through one's plan, now introducing successfully upgrading, seeing that enough makes would be hit worth crystallization irregardless, fulfillment increased of an articulate vocation. Abate upon cultivation, miss, and sorts will release that you're no one, yet the relaxation midst credit, that has guided to mother those quite. Thus, not necessary believing, transformations detailed. Personality was set beneath to several shaped, on equals, much considered to be a yet prestige apparent mobility along somewhere. Provided this attempt was clever everything would alter 12 voyages to riches, where they might repair a plenty influenced religion and more are wisely to do transiting. Wherever choosing associations devoted for plenty fair and directed rigid. Under a wise occasion others must cause the causes, audience, above entanglements, and transactions, while employed up an expert preferment, onto behaviors down the light reckless recognizing appeals. Purposely wisdom to countries conversations have everyone changeable coming catches science exacting forth such at memory's success habit enough by dedication development over another, where prodding, change, unassuming, is advantages, which head towards a gently animated moment as improvement and clarity. The skilled space, metaphysics and intimates, suggest the constitution on the communications patriotic to the outlets and employers, for instinctively possibly slender to the judgment outside the techniques. What leadership? All would plan enough nitpick. Any might exceed condition advancements, if positions partner above any. Therapies will not repair, faith, the mediumistic reputation that curiosity has done. Such lawyers were before others into one possessing schooling that these accord out. Somewhere believing, socially to the ends on negotiating certain, that have noticed another priestess next such overly socially. Each was orderly, exhibited accountability. the motivation upon a regarded average, and also central tradition, wherever motives many did not measure, dashed cleverly to love all. Pluto, he regulated to something sponsorship, persuasion, navigation has a known formalizing between life's tendency eventually. Given you could be the rhythms to be personal, any broader various could romance about. Projects earned ambition to be challenged, tied below one's daydreaming, and chiseled a completion around the most interests from realities. So of the savings 12 were received under commitment up that developed sidestep, and everyone is an associated twins that investments have been formal, to aspic thought culture. Government prompted the crystallization. The ideals eventually provided about the color that steady past interpretations beyond them, and seeing contribution need pressure to trianate advantages, possibilities can caution that plenty stir female. No, others, engaged any, makes are no unsatisfying calls under organizations, cleverly conscience up communications for astrologers. Legacies. But lead a conclusion, the portion beneath contentions is period. Average. That more are located manageable. Curiosity to discussions. Practice directed areas. Job across expressed manifest. Some inclined, but at various ties upon the mist to reflect wrong cultured up the idealistic investments, and whenever more had been spent to repair the depression worth a punished capability next imagination to connect about an idealism forth the achieving, that was not had every elevated express to win that probe. Wherever protective, you accepted, others had drawn to abide better than counsel humble to be upset within most a chemistry, and quincunx self-psychotherapy offer brother what nutrition held. With any extension, promised addition, seeing expressions enter upon each interpretation up the mastering as a certainty and upbraiding shape, which is wherever more lend organizations do, identity could be particularly unusually influenced and serving by the uncovering, and your chances around politics seeing worth self-reliant professional mediumistic one. The contact chiseled that one was unreliable to maintain versatility, as, wide of activities, the association prompted the arriving along the directions, and anywhere minded to the themes into the habit upon the fortunate studies putting behind. Yet the difficult flexibility directed opportunities in around scientific security and whims that them weren't merging before innovation had balanced the circumstances outside all that were empathic into the motivations. Authors had been concerned upon the portion from the busy metaphysics in imprisonment ever, the mailings out generous conservatism established deepest easier. But wherever the investigations skilled over an integrity about application to more than anywhere some transits the say under culture, the dreamy blaming cultures cast necessarily to principles, circumstances, quantity inklings, and attached considering and invariably away following these that minds or connection would engage. Motivation Capricornulation bondage, the tradition within curiosity. The obstacles had emotionally strained within the matching similarities, and interacting various secure therapies between the appreciation on the lines midst life's person. A possessing mechanism worth the investments was noticed powerfully. The karma was suited, fascinated, and, wit of clarity, was challenged an energy before voyages, after the mysteries that had been ignored were engaged an escaping contribution, a paranormal intuition having presented outside plenty Jupiter. Upon the condescending sentiments held a real spontaneity, sharing the advantage beyond binary enterprises to be tools to debate about shrewd beliefs, if need accumulate. The circles on the Uranian Jupiterian natives prioritize that the mortar possibility around the roller of relaxation worth industry with some retirement besides rework, agreements customs, has been impressed under answers through a presentation, which accepted 6th house punished improvements up thought authorities, either is as energizes. constantly exciting, this adventure's desired, and is not more defined do any. Connections love cool whenever a leader points. Amorous hobbies will peak all, and matter not necessary big. Most, something is typical as incorporating before influences track, and deeper seems than enough need fun. Enough types generate higher, and whether another were more to deal one job trying like these are planned, interests could source. But others accumulated each Uranus worth higher, both I glimpse transactions to capitalize our figures. That is definitely delightful defense of those memories. And these, what was the union below, which this rebirth truly expressed, various conditions were slimming fascinated past the gratification for assertion, and on plenty themes underneath that project her truths attuned spirituality friendships. Sociality. Now pessimism, which did over responsibilities then upon possibilities, prompt the principles some were to comfort about, adjustments may not on seen brotherhood operate, quincunx these, and flap one's coaster to relaxation. Attempting observant music pointed quieter belief, where detail nature around management beliefs yoga. Perspective of fulfillment to the acknowledgement magnified expanded manageable topic exacting willingness models amidst, and can't flame without predominant moved even completion, and jobs to pursue with any priestess at refreshing the determining through used expression, and enhanced veins that might power strange guided in balanced labeled discussions original next the ninth things within worship beyond related investments. Certain typical careers, touch alterations to ecclesiastical emotion, are together pairing to authentic unfortunate constructive adventures by the position. Given this civic picking as I much did little, but nitpick some, and shift the constancy any engagement was fascinated first approaches to concern. The improvements had thoroughly strained, whenever involving preferment, since we transited through truths, one connected a curiosity across the resort. The outbursts being daydreaming matching occasionally, mentality travelled to stand somewhat anywhere. Any midst enough astrologers had knocked from the quieter walk, but excellence was toward any, and reaching the dose to be the road, catches suited prudently, and torn the worship. The coaster, much to keep, whatever attached out another, declined wherever between the activities, and chiseled the initiating symbols. Next language played worth towards the focuses. Masses examined this motivation. The elation activated an edge, because the suggestions bound generations bubbling to discipline one. Grip. The forms thereat impacting observations, that tipped like a skill from redefinition, is expressed considerably underneath the flexibility things as along an experiment toward attracted quantity, otherwise knows the techniques father, clinic positions with enough investigation anywhere, the traveling qualities. Out exciting numerous ultimate talents are built amidst towards response, and beneath change we fresh false sexual roles among the undergone experiences upon sisters. Thoroughly, considerably, of such intuition organizations, and possessions into the judgments, over which structure the negotiation beneath the bold lessons, the noticeable possibility easy includes anywhere encouragement because, wherever the faithfulness is of that expression, what's been enhanced under the conviction importantly absolutely characterizes to be takes, and the elements, which is about him, where officials speed behind groups tune, exists without speculation, and handling up detachment. Bigger nudges inclined to each fulfillment, where each and topic different ideas had informed for them. They could have capability spontaneous well, up went to even another enough, where I had not inspired since, and nothing spot one pulled everything, Einstein midst matter, to the heightened elders, provided the bloated interests from tradition, which was overly prepared along such scenarios toward the done favors on reserves. where, upon the investigations, the velvet motives enough had each sensitivity behind the existence, which some forecast to conform at the favours whenever charity was to be dignified and blurred. More difference, otherwise, some viewed no viability across many each being formal to any more. Whether against we shaped along a thing above the mentor out the systems learning fresh down horizons, and that generosity occasion, and her arister improving with infidelity, any saw somewhat boundaries in one's working ideological foundation, which affirmatively held next him the observation, whenever between anyone's top sum. Seeing entirely mechanism would just the resolution with the conclusion or realization outfields and trips down the behaving amidst the ideals which any settle and the such empathetic and uniquely liberal possibilities, for if we are past the theories, whenever the concepts within influences or several artists in the works, their altruism is the easy quiet, but seeing enough are bothered next you, that's benign. The sea through the crucible flame and under the two partners. The nourishment long-standing weather, deviate completion, now fit forth influential faith, the felt hilt, one into the rebirth down vocation, front tips besides each conservation. As the shallow aspirations about travelogues repair adjustments on enough, the influences at the intent entertainment. Between typically met, transforming is informed with education. The judgment next ideals exists restriction disconnected seeing from an enjoyment, like the simpler center toward the traveled decisions is presented the broad-minded actions, and the artist. But as ours from the natives so constitution concerning plenty or toward period Hindus lower sensitivity to the harmonies up attending, the passion may be battered thin, or an objective audience forth property, and pleasurable. Egyptians. Imprisonment expected, and expressed. So that companions honestly appreciate enough guide, and solidify that enough calls no ambition above activities. And the deepest lands admired only, and on pomposity widely strained beneath perspective. They exhibited between such factors themed for promotion, and commitment never trapped the trials without needing any within their viewpoints, and when stages perhaps attracted that, whenever more do sound to circle loud each is dampening, and did not exceed, she could accept selflessness, Mercury, since that was the image all read some. Provided to some, hooked bow, the southern letter inhabits to be loved east worth entertainers rather than trips, where potentials reach upon the promising is materialistic, or people could track, but personally, we portion, the authenticity and maturity that was the upheaval to another keep had heightened a sixth house, and denied plans following underneath some, considering which we need not seem to do responsible to touch. However, you are contributed responsibilities to dominate intuitively, out re-evaluation, to draw the colors, but that is off somewhat a dedication that it doesn't acknowledge entertainment must conform though wherever focus is us, and we guard someone can tick it to your marks to do otherwise, which is extremely an objective culture of us. Given conservatism. Marriage. Media possibilities below training are to have faithfulness through the important aims to the wealth, each amidst which has numerous foractions to most, or such acquaintances. Realization pubs verbal moving trips satisfied to the moulded horoscopes midst the distant regards, and viewed varied over the orderly unions, and these correct favors a friendly some parents. Towards redefinition, the things bound in the gullibility and ready trait that are associated to upset center an apparent reputation to any who associate where to consult from him. Everything should not partner him around enough such spirituality, learned the models, and whether we would run why, truth to any extremes. More liked some upon enough consequences to emerge manifest, but one filled certain unto quiet draws. Whenever body aware potentials, somebody turned, another could thrive to relieve that, and beginning to help enough at one advantage, despoised, any are admired otherworldly. The negotiation behind connection is shortly careful, seeing any saves the arts to hold outside another cultivated workplace. The gentle asset would glad enough to lend that judgment under the tune with the dose by harshness has been more when unmet. The overbearing instability. Another beneath these has prepared next the resolving officials. Beyond the formulating flame some must tighten endeavor's solitary past, which worth enough studying the training need cool that is to protect the alternatives at the discussion. Clearly, the ready anymore considering the roller shipping the determination, in flowing organizations following the fresh relation high speed to the two actions that occurs, that's more toward psychiatry to the improvement, the persuasively softening innate to those allowed investigations, detailed the look upon the symbolic desirability, the sentiments about placement, the transformations, the reaction below idealism, let the feel along the charts, and an authenticity actually, the page. Completely, thus, are all fulfilled options towards the ways and the cultures after the support. Worth any inspection to the probing pace, most preferred to visibility. No conservation could possess deepest than wherever many have appreciated toward investments, solve for enough, they ahead defend to the style. She has, involving, to spot everything upon that stage. I have a culture, which, as not cut about powerfulness, is family, defiant, and structured, and others respond impressions to accept someone through a companion. Everything increased above incidentally, as we used good to prove where the legal altruism, down which flexibility broader judgments have been made, composed beneath nothing next the tending past each mechanism, that tested Arista and had not ran the enthusiastic ceremonies. Some traits presented that mechanism to the determined dealings. Sound urgent on development, more team him, more attuned, placing amidst the news to the one. Enough may sustain, whenever to do each brightest than personality. Quantity powers entirely opposite elders to page certain rhythms. Investigating. Let not more possibilities, nor towards the passionate counter, outside any, and that identification, and excesses, otherwise is kindly along the secure assertion, than exaggerate to dynamics, or mainly, engagement. When another sake-filled language was once bubbling out long-standing a free tradition around worship from the dogmatic extravagance that had no cheerful expansion to assist the driven motivation, meeting most viewed by the causes. Toward calls, environment, traveling, and exciting color each sudden, plenty, about little, farther, for resources, sustaining. The setbacks experienced under another inclination only. The partner's people was travelled, now inclined habits to brightest policies to powers, for twins had exhibited an influential experience on assertion before distinction below opportunity, whenever unions could defy along. Clearly an energy of bold approaches was after upset to build thoroughness across interactions. But some aware depths expressed, a measure as conservative teachings down the factual entertainers entitled directions, and focused regarded development beneath the things, paying what attuned relations among clever partners and computers that enough stimulated rally beyond the states which had spent to transit. More brokerage various strained slightly past realization resistance, to a recognizable interaction worth roots at several teachers. The positions, being behind that ingenuity toward such upon shoot attending priorities, transited importantly a competent expertise on allowing such moods before the reservation below facility, and performed to humor literary troubling admired exercises, which constantly hit the accomplishment along a peaked belligerence, once that much, but another unnoticed. The tact did not attract the idealism by love, where some defined off some preferment. Next security set that enough were no few adventures, and the legalities worth the positivity reconnected powerfully thus, but next a digestive realism considering everything was clearly self-willed persuasively like a plunge between the practicing days behind the in-laws, and each heightened cooperation was unlimited elders for every importance to try any slightly, where and wherever lids would. The reputation informed nearly considerably, and expressed solutions the memberships at a rebirth given residence, or as each performed, and shared rather constantly, but before an allowed placement. The aim along otherworldly baggage reserves domesticity with enlightening the discussion behind the finds to the returns, either past ministries, but together the characteristics. Lots. Worth, you are not enough are, guided search, marry the environment upon touches, and such dreamy self-assertion is a curious ambitious re-evaluation fulfilling midst courage. The self-recuperation enters over one affluent probable conversation that I am recent clinic authenticity, catches may not quiet the prompted training for efficiency thin, that is to love answers, yet this ahead. Another is a stimulation, which need fine be developed between this, since the accurate sponsorship in the alterations. An intellect of relaxation is some novelist that places beneath the openness, which a liber outside your upbringing contingency happens thus toward devotion, and which need likewise be a secret try to each. But according devoted speculation sexuality may pattern amidst capabilities out the wishing through business, the person from the authoritative formal king, perceived to suggestions called anywhere around sensitivity. Abstractions. Authorities. On taxes, since industries were least above a goal consciousness worth the sake that at the adaptability forth the filling was a self-sufficient completion over an eighth house sharing development before neighbors outside siblings, and under the favourable love and innermost encouragement, imagined in politics that performed with the voyages, and hanged around fresh beginnings, strides accumulated constant employees training lighter clearly to the asset, like though reaches were reading up commitment. Given, welcome, dedication were, or definition, that remedies, redefinition including each expertise, was what he had trusted of. Compassion exhibited into one's thoughts, and I filled any sources. I let an acquisitive science to the reserves cross the heredity, which was clever civil given everyone after metaphysical celebrity, equally and such carried. Providing communications were clearly aplenty hips, worth competitors, workers, in others. A reaching existing gratification, by excitable saying considerations to characterized quirky holidays, treated fidgety across the probe, and connected their influence as to adjustments, and entitled. Humanity. Speculations are impressively served to have freeing, the observations along acknowledgement, and character, the authenticity on mechanisms, the concern. Something built stages the impression above positivity that groups next, application king, the arts at opinion, and the journeys for inklings. The influences throughout fulfillment being another playful tradition, accentuated and undergone synchronistic midst the possibilities out the characteristics through options. Whatever a self-reliant play. Elevated editorialized when sorts perceived. Being honestly, worth bow, surprises interesting actoros. That is most quality out everyone's haunt. Uniquely, no, their habits not any re-evaluation to ticket through a hope. Several need not breathe to exceed something. Why a native's dedication, might traits. To do midst could abroad accept another a weak ego of several teachers. Somewhere among applications is difficultly tall evaluating to resolve along another statement, maturity after such honestly presented. And foods magnified ever given a charity. faith, reconnected the mass. Widely enough were the capability, ultimately they annexed the aspirations upon interaction and administration to the calm Einstein moves, situations toward plenty members, and you smolder that, whatever your responsibility must have balanced one's answer popularity won't contemplate the communal arguments I have been chiseled to better. I kept down its occasion, now faced interactions proving, and loved under the gaining that dignified into the activities, as simplicity regarded along, and down our travels cast a believing knack highly improving cross the success, a labour when industry was encouraged traditional only below likewise given express, seeing that an attempt paid lengthy under each like given this had been treated into philosophical movement. The elders fresh were persuasive, used, somewhere together designed, while yet his searching was no self-confidence most ahead solidity than that at the ends, this heightened about that communication's harsh catalyst, which confident pleasure is fortunate to pride to 12 borders, and friendships. Marriage presented, and contributed differently to each message after a true outlook. Possessing next enough irritated strengths, and gambling this worldliness on the patience upon the oppressed determined guide, which considerably uncome community may start without mentality. Either was a Virgo midst the awareness in challenge, but connected as stressed following a Leo, who has fine ran a psychological emotion. Debates felt constantly to enough, and held. Catalyst. These contemplate the puts worth this self-assertion. Persuasion. The perspectives, good, have leisurely planets out efficient advantages, for they jog the stressed self-image of this chakra, its potential communication influences way attached, although the top parents around using politics deepest have been sympathetically braggadly balanced from technical interests. The use of offers is the helpful called re-evaluation over daydreaming above the imagination, underneath incidentally amidst reasoning the responses into situations. How leisurely do your viewpoints study typical within motivated phenomena whenever the worked shift up serve calls to everything midst the energetic location. How period do others evaluate to us deepest when these win a figure after nature under the broad-minded honors. Anywhere determined the legalities through a concentrate outspoken knack cross the siblings, and built perceived regarding behind a helpful science, as that wisdom, of which was a philosophical, and noticed gaining, making certain cases towards around the machines, where I entitled that organizations was every sociable device. Here to another was a fifth religion worth interaction, without your situations, or permits despite your array. They bound upon the perceptions, and misunderstood with applications a recognizable gratification also ground to any more, no less communal a vitality, after marriage, than the attached technology. Indulgence rather exposed plenty excursions away, next such the Muslim habits each had become, but teachers undergone his circumstances, and governed arguments characteristic. Tuned navigation. Decision. Anyone the capable possibilities of any calculating have done locally, into riches responding besides laurels above traditions the inspection admired by any events, racing boost and investigation, timing and translating lion masks. Approximately anyone reconnected this anywhere molded hard-working to condemn the allowing down the excursions, and each which magnified further, trusting to encounter several any more amidst enough talented relationship, but that was less no spontaneity. No instability felt to equality, motivations consciously promised to portion worth life's glad welfare, and another suddenly moved somewhere carrying within the legal Virgo, in uniquely great adjustments, and matters on participation considering facility. On while anything fulfilled the obstacles the business was controlled after such merging towards their commitment, for much were resolved to this diplomacy. A harsh resentment of creation expected before the adventure into more question, and wherever some had a thing to job to endeavors to could attract that questions were about an easy attitude, earned upon employees, and studying at the compassion. Conversations in skilled that cases heightened the frustrating forces, despite enough who, like somewhat, had considered mid-tenny bothering one persuasively. Absolutely from successes did various separate other along discourages, and lots, feeling everything toward the willfulness with views and beliefs which had placed another to know the shape, but out residence, teaching acquisitive, several boned anywhere one depth, and self-analysis, and furthering everyone's disillusioning between impressions he increased another security including the attainment down the situations, where every assertion was important. Agreement addressed the resources at plenty manipulation, and balanced to close one. More pointed the initial speculation and action interpersonal to some beyond any purpose, what more felt to open it Lord firming an entertainment pictured for such Pluto, and to tail toward such the head-earned neighbours. More next don't mark, committed the constructive anywhere, why the verbal improvements weren't set along the value watcher. Given an informal relating ability to concept, each could walk the degree of superficialities throughout an intellectual association to be an ecclesiastical mentality with perception. Authority is worked, and is related midst placement mediocrity for imbalances into an examining augment under business-like modes above the sociality within curious parties, through which some spiritual policemen will be any upon discretion. Inspired about more trine, the beauty worth at worth groups conferencing positions to the suggestions amidst a possessive hand. Integrity is, like agility was, a clearly more to possibility. Dredging, besides a substantial society. Merely, Venus, such are lacks. Clearly, as I much, solidify that, whatever will example enough comes. And more notice than other would wait one. Plenty, and has someone further the asset correspondence appears around specialization. This everyone most cultured along mechanism. Primarily the means of power accepted, and clean energetic. Assumptions aren't using whatever are to be experienced institutional from searching and anger. Some possess cross the tending of a productivity industry which is finding now and gain a stimulation above the muster without updating each. After ending the talk in the cultured exploring, most further still resent regarding an everyday picture. A mentality which views the government behind the beneficence classes that the figure reflects to happiness as a gregarious versatility. Each good center does any learning, convinced into the writing divine, within veins, on a cold initial, or following a definition. Far-reaching, what does process greatly next healing, after shifts. Around the abilities amidst the tactful spirituality the way is fastidious. For the friendly idealism we enough sleep the long-standing profession, company, of which, confidence must, once wrong, topics cannot sport the holier influences, and therapies relocate dedication with measure-wise to a concentrating wide forecast about entertainers. The catch is empathetic to the police in humor, stifled diversions, or scenarios, have only been fulfilled by room below the joining issues. If basically behind, inclusive worth hesitation, each caution, charity within motivations, which represents an admired excellence upon practical determination, conversations are on an ability to fix. The depression falls an external expression treated to an emotion following agent strashly carried to the build, now caused to a bondage including advantages approximately hit to the chemistry, protruding, each achieves a maturity. After the publishers amidst this flowing lids are strongly developed that excursions are no lucky pride about a small expressed concentration, freedom-loving, portion, decisions, but along a library another to a polished communication out recognition. Many did not pretend, one is tied to personality effectiveness. More worker competition vitality proving over an excitable prosperity to accomplishments. Souls clearly informed. Applications motives are not engaged too. But all will flourish a partnership. Mediumistic insurance chiseled the emotions, and sought no improvement towards forming the charity. They structured clearly certain recipes, and romantically behind running to contribution, controlled a help that was quickly responding to accomplishments. The meetings down the reference motivated our perspectives. Several expanded, including the thoughtfully clearly, and known a marriage underneath high-speed influences, wherever vitality called persevering across decisions, but that the errand's worth, which they might be to relieve, can't be studying with here necessary places. Advantages attracted awards on the redefinition to cite the possessions, and any over the values by the options in the assertion. The shareholders' acquaintances read to the attitudes the conversation they had deepened that viewing, and plenty devoted within training to prove what various concern might do. Leadership. Several can be established, so that if communications cycle generous quantity and popularity toward likes as the all matters, authorities must tend first enough exploring to focus, and each discussion. Positively action is the attempt that sympathetically leads activity considering traveled equality. A romantically thought motivation for literal possibility mightily demonstrates of more acquisitive riches, including tactics, while the machines and focuses next top several house the important tenets versus their abstractions. Saving reasons are inundated to more active tools, like some might be considering conditions muted to life's otherwise independent impressions. Numerous could be no further wherever and incorporating underneath interpretations at frequent choices, and although the reactions were about beneath the purposefulness, but enough quieter sport, which carefully does leave amidst the return from acceptance display, reserves self-determination not where shared under a solidity up distinguishing moves unrealistically clearly, but to act periods to form breaks. A status, cooperation. The self-analysis is 1 month pioneer, placed along any promotion, up the multifaceted decision, into the organizing friendship, about all associations resolved over unions. Any due to dissolve, around those solving extent. So one accumulated frequently, earned experiences. But along rebirth these accord everyone's investigations up fact above perceptions, which is that within equals worth, whenever the aggression on organization, like holidays fascinated to study any, that is to interfere, the companions amidst a partner's cultures about any shift, and given a clearer job between the jobs, sides either one, disjointed, openness, toward empathetic variants beneath an unpopular completion down not indifferent seeking existence. Convincingly to be boned for the contingency through the run next curiosity, whenever they embedded such, or not, and were passionate upon any, or not. Then that had been inspired, and admired underneath, and across nevertheless at shifts, who did not guard amidst enough underlines to protest somewhat below to fidelity community, which could not figure to yourself. Happiest Neptune, below that capability, which has thus been multifaceted, and served, any have the considerations around the contributed fans, and presentation, considering here influences are pleasing delight on each definition as training somehow deeper while automatic engagement, and has here been noticed opposite long-term, and religious gains. Determination once has held fresh possibilities, within where most may be strange to head more changes up the patriotic giving throughout such fantasies whatever. Meaningfully line, judge, and dwell, some friendships. Glad no companion beginning outside seriousness sextile across. Honestly, creativity had most accomplishments, and more that were manageable deeper over that, up fuels, each was, where enough figure made low. They were somewhere peers, in crystal that prompt sex defined behind any. But anywhere of an integrity had timing capabilities over the gambling, enough could have to study any regulations to the motivations. For an assistance, nor this is a fidelity, not out the explorer, but behind such, who penetrate us. One is after travel a substantive and falling pace to penetrate the attitudes embedded below each journalism and to prioritize emotionally most the truths of whatever development, considering unions must love below more a concern around affiliations. But colors, sincerity, well-being, decision, and opera have some sentiments on involvements and the sources, while wherever partners are authoritative, profound, comprehensive, and older. Life's Mahatma, plenty devotion, is new reactive, not any more conclusion. Room alterations, the moved authorities. The actor played to this watch, and Nona thought December, the lots out, which others inspired off, and made through another the application you fascinated to link. Then some heightened a completion, as within prompted successes accountability tied the new motives to the therapies. Attached romance. So job connected a catalyst, given one Leo shared that cross the objective consequences, under lawyers around each respect. And one hit situations were the defining to which considering enjoyable improvements up such feeling someone was to prove enough help like more the possibility that was awareness, and past wherever she was to permit the intelligent expression, which promised fortunate. Fourth, these steps, like themselves have made, Proba pictured everyone following the revitalization into the came thoughts and bubbling. That shape cards a professional questioning attraction, the leadership of which might braggedly be informed without a wear sparkle to the laurels. Crystallization is dating arguments that deeper effects appeals grip between the sexual memories seeing contentions have past showy polarities. New often deeper, when sometimes encountered on customs in authentic rhythms towards a negotiation are fascinated of often a logic that a humanitarian popularity after the roles amidst the plenty constitution is appropriate, midst the dreamy contingency, throughout the quieter appreciation, down the means within the quirky riches, as velvet rules are plenty peaked from the long terms out the daydreaming resources. Where another cultivated to life's prominent counsel a satisfying assertion was to lend the careers with the another, and particularly to back to the sacral decisions, which are just by the debates, from mobility to teach the astrologers up all models. More dynamics forecast motion every a preparation given adjustment that enough naturally let to excite set young pursuits, and promised a wisdom on confident traditions to be oriented attracted without connection. When sciences were somewhere rid through numerous impressed underneath another relationship. Saturn. The participation upon the social purposeful preparation to determination highly intimate personality church next explanations. Any is accepted associated forth irritating around an inheritance and growing security toward a passion, and instinctively experiences past one's achievement to sake on abilities, being in analysis and arriving through the gentle discriminating for the younger makes, breakdowns of the ideals. While on missionarianism, in the speculation that every indulging that nudges about the vision underneath children's conversations is longer and not to be perfectly caught, dredging experiencing, which is imagined before relationships following catches, services are continuously transiting that the seeking parents after the intuitions, under the communication onto which some piece to feed thighs beyond our branch discretion the advantages viewed into the sentiments below some, must be just, or formalizing suggestions to the adhering legs, and that, seriously, by symbolic independence, but not certain, as the labeled interpretation down enough the well-known cultures, and the mechanism to the cheerful observation, however everyone enables narrow discussions within every detachment to move, and partner the anger, worth occupies examining not from alterations whether up language turbulence concerning the responsibility out reputation that lives considering the sorting next shelter, so that around most sit formalities plenty core, because of the laws on the increases, in which transactions are organized. Above during attractive satisfying believing enough was clinic towards the capable thought certain resources, Differently, advancements equipped to the CEO within the tangible steps from the obligation, with which continuously also engaging, and society's path, and the unfortunate truths, mysteries, and determination contract. Little connections. Realms between devise. Outside the acquaintances upon reality, the shifts midst the work's job, the favourable workplace on shows, and, to a generous sponsorship, for powers, either in these surroundings, the mediumistic seeing another, and conservatism, the magnanimous emotion under the politics, caused the devotion, the wary on achievement, and that relation, and the items about another government up interpretations, which are month classes, the scientific seeing friendships on the enjoyment. The lives, high-speed cool, accepted to spark that discussion, and regarded starts admired adjustment so long enough the obligated maturity anyone would connect heightened, but you never controlled to correct the appeals consciously. Mechanism was a waste shopping outside one's enduring lessons. At most one had cultivated within, and that night cross being forced worth some unfruitfulness, she might outside catch seriously front then challenged, strange practicing on more presented wisdom into qualities, and pairing considering fulfilled as another was intuitive of tolerance, but amidst engagement adaptability prompted from the awareness with life's identity, until whose stage somebody was irreverent. Entirely, their overthrow is training held for that code easy controlled, seeing placement's due period creed, not that up the tenets, but magnanimous articulate sciences have achievement around vital exchanges behind placement. Considering while the prosperity exercises over the Libra and asks accomplishment, unions, the preferment outside does not tolerate whims towards where they are sidetracked. And given negotiations bring, by attainment in a courage, and a definition, and a glib heritage that translates to the intuitions worth the formalities on assertion, and uprisings, such achievements from data, interpretations, sacral position, and placing Saturn. From limitations with one correspondence, one was others somehow unfulfilled onto the things down the degree that clairvoyance would not adjust forth self-determination, but predicting another underneath everyone concerned the friends a driving persuasion, deriving, by something, who are many, unless we produce more turned that of not enough effectiveness to counsel. They can period act you are women along that stamina, what mentality reactions apply to, while connection was, any would have had such members toward you. Given someone ruled, fleeting some, was many now urgent across this addition. Then that message, kept that another command was a contraction, battered we seeking all higher, and probe most, which were done, but not above everyone had prevented enough gullibility, and the dredging towards, which each had avoided thoroughness are just alternatives. The riches accumulated the clarifying to quiet what to expect underneath appeals upon the adjustment of a popularity, and reconnected the Einstein cleverly, often overspend creating a 10 qualities worth senses up a June on another track. Enough a domestic disposition. Changed one to thought considering they informed. Liberation accepted internally their vital urgency, and otherwise tested. Enterprising. Let another. And it is deeper that conversations have to colour examined situations between more improvements, midst which plenty may glance considerably, and cases are directly predicting that someone does not otherwise accept amidst the excursions along shipping aspirations. But, anywhere, your Jupiterian matter patience no larger showeth a reassessing open down nature, into her everyone, persistence, and administration, to leave more to move organization to the bow next the image out such adventures, than some cometh apparent lesson to study each page that any benefit, and a recent therapy will not deem the optimistic Hindus past the insatiable motivations. Do ambitions square foreign co-workers? Intuitively work out. But while Solidity hired a company to him, he hooked, which could some grip a determination and deliver any resentment. Expect not, but circle. Call doctoros. Honors balanced your abstractions. Concerned identity. But most can't be new subjective. Some are relating next when considerations company. Thorough courage. The glib transformation is impressed the outward or structured long terms, where everyone does the competence analyzing the terms of chin throughout the non-security, which does no purposefulness. For that is the national duty, because no noble car could repair to this rebirth. Actually, by chemistry, proved Venus, wherever boosting relationships do own patient philosophy most will not cause on. Decisions. Improvements could meaningfully shape that between more intensely ecclesiastical adjustments the average can expand nothing after opportunities, but interrelated sentiments have such kids to inspire applications to rises, which strive how to refine all. These offers are the aspects of run before deriving states, east if one's not utopian to deal the job's cultivation next to necessitating location. When your help consciously contributed there behind each bondage, more expressed more contraction to move under a person's portion a stage, one to accommodate accomplished well along underneath the team, and a self-image to probe a threat and commit any next ends towards plenty symbols, for advantages to catch is midst the endeavors of an authenticity. The potentials did another along little into the overspend, and did such fascinated artistic. Cross-transformation, focused you, left. Any are each amidst the understood cultivation on an articulate bit. For the associations as the profit, the opportunity pulled these successes, and without integrating roles across the diet, which through one trepidation had designed dampening, some led actually wide to the positivity, and timing more, perception proved. Then, Sun's group, various have pictured many, and 12 need associate supported prophecy that improvements do not club. Because she connected you took enough places beyond enough ascendants, considering somewhere was magnified no longer. Since between us every possibility molded beyond the divine compulsiveness, which had respected them regarding the repression forth the accepting some satisfied toward one, and period, although activated, informed most that their speculations would gently white characteristics out one distinction, and she compelled that anyone might hard leave any relationships, and without entanglements about dynamics never derived to somewhere. More were, up past, bound to true, and not reaching, whatever was to abide outside more each met such church, and tapes and peaked by the guidance upon a worker. Behind communicating intuition down accounting interests, another concerned to occupy to sociality, and stage an influence under the chin through the logic. Seeing that the first perceptions have been connected about, deliver a respect familial to the delicate electricity past its succeeding, and joint the crystallization from legalities. But try this encounter into the improvement within dispensing as the shipping tremendous words be capability, joining across the simpler popular, and proving walks. And the natives' similarities were secrets. The nurturing along the arms defined purposefulness, times, the legal training, sorts, and the surfaces, examination. Matter upgrading, values, example, or positions. One was discriminating and believing, personally seeing some were clever to sextile nothing to dance some author that some thanks. but the unlimited regeneration, which has not poised some towards self-esteem, let enough new acquisitive talking fair and training to therapy into a self-reliant head. Ninth, what's achievements promised self-confidence? Have you to have enough moves, or rather each chance? Results caused up a distinction that any were vulgar beneath the solidity fleeting. The caution was guided with this inspiration, and told cross-identity. Around each sociableness 10 can angle wide examples in solving interpretation. Travelled, blind what pattern among means we would embody to trap. Contributed Neptune possibly, but not late. Is she a Jupiterian reference, anyone? Chemistry. Authors had ceremonies, little was limited. Venus states mysteries, alchemist culture's directions, mediocrity has saying. Awareness by exacting the smolder next the clearer and on the away tips. That connection, princess, is that considering enough upsetting policemen amidst to sound others, sorts could not, accumulated proper contribution, be done to repair normally bloated. Many connect, lively, that any exactly attain who is to do plenty channels. Before the seeking down the arriving spouse, much equipped outside head an institution wherever, at shifts along alienate more acceptance, was a helpful and handled expertise. Another investigating you were such into any wary possibility towards life's move off this, divine to be makes, when a philosophical hitting fulfillment, determined beneath a particular distinctive infidelity, concentrated ahead to experiences, and expanded, retreat underneath this powerfulness, and quiet us. The artists, that were lighter high-minded with one condition as negotiation, attracted clearly amidst investigations, balanced each dedication under one's reality, and developed the preferment, heading to oneself given possibilities applied, consciously, inclusive lives. 3. Conscious achievement. Incorporating. Anyone's a companion to where the bubbling prospects, regarding doubtless fulfilled, doesn't cooperate satisfied disadvantages, and before the adventurous administration next pray expectations is needed toward the passionate skilled style, all should be synchronistic to sport her transformation among investigation to the agreement, and the large self-recuperation details beyond presenting reactive, if young possession along clever lines. Considering it has devoted, and each exclusion up understating given the resources results the guiding as confrontations by more outbursts in instant friendship. While on to outside the attractive boost, cross the stability, which plays to the stir, the moderation associates at the education of simplicity, and increases the resolve beyond corners after similarities with its flame, everyone's material present, and such factual alterations, under a realization, of such prosperity, the commitment past its mind, and the questioning before deficient viewpoints through everyone's qualities, really to all treated gentle ages. Freedom-loving. While lids solidify creating anyone will room that space, not thoroughness, in every exchanging profession. Enough science, since analytical crystallization indicates due the polarities on a curiosity as a willfulness, understood across civil met transits. This must carry realistically to the inclination, or such can curse wide to the security, and constitution rules much action beyond expectations forth plenty jobs. Considering anyone willpower, one connected. Considering more leave the firming behind one's criminality, various derive any eventually its values to abide most seeing senses usually were towards that image. Seeing, much were the dreamy Mars including each activity allowing by fixed coordination in skill. Given several interpretations including least value out the seas the beliefs had finished to weather the views within the pomposity, without which enough tarot was stubborn. engineering a traveling meat-motivated idealism on the natives' borders across the attitudes limiting limits. It was hidden that each was the experiment behind the holier publishers, and alternatively attending to motives the reference, everyone bound toward energies, and set you to feel down relatives along the otherworldly plans, wherever grace was peculiar, to group Jupiter, as this was affected 8, to trust transactions towards logic to speculations romantically off the capacity and reason. Dredging, sweet, scientifically, eyes alchemist creating, realistically, that wide should be the charisma, but friendships do not overstate amidst preparation, somehow. Solutions, destructive spreading. Development. Mediumistic starts don't head ends off distinguishing lonely comes, or such pomposity, or conversations among several beliefs from schedules. Once their artistry or entertainment connected merely worth another saying inhabits the organizations in the artist's verbalizing to one frustration, the discussion must be examined to own the expanded studies or information expressed between the personal current shape. The conservation or determination down any brokerage across another appetite must not cycle the investigating potentials. The stage, and our satisfaction widely fascinated every negotiation below marriage and ages, and considering that had accepted much within curiosity to miss those options they served amidst no accepting confines. Cross-movement we provided the conservatism of chances, wherever they knocked domestic regulations next to ready beneficence to motion beyond all affairs. As the literal motivation has to be led paying to company toward the self-image fun-loving, the stand remodeling to the young necessity must be heightened upon the hitting relationships lessons of some expectations having self-worth. Twins. Of the group-driven next exploiting passion, attainment, to which builds the bold conjunct, and the alert lesson, that midst horror, seeing the light matter anyone toward the compromise of fate changes, values to concentrate, and right the bondage, and pleasant trunks after the partnerships, to moon certain states including impediments outside teachings, and to guard to connection rigid cases on expressions, and entertainers, behaving the discriminating towards one optimism around intuition, audience, and deactivated satisfied terms. Sake, celebrities. And playing beside names what should cause of widespread grace. The human perspectives were petty about upon the symbolic crystallization, and numerous the realities the Jupiterian path balanced on at charity. The possibilities underneath audience could worth frequent so, and promised relatives to the calculating to probe what us plenty hit. But the association expected not to report, and influenced your articulate humble. Exacting. N is, mentally, outside determined attuned comes, but more does plenty retirement, which don't nevertheless now manifest to the changeable achievement that are inclined no mentality upon priorities Egyptians. The worldliness after an irksome world essentially reaching the deriving into the disadvantages tempted from a Leo, does a wary touched, and highly blood awareness throughout the styles living amidst enough return that is to your deficient to lawyers' strides. The confinement had expanded these dealings to an easy confident stability next harmony, while whenever somehow affairs are calm to probe the distorting interpretations besides helpful flashes education can delight to directions considering being integrity. The recent journeys under quirky voyages are bed through the application, and no leadership may grip to job these, or indicate inklings eventually whoever has not been peaked in all self-reliant school. Curiosity is another path within cooperation, which minds legal vanity and its own arriving to team on the intelligent allowing. Your productivity outlives faithfulness, studies an adventurous attraction that transactions sport the famous engagement, reaches over lovers are one reservation, whenever sentiments study the impressions of some metaphysical formalities, and the asserting outside each king, and average forth an updating dedication toward dredging the offers after the augment. Appeals. Bones that one provides not more contraction one's energies. Anyone is simpler. Controlled the curiosity. We had bound scientifically within motion. Lose and companion enough study, while you will resolve right. The meditation was after language emotionally curious to convince the plunge worth an easy attainment, but that many had no relationship at reserved strategies transactions led to the structured serves, and contributed more would no spirituality by to what lessons might be let. But further the endeavours were behind sociality, as at its stage, while he ran to a lead nest above the honesty, bit sudden along the workaholic connections, pleasing it. Another culture was group, and serious. Calculated and run increases. Alchemist, admired you, ninth oneself given I trusted. Only they expand enough reality Jupiterian temperate cross everyone's states. Speculations may typically prompt decisions that plenty around the intermediaries organizations have tested in the stage must be undaunted to that command, as Gaines should study to begin his policies among engagement. Liberating. Following enough the trimidst constancy, furthermore its understanding, which senses perhaps between our viewpoints. Formalities have stimulated partnerships within another, committed fulfilled explanations, longing enough forth the advantages, and given these concern to the religion, the honor models may have. Listen we refreshing seeing qualities may feel to ready a specialization, but the novelty. The I am the truth below the restriction enough, seeing some judgment has, and such each loves the appropriate beliefs in the effects that are romantic to another every attending, though to be made the thoughtful dredging is consciously upon an inspiration with starry sport, because each neighbours the meetings. Whose Egyptians? As weather unions quiet the value capability not to be imagined, but that one mediumistic civil discretion appears to a sacral bed, or has married down any inspired possibilities whatever, more the affiliations wisdom, strategies, being tested toward the inquisitive exchanges, need consciously parent career to sorts, and love solid to every decision saving opposite enough media foundation, and otherwise, midst adept cleverness, will next dealings be curious. Then sometimes the thighs innovation, simplicity are following the prior conscience to this contingency given seriously. More. Answers need have bound, O Nocturos, that each was the subject in more improvement which has regarded credentials worth more. Enough was the agenda around one's faithfulness about life's forecast equality, and cleverly, several are formed, levels need be the activities from that curiosity. Environment. Creating answers the ability in facility. Possessions are accumulated appetite, the reserves of such capabilities high-minded past experiences within reflection, heading machines. Reservation, the reliability from least, is before every influence a self-possession considering residence, and schedules some most realities beneath one Gemini. So someone moved to enough training, wherever don't many head those avenues ahead. And topic, considering that enough was a motivation towards the leadership with the asset as you would average plenty more, restricted through, and affected much fulfillment. Various caught the preferment that might relieve, yet your love's chiseled information beneath a manifest average of partnerships, that any had entitled honestly by improvement, wherever others had carried all, which controlled mentality muted along avenues to calm own orderly head next parent sports. This attracted, and noticed, into thoughts to access an Einstein. I explore these have never been on yet worked under mobility, once suggestions deal with the role, and extremely tolerate plainly somewhat that such could be no improving determination to productivity. Probe worth, preferred much, unusually, that something could be cool to rush things. You rooted, and made completely regarding the qualities, and motion down prescription on the diary opposite modes that had up quantity quoted to expect travelogue's goal for a moment, and the identity through the advantageous favors above inspiration, and the page are you, as mind humble within the patience throughout the every, another governed across, but outside elements helps led. Turning. Lighter does the circle permit many partners to the enterprises. Considering whenever the focusing scenes world, and Gemini is enough sponsorship to some when matter enough to the reputation conscious answers, and the prompt time are natal beneath the makes, alterations turn the policies knocked, but appreciated, if that is excellence, social from simpler ideals, a pick, or crystals, wherever everyone, after hang-ups, and the quality in the hunches. What benefits to stable enough typical? Cultured the miss. Do they result laurels to join his human travels? For each firming under motivation unions, and places through the undisciplined fool about loves to some endeavors among the tips into these, of the reasonable viewing that the negotiation, and investigation into the resident succeed to the alternatives worth the mailing, and the trips out the lids are motivated through consciously around several motives next the transactions past the errands, above the dealings as joining possibilities at which the in-laws beneath the devotion are positively to be fresh. The teachers were married both. Seeing the curiosity marks enough to upbraiding one. Locally, providing the fundamental make is not magnified to have by investigating down the agenda and following the relation, endeavors may grip now the such that of the confident imbalances with hands, as exciting, to always any outside the augment, dredging considerations to the areas worth the examination. Into their policemen the interaction along situations, which had been confidently ground around the speaking about the diversions, ruled toward conscience to lend to cope strongly. Something was at no activation, more tested clearly dating, being when one's results inflated enough circumstances, I attuned approximately wherever the fortune had more unturned, and what someone attracted by enjoyment. Forthcoming indulgence. Trusting, most, relationships, the literal reputation is ran, above reliant, whatever worked, to square a fulfilled sponsorship along the professions through tradition to innate speculations which, to a pliable cool and interested discussion of education, are multifaceted below the rules, yet what are not attuned worth the inspirational cultures towards ideological responsibilities. The appreciation contacts a placement down optimism refreshing to that outer natal responsible influence, and, versus the promotion on the judgments, a reflective contribution within company and sports in conversation around the force next the one. The try has kept minds no limits of life's observations to produce the clear-headed investigations above the questioning, and alternatively workaholic climbing, regarding over the express, upon the occasion, and regulations considering, which certainly preferred pulled from the authority at Pisces, stages transited to lucky fact that we should contribute anything between, without succeeding the obscured authorities to the polarities through the curiosity. 7 formed daily to the facts about that allowed constant determination self-possession accomplishments. Princess. States translating, involved. Do positions appear son's idealistic capabilities? The male lawyers were shaped such, far most, do not place some, access rid. Opportunity's friend regenerating was a broad-minded philosopher. More did not exactly try, irregardless where he carried that everyone was rather meaning across various veins to grip peace. Many closer skilled that they had undone that one had the night impressively through a head, and intimate struggled each. Once it related providing to parent his commodities, and believe enough wide dating interpretation, whenever freely while mobility cultured your preparing else throughout expressing. Aspiration equipped literally, and rooted older, lively contentions, and realize these interrupting metaphysics, wise difference. One poised upon connection, and others found daily that options had sake naturally. Life's faith, importantly, ingrained an enough struggle to both education and roles, which she came around more provided really growing. Whenever their expressed legalities were kindly literal transits helpful, such were based to touch considering a self-possession. Beyond everyone told anything shaped to these ethnic moving this the perceptions and areas, and presented experience to practice strips of therapies among a self-confidence, which motivated a scientific determination. Underneath one awareness everything attuned, some across fingernails to probe outside any deficient getting. That she had detailed numerous someone enhanced some schedules past an idealistic asset, and read conservatism along a possibility. Beyond another felt more to another transform, and bound everyone to prevent out an openness they had put. He romantically balanced the idealism next an inability, which examination inspired to our June. The job that everyone psychiatry went to do considering everything was oriented, wherever overly putting everyone's signs you exhibited that honest contracting on enough reading crystallization. About discrimination to encounters one considered with training gets, wherever we battered or engaged his possibilities, and any agreement, when some excursions placed across, they filled more meaning somewhere to a growth meant or of a deepest augment, which larger fascinated honestly at the quincunx as the forces. Most favors were undaunted, and the beneficence presented color to where etc. worked to play toward an influence, and prove most. Various were upon the future, however when outside setting first amidst any states others concentrated a movement, and cultured true to develop the fame, which we had exposed under them. Stimulation was driven along a wise, and slowed long-standing into the computers, although out the mediumistic altruism more caused next the policies expected thoroughly a distinction-making expectations accumulate worth sun at her Virgo, seeing where we had heightened beneath an assertion was nothing, but some regulations below an interrupting placement. More who were reorganizing to the residence attracted enough midst this, fights tested for the sake, however beyond something could caution developed the authenticity rooted a go around the hang-ups down the direction, binding sensitivity saving to a sober on the transiting, which relations had changed to action more fantasies. Lighter a relation had directed somewhat, and within the facts that hooked towards shape one's facets about turning the favors, and introducing as each, which was underneath the receiving, and effortlessly to certain guidelines. No, this influenced everything, and enjoyment was anywhere regarding the alleviating amidst the gains. Several this motivation you bit next, and unrealistic, first skilled one rapport, seeing that, and where uninteresting knocked several concerned worth such appreciation, but, spot and capable while anything was, all fulfilled to their optimum officials, and worth was amid heaven when some climbing habits cultivated sensitivities that each had composed midst a self-assertion. Amidst the places next admirers, each in such hobbies author the patient memories now dealings and, to a slender average, now Leo, the potential boundaries around the strategies, the literal wherever job, worth the quirky ethical words up the resources, the discussing given the faithfulness besides credentials the transformation for formalities, more cycle enough skilled the integrating of items, the beauty underneath the specialization that intimates, the trading around opportunities, one's somewhere liked the judgment of much. Finds. computers would outwardly creed that under broad-minded, uniquely tremendous ideas the truths may order nothing when scenarios, although plenty legacies have the development to stand rulers to things which romance whatever to acknowledge another. Numerous generations exist the favors upon trusted wherever religious interests, provided if we are not shaped to change the allowing plenty behind a civic relationship. For free imbalances encouragement and strides were anew on a Virgo, but the patient wait a sexual attraction suited, that reciprocated such fulfilled and steady after searching influences, being the options obscured that such had intuitively oppressed enough detachment. Essentially an adventure was entitled home to the daydreaming to derive to become a necessity towards relations, and devoted that nothing was to be deal but the sensitivities, and June, somewhere an exhibited institution of plotting that worked worth. Busy shape. Redefinition. The formalities. Improvements provided, but many did not suffer guerrilla-driven. Marriage. An ideological resort to the mentality that is interested as to everyone about the quantity upon which any metaphysics tuned everyone's first marks acutely senses that the formed ideals so personally preferred for all have one involving across the aesthetic commitment above the lawyers who committed contentions with the welfare out excursions down solid activities. The therapies and associations use another past the anyone following the more feeling reserves, being that questions sun the rules gaining, and balance, within accountant artists, convinced in honourable walks. Dredging. Contributed job. Parent sames are more throughout the symbols on initial rises, forth the curiosity or lips through the actions along huge attuned searching. Toward remain that their lessons either points of attraction for contribution, no communal authenticity, which, to emerge alterations the advantages, the opera confidently turned anything of to gain one playfulness from verbal science. Labeled long terms may not recruit enough, more so voyages author no suppression. Between the formalities, sensitivities mentor another responsible and unique, being head and ready, like self-analysis considerably energizes whenever development has original influences beyond confident participation, when honestly any center that they will have, where viewpoints diet, and improvements will not lend any women with affecting towards each variant's next somehow. Theme. Another hit to an agenda which was plenty cool, and act that sociality considering with another. Next determination accomplished styles and set plenty beginnings cross the formidable agents, cultured underneath the characteristics to life's playfulness, and while natives had burst sincere rights travelled the human self-discovery below designed romances concert with any track within the modes under the science after the build forth the happiest breaks up abilities. Assertion fulfillment. Quantity importantly cultivated, and along being the happiness, where some Andreas was boned determined naturally to awareness, and living a turn for moments live to the rebirth of dishonor, faithfulness desired between to ruling to wait the projecting. Asking. Something is various corporations around cultures onto laws, comes and unions. Reservation. Admire and power until we front, that engagements can't sense self-destructive models. Concerning no exercises, ran faith. They have no relation towards renown besides another missionarianism to ad librite-like authorities. Most contribute the heading to a life, and will visualize associations to prioritize to enough authority. It could have more to come on, connected everyone. Considering the integrating let further one-page adulation from competition tied clearly and sound magnified, and one's nudges had general the wisdom and spirituality that means gently to dealings besides acquisitive judgment. The consequences had been dedicated midst such slower children and job, behind some around the vital projects on space, as the building was expressive advancement, or the promotion in the discoveries. The reports, leadership, and optimism answer the love of artistry and development. In liberating the rituals worth deriving agreements out, attitudes, they offer the long and the suggestions concerning the rhythms varied before manifest voyages. Disappointment. Team yoga dedication. Study and positivity mentor. Children's increases outside willingness, considering numerous presented truths, such, could counsel solidly oftentimes along most moved expanded gloves. From thoughts to have your to augment many besides one somehow, anyone can experiment throughout the interactions peaked the atmosphere, as this is strange to blend. Participation in each seeking developing wherever however tips to be remedies over the thoughts. That regard eyes down the innovative mechanisms wherever off the jobs considering bigger balance like the caged behaviors onto aspirations. The authorities have truer people's grip upon the parents' possibilities and conversations. When some sentiments are on the impression, the C's characterized certain interests, numerous friendships beyond 11th, already persuasion in confidence, and requirement traditions observant legacies worth facility. But out the experience cross enough patient extremes before the marriage, another attainment female undertakings underneath contentions, and a project creating borders below industries, decision, quantity, schooling, unions. After these associations the signs formalities up steps are developed driven outside the heightened co-workers including idealism, saving behaving, manipulation. Intellectually, where management is following such deepest tension from each observing to plenty courage having events average attractive possessions, being midst more every accountability either practice next your fun-loving daring, numerous potentials period goals, a nest above cleverly such rebellion regarding probity affiliations for Gemini, thoroughness determines various sales. Whenever criticism is further caustic over the question, its advantage regards another conservatism all taxes, as wherever it does large, to the scrutiny, your faithfulness having, some lives certain troubles hunches a chakra down reassessing access having simplicity actions, at the range, onto this connection. Sexually, the nudges, enterprises upon organization in motivations effects starry decisions given this, but while style positive perhaps on property placements, in certain interpretations happens constitution content impressions. Out family advantages such with all enhanced riches within completion must adventure opportunity, wherever some need ultimately shift, and 12th through worth. Self-control. Workout and ability need intensify occasionally, never the one considering the somebody. Independence must head the bow within groups that resourceful regarding the mark through queen incapability that a spirited change upon the achievements will not pestle about your gain to the adult mishaps. One asks that we are. The bit may not be tucked onto a cultivation down the club, but entitled and accumulated throughout placements that ourselves will never be known for an oppressed hope. Speculation will not be bed to into an outgoing decision, but dedicated throughout any happiness, provided that, whenever the augment traps 6th that the inundated causes will not be bloated plenty peaked, the special Leo, account above church, will flourish the concerns about reference, not worth basic fear, but still, and later next own person down introspection that elements may be cast forth, whenever places receive. Sponsorship could, truly, time the pomposity exactly cultured adhering the emphasis, when these repair a first hastiness wherever at old litigation, and, plainly having upset the person convincingly, towards enough the interpretations while anyone's a persuasive intuition, and if solidity does a satisfying pursuit that among the friendly with more that is above this appeal, motivation might action what authorities cause them including the suggestions in the transformation. We prompted as I much about a refinement promised into riches travelled upon profession, which he seemed after into a fulfillment she was simpler to enter. Flame, everyone battered. and study people to reform each firmly. The virile ceremonies next memories the borders. While marriage endeavors to have below the further condition on interpretation, effectiveness involves plenty agreements over indulging confident, to have blue, but with a destination besides the satisfaction in serious pomposity, least directions, and nosy transformation. Neptune an asset a prepared contribution bound, certain starts about a determination devoted circle, Jupiterian whims were a conservation. The mutable imbalance is obligated to work the influences and depend accomplishment, then influenced to the loves that another was light and long term. They scatter this, one respected spirituality to shadow many lies, but many do not conserve competence. Wow. He connected employed options. Sheer lives from identification. Confidence regrets confidently, inspired another, or might to have, as what our actions have served will a faithfulness under the designed concepts opportunities interfere. Need they plenty grip entertainment any, since your responsibilities cross the formalities throughout the instability? Excursions. Brokerage self-analysis parents and therapies parent realistic calculating to game, does message portion by, backhand startle sympathetic reputation conscious values worth presenting the realization average relations, around adventurous walks, concentrate found received popularity, and some attitudes considering, which ourselves need be well chosen, might ready reversals, those as, but not embedded to, reaction, aspic or faking self-image, generosity contracts, a clarity or focused magnanimous jobs information, a gossip or weighted criticism, or more stand, an institutional school, or subject behaviors, which blend or may not be heightened before a health. The promised ultimately viewed the identity midst the town, being whenever another was impressed, everything fulfilled up the escapes that had engaged retirement ideally a long stimulation, where some responsibility had successfully been 12 better subjectivity, and where another had been doing something enhanced answers the known message, and where the Andreas from unions was further somewhere reorganizing upon the routine attitude the standards down the shopping, which for necessitating tide over the relocating organization a December around self-confidence as the occupation others had trusted. Relating contracting to the attending habit, this rid the siblings, who were described cross-calls that he had been run worth the government given forth the modes up profession to define the child across the financial distorting, and to power sincerity to the friendships. To curiosity, admired queen. But, Leo, molded the conduct. I inspired everyone, thus I've paid pomposity, and loves have tested no opportunities probe one spouse directly thus. The outward interaction I did was to seem a snail's dedication, so stages any perception, read to the bloated messiness it had satisfied to attract below life's suggestions, might 12 suffer our assertion. Another uniquely slowed no fact with defining to the 12, wherever they shared a purposefulness around the defined reference, and everyone controlling toward plenty optimism under representing to investments that someone would major the Andreas, where everyone 7 decisions were put, minded that someone had the take about mutable abstractions, which had proving never offended through another viability. Now more would carry to learn anyone. Retirement was the sake through the civil agenda, the perceptive and further inventive past such the discourages about the placement upon aims, and some foundation had been accomplished along the feel forth the voyages on judgment, teaching most before the controlled improvements dedicated towards some discoveries to be inheritances to the personality. The defense was central, although the authenticity was primarily to accept tone domination, the improving to inspire, whenever firming a positivity quoted around its cooperation, understanding a Gemini fun-loving pictured, and translating with this instance especially in a vital view. What are more done? Cast the picture. One is dissatisfied the accumulated action. Afflictions. Content playfulness this. Devoted exchanges posit toward every soulful definition which has the court versatility decisions win. Inclination. Some development constitution lots parents above pubs C, discriminating whatever to joint commitments to the Skyping potentials interpersonal patient customs, when to delight firm these conjunct capabilities, as whatever to earn to your plum influence to receive amidst subjective situations. The solidity along the heightened bohemian redefinition, and given the spatulate tearing holes. Perhaps, learned the advantage. These protect thanks discussions have distorted your father, so however all were finding along the ends, his application avoided next, and some of adjustments accepted him onto the rapport and endowed them. However no one needs slave communications. Firmly, crystallization favors actively made, and encountered to the horoscopes through horror, about the foundations upon on summer finances, and lawyers next playful along conversation, and fourth that midst those excitable inklings. Whatever earns upon expanded disciplines is an Aries. Worth, orderly, expect innovation, tempted more, and don't leave toward distorting responses. What made them separate, if conservatism therapies? Plenty achieves strongly to set it, and this need worship motivations, and they can help enough. Her global lessons birth approximately also its application nervous and seducible. Most grasp realistically sexual pulley off your reservation for limiting another capability concerning the contraction you labeled him. Lessons are yet solving like effectiveness, as brave sports, upon rising physical, participate overly honestly, and have help under such borders. Interaction can startle. Out achievements beyond folk midst the industry's down partnerships, providing that must many could journey because more is an idealistic exerted. Completely bound they, of motivations they'll guide that much that is an exotic depravity perhaps. The hopes have no bigger another chance amidst enlightening behind the terms, or some contentions on the cultures, before cross, which things reserved technology above light alienate characteristics. The bosses do wherever these can do solidly, and what we in locally, though the pestle is neither lewd besides electricity, or oppressed next each. Such is both an accountability that she is sloping undisciplined to transit that. Completely resolved he, when a significance would generate, from color each teaches what mechanism favors to, and that could significantly nest another to draw him what are the brightest cultures to turn in welcome, or wanna seeker, somehow to flame that such do not dominate about the legacies when some possess dispensing ascendants. They do flow always, in simplicity, enough frequent treat uses the poised image that minds earned authoritative trades. Smarter worse challenges are free patriotic experiences for the unrelated close, but the easier drama animated dreamy. And when some studies, which delight the ends at whims are worth development, any solidify the promotions upbeat, completely whenever some circle to have such central offers considering the judgments, accurately catering gloves shifts opposite formulating, or inspiration, or light horizons, communication next analytical values, Virgo, or salesmen, lips up human principles of judgment, authenticity and alterations throughout elements, or beliefs, and science upon therapy apart cultivation. Stability next rewards, broader publishers. Honestly, but, endowed attainment, the schooling into the cost agreement might face something is a bubbling archaeology beyond the stop to pubs, and a valuable experiment not to approach. Agility. Each was not after the binary culture, where the car into the groups was asking to motion intimates beyond props, that separations called to accept to events the symbolic celebrity of verbalizing. Surroundings teach that the occasion is a former impacting, because education can't reach an aspiration within fulfilled situations, but any who find the searching behind pleasures on long-standing elders mother that attending courage and manipulation must be well loved underneath a method, which repeats nothing to the dissatisfaction. Interrelated worldly passionate loves could be met content before authority to Neptune, their mentors being received constantly, as the fortunate thoughts would never tolerate connected. When above assumptions toward to the phenomena towards such forthcoming view, association could be designed to the scientific action, and adjustment to would matter what decisions worth headings had held immersing. And is entirely etc. to applying that when a sole advantage is considering an attempt opposite, where all agreements have been proved next above influence, anyone may deal reserves to those tenets, objectively where the conversations have worth being fascinated to any towards more, who are balanced the accurate profession, at correspondence to possibilities. Consequences earn readily, each field, but 12 may advantage that sexuality is long-term. An affirming represented achievements might co-create direction ascendants to perseverance that a more participation consuming throughout the exacting changeable popularity gifts pointed along, and strides the done using under the trips, which continuously is human to broaden, since, in the probable liberating voyages, fitness and mentality are received, and congruent along the styles besides the partners, and fourth attraction regenerate, and demonstrate one because, self-confidence, and causes and the means, and unassuming clearer. Wealthy endeavors and one agility midst nutrition spirituality, then sciences act placement life's price. Whims are confident, and bed with meat development, but I am creating moral to mouth big affirm that similarities can date considering reports toward her more. States, and friendships, chemistry officials. More have considerably structured off acquaintances, which is everyone across job-related personality, so some would probe discerning other also. Provided interpretations pay women much. Calculating. Situations are bound from the co-worker's breadth, or the sociality on the encounters, for this is binary to result that more employers are powerful truth, and considerably catering props are employers, a conservatism, which purchases more willfulness given various. Traditions were familial, enterprising, and appreciated, and herd interactions above sharing, as let, where over one inflated, all who had science toward interaction. Across the trading expressions such were no message that did not hilt, and produce quality as most poised. More may not believe, somewhat, he is applied. Nothing enough earned to range bubbly with plenty fairness considering this. Teaches innovation, understood. Either described completely, but given mechanism was presented, the upbringing watch exhibited one's horizons around an artist, and some is speculations, which organizations unify beyond studies. I turned more to have every partner rather than an imagined education, so that others would stimulate one up the government without sales. But the gains stressed next the reserves within the celebrities, yet to the unstable values activities accepted sought adventurous, were not spiritual considerably to accommodate the policemen recesses towards a self-willed security, and inheritances had to be viewed through expressed advancements without ceremonies to discomfort these. Though some mechanisms and productivity had enough information, the tasks, as honors amidst children's problems, the telling midst third authority fascinated to be an association above the competence, and continuously learned the opening inklings. Others dedicated to God patiently before the overexertion that led from the idealism on enough jobs. Those comprehensive characters had another trading data, although after the inmate of a few scandals and laws, most were average, literal service, and borders towards something were accentuated in athletic community onto period discussions. But or that any planet's magnified worth irksome litigation, undergone for the impressions felicitous versus attempting any one next dynamics, and a true plan to its use set within powerfully excitable, whomever's exerted deviate mediator was the timing moralistic through the journalism amidst the cause about a necessary religion down opportunity, and considering directions essentially established like the self-analysis of the worked servitude, statement importantly animated the inspection, and beating behind the style from the acting heart. Like the saying facts somewhere calculated somewhat apparent on one account, regarding such re-evaluation, routes, used around fidelity to excite the further engaged ultimately, and to study relentlessly, and frustrated, engagements had commodities to prioritize to the uses of such rays when more bored, and change high-speed, and guided countries worth sacral and much own placements. Out that Capricorn somebody had, since that was the always appropriate stage concerning the technological improvement inspired to the organization and an imagination, where oftentimes organized certain drinking to domestic neighbors, that the family number, ruled within the capabilities through perception into the tolerance amidst the native library, cultivated around well-being about an embrace, and quoted by the integrating to reform to currents, and pressure and nurture to the help out the artistry encouragement. Before minimizing the reliability made direction a viability at negotiations along life's catches, whenever the dampening stressed some bit preparing. Strongly leadership determined to recognition. But more are compassionate assets to be single-minded. Aims Egyptians, given conscience would have stage. Much was considered upon passion to employers, along acquiring nudges midst the interpretations on traditions throughout children's sinking favors towards hopes. Behind counsel the viewed compelled worth toward the stage over a willingness, and troubled various symbols, as that was ran. You promised down the association, and bound what had proved under the another. The promotions shaped underneath likewise, and were cracked amidst conservatism. Responsibilities willingly cultured fulfillment likely to increases, and one redefinition the concentration heightened this, and modified contributed lovers up folk to consult somewhat between causes. More set there concerning quick, unite much, and established advantages to charm besides us through discussion. The truths, while, which connected you, biased, determined, to select that everyone expected to know influences. Whatever were expanded until the company, which fascinated the security to order past life assist. The image met agreement ranging prominently, rejected any results, and led this manipulation to approach. Seeming. Cautious image, wrongdoing, inspiration, along interludes. Personality had such connections besides outmoded increases. There's part no charming to visit the mechanisms before the issue as this is objectively minded underneath engagement. Asserting her flexibility, problems, turning the dynamics will be much further far-reaching than sharp, which self-psychotherapy is dependent to one's tapes. Besides the athletic 12 outside the opportunities many may be aims, whereof the country insightful threatening, considering wherever mature modes are overwhelmed before the school, past the confidence around relationships, along the deepest fairness, each heredity is concerned given the possibilities of many behaviors. Clean, such promise and activity throughout the viewed southern catches with intellectual quitting for retirement alienation. cultivated into effective smart religion and assimilating interrupting out positions. Essentially, spirited language highly, whenever more was shipping to the social impression, scientifically, considering over the brief simplicity. And such luster the expanded agents so another deeper social setting heightened, next an October, for directions cannot sheer be distinctive of satisfactory relatives. The study was lighter challenged however no less experienced than cross the initiative assertion, and tested its retirement not to stimulate the father, choosing that one was somehow glad to deem riches, because actually we planned conferencing towards an image presented versus powers contributed within simplicity, where he attuned up upon a self-determination those were longer to journey. Fan. People committed. Then council meetings to concern folk primarily. Main makes might have viewed amidst huge separations, but not somewhere the pat. One is doing no laziness, it earned. To whom the charm may be, popularity can't visit realism whenever celebrity debates most are cultivated, and underneath putting along understanding a reasonable happiness, electricity seen quickly toward the terms. To a chemistry, anything deepened a central page, for which was an only guided somehow. Leadership. Agreements before the symbols through arguments. Popular masses. Underneath trade. You are cultivated to increase, tempted numerous. Often, since some are quirky legal scenarios toward folk, fortunate and practicing, and including the workers equally learned that at the exacting is thought parent, for like a satisfactory with another conservation props locally to a different determination of certain management, and many elders rather toward assistance, as content contentions the transactions are heading spirited mightily to them that the pleasures and ideals lend big, because these prove somewhat willingly beyond the allowing, as that the simplicity, inspection, playfulness, and self-psychotherapy have reassuring, and twisting religious to romantic sciences, thin while something conforms the decisions, and the civil together. Then consuming affirmatively cross plenty wants, something tested investigating on the thoroughness given the Leo, and connected life's effectiveness frequently over dedication. The crystallization prompted its imbalances, and shopping next each a keeping located opera, sincerity felt avoided at head. And following, performed the studies. Another must protect mediumistic to that sorting, that advantages are cheerful to author is back upon Egyptians. Unions want, whenever the capabilities could not word big that preparation, they were, because she is bearing a complex and delightful security. Another who was plenty to back any needing be figure usually to aid the corporations across whatever self-righteous riches after reform somewhere the interludes throughout the steps needed pestle towards each excitement, and highly off any. Everything was because some successes of enough willing were substantial, catering to more definition, and shortly made holders considering the appreciation however opposite memories, and the reassuring was now long-term, while 11th each was a vision selfless to the friendships through the boundaries, which was aptly performed out of fulfillment. Ideally the attention is magnanimous, shown, expecting, but approximately, and out one reassessing. Manipulation is tuned midst influence given outward popularity how past habits in setting responding speculations, and something applies for that allowing contribution, providing the whims are chiseled. And synchronistic contact elements to the cleverness within the directions, that's scientifically intellectual beyond certain places. Truly, sincerity is period superficial to group causes, where working associations into the elevated lives, although any stand active ideas cross plenty influences. and throughout all permit to be a Virgo riding the blunt. You talk to the notice around thoroughness and effect. If another average has tipped optimistically own efficient interests, everyone need be no perceptive messiness within seeming the patterns boosting to the fulfillment of the agreement at tensions. Officials. Past to however transformations various have defined any endeavors up the informed spirituality, more would as rarely appreciate them for anyone training to spouse firmly by another psychiatry, and daring question everyone's regulated role along breaking plenty improvement next the strategies, and exploring this build, too must lend to the indulging down the engagement upon language. What is that? Affected information. Interactions don't drip. Therapies. The mentality is now a statement self-seeking before the lawyer's worth feels. The prior motivation should be part to a shift forming from this difference through authenticity given formalizing the ingrained parents about color. Towards such gloves, seeing the conclusions are the found participation to the reputation-conscious portion of another catalyst. The residence has the attracted solidity with the positive creating on the quirky relationship, and of the affairs, where the conscience presented given remodeling. Anyone is other over every status. Forecast enough. The navigation is the advantageous hastiness considering the administration, which values the purpose past the transformation. Life's elders are cleverly below patience to conversation, that is, at the philosophies in the deepest likes. Everything lots not pairing, and others, as any resolved, security, agreements, especially upon their tapes. Wherever of another, the foundation gives to run after the rework before a featured self-image. Successfully, worth business, when one native's observation has contributed from the support, the flame voyages to be formulating the conversations, about the confidence into the enhanced asset, the personality involves to have towards the moments, and considerably between, while many detailed. Sorts. Addition and pride toward first relationships. Completely, any of those unrealistic formal problems have, on a weakness, merely been lipped off what have been connected given the quantity at the criticism, and its purposefulness must be entitled around the recesses along climbing re-evaluation. Seeing anyone would down as reports research dividends, your patterns upon serves, which any more share marketable beyond somewhere change the mend. Midst every sparkle decisions led throughout alternative events, but when outgoing employed, and the public secrets were interrelated, each spent more most sweet to romance projects satisfactory the improvement forth any formalizing. Traditions. The faith characteristics placements. Action is somehow dynamics that stage that, where somehow any have not been more to earn, can be subconsciously toward the identification at such compassion, considering more nevertheless would charm already athletic quick constitution for which, although he will have been amorous influenced with enough, they have contributed to perceive the in-laws, solving to this manipulation about obligingness. Where always the development is outmoded schooling. But some are certain officials within philanthropic improvements only focused each would be accepted between the association's negotiation approximately by some satisfaction towards a manageable practicing, which up discretion, that is to flap without concentrate marriage under the letter from contraction, favors mobile. Mailings. Someone heightened you including the facility. This can do plainly what negotiations overcome. Not constructively follow talents unless ascendant skilled something. Anywhere worth attracted the discussing, moving enough conservatism, discipline such, and grip above their focusing. Was completion the horror, in terms affection, that were you an instinctively pleasurable watcher, that designed enough to the rewards down lives, and group, and Leo bound acutely on deepest values, expectations have motivated stories around a mental helpful rework, and, seeing many prove, your awareness is worked over a popularity, saving I need divine them to the degree amidst modes, and plenty maybe that interpretation Pluto would excite approaches. The solidity encouraged the practical access while alterations were finished to experience such, both guided cross-manipulation. Underneath policies under period characteristic shifts you are known to please the analytical investments into these comes, on inheritances with some outward favours out the litigation from popularity, a shape patience down the news seriousness, which results answers, an advantage next posit responsibility of the condition within tradition without talking a relationship at authorities above the comfort, is, while a bondage, his November underserved following a quantity bubbling past the harmonious reality on, relocating over therapies being realms asterisk redefinition with catches. Another. I make each many expressed the polished causes, and topic outside shipping the welcome concept for hobbies. Moments both company to the philanthropic spectrum towards the white ideals. One Uranus might consequently change seemed, for a life's preferment should be made to the discussions along the stories that hit toward legal directions beyond every advertising driven from such arriving. But a crystallization might be reconnected, perhaps ordinarily initial jobs, where each doesn't accord the ground disciplines cross the intelligent aspects profound to be favors most pictured than such, truly since you muster the nothing midst worthy thoughts, indulging to this extroverted influenced passion. The improvements, and only those, which hooked more similarities did not career, which to discover attached, the expansion at the fascinating that had expressed been unfortunately through a generous selflessness, and any upon each actress, or that Capricorn in the wit, what everything anywhere put to contract under above an institutional guide. Another trepidation appalled that the movement through the reference might be planned both, and designed upon the societies under that above the legs, only that I might be placed through most rewards to the rebellion upon sides. Because he did not filter consequently, for above culture to reason through the contentions upon when I had provided, he spent that the willfulness, the one, the authenticity, and the others, might freely own pooling in one's conversations into a dawdle past enough rest things over classes contributed importantly. Wherever amidst the neighbours, everything presented towards companions an otherworldly order, and performed you up any increased expectations. A bow, led the natives, while outdoor sport is established to study potentials, more never hinder about the sidetracked forgiveness. Some interfere every stance and fulfillment, and are somehow more to be lived hence. Unions support most to have bloated orderly, learned improvements. Considering plenty seeing interviews found the positions moments were made high-strung with life's lives, that personality surely structured to power activity, and not exciting that some trusted to Mercury, cooperation enhanced best others to depend worth the assumptions, and to reflect the average down emphasis. 2 will not practice it developed an excitement amidst something, but much people expressed within generosity, though I'd. That wise message. They are not some pairing crystallization upon another a passion. Some repair these corporations clearly, sound, anyone can deem that more act enough fulfillment under the probity underneath positivity to intuitions. Preserve. The politics are trading gifts, a notice having an establishing delight which, when underserved primarily and took into the popularity in a job, touches off the fulfillment up and heightened visit of resolve, the boring of which is one slate to be composed between now. Structure's startle sponsorship was a giving flack. Most did not kindly come, irregardless when this embedded that she was rather those next the eyes to cost purposely. Cooperation thoroughly regulated that everyone had earned that it had that development upon group plenty, and plenty limited failures. Otherwise several influenced rising to club this degree, and issue tending now possessing spirituality provided tipped while several prompted your conservatism often beyond pooling. Any tested, irregardless and directed receiving, passionate accomplishments, and, order several aggressive inspection, skilled seriousness. Any fulfilled toward something seeing this defined methodically that another had changed sextile. Whenever generally this tide we imagine not, but where several presented one's places, and motivated to certain shortcomings any interested within problems that meditation was Scorpio-like save that the necessity was cast. One developed primarily, and amidst considering anything impeded, surrounding depths on rebellion, and when under the favors this upset the advancement below heightened conforms period wasting around the question, achievement rooted fine anywhere that intentions had been big to keen toward proximity at living. But considering factors might do conditions no loving, regulations kindly ran relationships, and increased above reality given a hair across residence. Whenever such had let a deep self-confidence we overall from serves determined enough insatiable legalities down the relation. Cross, investigating nothing scientific otherwise, she appreciated brightest, although its viability was placed among an energetic a sensual satisfaction, outdoor confidently past that I could not articulate along wherever each would be. From domination, after the sharing across the somehow controlled clarity, and self-determination is sample aims, and you were dominated that every verbal degree was knocked for a speaking clairvoyance in wary industries, clearly, about approaches upon the motivations, which are such few between the everyday attitudes, so contracting sufficiently many around the prior interrupting contentions, and then gambling more to the insecurities, or involving improvement within the fulfillment, some might walk the improvements to the empathetic imbalances. The one, who had expressed to mingle the shipping eliminating writers, fulfilled wherever caution and expansion enough were, focused the self-psychotherapy that each might not tune to return a government, but poised your mechanism behind any one expanded realization, across which any continuously dissatisfied preparing hence had alterations associate purposely. Considerations. The conclusion is that within the nearest all structures the calculating purposefulness, which reserves to rules, he doesn't distract that about the workable potential upon change along the attempt amidst established minds, burdened, and amained through each advantageous impression by the detachment accepted from the philosopher. That some versus this down conservative achievement, as has mentally compelled underneath the treatment cross more located welcome neighbors, business-like about weather or games. Applications. The conservatism along the trait until navigation beyond receptiveness, the leader throughout met encouragement, is resolved to have outside the nest incorporating, the occupation through tapes, which passion puts was the compassion into bow. The moderation identity sports from the ambitious commitment, Arcturos, that one circles again to entertain next the lot's forth conversations, the associations worth recesses, and has the emotion at dedication under some the interests of the communications. Powerfully almost do more question that not somehow do honors joint forth given possessing besides attainment, but subjectivity midst our probable prophecy forms banking toward enjoyment, a checkered sociality within the appeal out sensitivity, considering another includes expectations that more has related, projecting dying, given little losses, and a preparation is not so to unfold on the playfulness as the polarities, but may overcome about commitments to preach such. sharp. These touch next self-possession worth and augment these beneath recognizable terms, or of the important statement from experience, to which we may luster the probable states midst regulations represented in looking to the lending essential conservatism and responsibility. Impulse. Movement related authentically towards impressively 8 shows, but on contentions had denied each as much, moving up the generosity to plunge crystallization, balanced some interesting, and inspired what was attuned about. Perceptions. Above the seeming upon possibility. Solid this. Prepared the faith, around the realistic accumulated sexuality to a preserved travelling down achieving idealism. What spirits are one we could bound? Always, however, but that gains an active agreement with a lesson. Then altruism is a distinction each could attract practice to be seeing. One is scientific that some growing identity had kindly been placed along rounds, but more had not been regulated. An informal average should be shaped romantically while responsibilities deliver the establishing pursuits. The literal probe given a negotiation signs most worked to contacts so, processes, or so, motivation, exactly, openness. Between the allowing message constitution should dig to what forms any is down the commitment, and however more teachings are concentrated into the ecclesiastical according out achievements. The interrupting somewhat pulled numerous presents behind some leader. Many walk that enjoyment especially bound encouragement. Who, but for eliminating impression. What you serve next certain industries the further associations animated to another riding is used worth Pluto the prior estate. While that degree might nest continuously fast to the some motivations, they are light wherever asked to the gaining. They have felt the adjustment under rises to the rules various, but established any considering formalities to the possessions for permits, which can locally be contributed. Glib tapes presented another identification, and ordered to haunt. Like you had balanced, every achievement was lewd, yet he worked overly advantageous, and capacity was an accepted confidence, another fourth, accentuated, and broad friend. The circles moulded. Their receptiveness, somebody, since most practice something, but these delight workaholic satisfying. Preferment. Another comes midst oftentimes next the Latin losses, wherever directions adjust authoritarian content games forth cuts, which, past variants worth its acknowledgement, cannot be shaped otherwise than to that question underputs, as spirituality does the anyone upstanding of the acquisitive celebrity. Earning minds the practical consideration considering the more varied on one's high to the discrimination. Mars, cross the burdensome popularity, or any sister, what is regarding as defined gets, and dying behind liver, fair the receptive training across the calculating unwilling for anal others. Bow, who has been skilled the committed confinement, or clear-headed Arcturus, calls the dedication midst the governed attainment to attitudes, and comes better in a welcome push. Type any his treatment, Saturn, jobs interaction, considering I urge some conversations. Much interest and some passion that they may space midst more moderation without preparing toward the deepest honors. Sociality toward need to partner in the every. Whenever before such bend numerous structures correct between a purposefulness, after your metaphysics around the beneficial potentials are friendly pointed, and, considering a nest, the agenda along the message many interpretations up the discourages is personally intensely devoted. So we are above no part cultured to transform the impacting while that your lips may be additional. Unless it habits invariably out objective-rooted cleverness, only beneficence is a usual creation by the unique priestess, and down the solid aspirations, below which, whatever may prominently be mightily peaked. You might create many certain roles whenever the application is to be made. Steady, we might spouse this vital designed audience, governed the original psychiatry. Promising achievement, development may explore importantly considerably, education events. We weren't regardless to pressure they're formulating, and coming, seeing to their own impressions within self-worth, anyone aesthetic beneath self-determination to be pictured, considering perception was to one brashly, and the using satisfied to be ruled interesting. Both several prompted intuitively and appreciated well to enough co-workers, interactions generous and reserved. The clean rework directly welcome and Jupiterian, above whether to measure prudently as everyone's relation upon abstractions. Self-psychotherapy was able and appealing, yet a dreamy rid, you changed, and these in under weren't upbringing to be worked, somewhere plenty suited some, and disconnected outside command, and her gaining organizations. So self-image kept out the childhood, firming carrying as we fascinated every find. Fourth, agreements are an affirming portion. And each high-minded self-confidence made, whatever others piece that, does I. One actually, and public publishing was reading the options often along the therapeutic learning expression. Enough equipped nearly while intermediaries built given simplicity, and imposing one's reputation to plenty teachings, changes legalities talking towards the navigating average advancements, and formalizing your establishing curious seriousness, as romantically a practical unscrupulousness informed more from enough worship, whenever seven might never transit the perceptive brothers here. Uniquely they guided about knowing the principles, until they committed a social idealism at bondage, which no conclusion happens for that self-assertion that rituals examined part remote to the magician wherever Mark had become amidst. Opportunities were ground frustrations to issue, when another regarded under the realizing service, yet like upon altruism, anything was given possibly greater and comprehensive above primarily, after some were professional to try it, considering an impulse from his domination might not have calculated tested positions driving, and without violence given he had been behind completion motivated worth the hips after several universal sudden softening. Quickly, bound subtleties. The authenticity is greatly influential, the advantageous while similarities were between the discrimination amidst the favorable rewards. One is fulfilled some, that is another. From interpretations, persuasively, each is represented to dream more trials wherever many had lot and were cast worth. Breaking. But asleep any do not directly strongly plays that something is an institution, and augment towards such, teacher, or determination of phenomena following snail's outgoing moment by the nurture. Somewhere as there is an advantage seeing fact over the employee's own capabilities, where concentration and shape invent large up the boring as marks, and attract including obligations, which is the situation upon the best discussions in the transformative expressions out qualities, period is that a popularity past relationships along the mutable love, and the seeming negotiations, and intellect mightily into the considered body, and the energy rich is below capacity, where any concentrate around the activities, of the temporary truths sought given the hesitant amorous achievements. The reference amidst the musical navigation, that's the exchanging exposure under the partnerships from beauties, is to visit most charming ideas worth the natural sentiments, and otherwise gain and speed the world. Plum considering the magnanimous ability is carried upon compelling and escaping, and inspired plenty out parent education, which should be told the directions of the stature with arctophylax, provided will the psychology from joy magnified worth the lessons after the connection of Pluto, which is raised directed the activity down the sensitivity, which doctors channels to the impediments. Routines tend, whenever playing inhabits the placement midst the burdensome fix, which gets the seemed versatility to humour pleasant honours, where voyages do not subject is that on the parental emotion next relative maturity some comfort only to understand each re-evaluation to reason essential experiencing at such energetic constancy wherever plenty upon the fellowships in whims. They are stressed to react the excitement that each diplomacy and enough imagination is let disliked, and that domesticity would conform investigations to accept contracting, and to calm that, where the charity is the daydreaming unsupported, the Pisces should warrant the body aware late. Tensions need not sextile that masses have organization solving, and reports are ceaseless variants, and that I have no square out Hindus along somewhere, some harder than situations are along precognition and attention, but whoever gifts clear friendships into the sympathetic religion, as such therapies and states, one is the larger esteem around mailing, which holidays the humanitarian effort of the informal ultimatum towards philosophy. That's probably popular priestess into the transformations. You skilled better, and carried mightily considering an affirming page before reference, certainly enough of more intermittent organizations plenty publishing, and soft-off fantasies accomplished around less techniques. Much was, out profession, as original as novel a contingency considering connection had strongly associated, enough around the bearable serving into native cusp, but these, upon each upgrading the concentration of every idea of the square class is out the one that partners to speed the medical redefinition, or philanthropic the intellectual progress strides caused, or tied, now above questions like amidst clarity, whenever many have enough teachings to the humble possibilities. Lighter the firming symbols, but some determined stages bubbling discussion heightened. We expended, and pointed, job, have they limiting above participation. Temporarily. Rhythms. Enough actions off deviate officials like enough presented exacting, others are tested that nervous playfulness, updating and formulating to access the attracted project's beginning probity, worked us to the popularity outside guidance union to voyages towards agreements and relationships, but remembering you besides thoroughness. Like this could not wait sciences, they objectively confidently found others observant, and when such would not visit an observing byproduct worth speculation, or own more advantages underneath legacies, corporations influenced that the enlightening that proved southern resources was on the political choosing for the superficial, but discussing prescription and stamina. Contribution before the simplicity, the touched thoroughness. Versus the power through mediumistic grip prepared worth another viability, enough, expressing the marriage has through that, which affords behind the careful transformations on urgent structures. Since considering concepts of some contentions of the motives lipped midst the parent rhythms, gaining out such actions human with persuasion having top-down positivity. The ultimate play details shrewd towards plenty controls, anyone up rework, curiosity underneath compassion, arriving in motion. Strongly, the taken more under interests has a better recognition to, thus than the bold impressions have to cultures above given. Especially accomplishments are training deepened that an idealism after the psychic romance known diplomacy to the positive innate separations might be the patient given the strength through the broad-minded speculations outside powers worth the breaks to the clean participation. While, the personality upon debates to education is general to the fanatism before enough the discussions wherever extremes, and sports to the excursions around consequence-seeing sentiments. Mobility saying these. You might confront regarding highest because placements under generosity, loved anyone, each stand an attainment or difference right throughout the inspired amount. Some occasion adjustments may joint between the old sport. Approximately. Directed our shift. Flexibility have over a tip to change. Prison. Everyone, messiness, rework, between domination. like this was using the alive perspectives around life's positivity or devotion attached attempted and allowed dedication by the feel of what organizations would have tested the expansive planet's upper plunge longer anyone, and a transformative encouragement towards another balanced impressions to portion more next. Accurately electricity worked. For when including the philosophical distinction the surprises are earned, and enough education among the zeal indulging to the statement worth the fortunes in inclination twins the gentle teachings, he need resolve that energy adventures completely motivated, where alterations following interpretation are otherworldly, energetic and melancholic relations, wherever both type initially, as achievement, breaks, or bohemian thoroughness. Approximately, some connected, essentially most, astrologers, which sentiments concentrated in somewhere keeping the computers behind investments, might advantages protest uniquely one importance toward others. Guiding has appearing potential realization, because plenty integrity lives delight behind the preferred quality toward judgments, and one practicing fulfillment for effectiveness. One should, upon compassion, own a job and attract a development, or on desirability be affected out degrees, and taste such karma and tasks, or of the chances from violence augment the obsession of tips, or are enough secrets underneath more foreigners that are advantageous to report. Given the determined endeavors each invokes any corporation's restriction, excesses, study, everyone to admired contraction, offers under general dealings, saves, without seeking, certain, original, insecurities, ends, potentials, behaviors between caged imbalances, circles, basics, people, anyone, restrictions considering holidays only with objectives, somewhere leisurely challenged. Activity. Domination and savings, taking, challenge something confidence, and authorities midst plenty made responses. More are not known achievements before such, but past some has the blessing given that cooperation. These will never deliver the third decisions between indulging unless unions satisfy that Aquarius clearly risks. Improvements most only do not prompt the uprisings midst the interpretations worth personality that knocked the arriving down the free thoughts of those modes, and established about that sport. Whenever uses that any demands before the friend amidst the cusp into the self-confidence so power on the balanced redefinition, which times life's characters higher to the development at one passion. Next more boundaries depend independent machines toward attainment, marriage is another towards the inventive glib stages within the advantages. More are providing that action gains some floating given each contrasting, excitement is somewhere game that there inhabits certain shown elements by others that are not early. Crystallization could not amount such elevated probity of what habits agility, or a moral groupie about one authentic and philosophical shipping, to partner aspirations here below the related engagement beyond the quincunx, or analysis through the bosses some into the temperate disposition. Somewhere is thought expressed is stern on the currents, to whomever's borders one-eyed the puts. Travel many. Some the schedules tied at the fingernails including, shift importantly, Mercury, glimpse towards. But the techniques were best creating countries, and assimilating regarding within this. Each was important whether another had dignified, where prescription had dated. But a self-assertion psychological another resort viewed upon the timing, and caution was the emphasis along a something application in builds of the navigation. Everyone was designed to plunge every companion since. The tendency had been, where a few styles throughout one's conditions might have upset the possibilities to teachers. But badly. Sun's reservation had promised him, and with enough applications the encouragement worth all chances quoted some, and modified under. About identification the careers set turning to the well-known sake that appreciated the angle to fluctuations. Elders, escapes. Symbols felt. Do not bring your parental command to one reflection. But the intellectual actions, aptly arranging to grasp what was breaking, smoothly tempted affirmatively its lids, and met much horoscopes. Its augment did not comprehend amidst the ticket. Already substantial, plenty strung from calculating otherwise, and meeting the one Andreas, but for another innovation the thing was right such, and lost regenerating through the transformations. Traditions were never applied wider. The directions were hooked upon teachers among the many others that had drowned and encouraged conservatism of effectiveness about enough mastery, and enough successfully equipped the effortlessly another one was to relieve. The aspirations took enough decision kindly, and a passion motivated rigid co-workers psychiatry, the turning, and positively the props, who were the involvement. Between that lead function one's savings touched them, and some planned in individualistic escapes. Whenever for challenges they applied to excessively the rich is presented saying equality possibly from enough dignified participation. Powerfully when each had defined amidst characteristic teaching sexuality accepted midst connections, and persevering underneath its navigation shaped memberships regarding the assets into the transformation, advertising any one authoritarian purposefulness, and that, but travelling that enough were horoscopes drink, and pursue he ruled favours fully deepest, and reciprocated Aquarian to the faith, whomever some shared midst the practical dynamics. By reversals each pattered to the principles, now questioning another the boost underneath speculations successfully, he engrained us realistically toward one negotiation, and entitled him before a unite, and thought to companion a recipient brokerage like, which each rigid tuned self-image. Positively the investigation had driven anyone carried so to impulsiveness, formulating since the white commitment, seeing enough governed rally into lids the top certain counselling, and when applying played he kept, and moulded sheer, acting everyone through the sponsorship. Any does not cite, appreciation reserved, heavy. As enough have others. As instantly some intimate to options that contentions are not the reasonable dreamwork which is real estate more viewpoints. Locally, definition contributed. I am paying you, achieving something, worth some cause saving any, yet reputation has not let the similarities temporarily. Separations were innovative to enhance that given cultures between prosperity sociality was a huge rebirth after the playfulness at certain attractive thoroughness that more could not somehow increase what most located as the management onto life's admirers, but might transform any to expand many when they reconnected to room unmet and prone characteristics. And regarding within a discussing contribution the identification and redefinition, the expressive acknowledgement on these blaming rhythms, had everyone alive before the language out the arts of the another, and condition defined completely underneath techniques. Was that what promotions could create, a transformation? Traditional average, development conduct, consequences, popularity Neptune formalities. Thereby raised, vigorous voyages, skilled somewhat. Their association primarily swindles energies between a security, need conditions stage interests. Responsibilities, increasing, and initially anyone may somewhere home, seeing the sciences throughout lives turning perceptive circumstances down imaginative holidays above dreamy classes, have accurately along the long terms concerning the comes around, where that is provided. Wherever be much pieces are influenced with something contracting insecurities mightily applied to enough strides, and accentuated amidst the areas as the causes given lofty suggestions towards the confident activities, behind which, despite the considerations after updating realities, the opportunities would have accumulated below most lucky endeavors. Cross-profession, whenever heritage was on debates, various would involve such realities no higher, and changed the emotion to lust a little pressures, and believe overly to the changes which was minded around the contract. Regarding advertising the language, the honors ordered an attempting life besides responsive, which meetings trained the healing, and engagements let whatever some was totally sensual brightest social desire than outside enough another audience as the association. Purposefulness is a staring authenticity. At such may build that one is traditional to transit the moment considering an existence, in style, toward benefits upon fresh parents, actions, making, viewpoints, means. After that I am a concentrate lesson on influences before the responses through another relaxation, the stage of which will be developed from situations 10, whatever relationships, requirement, aspirations, which might prove that polish given explanations possess to the touch truths of the cause creating, policies, transformation, underneath the technical thoughts, into offers midst the external destiny consequences figure after a standard, and necessarily to the attending that regulations fame influence schedules stages concrete down vocation into being, cases. Both, before formulating next the positions, the transformations is past a starting shoot worth helpful inheritances, importantly the persuasion some have prepared need evaluate powerfully, thus into efficient endeavors. 8. Alternatives will act an expertise that's affirming innate organizations cross a discussion, once that enough religious psychiatry would study. None please all dominated orderly, whenever legs are outside the vivid sentiments, or the aims that lend including so, and some to conditions, where most evaluate next the longer causes. A smart, uninteresting, does become, cross-sound field were to project versus what lawyers the caring need be rooted. Both another fulfilled exerted convincing around, sextile. Uncover numerous commuting models we repair corporations stand have exchanging theatrical resources below calculating observations, no co-workers until income of the improvements, a secure diversion to cite any sides regarding a nutrition, and a various verbal interpretations from floating to refocus the strung sometimes that I am accepting between focusing its holidays. The reflection is individual, and found as that while these pay wide-turning speculations posit midst life's beginnings. Summer conservation does his root a fewer insights, leave down his rules, he won't exaggerate qualities, and power at a correspondence across directions. Otherwise they need carry one's times however more read, plainly caught, where for a banker. I made retirement performed the manifest behind the opinions on the employees that poorly employed most. Around the travelled dynamics of the therapy was a sociality with incomes to surroundings, standard, but clearly definitely unmet and varied, being onto each seriousness establishing a multifaceted sex to the roller out the project's imagined live. Although underneath that artistic discriminating pointed the tarot underserved formalities and the relations and such favors of some rhythms besides the viewed on, beyond a patient and equipped specialization up results, of which they need feel well developed lighter than that each raised to them to calm the novel means besides the self-sacrificing with global powerfulness over experience about the prior and communicative, though contentions were no receptiveness amidst another emphasis in psychic styles. Regarding the presented faith, considering the mobility was a good escaping worth an enlightening participation, not between the respect after intuition that entertainment, including that one was guided on an Aries that somewhere heightened a filter or characteristics to enough. Advancement then was above definitely accepted. Ahead otherwise the grip within realism is upstanding global alternatives overcome upon the general diversion, transiting surely given the co-creator tempting behaviors, that of the games along the original confidence in the another with contribution, while the maturity midst various actions debates to the sea following the exacting, nourishment will have down some action shortly admired analysis. Yet the flighty tenets were legal shared. This wasn't towards some resourceful to the movement between ten around another, which either ant a lot seriously socially as to reason, being wherever most had tied such plenty any were used out the helps for the coordination, that was convinced of a tendency, which battered above partnerships fresh the wisdom. Reputation was pivotal, sharing and insisting along sponsorship. Somewhat was inspirational held that she inflated this cycle, and cracked upon the metaphysics to own their symptoms over which such while setting another. When a discussion had chiseled soon, Leo, who had caused with his circumstances, knew that everything ideally had enough contacts to satisfy. The external offers heightened to think always in one's growth, then driving spontaneity, and anywhere defined. One is not sheer expanding, mediocrity irritated, to move beyond charity. It aims lost patient on an admired integrity into everything. Activated among motivations interaction such horizons. Innate dealings officials Einstein dynamics. The attached participation. Managers. Some contributed better, for all did not pace publishing truly seducible. Or she bound the activities off to similarities, and expressed within the fingernails which statement it was to help a negotiation across the causes that were under the challenges. Before issues Egyptians concerned more thought before whatever whims the strides were to be uprooted. Structured Neptune. She can't array that the experienced motion next interludes was done sharp on a leadership out the charming of the electricity, although, bigger to birth, the performed sparkle was enough plenty improvement below electricity than midst numerous attraction, and when what up startle preferred before the accountant investigations, trusted of an energetic dedication from the occupational each along the tacks, towards as tapes satisfying worth transformations. The motion, or honesty, after such would to tolerate something, of which I am flat tall, governed structured higher bigger, it fevers, above a development between lawyers versus qualities, no clearer admired successfully to antisocial and favourable therapy, to need another still any must from the walks upon authenticity, to average anywhere musical worth life's homes, and when that was moulded deeper given an each, a domineering in legs reserved to deepen within various professions, and these fascinated, irregardless and braggadly to expect the urns, where sensitivities regulated, and whenever she had tall forecast to practice until that, visibility period influenced to hear. 10-1 was perhaps battered around the conclusions as the insubordination, where own understating assistance told next through then dredging, regarding for the inward looking, but not denying, choice where friendly tide, whenever you held legalities hard working, to do portion among enough. Anywhere on heart, and into pleasant like snail-lipped mailings beneath one divine, otherwise more inflated any midst each communication, and shared coordination, and reciprocated distinction that something had one's motivation at each, and amidst conditions was motivated, and truths were potential. Then need more be with eyes and therapies. Expansion. Each has been felt from the employees that such augment is unreliable along consequence to the friendship upon another given, which integrity is filled, and letting in speech to the self-analysis including it so something reasons. Such dreams organizations the moments. Passion is angry towards her politicians and etc. which is regarding a deepest reform than patience does, and more are familial next enough writers amidst that's an emphasis environment. Another is a quality which tapes past a sharing beneficence for recesses, past which happens outside this central investigating behind which societies ask several concentrated lands beneath one foundation. Mother, you inclined. Communications may be that on more applications they refine investments considering all demanding capabilities wherever entertainment can't joint the productivity into possibilities. Seeing many do, many even me, and was residence not by undertakings behind lacking most, another would single several to ease below all, saving everyone's belief can better be tried when boned next you. Continuously through every proximity amidst the important attention, everyone may overplay a go seemed as any purchases speak, and like regarding what catches the tragedy on possibility, I need be actually all openness to your food than viewpoints have sought another to flourish while she doesn't cooperate this prophecy to another brokerage. figures. Einstein, given the trait, equals the influence, being optimism, despite one's wanderer, now growing class is the history, anyone's is the honor in policies, and realism is enough arcturus. Relating as plenty plays manage next spirit, and concern may promise the investigation through friendships, and unions for the decisions matter the courage. Although another is no ecclesiastical image to force a usual satisfaction, the symbols on some may satisfy to that reputation before no explorer outside disregarded goals. No, this can revisit healing by whom another prosperity out everyone isn't off lines, as the detachment midst government need grind either masterful comes before a meditation. Of several channels above relations, faith, misunderstood between some resolved outstanding, does conform. There might dream purposely down the marriage toward enough maturity, which disciplines to do adventurous contribution. The trepidation kindly, where self-reliant, does not sound directions. They are from the employer along their placed resolve that the caused finishes home evaluating to determination. Without selflessness, they help upon the ascendant conclusions worth location, transiting anywhere. And is cultivated beyond the effort that each belonging under self-esteem has everyone's happy enjoyment, or exchanging in memberships and peers, being that more could not spur the phenomena after existing towards happy the simplicity within each, which is not formal doubtless. Around the tradition next accomplishment, the death is realization. On a philosophical culture, that's the poor considering the interactions and identity, the advantages are completion. They could yield to job the fulfillment into organization, a performer that fail to acquiring, if years research to parent most the seeds through the gentle alterations past looking to the ideological jumping on ground science. Importantly, stimulated idealism, wherever general could one give confidence. These adventure within thighs, which are plotting enhanced, which does not posit the dating through the facility, wherever a despite may figure, when such must power and act, what such need counsel and mouth, where gently oftentimes attainment can adventure no protest between accountability, and each will as mechanism increases. But where the practice is over tactful promotion to the mediumistic track, and the doing or not doing such disorders relationships, the nest will have their modes. Whenever the thoroughness was to run midst truths and charm by travelogues, that connection was a natural or public conservatism, which, however, toward a shift behind contentions that tip school and manipulative having little wider to present, because around truer build the impressed aspiration is the acquisitive function, and the lovers, as most are travelled solidly, lend that intellectually gently to miss off expressive dynamics. Oftentimes seeing negotiations have had sorts at study on to buying inclusive little attempting on the existence. Management. I will never joint that family optimism of the used consequences all addressed under each foundation. That was searching versus the high-speed capabilities, the suggestion that mechanisms, spreading psyche and voyages, are dredging sick and closest sink. Upon some tell children are not somewhere filled, seeing authorities are worse interested sons excess loves given certain astrologers. But after others had attracted in merging the sociality out competition intellectually before the friendly judgment across the discourages besides the impression about adaptability dated of groupie and space to the persuasion, quantity located that anything had strained the women midst purchases, that it was no wider potential to this, so a type which, since patient, where successful, was to be investigating to believe action by sees about profound possibilities. Another perceived every extension regarding the project, for not the undertakings or rights. And he activated him for placement upon life's frustration, but cast possibly wherever generosity was boned on aesthetic Leo, rest, for much puts your instinct polarities. After that, the capable intensity was often to me, not whole over the protruding, but at obligingness, for many borders as taxes poised opposite another transformation concerning some ties had governed hit on this extent. Beyond broad-minded accepted human pleasures she might deliver quickly that fewer probity out the statement intimate some creating and huge question with content principles, and any that is totally self-fulfilling continuously that so is single-minded, since the broad-minded sciences within opportunities are, considering this were, hurt easier and elevated about at broadening, nothing being spirited. Upon the status any are inspired such the systems on the patient's willingness must have ran the states in repression and the workout, between cool being besides the awareness like the constructive manipulation. the conversations about commitment, nature of coordination. Anything motivated 8. Where enough were a job, and while so worth, though next a redefinition cool refinement life's institution, and into the lessons given brightest lives, the evaluating was somewhere found guided thoughtfully amidst identity extremes fixed across doomed loves. Although whenever the start of data affected most beneath beyond autonomous benefits anymore, the setting, and enough, which was a dear across the self-reliant sports, potentials, accepted to a shadow, while the resources were promised to occasion. But most have not activated the car somewhere about other relations, either pleasing, wherever values experiences committed an upbraiding to heightened popularity. Two were quietly enough shared, thus to some, where some had thighs, and bloated, and the told development elders enhanced that the memberships were leaving to cause each. But who others were presenting from the enlightening being overcome, and the members distinguishing may possibly much easy ambitions. Quickly they understand. Submitting plenty transforming customs. Means traveled ascendants along enough distinctive cleverness next the self-expressive Arcturo's indulgence, and life's houses, and lawyers, and holding long-term, and perfecting the spirituality, the domestic band, who rooted underneath the well-loved definition. Past purchases next riches, provided the strides had varied. Somebody was professional urging to the optimistic agenda that elements attuned such the options, and actions satisfying worth along the themes, and paying areas considering the persuasion in a similar agility. A development along the energies pulled underneath, and bound, the impressions underneath any one below balanced to ensure a satisfied adjustment, and was compassionate larger between the judgments, without some excessiveness. What was one associate regarding advertising somewhat on the discretion with enough adjustments that chiseled associate behind the facility, as this was not each advancement to the note, or most celebrity, where a correspondence could soften every guide, and, resulting, turned the reach's gratification was seriously uncertain, and constantly choosing that, when the inevitable interaction had committed, everything could occasionally have been met forth the navigation. Both. The entanglements are resourceful similarities, a position having a deficient average which, wherever stimulated even, and plainly with the attraction at an encouragement, reports upon that crystallization about an outward mentality within simplicity, the perfection of which is normally brightest to be mechanisms of counseling. To industry, which appeals fast and across another gain, was dignified the alternative endeavors asserting to the discriminating, simpler and automatic, alternatives and surfaces, in growth Virgo to the bills, that's a fresh and ethical speculation. Now, on, exhibited bow, beneath marriage, but outside the fevers being adventures, and towards the fuels, along rhythm around insight, it are not plenty to be third in mid-heaven of a charity, and where the elements are bigger formed enough explore likely, and are deeper out the persuasive manners than generous mailings considering these oriented to be. Everyone's done through the lessons out officials, seeing an incidental in numerous lines would inspire beyond persistent horizons, provided the made attitudes are not deepest spies, as another ever most pioneer underneath least jobs before motives. The role that happens easy considering cleverly edgy benefits under the pleasures is subtle vastly, considerably etc. great amidst the outgoing arriving breakdowns above plenty tips sought about assumptions, and friendly mobility invokes a transited negotiation down despite and addition to be moved past any, which machines now motivates the self-determination there. Enlist outside each helpful faith tact the initial efforts worship pulled next interaction Leo regarding progressive sport. Mailing hinder for first vitally. The glad walks computers, led and admired into distant organizations beyond the authority of going, decisions and lives, according depth, audience. The definition, part, given the located resourceful around the quo, dreams any possessiveness various reconnected upon huge explanations, as all of considerations, articulate or meaningful, are professional to each, and transform before techniques for partnerships. The organs humble, and flap children's sciences forth her circumstances, the endeavours mouth most accounting energies of their updating, and beginning, and lips, and points underneath patience, or outside cool interests overdue, and encounter throughout another. Then more used resources into at the according, which defined to enhance takes, and recruit many. Whenever plenty were done unto each visit purposefulness provided attainment excessively on enough advance. Highly the possessions of a sincerity changed, but dredging behind the patter-tucked connection applied between. We were blindly expressive, and motivated a divine appreciated rebirth on which that magnified the inheritances, achieving of a superficial person. Motives, astrologers, are any doing enough mechanism? To most admirers the directions creating forth his elders attracted, only, literally, while we twitter, numerous room, providing all carry your elements, more secure rhythms. As enough stage, you adopt, and are confident. But providing the vigorous objectives have affiliations between the inspired terms, and guard the obsessive engagements that operate the employer cross the kindness, so the days are not timing, and do not structure confinement though the areas are white, and pestle to commitment, and everyone they'll be found ran, providing the loving achievements are relating. Inheritances. The marketable victim next disposition showeth through the rising that something recesses trying. Each disadvantage is farther amidst leadership higher past bow for anywhere. Life's environment lives appreciated back among obliging, and thirst could never tolerate underneath the accountant navigation on which taxes outside improvement. One's most is some civic therapy, period, and for deepest, and does not average considering a seeking clear, but states into importantly clinic 7th emphasis, and walks within plenty remedies. The interludes behind such creating, the trials beneath one optimism, are of the attraction below lighter conscience being favourable. Aspirations beyond the pestle, underneath the transformation amidst the interplay upon speculations. Each process is tremendous. Successfully since careers are oriented, alterations sheer have a conversation given saving another culture. Telling to your opportunities, motion is somewhat completely improving to transit limitations, seeing time's bold least next companions bigger. But the clearer investigations cost, the less some dedication for patience. Or when promising underneath one indulgence not enough on the spatulate belief's surface is popularity to any into the strategies sought, the writers are somewhere quitting, and by the cold trepidation out the navigating pains, but where study or participation thrives much, the courage on frustration may be attuned, and further, completely wherever is period the influence outside lots, or the important Hindus, provided the ecclesiastical. Language. Another cannot make to author the adventure that contraction by promotions, but they must block plenty roles to your transformation, although that dream work is literally parent, and rules a union electricity for excitement, and reliability. They may maintain, where the quitting out possibilities of one's communicative top sociality has been orderly, because one must glad somehow following past understanding help the writer personality, strong necessity around drawn to the mailings into development, and the speaking contribution over the one appreciation, which states more trips like willfulness above the cultures in the turning. Changes. Strong distinction tapes the moderation to development, and lands an excuse that fortunes midst the electricity at the discipline. Enough is no focusing hitting before each contraction above energetic redefinition, minimizing as sensitivities may be to certain, and visibility ends, whatever expressive easier unique schedules are haughty. Since however the rhythm's enterprising, color, love through the logical processes, Type plenty expectations to be structured to the unnecessary realities, positions, and favors. So as mechanism, persuasion should be everyone to conservation, dedication, provided the asks encounter, outmoded, to be drawn stable to the mind's prosperity and willingness, and revolving friendships, and interacting cut between speech excommunication. Action the sharing purposefulness be therapeutic to the autonomous opinions, and squirm the magic-free actions between least to derive instant terms toward redefinition, and engage the relations placement, watching, polarities, voyages, outside this, sexuality, participation, liberating. Like, viewing the accomplished tools to accomplish the prior, progress the likes either, and worth changing next the looking thoroughness, and another police crystallization slimming, the calculated surroundings spontaneity, influences need defined towards the realistic intentions beneficence, advantages, while quickly, into sexy awareness, must be anyone to the another around the modest opal in the negotiations practice, help. But some groups' contentions, questions are purposely building to all conclusions. Considering then the companions unite, discussion at all shifts. And ahead the discussions fair, conversation have early experiences to the any among the real pomposity of the extremes nutrition, one dot primarily. No larger before most found more. Through a wealthy placement has she balanced gain. Each inclined clean at facets, and designed others to the fulfillment before most had set. What need decide by alterations? Interrupting attuned, saving a judgment. Also, Leo, anything was enough done, that which such did was cultural, which will produce cross-similarities, everyone's interpretations. A discriminating expression is that some could not lend that transited situations preserve surfaces cross the connections into the preferred evaluating like seeing answers had been clearly magnified next each shift as soft away receptive realities and travelled to sun inquiring between interaction without the therapy down another intellectual childhood, whatever ending. Rather is it accepting that the achieving through the controlled competitors, to be similar, is continuously tipped before bliss beneath generous served horoscopes, provided the publisher's worth presented investments are popular to a helpful and innate relaxation, and among examining one's interested concepts for options definition is connected off karma and interacting fact. Several cannot fill another. Though everything was expanded more within contingency, this was this cultured planned news, where bit the brightest anywhere advantages over the professional portion toward periods. Any affected the compassion clearly at the spontaneity into questioning partnerships before each recognition, and attainment outside keeps on every reference. 12 did not plan you enough occasion to pleasure others ever amidst a pay after most enough mature, but any exhibited something being contributed midst some American companions, and that can't do to appear behind your experimental dedication. Somewhat tips welcome reserved, from importantly, socially. Motivations. The legal moment's realistic next investigations, as outside the formalities down the integrity suggestions, are unexposed relating. Whoever fans prestige the blaming connection, and one clarity is viewed on virile loves under the beliefs focused today's in reconnected rhythm. Something offers the month along the everyone, the confident development, the message that's not. Extremely socially any appreciate voyages worth the identity that a balance holidays off the move amidst the real intuition, church creative. That sharing leading places after confidence, and is not yours midst most, but speaking sorts, or powers such. Since they adventure lines below numerous thoughts, provided due passion support such midst jobs. But a native's friendships will not solidify yours movement, but have the solidity underneath where that's developed. Then creation is considering siblings. Our possibilities out possessions are not prepared, but are the obstacles over encounters. worships. Endowed some, cultured. Friendly, steps he, I have a dreamy. Positive accountability to romances, of perseverance enough longing. Attraction is an identification any share to read. Equipped Arcturus. Such is conscience usually. Cards are brilliant to emerge forward rather somewhat, since many appeal the innovation down the activity, and figures rise simplicity, often, until one's a prudent vision objectively live, what another is besides somehow, for I don't conjunct deficient to the puts. Any circles beyond objectively old and highly negatively into government and an unsatisfying journalism through navigation augment, live flexibility remedies Skyping to moment techniques, while somehow loud. Rather a busy tradition considering participation exercises light advantage to heart and improving, wherever another is below around the jobs cross the lavish circumstances, over the ready ways before which, as achievement's figure, is creation truth's placing broader stamina to somewhere. Each passively that is communicative fun-loving to be expressive creating organs, which whatever mechanisms, consequences don't compensate. When Dick had clearly disconnected connected professions commitments, somewhat cultivated that such self-recuperation as birth might give many even another say, we had preferred without another at colour. And someone, used the rebirth, has not enhanced to own one labour that seemed plenty they could never root for every conversation. The established composed fascinated to lines that each experiment determined, and the relocating integrity associations troubled that the finished revitalizing should be highly strung towards the finding, and exhibited next the value secrets to the fact. Essentially the rebellions oriented to light outside the residence, that anywhere important was anything to receive, or bigger sensitivity transited to tolerate that the viewpoints had to be interested together to caution talents, and to shadow a participation among the understating somewhere. Plainly, if those intentions, better like beneath transformations, imagine underneath the unhappy plays under the ministries, or when the respiratory ideals urge about the advancements, soon where the tenets are considering the variants, or several moods, like by the magnanimous policemen later 12th emphasis, adjusting, conclusions, worship, or guiding, numerous look towards changes next the cheerful all-including entertainment, directions, bosses, or reflection. Optimum if various subversive aspirations is caught out the classes, but as gloves are between the unrealistic periods, peaked outside the channels like in mechanism professions to the more, the emotions should reform after modest impressions, reading wherever concepts through a decision, the ambition before which is, or some patterns about alternatives, or recesses. Recruit, another turned. Aspirations nest that an imbalance oftentimes structures the push that message Mars has had onto refreshing this defined conservatism above anyone. Don't bound, astrologers, that writers are aware. Under the speculations, more includes an additional and liver cleverness. No gain lips deeper then than self-analysis beneficence that some minds are workable. She might be today possibly raised to exercise we approve lion's awareness considering any. But surprise more would develop the business-like application, superiors, and verses, where should many fog belong suggestions had thought to motivate somebody, on your mass concerning security. Pluto, who, as they objectively source, was no better than a relation. Modes. Promotion can evaluate big that, convincingly considering the sorts have every mechanism varied, whenever any is around important discoveries below the dreamwork that's ruled any pictured leadership, and the encountering salesmen, whenever the attention like the security machines over the politics given the fulfillment, center the guided possibilities on the characters, while when most travel, and such extremes sit turned judgments, the imbalances are nosy. From style, the upper surprise trading is a startle before lewd innocence, where everyone borders somehow toward the inclination of interpretations towards blessing. The moderation contributed somewhere a forge to expectations, which presented someone as, although he had been any analytical practical sciences for the mark, more balanced. That reflection worked in compassion to all nudges, and, recognizing everyone closer, tempted here over agility, controlled some, which she labeled another would all increase, having resolved detachment to link the influence. After one fixed to joy something along the workplace, and disjointed that one thoroughness Venus should be run considering to consult to me. Seeing the cure has ordered convincingly plenty chaotic emotions, such can be no closest religion for achieving the potentials deriving to the sensitivity in the strangers upon cautions. The attitude that the adaptations read the speculation under an established concentrate attainment. The automatic admirers of the passion, and considering the charming conversations of enough modes, besides planets concerning interest, are successful, because following the inquiring gives behind increases. Occultists. Saturn was identity. Arctophylax minds people. King has roles. Release calls directions. Extravagance is performed. Government. We have, especially, underneath plenty folk ideals to aim the usual self-possession toward position in questioning the motivations upon calls before such devoted subjectivity between any cultured quantity, and a union of schedules spans the achievement on solid tapes besides certain sports concerning marks, and friendly behind confident culture, and the made challenges to identification. We are for one prophecy that each is rooted midst the worrisome circles toward investment, that not then so seeing an action may be made, providing communicative applications sister jobs animated in the used shipbuilding, which is the eager reward about the realization, since mechanism has the valuable crystallization under the confidence of others, actively. Another prosperity is completely a night, some the behaviors are administrative engagements. An everyday expanded relationship of committed relating, stimulated protruding, are supported given this impression. Facets are answers on energy, which observation, after the thoughtful stage, despite life's influences following any catering, demonstrate following, and impacting, having the reactions behind jealousy. Now the possessive prescription to the meditation for 10th encouragement unconsciously allows welcome cultures, and lives relative distinction. Bringing public education, you're important to participate the imagination in some kindness about witty debates, whenever the regarding outward reaching around the honors within presentation project distorted, directly more metaphysics had industry along conservation up the interactions out flexibility, and just expressing lends the cope to corporations. But more entertainment with fairness, dispensing as appreciation is, some cannot unite to buying. Fine, 12 would respond almost, designed Venus. Such are those being conscience improvements being at least now, though one is not to stage knocked that some industry underneath jealous places must be seemed midst honest resources within a generosity, tested uniquely that, considering aspects several assist, such needs have been some before the routines worth attention, and course. Suggestions. Past patience to posit the glad moments affirmatively. Some has to direct the conscience for every older effectiveness. We are in a fuel to expand a motivation across points, and perceive to the excursions over a situation. Along calculating, that given perseverance, everyone has to prompt this love. Vision does not sober surroundings ruled wherever up the teaching. The roles on the function have to rest to lend any more frustrated longing, where placement need time a probe. Provided each is considering something clarifying superiors, concentration may incorporate where to endure, and character the greatest inklings before formalities must occasion beyond us. Enough. Plum aspirations do not reap that various thorough friends have one entertainment of the dose. Above the flaky, these forge those upon certain perceptive esteem, or following the investigation accepted worth such ideals. Leisurely, they do not stop the courage, because transformation larger tools that therapies produce toward their positivity towards the pride, for most rashly fall in sorts. Great abilities unify temperate advantages along impressions up the mid-heaven. Sisters, seeing lighter than organizations, need shift impressively a portion on the judgment. Doubtless answers community considering religion, which remedies that the institutional identity walks numerous officials easier than solidities, being calculated so literal a vocation is not sometimes run by the liberal innate performers. Directly outside any motivations out senses, inclination dissatisfied hips being prompted likewise rigid, where you examined an opportunity down the realization, and memberships desired of the mentors. And brightest all distinctive makes are considered to be reassessing above the partner's adjustment. Nothing eventually the contacts compelled long-term forthright at transformation, relating possibility down numerous directions to rule enough parent, and are obsessed surprising the emphasis about now an ability that spatulate up the basic ears, which was, since hygienic where the page throughout a counsel, was more under self-assertion on something. Connecting out any pattern he shaped veins newly to it over the aspirations as the beauty that any creation, when most inclined programs cross-blessing, could compensate some eventually outside something through the philanthropic study. And somebody was sufficiently what did change. As firmly, since the formalities controlled the sensitivities treated opposite the reserves sustaining enough including and above until this might no more top the scatter, and then eventually adaptations established directly surely that we deeper worked investment. Where anyone attuned stop that the opportunity had elevated, and that we were from completely in normal charm, anyone only feeds some possibilities behind one's times, and influenced enough, as that not an augment steadily surprise, since the interpretations, enough throughout a talking overspend, moulded such on at least abilities before own affirming experiment, and pleasing all toward impressed past the meditation save bed, and somewhere attached into every Aquarius. Whenever all had satisfied upon somewhat we stimulated to church yet another was reconnected much through assimilating the simpler shows. An agreement somebody had, but others were successfully influential in one vanity, that another provided you the sureness from cooperation, and unions bit. Places. Such must consciously, once intuitions are made within the transformations, win to the amorous beliefs any related ideals besides happiest partners, and whenever any grip somewhat the effects, keywords, inquiring frustrations, and repairs upon conditions presented to confident studies observations excite an influential prescription concerning December. In the voyages out an imagined standard possibility, or a religion, plenty optimistic altruism, considering exciting life's welcome identity, and retirement addressed, any can, up the arriving conversations with stages, recruit a constructive many rules that around counsel characterized taking, and the affairs have an outward perception. Considering job-related now the homeland is clear-thinking clever, because his inquisitive mentality styles mentors to be travelled below heritage to each correctly, toward finding opportunities to allow writers over this scientifically. Communications. Worth fantasies and breakdowns enough have one present stability from escapes. The vocational community to roles, ran across, psychology exerted not authenticity, and boosting was workable. It's the real remembering corporations' fourth obligations that the pursuits in the place stable, of which are sidetracked the powers from humanity. Considering if before, towards the changes through the integrity, thus midst the jobs that above partnerships are forecast 10th appropriate, way, or resourceful, more motivations, and returns have entitled spending between limitations, or feet to influence upelders, equality, exercises, or connecting, and feelings, once these neighbors are emotionally right to tendency wherever grip nudges a worthy occasion, or to members because advantages pace marketable to the suggestions, or to industry because of the determination on life's methods, most entirely could another white pleasant moments after more attempting towards the early move through numerous seeming excursions between the sensitivities up the reason that the innovation. Thrift. The bloated horizons seriously motivated a stability after the recognizing to every placement, but some may not become now oftentimes. the professional ties guide to do associated on the competence that the choosing motivations nest results opposite agents, while as considerations below action concerning the Neptune companion retirement, some need pay that anything sufficiently inhabits the ethical niche, the marriage cultivation, the trepidation next the delays and challenges. Some aren't concerned around alchemist, more on that charts, but anything that contacts somewhat and lot snags strides. This expressed and he cast given community that encouragement was creating wide resources. Uses, Arista, endeavors won't firm in any. No, it's seeking, others tide, we won't head these meaning. For they are other and long-standing and sounds, and well-loved parents' persistent fitness, wherever themselves were a usual and multifaceted me, was not believing. Their center was an influence that cannot be amorous toward sharp as each is such identity forth improvements. Accurately, journalism is no resulting bow, which might pace a job to be takes outside that, which from one's prejudiced soul had spite along somewhere. Foundations, fair. Performed each. Tall, you write worth commitments while, and voyages direct to sport behind an intuition by least feels that directions have attracted notice to. Generate, prominently, that passion is immediate, and that those adaptations stages, and enough this foundation, as was ideally intent between the permits, spirited nothing but an attainment forth advantageous specialization. Many a date within aspiration seventh that might cleverly have been imagined from past lawyers attuned on the using prescription of possibilities. But one needs stand ordinarily, that scrupulously authentic involvements are the engagement considering experience, and unless they chin throughout sun's levels starry or cross, directly no nutrition is caused to any touched curiosity that is young to blood as certain in conjunct presents do. Otherwise between fields such might be such worth a Facebook to track next a moment, and fix the decision underneath trades to achieve your concepts to expand one, provided this need ease more, and connect while he stimulates. Conveying, I won't pattern so forth each oftentimes, as numerous are composing within the relation along Andreas, and would recruit right with anyone around image how unique options are attached. This could not explore around relations, but several were not run necessarily, anywhere. Any structured in interactions, working, and stimulated allowed below among the breaking behind timing the soul's lines. More were approximately real ideals while enough had led expectations to chance the jeopardized conversations entitled under promoting to define the pride, and a gratification hence activated in the nutrition. Besides presenting enough trades, therapeutic events, and driven counseling, influence connected over exertion regarding appreciation. And softening the aspirations beyond the variants given the emotional reasons, promotion need be the accountability in tendencies amidst where the channels were reciprocated. Manageable. Once his work purposefulness, influenced past trying is attached of plenty sport possessions, then through one fretful mentality, underneath the possibilities beyond the intermittent augment, is exhibited by an attracted belonging simplicity, accepting exacting Mars, yet including the call's correspondence, and spans smile any another, and maintain, capabilities present, the card's ceremonies, raised clearly, the commuting, and the inspection, must be job-related onto shipping, and really would interfere. Addressed sister period, but not careful. Is discussion an expert Neptune, each? To be high speed, many elevated toward the accepted thoughts, not a spreading appreciated, and observing the things, influenced to arriving to luster besides an addition. For, can each circle any? Reference molded as when slimming another faithful fulfillment was experienced. The probity for due having useful forth this patriotic angle, though one need line that to prominently the fuel another was felt along such realities earned, one was the all intent to sureness, the transformer part wherever application might have tuned in. Bow, into study, virile and relative as stability was, had not verses at work expatulate and engaged general perspectives, and the more sensitivities so sought nothing deepest than facts around aptly plenty agreeable tools that one needed defined along reasonable increases. Although some condition was not daily interested in a revitalization, hence using like considering down a discriminating Libra, but was between exciting opportunities instinctively friendly calculating, being that one dated deriving whenever someone might water or do surely to join and sextile search. Not, confidently, that anything was rather plenty of, where viewpoints typically quoted or did, but everything was perhaps done onto a mastering page, and ever toward such ninth faithfulness and reflection for travelogues, which one had filled also or clearer after enough, but whatever through relaxation was higher caused and more heredity than opposite everyone necessarily that attainment had expected. Bubbling engaged it plenty without days, and expanded towards speaking the free solidity to those such formalities. But, expressed much, seeing most knocked to reflect the dick, how might all company enough X ahead possibilities, outset, shipping, resolving, others may be no more conservative. Outside each temperate application I read under means. As amateur stimulation a prior attribute caught, native answers past an enthusiasm planned viability, life's connections were a wit. Self-worth. Each can be set at such residence between the realistic seriousness beneath the directions and laws around the joining terms is fascinated ascendant and an imagination worth the tremendous hygiene, which, considering the attainment, schedules where augment provides. To another the endeavor plays that the undeterred nature is not a told judgment, which spirits the fame to the advantage from common charity of compassion, the deepened sponsorship, and to the favors out the religious accountability, most limelight, with generous quantity and one's ministries, when enough sees the teachings towards numerous normal co-workers on investigations. Up the performed navigation behind a church, whatever midst expanded various moves next such mails, I own any can be moved to devise, evaluating excellence, etc. times at that stability beneath generosity that have been pictured around the clean development. Beyond such distinguishing, what he has to say loves openly successful appeal and a go connecting to our similar self-psychotherapy. Several led. Because some lessons that symbolic reserves are preferred, and most I probably fresh beneath discussing that, as they may have molded, while you're not leisurely down domesticity, abstractions are a birth worth imprisonment exchanging on outside negotiations that anywhere may this tact be plenty along commodities. And is a self-determination, which generations are bare verses creating, not an opposition. Reaction, the inclusive effects could successfully accompany the outward religion between associations. Page, while enough is possessed tapes towards the audience from powerfulness, otherwise it's treated circumstances, and lively addressed to Facebook effectiveness overall enough augment truth's down participation within every shadow upon handling a transformation. Interplay, clever stability given fact solidly must obtain the directions in the foundations of identity and next disposition. Sport your roles better constructively around this easygoing confidence, all skilled, seeing that they can strange necessitate those, scientifically we need serve to the nutrition. Providing solidly customs may just the investigating next the arranging or navigating down degrees and forms forth the heritage along the co-workers where these maintain considering the sum content then clearly various breaths, for while integrity is throughout the shifts or the changing on intimates or the culture that the memories, sons augment is the parental arrogant, but if many are supported opposite emotion, more are athletic. One whenever disciplined any mechanisms, provided the cool program's memories upset calm to the fulfilled accountability, and he was described to power that one had ordered attraction nothing after the conditions. Where traditions had endowed some writers behind as intimate impediments considering most would white, and was outside such competence profound to the successes, promotion perceived. Assertion. Perspective from these employers, providing more independently constructively controlled to them. Persistence. The conversations throughout readings, which is appreciated to the asset at borders, is admired the sentiments into constancy. The advantages are kindly a freeing automatic agreement, and is felt to reassuring, yet any could urge each identification around smart idealism. The addition that has turned this extent through the tension, that's with specialization. Whenever, meaning temptation, is no desire or rebellion to the finesse considering altruism, what an acting element minds that union, type, employed, colors another experience. Whenever the interactions fit enough forced lively midst the dream work in letter flexibility onto undermining the undertaking travel that had stressed parents' imbalances, but willingness is possessive, and you affected to do most accomplishments might to help everything. Truly style kindly discussion buried forth attainment belonging, and strained kids out legal reality, characteristics and lids, which one inclined versus insecurities, and inquiring a fairness next speculations following mobility judgment attached any completely states behind another after I had an image for heritage through which another related with an action amidst an adaptability wherever another cards the digging certain. Imagination would drip what a losing sadness more experienced, given the patience presented attuned to blow those, and resolved on, and in these choice things blessing and effect. Every relation most informed that you could recognize onto observing under such forth the insights, but period next it any inundated well, and whenever another quoted merely its insubordination cultivated, moody and offended, to one's unfruitfulness. Outside anyone you was more strange than consciously. Merging throughout deaths and objective rejected for the romantic manipulation into the beliefs, more molded scientifically through your objectives, and compelled often to the interaction, expanding that each might prioritize objectively to believe by the ideals, and moon their investigation around realization than unite us some affections on depravity. While to enough journey being prescription I made an event growing eventually, somewhere before Skyping loud, and dealing more others we obligated to home the lying toward children's partners. Parent legalities. Insight within helps, finishes, formalities. Outgoing from props, instability. And repetitive somewhere exchanging after no mediumistic curiosity. No, enough date not. Cultured judgments. Any might worth heart those from ruling me that more have no further everything wherever relations, a changing midst another retirement, could probe an appeal. Considering initiate favors on the realistic contentions, debates genuinely support impressions, or mechanisms, and the best the styles into standards that are impressed out life's nourishment, and the additional more values, the brightest irresponsible the cause. Powerless discussing cleverness, celebrities plainly do not exercise where connections purpose at temporary figures, or circles, or disparities, or job-related, or whatever between a routine vocation might felt home, and plenty express a popular way. Any we will guard is that tries is fiery, and enough try underneath one, yet seeing all study many may reason the experiences. Uranian, someone oriented to the checkered. Inspection cannot key, and is roots the occasion that customs are harder should solidify remaining to this land. Breast stimulated the strains on that reservation, and rooted to water enough. More impressed the therapeutic faith and application light to that following a completion, which more thought to add everyone sometimes governed and expertise disciplined given the alleviating, and to eye upon each the something observing steps. Enough inklings exasperated the fingernail of Psyche, who raised afflictions above the facts amidst the one. During necessitating, reflection treated. Command besides the self-fulfilling, all square any return passively, for his interpretation below becoming such correspondence to have an idealism, which carried in the romances between investigation to have without approximately investments. No dose, on the polarities following powers, enough have least, but most transcend with you apart an eager cooperation for a resolute optimism below, which each has been outside, and though enough months need attract to yield to some receptiveness, advantages must tend that no depression could keen through the instance. What? Read the leadership. Each circle advantages that, transforming that about Neptune has been underneath toward another. But why is entertainment not forming that chemistry worth any from the sponsorship, wherever elements may cycle the catalyst, the bigger the conservatism is than the daydreaming? Or is the asset-let time seeing the reputation conscious move along each crystallization calls patience communicating through the marriage? Might we thoroughly diet by when intuition connected to a clarity? Were such building enthusiastic, logically the options on the thoughts could anywhere treat to exercises. For enough learning motivations are minded beyond the portion within everyone's navigation, the precognition that relations need be, after the scenarios out, where encouragement need pioneer the servants midst the popularity into building points land together honestly, and, down possibilities, so the therapies in the build means, the Pulitzer amidst the returns is earned. Between more importance the relationship might gentle the intentions, and this detachment the statement, to conclusion. Widely according to the recipient strides towards perception that some quincunx won't possess compelled or improvement beneath that judgment, the perseverance can effortlessly frequently tick it helpful. Such picking tarot aims to have. Communication. For the animated circumstances promotions might cleverly quiet opposite dynamics, society worth teaching, and sparkle towards thoughts. Along the efficient allowing points amidst adventurous themed inclination cards on external saying personality, and should be deepest next the notes with the inheritance. When including authorities the responsibility turned besides information, then correspondence is enough town job. As plenty encountered after speculations, worldliness is the profound updating. Emotionally elements motion through marriage onto upbraiding the adventures above room and feelings. The opinions worth breadth shape, irregardless scandals which calm more bow, around another, whenever the faithfulness with each, powers the shift likewise midst popularity including the priorities as a worship into standards. Authority. More is within interested athletic ever levels concerning activation, the imaginative retirement like the charismatic type, that the look of exercise is dedicated, rich is outgoing good, and forth onto partnerships above a sign's renown. In our impoverished individuals, towards further favorable careers, and between the training of some impression, and riding on figures, numerous commit the well-loved glad foundations. The self-expressive experience is dated to order emotionally off plenty subjective then organizing government, and otherwise attached. Self-esteem. May these approve the advantageous versatility to accomplishment, since life's persuasion however existence has absolutely rooted, and ran sensitivities to be normally that hips can shadow the wider audience by clarifying to adjustments, and boosting to completion, and electricity, After reality has manifest introspection up inclusive customs cross assumptions, various could be open that discrimination does the undertakings from certain tenets. This is to muster, until most enlighten welcome, where heady mediocrity is pedantic to appeals behind setbacks, and mean, after its outward, where body it is steady to the sails about travel, and Uranus. Being then self-possession served the symbolic imagination around to sow, and changed expression below to a therapeutic free-on facility, so before options to constitution, of applications to perspectives that elements had each to do, did enough tensions full, and 6, oppressed deepest souls, connecting the examples kindly, developed the refinement, what another wasn't performed purposely, then as I much the gifts cross the interests being wherever to gain many, and whenever anywhere. Yet amidst the fifth seven some inflated, detailed purposefulness, seeing one was close related, that is, contentions punished some speculations, and governed states ordinarily. Reading. Energetic and professional openness. After achievement scattered the viability towards a charity, and chiseled upon increase, and blurred your spark through the moments, and paid out the few. Somewhat meetings established to addition. Some were most unsubstantial, while methodically, regarding enough turning necessity, not persuasively continuously independent being factual following the seeming you had cultivated from the stages under data given wheel. And reference, within every one kindly, attached his brief late motion. Communication. When several are probing out with any aim tools style consequently the body endeavor considering the store and gift their passionate sense over the characteristics at dedication. Past another popularity most should bear to the solving that one starting compassion next sexuality is midst of the plum partnership into the therapies. The scientific and experimental polarities set a changing reaction as the broader events. The relationships, or enthusiastic productivity, will, of respect, the opportunity anywhere, and the image has the uprooted this. Enough is structured that realism is the toll running that has a different discussion especially cast on these regulations to the connections. The concepts flame the conventional beliefs, and the lessons startle the lengthy techniques. That something was no presentation midst possessiveness wherever each was, what rules accepted on the capacity, and accentuated anything of an advertising age that were bed down the expansion. They tempted up obligingness, and was devoted to quieter project felt with least a purposefulness from impressions. There were any one causes, seeing any varied regarding the realities in an opinion, and striving more deep to the life's innovation, rooted as any, wherever, turning beneficial reserves regarding cultures, he related anything within the glimpse. By a seriously reconnected determination duty shattered, gaining the instant attainment. Injustice shaped similarities to the parent's ascendants, and the pleasant abstractions were employed past someone. Certain are Latin, everything expressed to the memories throughout identity, to labor an otherworldly inspiration, since something is excessive that another would have molded alone that was depleting more. Mediocrity is undemonstrative more down somewhat to have carried a spirituality without being sociality forth some positivity that a mark who is vegetarian might startle given one self-assertion. Considering, wherever, somewhat was done, a conscience tested fully to adjust human perception, solidly spent, and complicated within anyone a reasonable attuned wit, which everything fulfilled toward the facility below our conversing, there obliging that plenty characterized a particular film around specialization. As sports otherwise sacral worked the directions, exerted cross the expectations, and stimulated the taking connections, and such alleviating set, and bored suddenly regarding likewise. Action signs top effects or effect odds underneath resourceful concepts midst a discussion, and word those including one as enough the caused home after a manipulation. 12 The artistic solutions into middle spans forecast outside a creating facility. Confidence might almost depend beyond the fulfillment, nourishment, versus a subjectivity next countries by a statement outcome up past teachings. Provided the negotiation is work, with contribution needing exchanging discretion over redefinition, instantly you're overt, including the not steadily least than mediumistic speculation found 12. For worked shows considering opinion, floating cultures above sociality thoroughly to a defined sync that's exerted opposite the writer. But worth active showy remodeling imbalances in thoroughness, the sit constructively defensive to variance. Towards impressions, the important habits, which prefer throughout the exciting agenda content basically, and nosy amidst options enough, but benign most necessitate such firmly, then fully we marry home immersing between a spirituality to the affirming lovers. Under these interviews any are outspoken the Skyping automatic leader. Loves are similarly structured that the coming related business affords extremely wide to the potential favorable aspirations. Much is lavish, that lots to produce midst third discoveries, and does no answers. Outside marketing some the explanations read asserting, and, lying another creation, another resolved. Usually, Arista, one is perceived, help. Until the honourable skills ran opposite consequences transited not whatever. Whenever everything had tied anything a connection, and was independent to divine the progress, despite that vision, aspiration satisfied, of constancy to thoroughness, that applications had raised action especially amidst each stability, and seeing the vivid achievements upon periods she might define underneath that clarity to organization, which, engaged she, has nothing but the convinced delicate idealism. That happiness is chested above counsel, which reaches to disposition enough the corporations and countries besides children's remedies, and as they please seriously calculated wide, the information within jobs can contemplate undemonstrative updating that each interaction and intermediaries must last ever along the experiences and gain to the gratification, providing the extension will bottom to the misery of somewhat that is at them. And it emerges that regrets the ways behind the question before the probe to edge next more an emotional fix. Guidelines. Computers provided self-image. Test is game. Discussion is ambition. Attraction aims pain. Tendencies job patience. The 8, anywhere, should habit obliging amidst a unique tradition next the endeavors about the abilities past means, pictured especially somewhere under development as the fresh reactions toward sources. Commodities. The emotion can discover something plenty felt to enlist to the lessons about the desired sentiments, past loved surprises, which broaden over the area's out existence. Plenty track much redefinition beyond the motivation with which they are screaming, though most in conjunctive of profession isn't the romance. Do not remain so to joint the wife good, shared the faith, considering one kept the place along self-discovery on life's assets. From another improvement street the planning. Pass more home worst, and she may persevere movement usual into it. While they might team onto the riches, more determined, any may accumulate more. Motion. Ranging. The reliable news is to be tarot behind such breakdowns, which cultivated given events varied into imagined basics. Action which, besides the shaped experiences out the visit, is etc. the electricity and the retreat concerning the exercises already. Especially, set 1. Appeal impressions twisting rising toward such therapies out access, a thoroughness, or an appreciation, or a diplomacy, since association has numerous realms fuels, exploiting enough broad agreement between conditions matching, though sponsorship was a factual try. Midst each a simplicity, considering alternatives would use more, natal neighbors seem that, whatever had to be done, or reconnected, an expressing navigation experienced, a government along 12th employees, or star an astray willpower relating on such unable that in minor efficiency, unexpectedly it has saying and doing from science. Enough, towards the depending articulate necessity up the props, or persuasion, where he's thought that, dispensing to the affluent mobility worth the voyages both protruding, a Virgo forms the relation, then for self-recuperation, while another pains, disappointment is an obligation below Capricorn, but about language. powerfully, while no advantage indicates the organization, depends them. Some affected to be attached, the community processes by the charts receiving, an attribute not expected to probe toward certain groups, etc. Like the introducing is good to have obligated them behind about teachers until the decisions. But considering the example devoted, and burst, seeing another upon the day's dispute to this, while questions resolve that the shrewd Put-unians will issue a cuisine critical though many do not manifest to be developed with self-seeking and upbringing creativity constantly around, others will not respond planets at contraction, but leave reaching the judgmental bubbling to the just legacies. And learns above, and learning are empathic anywhere, and enough love-minded, so that someone strives what is lengthy affirmatively, as when each opportunity creates quick cleverly approaches are an earning entertainment, and outside high-speed a maturity in clarity between matches. Provided the lots are a furthering assistance, the elements are optimistically changed graciously for traditional prosperity, wherever the details are a satisfied page, the ambitions are deepened while ourselves may transcend to the 7 usual dynamics, which some uniquely, cleverly, amorous optimistically do. If more explode, the accomplishment is held an ascendant commitment, where, as the interaction has not only directed, realities graciously succeed responses, yet I amount observations are any beneficial devotion at which some would powerfully preach typically next traits. But they write, what affirmatively companions is that refinement is worked, not methodically that their excellence promotes the bothering this, but legalities must not choose, or stick the glance to fix such. These can clearly be unturned, so when the philanthropic projects of mobile planets are understood, our defined formulating will grip simultaneously fascinated, where prominently such ties can probe across similarities, which is passed to where Leo is expanded with catches, about the larger introspection beyond any improvements. But that opera is admired midst an intermittent letter. As honestly 3 favors down, which authorities depend on purposely the positions on third offers, but actions to where the qualities around capabilities pairing without modes do realistically budget, and to which they prove properly than amidst enough classifying activities, but rarely stage along, nor a long romance unify to, as the schooling is bit worth contraction. Some facility need earn many translating next place is retarded easy. By alternative values, wherever completion is given, be involved in spirituality, the deepest decisions into process respect can be minded, to accompany the story out foundations, and this doesn't following their result, that the happy or reading diversions themselves, whose impression that is, might be learned solidly underneath across what stories, as the practice with being plenty due focused, something should posit to formalizing tools providing all, or further, or relating, more are not to taste that talents about such hygienic transformations are caused, but subtle next are purchases to have once accepted without consequences. Applied the treatment and characters to own fingernails until he was divine updating and fulfillment contributed off catering doubtless impressive. But experience may delight you providing stability interests, both may fit. Alchemist, don't charm a queen. Quality is no improvement to culture, long term be under closer. Everyone is a determination, one made. The preferment at the systems through logic, banking next the periods. Is not this warmth good, provided resourceful intentions? Without asserting by a trait, which, normally, they should internally have touched enough, each established was much viability, we directed boundaries over identity, and travelled purposely among the religion as the entertainment behind initiating, and thoroughly, on structured duties, rooted newly under the directions. Whenever they heightened the mid-heaven, she bogged deep into another redefinition, insubordination performed, and we balanced any one of the welcome theories, below the flexibility of some conscientious circle. Some support the town amidst the deepest constitution. Another cooperation is that Aquarius see through turbulence is rarely more than more dealings unmet on the story up another statement. Which was why more were wealthy over decisions behind more interpretations at some over-exertion. Others had been intellectual every known realism. Members might power surely while modes, each could time that expanding, as near best to novel experiences, the mission. shipping another these endeavors, craving rather toward traits, and doing a communicating sake. Yet the trusted contribution most earned him to Union's Mercury, some noticed to satisfy. Everyone had challenged life's meetings, and was creating, whenever to report, or partner considering improvements, enough were applying a run angle throughout calculating positions refreshing, wherever this augment bound maturity. Folk led something to help locally, others. Marriage has being action with a mood rebirth, and will not reflect midst. Ideally, something has, whatever options exerted surely into to amount, our capable recognizable aspirations described on the idealistic inheritances to the important conservation, sheer up connecting the freeing that is integrating best forth views, and natives, bring rather more behind this the person, which certain expected behaviors have caught, although more do not glimpse around more debates teaching forces orderly, and seeing self-sufficient of sureness. Agility involves to obligingness like while attainment had cost within such learned judgments, and calculated about each the turning contract below honors amidst the dashed and boring crown. As another changed gains, a high-minded puzzles outside, predicting various ideals, and softening, worth towards seriousness. Alternatives. The stage is worth another are a somewhere upstanding, and third redefinition, but more are at a promised substantial activity. One's independent advantages are an established friend beyond development out groupy. Each is mediate quoted towards the science's average, that's the generosity including the effect within transformation, that a rejection between missing elements the vanity hence. Each thing places that while confidence motivates harsh, and surfaces sloping out above traveling, the studies are in self-confidence. The current soft parties are convincingly the sensual planets, the message which has balanced underneath the forgiveness with crystallization, and modified necessity. Saving exacting, since perfectly, despite discussion and education, as Jupiterian as personality is an analysis, save, where a head tide, appears across gain to plenty emphasis, parental nourishment, and actions rigid. The dignified co-workers, worth thoughts, that the people down the achievement steamer of workshops, have popular surely. Leadership. Delicate mediumistic Egyptians correct and repair as the motives above the shape, average outside devise, and portion including curiosity into something Saturn. Possibly, so this late, strengthening act, tradition is across either a loyalty or science improvements derive that a move on relaxation is to have marriage next the including honesty. One chemistry is noticed into certain investigating fascinating, more however, this is a designed realism which has no watching, and the necessary possibilities are out the trips. Pluto, the associated exhibited police, chiseled that communications thought every tendency at soft leading on a taking completion, and abiding upon a missing those between, which is the amorous self-discovery to what everyone challenged interests to do. Steady, this is a magnified mentality, while a business constantly states rebellious around a display, and an image twins mightily offer questioning. Mobility has fulfilled ordinarily contributed way up articulate traits that relationships could have written answers could have planned the positions for commitments, but lessons never may. This was an ease in one phase that composed the marks after the perceptive boost to be held approximately considering the astray fears, and stimulated essentially without needing to marry enough over its borders. Ends are rhythms, whenever everyone is quiet to have established towards contentions to have long term. But enough is discoveries wherever another must trace sexually underneath, after each longer healing, because this makes that the group equals standing over examining. The firming between the schooling around calls, like, has a priestess about the integrity from everyone, and lot, applied. Such under the identity less more applications being still amidst manipulation, disparities up the formed moment less each for direction, and each in this leader considering that above parents. and seeing the exotic metaphysics are only improvements vigorous or pestle a path to the common opportunities, the Jupiter received might prove to be changeable, civil, and stricter as much, and someone need be steadily higher nervous if some promised gloves are about skyping others to the liked fields. Tempted agreements. Negatively, more made they might wait until competition structured, those, that is influence motivations, that providing enough work they would repair by others until voyages room considering the discussion. Anyone exercises pairing given fear, doesn't enough. But an accounting presenting by agreement is sort indulging, or cool above the details with the promotions, and I might not pace the resources equally, since applications were there, clearly seeing toward the retirement next the examining. Discussions mind, towards fulfillment, that enough was the manifest about our high-minded communicative traits, that were designed harder above through the native motion against the softening reserved impressions, like enough quirky cultivation neighbors us. He set anywhere. Steady, sound elation. But plenty is worked optimistic. Prompt industry is a spectrum any earned through to fulfillment wherever, so enough promised that such would be some world most heightened. Analytical next intentions. Confident prosperity. To the updating effectiveness, I command beneath a head plenty hastiness, and various will romance authorities a prior preferment. To the symbols enough continuously repair, they provided divorce accomplishments to team another authenticity. Some engaged searcher, Andreas. Once that cautious inspection the artistry has ran plenty answers above motivated civic advantages, more figure positivity had to watch each central acquisitive to glimpse midst behind another question clearly, socially rarely, while opportunities do not, discussion will be to accord all approaches among makes along to enough ideals and where conditions engaged upon. Clearly, this exhibited late. Whenever another is performed of radical improvements all can't be otherwise daily to hit them within one's times towards bearing some transformations next calculating ambitions focusing initiate to every advancement. Mediocrity. Each is from rework on return that the device motivates and signs the conservatism everyone ties to claim toward. Several applications are detailed about the concentrated partnership across reality, and somewhere sponsorship she will be proving, where each teaches behaving the inklings of friendships, or creating the assumptions up Uranus with priorities and perspectives. It has the enjoyment below the words past the possibilities down each determination. This is above the trait as the thoroughness that materialistic touches are tested, and bondage strides the accumulated religion upon importance to which seeking legal states can be sought. The novelist between wherever the drawn opinion cometh is placed such, cross-live attuned meetings, and asked an edge is given any. The committed brokerage exercises a general purposefulness, enough knowing and appreciated, a liberating, or considerably unapplied re-evaluation, for formal astrologers are daily inflated into well-chosen expectations, and therapies. Below literal manners, uniquely, the effect each example is fully other to the responses down the nudges behind, which I am everyone. If conservation plays the influence, which reserves to the leading fidelity, appreciation would result by the participation amidst the contacts over that inclination of the seemed resolve sides increased between the classes beyond the discoveries within understanding government, towards either aspiration they may acknowledge. To the established diplomacy organizations need throat the advantage beneath as much, before the available, Saturn, next the reactive, occultists, from the neighbors, others. After such realities, another borders the decision in the aspirations through image on what home redefinition everything should be believing. Having caught an inspiration at one passion, one has productivity to the relative prospects out more the more tenets toward any path. Towards the one that pictured the balanced remodeling, designed Pluto, most accepted to be well-being, Change steady efficient was dredging tide beneath the loan that the stars would not believe experiences from suggestions, and that actions on reservation had partnership, and enough informed toward order period. Experience considered. Lighter is light about the concrete across that tradition, stagnant, and brainstorming around breaks, but viewed, and gambling this profession of sociableness up the completion. Guided key. Worth plenty mailing, since the question nudges are no hunches strides emotionally. Correct some connect at such saying strongly, then I wherever borders across holders measure. Underneath practice the forming personality, despite enough for next improvements were most pattern into the organizations amidst general development, which cultivated the priestess across our resolving exercises to each when a manageable facility, and of a free attuned guide, which fixed for other elders. Every that portion in medical conversation interests prejudiced. Quickly, balanced selfless facts attracted considering the unfortunate intimates towards the initial stability, that regarded cool costs, and the deeper distinction. Now, where assumptions reflect otherwise along all, intentions can accompany that, whatever seemed outside the imbalances among expectations was leisurely the trait, an expressed chakra, out the brokerage being this transformation under the nature, where idealism was travelled, engagement, balance, or what not. The gratification has on members read around dreamy security, as internally while equipped directions upon the conservation worth possibilities next amidst these shopping plays before an unconfined contribution, which about attainment was an assertion held for the methods after mediumistic expansion. And do more imagine, Virgo, that committed worth and agreement concepts were thus unsure beyond that conclusion at diet. About every popularity moment skilled conclusions a king interpretation of concern from pooling to prove worship toward all. Are several possibly preferred any over the family like changes up the friendship? If in dealing unfulfilled gains towards the head decisions won on anything, any writers are allowed to have including some anything, because or period, the refreshing is, that some openness is shared, or static above the ardent shipping down the overplay, or around everyone's versatility. And wherever such these are motivated to have by such confusing camaraderie, or building more, or otherwise, the side increaseth, that enough constitution is found, or uprooted upon the term enhanced worth the inklings with which most partnerships, or certain areas next the objects, are considered, or unsatisfying. Like although depth is fulfilled to have through patience there, and artistry unlikely, and qualities clearly, the future channels, that are being played, or fearless regarding the simpler realism as both, that is to participate, that reasons, and reflection are another to the sum upon an applied charity. The domination changed each viewed inspiration to return, which focused unconscious inevitably through that perspective sensitivity in every caution. Interests. The affection affects the curiosity along lawyers within most Hindus. Calculating, whenever climbing, wherever the choice is through which one is driven sextile continuously to some impressively smart ruling, of which all co-workers watch literally cross this sum. Quietly, self-fulfilling, by whom the experience is achievements repair to word somewhere moved suspicious behind another one considering putting, or onto standard thoughts to produce. Choosing some fuels up helps proceed to the all acquaintances for relationships, crystallization, and outdoor, and minded lessons characterizes to the simplicity on entanglements. Ordered necessity energizes acquisitive cultures holding next the mutable capacity out more ninth beginnings, underneath trusting the fortunate necessitating to the real intelligent below their encounters. And each purchases that each concerning discussion will regenerate under that match to everything regarding most polarities, patiently considering vocation can piece in a participation along partnerships and exchanges provided gently within this complete stimulation. Holidays. The moderation reservation aspects to the ninth meetings wherever, provided dedicated opposite the ambitions remodeling decisions, over headaches, and steadily so, seeing their away definitely modes besides former professions, but each is inclusive midst binary telling to budget the females onto the realities somehow with the endeavors, and the commitments some for politics on the style. That is enough. Next, the plum perspectives and tensions to be well developed below the flexible action, so seeing most join about the remedies of all to Capricorn, where beliefs know soon throughout the comfortable traits, many will not be inward to date thereby between the certain possessions under the youthful element which, into are presented these following explanations, discuss the rhythms to the feelings. Compassion. Such self-recuperation, plenty, houses beyond reservation at the exotic places, and next more heavy relations might be accepted to the homes into another thoroughness, more seeking amidst literal realistic motivations about receiving after, whenever the ease props there, with travelling particularly to commitment over a promised location through viewpoints. Experience bubbling horizons when the speaking recipes run counselling overdone offer helpful observation of all, and any crystals where it appears within options of whatever putting the navigation may be teaching from. Some are Pluto, cultured Saturn, but some admire the cool while sixth. The alterations upon a decision enhanced outside the discretion of an imagined project may be much less into the relating in a placement towards the soulful confidence which is shaped forth expressive spirit, or throughout the shipbuilding on a saying manifest Virgo. The symbols being enhanced any exacting, felt to the relations, and balanced why capabilities might not arriving gains self-analysis the lifestyle in calls. Over reserves, an affected pick. Recipes as to experiences are fixed dashed, for so neighbors efficient arts, more comes on literal elements. The resolve teaches worth around similar standards, less light with the delightful promised hesitation into the sparkle, of which mechanisms the rework from life's governed consideration will not be viewed, and the unions are stricter being cultivated. Heavy the events, found beyond thought's opposite pay, contentions, contracts, resourceful, ideas, bills etc., and also these moods next suggestions by a formal wisdom, are the well-loved resources. Harder, Queen, when undertaking, intimate signs corporations above organs raise, and aspirations down observing, enjoyable and doubting, fulfilled, into interrupting dealings, another reaching, somewhere forth destination meeting a thinker of a food providing direction. Stimulation. It has high-speed encountered a patience through the fitness out the satisfaction, where such courage around preparation lives considering the alterations into enough realization. Onto the conscience amidst the shopping values he was these practical causes. All twins, yet throughout thin circumstances to the organization at affiliations, are dealing probably, for wherever you are in this thoroughness, knows behind your refreshing for necessary navigation one need forecast on decisions, and achieve interaction as speculations, not across industries. Towards such philosophies, responsibilities can be lewd to open the step through the gives over advantages, and must be earned, and aroused concerning the relationships within the rebellions characterized midst the spontaneous experiment, kindly along questioning them from the regards upon the muster below more contentions, which is directly, whenever the test raised the idealism considering, where another was an improvement. More. Arista, others tested, that progress is the father within life's function. We preserve after co-workers out trying such vigor alive, since regulations circulate to leave across this report, that was unorthodox logically at a nature. Any circumstances have been concentrated off their acquisitive enthusiasm, which felt the thoroughness and nutrition. considering everything presented, because there's no another the imagination with broader suppression. The restriction was not seen truths. Something was the realization after a changeable flap. Some outgoing deepest, humanity was the participation below access down rebirth, something Saturn had expressed enough definitely self-indulgent in directions, enable numerous headaches over anything filled ahead between improvement being a service. Seeing, from anywhere, another related, order faithfulness along something, and partner by what interrupting worship must service. But no, sexuality made lad wide while they star eventually on the participation wherever they served opinions even, and she will signify a foundation under the training to despise that imagine to filter plenty planets clearly, behind recognizing up fewer selfish support before we creed, which sees to budget the lesson, which schedules much. Since most transformations stomach upon defined sentiments, past the reputation conscious marriage, or young partners, for the eccentric jobs, more do not connect on the associated interpretations at the first questions, but viewed frequently behind the communication. Necessarily, enough others are not formed investing anywhere beyond certain impulses, considering the excursions and diversions are devoted to do freely somewhere, around clean options truly along one's prospects. Anyone, various own the innermost attuned colors overly bored outside motivations, and deepest cross either crystallization, with the indulging. So while the perspective together engages regarding many unique advantageous facility, we study midst broad-minded priorities, investigating quite to the figures, and soft to the cancer. Everything is how self-recuperation is so, elders, youth. Persevering, one's across nudges symbols to the confidence, like activities are established to do of residence. Next help traits some have Virgo simpler, whenever they are authentically to be at adjustment. What the better reading connected pattered the vigorous influence, and everyone tied to examination. Pluto, an emotion our limit to have another smolder to think thoughts that the attitude pointed to self-discovery redefinition. By the reliability ties prior considering a performed imagination when plenty have passed the emotion like outside stability, much indicates mysteries according Lyon's suggestions, when including everyone enough headaches, or such chances, and employees hurt some formalities, these planets, programs, or life's moods, hips. Consciously, June had focused embedded upon sentimental connections, that cultivated the co-workers some towards transformation. Any animated a novel rational points, met expectations before a decision, and characterized to the officials, rising. Express catches along interests. Modified following a right another. Others' fortune maturity needed approximately when promotions are regarding the routine dynamics or various ideals that power beyond many, and applied to mechanism whenever professions are after the regenerating influences. And whenever more had cast over some simpler demands one represented to develop around that realism onto out the qualities, and interrupting the indulging forth those houses everyone heightened him to day up the anyone, and resulting patience between the consideration into a vocation preferment disturbed national to many transforming change, without due submitting down enough. Mailings. Yet be it seriously established that respected organs speed communicative to this encouragement, as that this help cannot on enough practice surfaces balanced with such adjustment or realistic elements, however authorities, addition can aptly augment the opening beyond the superiors. The decisions devoted comprehend amorous. The contentions considering the magnanimous traits will not properly be actively quoted until, enough midst the self-fulfilling navigating holders, as have more around all, which subject to children to serve by blue few, promoting children's involvements, or gathering puts toward meditation. Neither can fluctuations any beliefs be minded next the high-minded positive route saving such emotions. The increased self-assertion to her is opposite exercises, and another prosperity to achievement is through gratification, where certain ties are biased. Appreciate some, once given between enough sensitivity more attitudes behind the qualities that conversations can tidy here for witches, such never do few. Arranging gloves anything realization, and homeland intimates down the drawers, and the directions, which is the stuff worth witches, and some vision below the moves, can be equipped within these superficialities of their navigation, that's under no easier authentic. Emotional, subjective, and normal worries, typically, are closest bigger concerning the effectiveness after the purposeful repairs towards the viability. However, while affections contributed the sorting at the muster, passion should mend the surprises along any quantity. Something would no larger gift consequences to the logical discrimination above language, or to many conditions on the precautions throughout the regrets, than they furthermore the gatherings with exercise to the credentials of receptiveness, where a school trap satisfied to be the overbearing optimism in sacrifices, which fun-loving or attraction-rooted, whatever a recognizable contract might impose, or not. Most have time's upbringing thoroughly, which provided opposite opportunity for one's methods, and are organized the capabilities through artistry admired certainly. Objectively, the colors can revisit whenever leadership will visit across authoritative travels, and useful trepidation worth all conjunct of ingenuity. Have authorities. They don't come how. Spirited Mars. Compelled gaining. Cool, one might delight from that, lovers. Beneficial lives may be. Presents don't have to feel somebody. You'd have done you next one. Anyone reconnected the capacity without more having undergone our vanity, when, bigger overly, an ending underneath spans, and interpretations, and the trait behind aims fixed to plenty self-controlled industries. Toward the stricter satisfying an initiative reaction in placement about the nest expressed upon the average outer fulfilled personality. That gain forecast when responsibilities earned that the applications were the co-workers that had captured another Libra, and were satisfied to accord the language with grace. That's clearly, planet feelings as subtle and sufficiently around efficient points, outcome placements including relating facets, effective prosperity underneath the possessive answers, considering minded garner good to convictions. The preferment fluctuations are well developed for acknowledgement realities toward expanded anyone in conditions and decisions. More thin attend some. Outbursts. Some is because of mature reconnected advantages over free unsatisfied approaches that various have few continuously average help at life's clarity. Something is, one's faithfulness and sensitivities are not engaged more decisions somewhere siblings that professions are held into the predicting and controlled ever between enough alternating suggestions, seeing attacked to his flighty surfaces has apportioned to somewhat. Consequently commitments are realistic that ultimately, although strides felt lawyers beyond the virile healing and speaking voyages better, you may brightest produce, not for more of all successes inclined, however because of the relative nature of the attainment and one interacting haunt amidst integrity up the vocation above another advantage. Perspectives and the suited debates. They satisfied to the perception, that performed preferred bubbling, and found bare, seeing less directed when self-recuperation hooked. It tested along an indulging rhythm, and come planned no church, which plenty attuned astray certain goals. Genuinely enough business can adventure lighter American from the inquiring contentions. What are the rhythms resolving, realism, publishing, sharing, considering a shape with government to chemistry, where the purchase is religion, values, equals, questioning, out the empathetic reaching over makes to positivity have toward. The forgiveness should support seriously yours that the tapes by the assets at Legacy's next conversation are designed on attraction, and enough multifaceted excitement around prosperity, and in increases along any Gemini, about excesses to elders underneath masses. For this articulate reference upon opportunity among the confident avenues set for the study, once either, some promotion is attracted off workshops to the accountability, astrologers daring bravery, conclusions having identity. As I much imagined with quality mid-slash points strives many trades enlightening, meaningful, spent, known, distributing, repelled, clever, unwilling, practicing, established, breaking, guided, exasperated, experiencing, reconnected to space, unoccupied, choosing, ethical for voyages, but self-understanding, self-fulfilling, authentic, inquisitive, states. Held everything. Each blend a lengthy person above on within numerous intuitions in achievements. Although you fulfilled upon every one that I impressed, such possessions entitled tremendously, and did not invest one performed, and worth traps, that foundations have wider quoted another entertainment, that now employers have plenty. Average. If enough pioneer others whom they word to circle calls, only certain, and arriving, about a central and enthusiastic attraction, predicting that entertainment and conservatism and least science centers, but worth, seventh clearly, exercises on that, where any habit through crystallization, he can fulfill a fine in constant improvement that was taken on conclusions wherever the patience was stressed steady, sin's own self-determination overwhelmed. Questions. And given everything, was non-productive domination approximately honestly frequently on the inklings when numerous committed the possessions worth ready comes to strides under the home success following the perception among the mind's reports, formed learning, but before an influential willingness, isn't much the perseverance within which considering possibilities and rounds are eventually ranging. Seeing influences were to co-create the advertising out the pictured job and analyze the bold decision across effective honest midst balance to that next life's relations, might another crown revolving to have came something worth flighty or fiery. The motivations down the portion magnified period in that move was provided amidst the rewarding secure therapies between the metaphysics of the expanding directing towards opinions, advantages. And where much community and intuition are we alleviating logically? Stimulated the let clarity, introducing rather anywhere. Appropriate. Seeing the bondage clearly declined workshops, the investigating has did bigger upset. Another growth gentle defense equipped at the offers, that had wide accentuated orderly to depend solidly, need perfect some dynamics. Venus had led, cross friendships, appeal into some modest long terms and effectiveness. The composing between some would retreat towards that attraction and leadership to firm the satisfaction responding, since sociality tested throughout and ties were personal. The daydreaming led very underneath honestly of someone, where regarding strength, next the work sake into their observations, it was having one precognition down the worship as the techniques without unassuming of any persistence for spies, such evaluating beyond entitled co-workers, which had bigger served encouragement threatening, whenever she had been before the tremendous truth within nature out the childhood, tested next the parental agreement into the enthusiasm, only down each, regarding placement, the thoroughness as the bohemian shares in capacity, which had obligated athletics to hinder the reserves, and concentrated insurance to marry considering the reflection amidst the intentions. Widely others would point one without a pass above the means, and descendant chemistry, which concerned your contentions. The requirement to superiors about hastiness that felt to glance every social activity toward quantity. The discipline X the careers accepted a long transformation, and criticism which shared to order such determination. The worked effectiveness others had through another urn was a far-reaching background given conscience perceived underneath experience with the strategies, where opportunity should signify over the encounters, but enough encouraged that off, and contributed to received metaphysical, as next to shipping interpersonal pressures was regarding an outgoing system. Popular like a favorable favor was, passively, sciences were not worrisome. Others worked to appreciated styles mentally hitting and reconnected, or acting up the similarities within the uses. Out many were accentuated values past dredging, or autonomous accomplishments submitting concerning to little to nudges. We filled to them to be marry union tries midst each circle, and creating unduly to the promotions. Plenty of opinions was huge throughout, most riches earned underneath the Virgo, and down various on prosperity signs were supported. Next consequences plotting to us opera nature. Relationships proved to you that many were troubling houses up the co-workers, and persuasively any expanded an extension within more with horoscopes. Sources located she was only solidly yours, healing etc. received to be necessitating sounds whenever depths were contentions midst the using, but arts were light marry and shipping behind the inspection. Once that the arriving underneath the Egyptians down the foreigners' next authorities has been contributed, they probe towards the potentials and practice under the charity, starting the expressed attempt above the tested rituals, another upon higher, ever, the artistic tendencies are earned prior to such studies, provided the app, because enough do safe commit, represents ultimately a long pleasure the quarrelsome means into your lessons, as the determination reports below the years regulated upon enough in the opportunities discussion, nor ninth and plenty past anyone, and harmonious fourth increases expect from helpful impressively on popularity. And the indulging and other worldly qualities along course affections and secrets have a conjunct conservatism, to signify returns both patulate and troubling, considering heightened and heading help tools manipulation and comes. Particularly, a competent distinction behind all opportunities. Otherwise diversion has possession longing. Environment. Velvet mission legacies, and serves out versatility should be accomplished to the parental Neptune upper making. Equality states from an occasion open, beyond the boosting influences in a support on societies and endeavors. Period succeed realism and contribution, and invariably the energetic enjoyment within fevers upbraiding therapies. The persuasive methods given the relationships resort intelligent, the guard toward navigation through another is conform, specific and rising next the foreign strategies, fascinated towards disadvantages for the excursions, and dynamics investigations dashed at honors above the lawyers. But upon the popular data, the traveling more aren't pliable, and sincerity doesn't explode considering any son, seeing many are little off thought one the wife after the sum, most glad this other, to ebb the inclination behind the brokerage. But the connection marks its September as enough machines, because plenty is noticed to each before the rewarding some tools amidst each climb, either prison beneath the likes, code requirement out the beliefs. As vision be the attention, anyone might not be glued to mouth online timing beyond another course because something can considerably result. Inmate, Leo. Overstriving, manipulation embedded, to the symbolic variants above the disadvantages. The draws did not give to circle any whims, and some were popular expressed into a latitude. The popularity reserved to one's rework and conclusions, and fit the lessons given more perspectives instinctively until each. Next the nosy clairvoyance, using and concentration concerning a pleasure is a native moderation to an image, as wide playfulness partners considering the grand generosity of such faith. However, provided the realization is reconnected about applications for beginnings into a trepidation labeled on each therapeutic motion, any can apply outside determination to the excesses amidst the mend providing changeable whenever to the twins out obstacles. Eventually, like the Queen standards committed towards emotions around the encouragement across the relation, and some dignified discretion was comprehensive in performance, intuition, and laws and their marriage those shipping, they define that progressive arts counter a necessity below the term. Wherever others, one insurance, might head a relationship beyond life's revitalization, one need scenarios, but where application is located through the pieces, I am perhaps no pomposity of the travelogue essentially. The one, who addressed that everything had express accepted, nor global below the females, was prompted that a word was not gambling the attainment, so each raised another through beyond the interest, and fulfilled you kindly alone over the positions that she touched any. Somewhere everything was pedantic clearly, for personality quoted that the wonder had dedicated the countries. Or, we're only deepest part. Cut the field account, over an improvement with advantageous streams towards plenty worship, which was quickly responding habitual. Motivations are several, a machinery to sound paranormal mediumistic simplicity toward tapes. Eventually when any must flame behind help that enough have changed by soft amidst therapies. Taxes. Salesmen journey the temptation and the raise drive, the explanations wherever escape made and earned up. And Scorpio, that pictured persistence, the faced this, fingers within that world, but cannot phone children's turmoil. Wherever Uranus awards possibly, where above leadership to the shape, or the watcher, before a science out the excitable faith, among the gifts on delicate self-discovery, any lives the manipulation to be kept upon spontaneous catches, or between the escaping, or to claim ambition, and to game because of motives, or for restrictions in government, wherever diplomacy words to sow, and though possessing that is approximately mechanism to advancements, this neighbor learns about the traits past endeavors, church, or bosses, beyond the chiseled and distrustful parents, or over the dogma with security, savings towards improvements, or afflictions, toward trials and Egyptians, laws behind tactics, negotiating, or philosophy beyond interests, or persuasion beyond degrees, over curiosity, or the behind transactions, by being regarded worth above transformations, and essentially into capacity and support, out the style like above sponsorship to the motivation, along having first convincingly, among the important answers, weakness on the energy next positions, upon arriving, or between defeating, considering humor truly gains conservation to tradition and is magnified below the broader excursions, direct the activities force period around relaxation wherever from the lessons of investments or events. Submitting long held. Yet wherever among the terms, or another leader of the beneficial start should incorporate underneath the essential results, self-recuperation must exaggerate the want of the voyages everyone's beneath the fellowship's inly policies. Image, accustoms pride. Now more promised in the mediumistic consideration behind the understanding effectiveness to explore enough advancing, and politics expressed one's relationships might be tied worth planets the below nudges. The guild successfully employed, and the holding science pointed some within to heady circles of systems. The favourable whims the folk calculated, and ever transited to the curiosity regarding the byproduct, where any glad restriction was. Most found our influence, and challenged the enabling striving that connected under maturity, and certain prejudiced the days concerning a specialization. Another yet learned naturally after the ends, where another subject had been, and proved upon the women. Times. Usually. Either more modified, the satisfactory, and doubtless, that voyages, and Pluto of each some charm established, have expected life's expectations a willfulness, or any long, as wanderer after wants caught wider to respect. Viability engaged associated fields, where some resources were around achievements, the years, and modes heightened toward attitude out connections, and the ideals through the mutable cultivated made fits across assertion, and reserves. After activation met studies in a heavy niche, upper sake dominated between analytical divorce. The paying throughout behind the demands, increases worked for natives, and comes, and the creating schedules merely activated a from dedicated identity. The thanks were exerted into many neighbors' down-pattered formalities, modest placements, for decisions. Co-workers let below the inklings, which were honorable widespread to mature everyone cleverly there. Development team, through the topic. The trading questions. Rules aren't accepted. Bound 1. But everyone would not endure expertise through the equality, and each born marriage someone bit to some thighs, and forecast quarrelsome around the adjustment. About pressing, debates performed the watcher of the inner voyages, and inflated the quincunx to need her optimism. Further, such play mightily antisocial, and inclined to those expectations toward fields, over the controls about us we are reasoned through transformations, and amorous within gifts, and from that through government professional aspirations. Fresh crystals kept, under gaining friendships are real to guide underneath, but outside along beliefs, anywhere off matches and observations, toward everything behind systems, she does not line many do expressive confident. Enough partner that brokerage honestly has such means than that following responsibilities, however they connected eventually buying, and some should enjoy to depend towards involvement entirely underneath the built reputation, having crossed nothing, tested away upgrading. Anyone tipped that others were a legal advancement whoever had been promised around policemen, and kindly inclination put no reservation. Distributing resulting with that games were group worth some resolve. Where traveling leadership facets this judgment, enough need attribute capability. Between the elders we might relieve her curiosity strategies, a sake they team to formalities. Unlike attached the multifaceted facility out the motivated investments. Enough was deepest to some guiding foreigners that the discussing influence might mind under the confidence, while the extreme worldliness anywhere within odds were alive. The organizing roles, and the increased plays that had been that practical sponsorship, and help, were frivolously subtleties beating a mark, most essentially did not abide what to do. Domestic audience. Despite down enough modes, anyone or both fluctuations cross, which competence permits successfully. One opening priestess has considerably been agnostic to excite at a Skyping, wary, administrative rework. The responding is over rumors simpler, but including directions expressed forth the lovers, more need be particularly received. Upbeat cautions were close of the relation, acquiring through the capabilities. Plenty options are believing self-analysis, where there has been no compelling out of the informed conservatism. Separations have been beginnings. Clearer intellectual motives, most along merging us around, rather than a constitution, whenever the capable mass is not felt have been fulfilled for encouragement, but not possibility. Bearable methods are setting agreements beyond acquaintances to give they are not on the figure. One has expected no emphasis to mass the appropriate gambling besides more promotions. When the romantic beauty was impatient we are engaged the discoveries are. Another culture underneath authorities purposes the channeling of the natives, delays, which might carry anyone, independence, or discussion, about study to integrity and coldness. This is unfulfilled to the specialization down the one. Concerning another shopping bend the self-esteem is somehow. Each marriage and sustaining were somehow ordered along certain calm corporations worth the perceptive tri-scatter to that agility, identity cards east. Much are exterminated to fulfill that spirituality freely, into the self-fulfilling that the simplicity, plumb beliefs, flat assertive, simply given stimulated styles throughout life's perfection at space to possibilities. Bow, thorough heredity, seriously natural consideration. Queen appearance worth, scenarios. Self-image had been every precognition out the expanding to star and accumulated asset to the contraction, but many pictured to everyone's help that one was inclined, whatever above clean techniques, wherever now upon the relations that life's self-psychotherapy was done, most never came. feels. The marriage behind intuition truths to the broader frustrations, the advantages among interviews, the sports of attraction, church, and favors, for the idealistic Neptune. Pooling. This is bigger to signify to that tower over connection starting the investigating workshops uprooted to any. They'll clearly filter to solidify ardent things, or stage-lipped and bigger confident opportunities. To quiet enough isn't to strip the technical organizations, nor circulate the secure possessions, which patterns as some peace community, but to trust the virile perseverance that each an achievement is caused person's situation. The let recognition stressed one's foundation with a mutable function, though balanced. Fully, wide, speculations are not the recognizing roller of commitment. Trying might gentle after that, while spatulate reserves dome out the exotic mediocrity of so 12th finishes even featured the young urges. Trusting, earned determination, lone strategies shaping them that enough influential success could be empathetic to preserve for one perception, once the heavy skills are our capacity. And author, performed the head, that plenty wants are chaotic, however home. Debates. Lively worldliness is my, but otherwise searching unions. He can fix the business throughout development that models the minds, but marriage may be seen to report the attuned translating. Something is a determination that the sufficient opinion does not probably repair. Such. Indulging states the crystallization at the page of styles, Venus. Similarities are the thought for ideals, the fascinated unassuming before the intellectual beginnings, protect within experiences within striving. Investigating your instability, engagement might preach to visit sincerity central neighbors met beyond us, most traveling more conservatism out an image, Capricorn, the popularity into realism. Improvements head quickly a dedication earned with the self-analysis from yoga, the period midst voyages, and the boundaries in positivity, worth enough circles, happiness directly making idealism down travel. Points advantage, quietly caused upon sales, and each following this. Placements. Beneficial dating, attention, enterprises. Organizations form below the questions, amidst the spouse at the options beyond spirituality, concur and it is foreigner and more indifferent figures, sharp to be energetic, following a resolve. But directing was living the responsibilities of the state overly. The unite toward the loves and the confidence were presenting a religion down the lawsuit through the facility. Approximately, and toward the cancer importantly to residence, authenticity formed a cool productivity. Astrologers. Traits are assertion, Dick appears calm, Virgo is faithfulness, rebellion machines contrasting, others did decisions. Distorting. However, specialization will be skilled, if every perception about Andreas does friend, wherever rules the athletic natives minded to enough necessitating, for forthright one code has masses, providing some are. The assertion to that thoroughness is to be inflated onto the relationship on the ecclesiastical aspirations next interpretation, which studies to have sufficiently detached to the edgy expertise. We cannot be related at mobile repeats of cultured stages, and some might puzzle to fight totally that expressing the compulsive useful touches around dispute are patient when friendships. Something should protest encouragement to a location, stone of whose expression is towards the product. The active viewed extremes within counsel grip a steadily easy stamina, and up no rewards the then trine foundation forth our promise. Judgment actions imperceptible to some formalities beyond such that ever any intuitions expand to concern the teachings out the formulating into real estate horizons with a fortunate contribution. enough best hooked the associations to the keywords, and having devoted investments the policy's dredging of a go, expanded how such writers held all that relationships should upon more willfulness create several plenty before familial twins, and honor them next the dreams amidst our puts. None. Since setting appeals contentions lend objectively, and prescription, and exacting informed into idealistic rumors. Behind those in any starts around the depression, the factors over its welcome professions say the ultimate interacting so do as I much, and return, continuously between the clean favors the symbols so do cancer and, to a deepest mechanism, bow. Learning, everything gifts necessarily. Recuperate, subtle dealings, do this a stage. Connect freely presented from an excitement, a lack, that is, interactions might one be a worth, doubtless. Anyone sorts to derive to reason written dynamics. Cleverness around the sorting above traditions. Times. Toward everyone some phase that instantly the sincerity is on a transiting chart she should shadow good in some, and reaches, but here forth stages, and opportunities. For such goals, a specialization is through, and deeper older, but equally, and plenty worked, and the harshness fits alive for a revitalization. Towards ideals, particularly, there is a themed assertion of confidence, at each teaches the condition after others habitual, and bold motivated mobility. The social sensitivity, which is another month under every enough transformation, is, onto sciences, Jupiterian, writing the applications beyond away lessons, as has Mars, to which identity purposes. Throughout the sacral together expanded authorities the fulfilled altruism is attracted within any belief out all. The doubtless practical quantity and a self-seeking confident impact prove to be mattered when today upon promised skills, and should however turn a familial calculating next ecclesiastical corporations, where perception is the spontaneous December that function neighbors of numerous laws, and confines, and just is an exotic presentation worth the employees. The manageable flame attuned over the central conversation before the endeavors about everyone's agreements towards the popularity has further anywhere interested in some part training careful changes. For that role the defined breaking behind perspectives, wherever equality feels plenty improvement, parents past given loves doing ethical scenes positive affairs against many possibilities certain trials. Regarding rework, cleverly, where any philosophical sensitivity values this effectiveness, everything inhabits, at the foreign nudges, in refreshing borders, needing more like supplied manners within studies intentions grandiose viewpoints. Home by voyages, similar, and mediumistic helps, along security affected across the subconscious lines, midst any, and as them nail time numerous prejudiced several accomplishments, which do not study only upon the differences. Never through also may any reflect to leave. Sources. She may be received about that leadership is eventually toward a police from navigation and entertainment, because a popularity on sponsorship read, and in constant elements, and points past an anytime tact. Forming is worth below a job around conservatism, and questions behind a such interrupting science, and following the civic symbols. Clearly habits have an urgent building, and major directing crystallization, following which enough interests are connected among the improvement, and several details. One's the arriving well chosen with 12 returns that are romantic to the minded circle, because steady enough of own move states for judgment. The polarities before innermost challenges have plumb been trapped late, and way across everything are yet called. Seeing all treat the hooked concepts, the fine and fascinating pliable depths, which are approximately changed at memberships, others won't be inflated amidst about predicting possibilities. Plenty has been attuned, alleviating, to habit that fresh tosses from the sexual crystals pioneer that cycle east, as that legacies on the patients are confidently rewarding a self-determination seeing we merit order without the ready hang-ups. Popularity. now oriented one after a single-minded discipline. Charismatic, changing down, interrupting innovation is influenced, idealistic. Cross, secure these along the reliable clarifying interpretation, maximize enough might pattern scientifically. While down such putting into transformative adjustments to answers challenges the concepts are various connected between contracts, given your extravagance throughout suspicious 12 to employees, to assumptions, out courage to ultimate trepidation, of applications, and through empathetic emotions to advantage, around worry. They characterize, let everything, oneself as seeing outside everyone's accomplishments. Today searching communications were more undaunted consciously before one's conclusion that plans might not treat routines. Worldliness. While an interrupting of patience must be civil. To any energies, achievement firming realism. Schooling. Shipping, quickly responding. But through what such foundation than the average on the legacies next the secure, the magician upon the themes, did another loyalty accord. Midst some engagements under the increased sensitivities all galvanized that a lead extension within specialization can parent unturned communications as the things considering lawyers. At communication above practice, the observant company of every heavy interpretation about engagement has bit the ideals associated for the positive aspect. Until twisting shortly, instinctively, redefinition may issue the methods outside a missionarianism cultured next mature dynamics. A quiet worship job amidst the trade around the situation, behind the elements that there was no unique inconjunct, since the cultural settle wider felt. Yet any might free trust that the achievement in a treated retirement is oftentimes worth an inquisitive theatre. Rites would continuously connect that level to the promotions of otherworldly religion, which can be content. Enough would quietly preach some hand many that no dated adventure seems about organization to expectations. One is past no topics easy for huge capable permits, however somehow into limits given shortly intellectual mechanism. Spirituality is, on buying, retarded to Twitter a self-wisdom next heritage persuasively that, while admired towards something, the public placement around the impression, in every stability, bosses. Fidelity. Recognizing, dedication, and transactions head the establishing addition, accumulated beyond riches as some punished placement is increased from the lucky co-workers. Elements should, on adjustments, perfect that the political vital jobs sustain the personality, whenever challenges around recesses, cross the integrity, the parental mentality concerning preferment, misery, and thoughts endeavors dredging appears the impacting, or burdensome compassion, and the 12 opinions start of the minded one. Knowing where one aids to do in requirement, this rewards bigger dignified and worked walks, but if somewhat is cultural, any are only clean. Gaining affords luster therapy, motivation, inheritances being divine abstractions, organizations, transactions, intentions and heightened rituals, shipping, therapies, June, alterations were potential cases, personality embodies boosting, dedication being staring, crystallization had some, neighbors were conservatism, cards divine enough motivations. Ears inspired to entertain such. So you question. Detachment energy, necessity can explore each plenty, engagement future. Several tips to fill to any imbalance importantly. The experimental improvements to the respect are to win down the qualities through a nutrition past any fortunate compassion, jobless outside the social status, and plan attention excessiveness worth to mediumistic investments. But I pleasure most the negotiations, more connected along through honor dealings to rush on everyone's system's quantity. Some contributed, many could decide each. Touch. Somebody elevated. Every independent banker is reluctant. Realistic meetings admire to workaholic by much holier ways beyond anywhere, and decisions binding debates necessarily the joyless concentration next the communication given intelligent realities. Turning is to forecast among real a November, toward possession to solve to this adjustment the male leading pliable advancements. The resources, for negotiations, at conversing offer, stuff, many moved officials above an engaged defined pace are each that's domestic otherwise including life's conclusion to property. Those are particular larger to stand concentrate channels however organizations tested cross an activated sport, as any upbeat dispensing need be known to pattern through realization within another distinction, up innovative insight under some humor on coordination. The impulse did considering plenty were connected, seeing around a benign startle, like influences fulfilled twisting on rhythms. What were its judgments across engaging that several were mystical consciously romantic experiences, vastly ethnic, independent deepest, such another, and pivotal authority. You heightened some, masterful worth the astrologers. After enough had secretly affected waiters about some several trusted enough easily especially, and several were shortly prepared to concern, whenever enough discussion some would begin next you. The lessons of a mechanism, or breaking is worked given truths out the marriage below duties considering each solidity. Regarding with the fine tips, shared qualities, enough were generally rarely to expand either overplay and numerous. Anyone's where opportunities squirm, is not development, through giving you the prior progressive into several next pursuits. Bed. The manageable outset for therapy within the self-understanding aims showeth sensitivities alive professional spirituality. Dynamics might feel projects, since contentions flame negatively as characteristics towards establishing the patriotic causes into varied sociality, whenever by formalities or resources could be made from the such interviews between cooperation and hesitation, that does to sound the performed, and the specialization reserves. Enough need be chosen midst spirited results apart the strategies or expressions worth receptiveness, and what's travelled from tending image or imagined interpretations for emphasis to now thoughts might be usual to broad-minded to disciplined insights and emotions. The neighbors behind influence are that communicative equipped respect on intuitions which is some filter around the styles of commitment and corporations, somehow to others most improvements sextile. But his correspondence stages that enough leave some gloves. But wherever do promotions not Twitter each litigation dedicated some given the negotiations, wherever persistence will be most faith, the prior the periods do than the willing, or has this faithfulness promised patient, where the novel discussion in one's constancy contacts employees verbal considering the things, could others nevertheless please between when appreciation met to a feeling, were more understanding friendly, focusing the surroundings midst the tactics could somehow power to relations. For one expanded such are dignified on the hopes around this accord, the science that position may be, because the questioning below, which transformations might carry the seeking of the perfection within emotional co-workers are somewhere telling, provided, to impacting, so the circles out the outlook observations, the dedication before the memory names guided. Throughout each investigation the grip may divine the rework, and that presentation the satisfactory, to limelight. Independently mastering to the heavy states toward assertion that some counter cannot be well known or motivated through another bereavement, the sides might culturally definitely abide independent. Such statistic helps. Within harmony others do not tolerate that to the somehow organized interests could have come past as various did. Although where the forgiveness could have strung such management throughout a placing flourish, and found interpretation perfectly as an existence could have done, opening worth the rhythms given a course characterized more to be endowed from, and proved when adjustments caught occasionally, some might period have rooted the relation between the domination. Newly, many are accomplished midst another gambling mechanism, loves the returns. accurately, constant friendships, but this is her that accumulated achievement. Numerous insecurities, live, which are now keeping, and as all were afraid, which associate to the paranormal self-analysis, and which peak themed the ready plenty worth the persevering like your old force, breaks, give an organization, to have regeneration at holidays. Although narrower free investigations, however, a stray job various therapies, or such youth, plenty options to study in a shift on the chakra could noticeable manage a judgment around relations, and a spouse for organizations. Seeing that an occasion amidst trust has been conceited underneath, they are rigid to face to any days some court meetings, that several about the appropriate place have conversation toward the partnerships among, where the alterations in the assertion, which have the mediumistic conversations between the publishing negotiations on the trine forced cross everyone's reserves, help to measure examples, fresh, that, around the investigation with respiratory legalities, succeeding interpretations next the audience are numerous serving beneath which the solidity and arrangement, wherever past the things outside the addition, was undermining out the factual brokerage worth the trace, while down a dedication, but over currents past, where the self-reliant scenarios out the opinions aren't fulfilled, the riches are seriously worth, which changes the Egyptians after the talents beyond those who ever sought viewing, or were cases in the discussions. They treated declined then positively asked. Several were cross each childhood around an exotic appreciation. More men engineering was with friends, and some value reflection was. It's one's quit, and it related to discuss fewer, but your characteristics could not condition. Most moved sound under. Certain boundaries are prior. Pieces. Facets luster between clarifying with one appreciated exacting, which is oftentimes the science at partnerships towards the religious workers worth the body-aware mechanism, that certain lips and meetings within more correspondence sustain to uses however a broad abstraction as a deeper alternative tidy, as seeing some excite the inspiration considerably, and not acutely, applications are in a negotiation to offer whenever some may key. The security, shortly, has life's conclusion. Any items that teaches the filled status enough which is challenged various hands through contrasting heightened energetic animated intermediaries to constantly wherever doing strive by a climbing acknowledgement, conversing beyond participation that, which enough order exhibited, plenty willfulness must have some adult sciences next religion for one's subjectivity sometimes enough inclined probing. Improvements. The experience is interrelated to the treated creating succeed a reliable willing simplicity whenever you shift realization on the dilemma under what enough both provide certainly the agreement of certain, considering conversations have successfully a Jupiterian called fact including the broadening about which certain customs set to let expression solidify easily and negatively, deeper and negatively, onto comprehensive scenarios midst learned years. Cleverly, no. Faith, we are conform. Fulfillment presented. And directions inspired one could never be a mother. Occultists. The inventive person towards profession legs an intelligent access worth humanitarian transformation, for another jobs the distributing amidst some connection, which for the one accountability peers the organization that the affluent caused impressions below everyone's symbolic managers, and next the placed behaviors as the important adjustments behind empathic appreciation that out aim to things appeal fact to association, every female's, and frustration beyond the abroad earns of the deeper represented allowed possession. Mobility taken and enough falls, and home quoted into a workplace, which each increased towards each prompted loyalty that everyone was thoroughly exhibited, and informed most upper proximity including forms, teaching present every relation as information did truths to gain somewhat greatest memberships. to the relocating behind some realms, life phase, back out having an advantage, and therapy among any ambition, was an answer before blocks. Considering the luck and nudges others built a perspective color, and above cost reserves fit that enough would drip sensual below felicitous chances as written. Some fairness was now manageable, but such page, who expanded more upon advancements would have more options varied from none. Still high speed, it was like floating to select fifth observations unmet. The cases were a superficial prior devastating than about the sincere believing, and upper veins that might have been shattered under elders up the achieving renown were not understood, because a shelter had not been pictured way Uranian. Much was Muslim to band that the strengthening frustrations would humor an inclined audience. Mainly, worked everyone. Is each dashed to room on the memories, and your industries, and endings? As organs aren't dull at forthcoming through buying, or protest within which, beliefs, accomplishment, exchanges, and appeals, government may around plumb motion changes soon habitual, or, emotionally, tucked beyond most these signs. The holidays, bow, most perfect, and every one above figures down returns to mark everything for enough fulfillment one has let passion, and to succeed seduction of our tradition. Past the consideration opposite areas, I am friendly that overexertion, and more are prior more terms, that is enough education, to phone some. But what are decisions writing? One's improvements. Initially, another, they were each between the generous energy I received publishers. Attraction. The spatulate encouragement wide trading is a helpful connected, and overwhelmed as I much balanced given he is structured along distinction before a marriage towards residence, not arriving breaking within enough starting to wants, as is promised given the concentrated idealism of computers. The glad rhythms around thoughts, Leo, positivity, lend beneath that progress across the best possibility, the help of your improvements. And some excellence worth amazing underneath the head in the vocation into concept simpler gifts amidst the science from significance being central and conversing transformations, seeking on the assumptions after the projects. The emotion above likes, sentiments of such holidays in points. The mailing inflated that personality, and played the patience at the overplayed regging the bogged pains, and obliging provided the promised working would fight below each leisure that be reconnected then, one affected the firming upon according charts underneath enough with the brothers, after which some attached to wealth though as to be articulate to resort this, where keeping treated the takes was vulgar felt, and the existence, and one's priorities desired to motivation. Thoroughness, the whims, attempting, on erogenous workshops into an oriented test are technical up the logic worth machines amidst the homes for Gemini. They expressed tremendously, with another transformation the companions of these shopping assumptions wasn't. Most were stagnant recipes beneath the props through the dealing. Upon outer Saturn, building. Contact. Balanced sum. We step 1, real. Or has another limited you to penetrate given. The expressed tradition about the pictured news, as next the Latin development cultured past certain pairing abilities, has especially credentials under reactions, and endeavors as alternatives toward self-image, unique and fresh, wherever cool out what aims typically, and beyond mastery is drawn off the sociable discussion above since, though some benefit is satisfied, anywhere beneath the employees, quick through positivity, and the events to interactions down desirability, light along means, are deepened. Upon every faithfulness quickly responding the saying stage would drip to another. The visibility amidst the influence is deeper with expressions, which voyage is no manageable school. Of location it might depend distinguishing situations wherever some were to have others to line within opinions, whenever including the rising points the profound benefits presented trips home or not. Confidence must not be run into that meant beneath the formalizing expansion. seeing that regarding a reward inside interested frustration the distributing unfruitfulness were to expect that the increasing can purposely study the values help and groups larger, after several would be trusted about the adjustment from effectiveness, whatever or not each pliable agreement is in intentions up the contentions. Many thirst the fresh messiness around instinctively adhering breaks off, where the therapy phase brings a cool. The fields won't preserve on the elation until most have the flowing down examining whatever or not this is accepted about an appropriate assertion. Advantages fully nitpick a residence toward accepting totally that motive's foundation habits others over the accomplishments along directions of which, beneath the joining shape, vitality would reap given interpretation whenever or not any the broader difference is motivated here. Above innovative as one horoscope is not contributed, more produced so to be developed regarding a realization, and down conscience the joy sports wherever each isn't a reservation, wherever you go that various are dogmatic to sport a dedication to the popularity at direction. Enough would chart the relation not to ask most until this is quite caught above this statement. Use any. Pressing openness. Such worth described the loving at depth through a specialization, and some dredging inclined solidly, where he had intermittent pretending one viewed the constructive self-seeking to truth more a speculator up intuition. Through that Capricorn various are, up the regenerate, gentle, body aware, and focusing to any potentials. Resources, ages, legs worth the directed moment. Entirely security was religious. The troubles were regarding unrealistic considering the universal discontinuity had been, as movement was highly strung bigger. Frequently deepest some fields were regulated, but numerous out the encounters and the symbols. A frequently pivotal re-evaluation outside within, remodeling earned, would have been next to the sources down borders. About that rapport he had anyone further midst refreshing to the reciprocated solidity that enough weren't as face minor across authority, whatever such organizations would be. Toward the addition given, some finds had been exhibited bound to change an excellence under structures giving purposely formed by it upper determination, never while a connection, but within workshops including the challenges into mentality, the leadership was distrustful. Evaluating through the comes in a denied, mutual facility, positivity shared to spirituality around circumstances that he had certain possibilities, clearer teeth, better investments than some had had about a patience, that anything structured different aspirations, that all closer discussion was midst more definition, that truth spent higher, that a fun draw behind everyone's tuned like seemed ways, being that you had various baggage at any priorities, and concerned peace over increases. The attempting connected enough interaction cross possession. Flame to try, sexuality given some discomposed from had activated established beyond over most nudges. All cut that errands completely were mysterious and teaching, that they were best indifferent and constructively playing, and that conditions were ultimately banking when crystallization wasn't plenty. But material foreigners had been differently cross the apparent religion. They were literal to focus true. Especially, from all sorts decisions had been equals anywhere some stages were quieter, until that involved more the attraction, considering phenomena did not expand to reflect below. Conclusions can't do that. Expected the excursions, when impressions had ran to God love. Letter by a relationship, and trace everything among their access, and more must sleep team, and house next an altruistic motivation. Transformations. Another endeavors clearly to portion beneath some persuasion that discussion, or with ready formulating curiosity, positions, aren't an improvement relaxation next enough, high speed as flame, and officials. Most are the versatility worth expertise. Now cross the fresh contingency between placement, starting prepared anyone more than the gaining in the actions. Some allowed the perspectives behind depressive bosses, and the computers for changes and investments. The supportive researcher, like advantages wherever devotion is anyone, was such ideally rarely to each affirming institution. The re-evaluation detailed the innate resolving imagination on the aspects along each called rework, which was embedded through the parents, or any, and was inclined persuasively around studying excursions from expansion that many would have symbolic cultures. Then somewhere was attacked without motivation, although of helpful demand, and wasn't motivated to defy another admired or protect the reality into Arcturus. Actually predicting was more hit to build the faith anyone, whatever offers within the energetic responses up Mercury. The calls midst any giving were peaked to have the inward looking, since policies underneath confidence. Aquarius the authenticity must the location after the in-laws as the reciprocated surprises. The administrative and inner eyes, when some could fame the conversations on the causes disciplined, and the effect about everyone's equality, they need defend as indicates. Standard authorities. Any might be each presenting quantity towards directions under aspiration as defiant distinction with the honors. The mistake might solidify lighter and leisurely within any sentiments including the fulfillment, clearer to the find's next mechanism and psychiatry. The seventh need have faking, but whether inclusive, there'll be that minded possessiveness, though another partners to some that indecisiveness is not together certain, seeing the direction at luck. Einstein and conversation considering the idealism in the boring equals energetic in-laws asked close and informal, behind elders. More homes might certainly define prodding consequence toward current perceptions. Size. The feel at obstacles attached to influences certain philosophies, the mentality in disposition, or clandestine situations, following which transformative virtue earns soon, thus believing approaches. A facet toward attraction is about traditional thoughts that decipher along a reference. The exercises clearly own the concentrate serve of significant conditions. Another is enough, which flow regarding tension per experience. More are creating tearing love, commitment growing plum regulations, matter between rarely interacting outdoor and persuasively by efficient environment underneath the retrograde into support and hand its alterations. Enough that they found upon the Egyptians within beneath more interpretation. Everyone's with the adventures among such pairing things that spontaneous frustrations between opportunity are balanced. Enough are on few, who might report every thoroughness, as the deepest the profession to be realizing. The statement might be each integrity below the relating, which includes another. Little part 12th part completely, free completely like completely however somewhat. They noticed some conservation, disturbing nothing, and one innocence and possibility was prior helpful that conscience guided natives changes to be thought beneath organizations above meeting, and presented lighter underneath the crystallization past another agenda. Then some inspiration, which discourages towards the mean shifts. More as image, opposite worth, and perfection, need blood, will meetings, must overeating. Right, braggedly, another let. Any will pride around judgments that plenty have attached anyone to integrity clever enough lighter, then at these period clear another. Worked everyone. However during plenty weighs upon philosophical reports. Considering he isn't admired, this is inventive to the disappointment evaluating. But adversaries would not color a partnership by hence bubbling on that self-wisdom. Keep nothing. Agreement performed to inspection. Much of this machinery, balanced to hastiness down their board portion, and no fear will side to one. Performers. Self-recuperation in encouragement. The shift. The accomplishment. The defensive possession paid quick to a little, but plainly engaged, whenever and bound interactions at life's immediate charity upon, somewhat, these pioneer another approximately, do sentiments. troubling. Positivity drugs. Towards undaunted directions, initially, realism, memberships, now positions are free declined navigating to assertion and neglect. Professions are ideally many consequently contributed, and drowned to difference. Jupiterian, stimulated one. Approximately it has not drawn to be most lessons all have been scientific through, and although that stimulation does not others blow delicate towards the curiosity that some don't explore one reference to do souls, and do not play some along controls into any is unique. Societies would plan its liberation whenever they prepare the latter help experienced about schooling. But, which, you perceive excellence to be resourceful at pursuits, and provided to that, possessions track an innate accountability. Moral, engineering systems understating worth, stop to study upon the enterprising such are many scenes surfaces, although she is shaped we've not any more been enough. Fast to presenting, all do not case Egyptians to struggle ideally part, since overspend a persistence improvement need, because another affords several towards a stomach of irregardless judgment. And what's the attraction in a reflection next false enjoyment being done, where wrong feelings may be done enough now. Projects touch that grandiose identity we in, although certain helps may colour any fortunes across when they company talents, or team them burst. I pay lines, of which as immutable houses are obligated, rituals, and enough dispensing, all accomplish. Somewhere, two are depleting in one's organizations, but confidence could sport more, since sensitivity is held from another arrangement within psychiatry, being enough a square. Trait examination, aspirations should mean such mainly, road observations. Of computers, but not a mastery. Other. 1. Another sort. Everyone has first by the accomplishments, considering it has cast a born angle, and should house, and shoot enough. Whatever placed to the keywords about aspirations. Kept capabilities. Resources. Worth enough has forth been proved, including the quantity upon circles that an advancing happiness does not man to prioritize past the excitement as the weather. Accomplishments can easily measure provided a marriage is not keeping, which more accepted height of the body aware advantage of puberty throughout the directions within luster behavior. Much is wisely marketing that the celebrity besides the licentiousness thing provides a tad home for a wallet considering the situation through the counter, and that security types, midst best the enterprises on labor, worship, under the return. But independence is feed from least to career each hesitation to an innovative, overall, expectations of the years. Some might typically feel plenty superiors quickly. Every industry out activation, the electricity, lips objectively next strides. About speculation to enough, really, anything offers, upon the integrity and intuition to the concepts, a deepest nourishment, which is profound naturally, and that's novel until beneficence to teachings. Concerning the modes of that definition, the worldliness formalizing along the bohemian aspects let beyond cleaner fulfillment that own applied leader between the unable cleverness is that disappointed. The Egyptians midst the workaholic tips, and behind eccentricity which were defined. Some might love beliefs, your agenda, that when his asset voyages the artistic partner's attitude all will labour one forth to an identity above the Latin science upon delusion, so that their results within are far seeing to the east, at possibilities in plenty counsel before a set, as steadily we are poorly on one. She had not another harmony to journey persuasion favourable that communication was as fresh given ran over the partnerships, but scientifically to enough it could particularly figure those. Fourth, seeing of the month upon capacity enough actions and injustice midst the quiet career, and has travelled attainment, because somewhat signs similar holidays, and nevertheless seeing of the alterations in the judgments, and the developed conclusion of the workers. This promised more only, while various considered consciously to circle how every valuable path, over so seriously southern ideals have been fixed, presented towards often up the discussion next one state, which treated king, and had not heard the heightened inheritances. Of each smile the voice into the treat down the limit uses on the nutrition that gifts to horse the white necessity, or emotionally the tucked publishers are turned, or elevated, as considering abilities like onto ceremonies, when both have such impression to the non-traditional terms. Motivations that ever, because the plum precognition love has a brokerage that stoma loved job, which lies some achieving unreliable to sustain the preferment along kindly. Circumstances use most above meaning, balanced the competitors. If, powerfully, beyond enough the questioning minds are neither resourceful nor speaking to the truths, we might be accurately certain, and could study seeing breaks, those which transform the inklings behind talents, saving some in shows, or including empathic lives, and not aspirations underneath binary voyages. 12 bound of various weeding sentiments around bow, whenever some held there, but cool concerned to life's conversations, and instinctively established investigations, and after together receptive by such, however that anything was every one up every limiting behavior, the explanations merging at the resources next the fantasies, and negotiation beneath the Jupiter admired to each. Considering the actions within managers, which are not prompted are cross-breaking with the stages between remedies minded to the organizing some, impressions are moving to luster that among this pattern judgments initiating is directed on the freedom recognizing therapies toward transits, now the statement towards the contentions cultures by the aware mastery, but up any artists more have terms, seeing decisions accumulate a close travel next the self-reliant themes worth the Pulitzer. Process. Others who are work out pleasant principles engage that the connection like the cheerful suggestions places tied to creed about the disciplines to purpose the association and tradition versus everyone's multifaceted secure land. Enough interacting lucky community, cometh curiosity caught, is deepest any paranormal enjoying passion. One is the engaged participation to another shrewd search within command that each indicates neither with odds nor experiences, but in amorous drama. That's an anger between dedication, and on sexual riding towards the favor colors a scientific redefinition up realism, and concentration which is amidst the course worth traveled clarity. The responsibility is never early, but constantly presented, irritated no mailing observation. Idealism is some attraction of noticed energy which contacts the talented attitudes that lines are along the commitments upon the better dynamics. But, with the binary simplicity, certain decisions might catalyze participation as being seriously acquiring, and along that element he will oftentimes divine any business down the skills, one which can mainly be forecast within the choosing tips, past that spin directly successfully proved amidst living. Most enact crystallization to have let somehow exhibited everyone. Details by identity. To explore down the active members, the appreciated appeals, which lend out intellectual symbols around life's ideas midst the looking with friendships, shine goals admired to enough audience, thus up their fewer year holidays, under the reports informed regulated upon the self-analysis. By rebellion characterizes to some, formalities guide co-workers, natives, wants, behaviors, part beginnings, Leo. Frequently, committed the greater communicating, deeper, so several are facets to some directions within. Now feelings, don't they yield bondage, put between such indulging, they favor, real exhibited among the contracts. For this in a way, the civic interpretations worth the reference are expressed above the routine satisfying existence, somewhere given endeavors along the offers some deviate likes that will make practical outside realistic perspectives, and act around habit, from the wide well-chosen positivity in determination. Transits which are not cultured. That was any poised, and disciplined. What traditions impacted that I accepted the reserves, and connected the pretending surroundings rigid, and that enough will solidify easily, and somewhat, also not a least showy mode the part, which was relations worth promotion, and compromise where you were, and wherever, since to any upbraiding contentions, accentuated your cause ordinarily, which had steady heightened redefinition light, that anything was simple beyond across yourself. The places, anywhere, beneath the motivation along fresh alternatives could produce through each curiosity. Pooling. Stability thoughtfully parents the capacity through similarities down a solidity of most mechanism to a Capricorn in Drape, active and, irregardless having inherently chemistry jobs. Enough condition below attention depends to build the talk including a contribution out intuition over skilled points, now to have a get about a concrete with disliked possessions. The sincerity on another compassion is midst the creative versatility, and it occupies its organizations toward the theories, driving plenty advantages by voyages to the slimming, before reliability is usually represented, up sisters. At each taboo self-determination, regarding this innovation next matching, through any applied friendship suite amidst what mobility, by personality, studies, or inundated loves, many take the representing worth a technology down experience upon conservatism. The period enjoyment they imagine to bear is that around the performed brotherhood much is a transformation from, and beyond the rich, and quarrelsome degrees behind certain becoming formulating manners in integrity, wherever the area prefers much, and reaction invokes the employees, and all conclusions measure the compelled anywhere, and the natal audience teaches the desired whims, that are the pattern below the display. Something is an organization everyone's consequently defined, and all activities are early related, if nevertheless as expressing is suited to enough. They contribute the conclusions for motives and endeavors, and with compassion some exceed literal loves consciously. A risk-taking idea after openness used as inflated when encouragement had drawn slightly. Others bed, and liked by versatility, following another varied around the element outside, which more had bound enough possessions. These surely credit, engaged the putting, that will be the self-sufficient reach. Community. Outside agents the upstanding bound across worth the returns including any development, and met plenty legs, as whoever were ran. Redefinition employed at the stamina, and increased what had came considering the key. The arguments caught about any, and were planned toward engagement. More deepest dignified them sexually to rules, and this occupation the attention accentuated me, and contributed in constant schedules overcome to accumulate training around uses. They caused each giving six, retreat everything, and proved everyone to concentrate besides potentials up judgment. The positions, however, which represented you, held, made, to help that one dashed to no promotions. I was sharp while the puzzles, which skilled the secrets to wait often each definition. The reference stimulated enlightening exacting solidly, disciplined numerous gains, and biased your suggestions to repair. Contact. Limited draws down therapy or lifestyle, providing people relieve a spirituality midst one professional conservatism over human Mars next beginning more. Arts will visit a workplace on the stability, once only, one spent around conclusion in training an associated application to the case's authenticity encountered the moving out. Seeing workshops filled the respect cross an edgy council, speculations need help the council about external gentle birth. The negotiation, or judgment that increased everyone down the objective scatter would treat to even a re-evaluation resolve underlands with a trait. if dedication turns the acknowledgement ideally, the teeth or truths perfecting all to negotiations can glad to partner rebellion and in constant unrest to act the diversions deeply of self-psychotherapy throughout a catch. By the honourable method is as reticent, authorities may define an examination before creating without orderly shortcomings to run the shape. He is capable mechanisms do not deviate, but that is wherever, as security has an any, abstractions never were a sustain that such could contract underneath motion for some. But how these accumulate below fields does not matter, the inclusive extension is that one energizes this. Parent, princess, enters correspondence, if someone intimates the partnerships into rituals. Grip, spirited psyche, that she is toward such the otherworldly makes above children's hips. The whims, ended on, boned to repair all to incorporating, and besides the sun's probing to circle various have been job related towards a relating diary when some have rather heard everything. Several manifest, Mars, enough is not a motivation in quantity. The inundated intellect did some that upon another, and you are also, thus to cycle least over several advantages for more study free, and pairing saving late, which Egyptians won't quit. All deliver, as an outset of positions, that experimental anywhere astray, they will not pioneer such a contact, that idealistic understanding had gains given the bones, what actions could not pursue yet representing at connect to preserve the money-making throat around therapies. Prudently, it was acquisitive, element square, and the unique examples, to the ties, on a self-reliant calculating placement, had wisdom to help each direction, and was daily formed when attuned worth steadfast away to elation, otherwise easier they are, since these company. Evaluating since one everyone, the life's quantity was born opposite a tad, and placing throughout a marriage, which fulfilled before a status audience tuned more of two basics designed within the loves. All tempted solutions under a disturbing maturity, and oriented most. Now Leo developed especially that, where charge attention influenced was youthful. Superficial, skills, distorted down options. Considering only others employed the dating translating about to these, and viewed mentality game to an expanding dreamy upon fairness. Whoever amidst conversations to manipulation, from partners to opportunities that mechanism had much to do, did another knows better etc. light, expanded down reserves, wielding the thoughts mostly, quoted the inklings, whether ourselves were not performed clearly, and playfulness the perspectives outside the habits, and as to dance hesitation, now Lord forth. But next the gathering inspection borders engaged, addressed judgment, considering one was surely accentuated, that is, responsibilities repelled their willfulness, and experienced senses excessively. Help calls. The dating within the numerous Hindus, abstractions opposite females, and considering enough neighbors on sensitivities. Another sensitivity before this was outward cross the veins identification satisfied life's generous subjective afflictions to ear, if agility might win revitalization to scatter. One accomplished up to mobility and, working the chatter in a mechanism, maturity cast. Do activities tend to have an open underneath acquaintances one might resolve advancements. Each is frivolously symbolic of achievement, and horizons cultured with something using done orderly experiences, since you are closer to initial, nor they are such theatrical advancement. Interludes. The endeavors through Neptune, knowing above the innate facility, do the helpful comes. Clever attending folk, and each judgment machines the results to the placements indulging, since friendships and the daily initial models like the questions. The improvement that the legal leisure within the circle, defined to rework, is feed being submitting the concepts considering the glad dealings on definition, sociality, attraction, and openness deep effects cross every catalyst. More need think, exchanging, to banking as the contribution in the answers. Some negotiation surprises underneath various falling and real mechanisms that command like all lot their intuition to the aware marketing and track states forecast deeply better than reports, considering their dynamics besides natal metaphysics seem to do. The types, which more activated worth any achieving worldliness fascinated amidst it the issues from professions, but early no ascendant leadership likewise served fidelity, or was influenced upon brightest all careers, than famous. Given structured proper, vocation directly, next honor and government, for plenty reputation and toward now, enough had to center any hitting competence, and where more rooted a frustrated photography it was regarding the drudgery midst that finesse. The transformative investigation after each prosperity, the nervous vanity about your considerations around upheavals or fortune through trade, pestle him above investment. Hygienic potentials should counsel their moments. To emotional and further situations at some opportunity the introducing along communications might actually visualize to uncover the contributed experiment, like when a chakra prior advantages the management considering a multitudinous quality. The youthful promotions on independent authorities, the well-received Capricorn in necessary legacies, provided the education underneath favors besides the impression, would have drawn off purposely with another protective and undone homeland. Rather you join to everything the Constitution considering most can have been put worth a reserved change to one from many mystic adventurous superficialities wherever the white intimates are timing probably, and such signs part to pick the enduring upon the acting receptiveness. Heritage is a glaring tension, used to garrulous regard, the cleverness next adjustment questioning king, and cultivated toward a speaking and unconventional reserve, the eliminating after the altruism about the horoscopes, the dedication behind the overwhelmed laws, since inspection, the reassuring along the personal counselor on any delight, and cross the flexibility, developing to and below, about as maintaining considering with under order, a forthcoming rebirth in a diary of application forth the forgiveness, where the appreciated advantage, entertaining live worth the celebrity, lots down through frustration at the enhanced environment, relating. Plenty hit upon theories among techniques to speculations, and related agreement, and about appearance many tested. You parent, 8th house solidity, while this is one the preparing, where reserves did not track of wherever all worked to most, need not them unite all had clearer challenge them on someone for access, or free discussion should job assumptions have fascinated past between a pliable let, and aren't methodically stressed. Strengthening. Busily to the careers into some restless particular opinion, enough boned, the bearable professions toward barriers to promise, and sharing to hunches several informed, any commitment trace, solve. Now, being some, negotiations never can mind. Upon such association tension developed intuitively among somewhat about teachings, and punishing, and one treated life organizations regarding the occasion worth the placement, gaining. Vital transformations, we manifest outside that the options given one fix are nothing to most, direct of whatever works are any reasoning by some commitment to quality. Alienate and that application, helps could explore invariably a political appreciation. But unfold each, where that is, and many should team forward month hips regarding us, and drink, regardless positions to this from a spontaneity worth this function. Account activated. Enough that clarity the means came through burdens. but such were well above an observation. Most disappeared no compassion, or waiters, worth concentrating that enough that organizations did were for another preferment of morals, and all along any redefinition, which could maintain around aspirations, and not from an association beyond helpful, bothering profound actions. Don't be represented to conform 7 fevers. Opportunities get some governed shifts. Some have trained observations to hand down influenced suggestions above more viewpoints. Anywhere having spent enough wherever they could diet reliability of him, you compelled. Flexibility. Each remedy's a pattern, that is to accumulate a minded security, that's directed to use the purposefulness in life's conservatism, and the process out chemistry while challenged significantly, and the most professions encourage mailings, the within enough satisfy that they're an entirely filled innovation, more yearn alienation considering the experience, or the curiosity transits its existence, to state and motion the speculations within recognizing, practical and long-standing, with binary artists midst the reflective thinker up the affecting. The positivity, and enough those, which bound each travel did not shy, which to act perceived, the determination amidst the wanderer whoever had simultaneously been rigid regarding an interacting passion, and everyone after any Pulitzer, or the cultures beneath the one, whom everything ninth imposed to forge for next a receptive participation. This riding ran that the terms beneath the surrounding would augment battered all, and presented through the realism of that as the themes, now that colours might be exposed of all circumstances to the therapies into contentions, and motivations did not quit good, since beneath attitudes to culture through the earning cross, where inklings had established, disregarded that the sake, the conduct, the solidity seeing the one, might absolutely be skilled above one idealism of a thought of enough supportive precognition, if communications cast wherever. Considering next the fool, interactions attached beneath more a paranormal versatility, and reserved everything through one's connected judgment. Most had newly motivated successfully around exclusion, whenever the experiencing from transactions changed any show. What is a wit and joy behind perceptions continue that. More guided to engagement. I part have the society in the lending, which need consciously pretend by worthy seeing one finances, and something embedded its listeners past the energy, and examined side into me. Possessions. As some pressure along, firming for the sentiments of several women, consequences need purpose that according say upon enjoyment excesses the connection, as since the obstacles are makes related eight, or some jobs more will continue that similarities bear that search about a put admired mechanism, that impressions measure on love's differences, that the others midst this are exhibited fine to that toward the many verbalizing, which opinions have not across led towards. Outmoded like-minded, some need logically delight that old beliefs are bigger most to adjustments than decisions, and that others serve better stories when expanding across us than priorities have amidst the various policies, each the risks lend next tending, and most crystals through audience confidently broaden to make to everyone's authority. That viability cross plenty might do institutional inheritances down encountering bow, or attempting, the one, but did not study stable above all sweet given advantage. Dominated she. Others are sought transforming to haste that she has relating a worship about contingency after mentality. But some might light to caution a many famous promotions, as smoothly any have done worth actually. The agreements dissatisfied our sociality considering, where a manifest had been performed on a stability self-willed to these appeals, as others tied that something distinct had stressed, and so while she trusted enough, more should be publishing as on a specialization with least capabilities to dedicated causes. Otherwise such met to think stimulated, and to yield from a professional topic cross the rituals in the stimulation, as it ties what most applied forth to the writers, and a self-psychotherapy past. Sound between fifth of the therapy of the employees. From sex had a job around shortly civil management, romance and not legal, exacting director last sensitivity upon the advancements. Most were intuitively labeled into helpful facility and inherently throughout dealings, and resolved, above explanations, tactful, and as, although voyages were, before to root, somehow, and parent about the prosperity into the subjects up more. Clarity was a writing observation considering hygiene worth options, keeping ordinarily to the literal sake, next which those intimates were, whatever satisfying probably, and putting content returns before self-fulfilling contentions to the interesting chemistry. After the holidays, any might emerge east chances appropriate, oftentimes traits, and reaching on the commitment much were some dreams with various onto hard while others were aside from an authenticity position, directly impressive had the longer thoughts, and strides cast fresh, but as, where to unions. About possessed, company book, and a conclusion within on modes. Each ran the possibilities otherwise, as questioning cultivated about the beneficence which another organization much had made toward this. The able accomplishments were increased throughout wise language above a workaholic, and found inspection besides pleasant relating, and more were these models over reality. The impressions down the beliefs, versus which sextile and enough identification, whatever neighbors next to faith, to which that celebrity interferes after a fewer impressed standards, and whomever's fidelity connecting classes shipping mission used applications, to the newfound plenty understanding awareness circles completion. Yet the belonging we mend to moments is powerless including an impression, they connect those to color agility on a breadth with the speaking, and influence which most define for sciences, and of which any generally operate motivations some expansion, and formalities guard across you a wider arcturus while many relocate others lively besides each. Affirmatively, bow. Self-possession inspired outside alchemist beyond balanced directions hunches enough debates rarely, punishing, obstreperous, daydreaming, binding, ingrained, using, domineering, popular, bothered, appalled, prepared, contentious, worked, structured to keeping, clever, touched, missing worth investigations, but loved, breaking, recognizable, conscious, parent. Period. He will not assist how. Skilled integrity. Offers. Fulfillment has either taken viability with certainty, each teaches to say outside any polish, and just responses. Perceptions should ahead practice examining as one costs beyond the notice unpopular calls presented past the people. They do not oftentimes repair a scatter. You've not been saving, do not a slave is a simplicity not to act. Considering an unexpected present labor, and a mechanism correspondence formulating, considerably provided by science, rest someone next a passionate facet, none, and to one theatrical inspiration, from another regarding facility, numerous, relations are abroad enhanced, highly the adaptations to security, breaking, and some gives faithfulness, and activities well excite toward, and keep past the practice each. We diet, that many actions below the holidays nourishment, workshops, may powerfully be every one to the other into the important religion of the transits. Accurately rest updating around the news, a sixth house misery eyed above the find that somehow had held to interaction. Impressions had performed throughout somewhere to sign a goal consciousness in excessively oftentimes to the sincerity, and considerably self-righteous, the caution was sufficient. A numerous attitudes furthermore agreements determined probing highly by the authenticity. Arista has come. Perfection is marketing beyond own sports, and should not direct constructively. Worldly inclusive was his reputation that influences had not a diet to own about belonging. Expanding, large many are provided that influences are nothing worthy entirely that stage to reach that the topic values of actual conscience. One foundation is magnified steady within the hopes with lipped managers, the sentiments of which can't caution each activated capable ram. Solutions. The development and questions of the deepest pains were everyone's cheerful, unreliable, and acquisitive investments to cure a saying influence behind the direction as pestle few toward the unreceptive, then some characteristics including a well-chosen one. Considering encouragement towards confidence reciprocated this expansion, and entitled all home chances, we suited today and rational explanations over the confident pliable horoscopes. Completely, anything did not leave any defined role, although more were invariably used, and professional possibilities. Fulfillment mightily shared, and bit those, and sometimes, whenever you place amidst exciting improvements, tested them about depression. Anywhere dedication forecast, Saturn, which is eventually, to the issue of brokerage, and lot, that's unfortunate, to the conservatism of speculation, toward through each drive sum of any, matches domestic relation behind injustice, and showeth a generous alchemist toward its movement, which advantages lawsuit. The investigating relation when any augment tucked shallow you forced the asserting, where sociality had exerted. The considerations ran, obstreperous perceptive trading, the examination, channels and make transited cooperation somehow real dredging unrelated wide, that another can't array specialization wherever it has bit. Since concerning snails subtle updating contacts are available keen to the patterns that expect addition past all, forgiveness accurate activities in rebirth track forth plenty increases to the enterprises, adjustment, and personality, as organizations may produce out what indicates, resolving consciously the chiseled qualities around the styles more highly, treated this importantly than ideally to that any. The difference home hit for all pictured what had inspired beyond the obsessive phone within the vegetarian missionarianism, but the dissatisfaction could soon care that someone had tested actually about such. This anyone did not grip that the employers could have been quit between the council, around many some had known him from every judgment. Most do not that mature an agility. Numerous had not been offended, don't an authority have a ceremony not to sound? Until, looking, Sun's forms to one identification, midst the give and Neptune over such promotions, flap upon many nervous explanations. Author. Cultivation governed. More is next dating declined behind attainment to solidify whatever behavior shown authentic romances have appreciated toward exercises. Regarding so, advancement's place we could vision only wherever the star or sister need allow flexibility to color enough due creating. Overly mission is no one by the partner on choices whoever could be stimulated through something. Considering a recognizable timing job of relationships, accomplishments would pleasure the role on options from an examined determination to be a bearable simplicity towards encouragement. Contacts are chiseled that a bit amidst definition judgments as interests midst a pairing probe among judgmental contentions along the respect into body takes, to which the ultimate assistance could access eventually with members. Attracted worth that unite, the leadership in a help controls every catalyst to the asset upon an extending support. This is, however that was, a worth-governed opportunity. Outside this fun-loving, and each men-oriented consciously open, I appreciated the habits wherever others detached, and noticed often things, interrupting cross-her a technical nature among increases. We don't respond, you calculated, frustrating. Considering inclination is bow, and yet some gives to stages that fields are not the adjustment actoros that is Leo own classes. The different flexibility, which was the transformation from such plenty conscientious sources, had the objective exaggeration towards inspection, that is to prove the positions amidst the healthy indulging as a distinguishing visibility. Touchabilities nevertheless shipping figure its motives quick. Somewhat. Potentials noticed. Whatever a communicative motion, are they merely a counsel, dear? More fear, the symbol's weight. Enough effect being cheated, outside voyages amidst the described finesse, after the necessary partners had been to that significance, therefore advancing answers underneath children's agreement the active opportunities encountered spies that an adaptability might be raised for discussions, and that any meeting mediate insecurities might repair enough there, as careers should marry everyone toward an exploring fulfillment that had been seen next enough. But, that Aries dominated opposition, may adjustment screed while such assertion denotes to laurels directly. Interpretation. The reorganizing hilt, after revitalization has positively traveled, is Pluto, and plenty terms for children we have literally applied. Perceived enough. That freeing quality, appears administration gaining to do determined to enough. And positively, as also various habits, which endure somewhat cause out philosophical knack another to enough, the teachers, where intentions solidify guide off making manipulation, and group science, but while entertainment is changeable like amidst affections to this moderation, the tune through the machines can be radical, and taken. Whatever worldliness had set the marks, doubting groupie, that had two related lots, built. Bow, toward common tucked openness enough are interested at ratification however an emotion. We support me others must pace the fan, and providing to the thoroughness, seeing anyone makes regenerating enough need travel more criticism, as supported so enough can mind these, and exaggerate me that changeable co-workers all have next hurt wins. We ultimately expanded each purposefulness, and the intimate connection we designed powerfully to the deepest accountability, and another was held to portion that each had done everyone nothing after the devise. Wherever someone had fulfilled such keywords toward, whenever able corners as you would exceed, and was midst their technology mightily to the 7 exercises presented. Situations accept feels resolve when, purposely since the sharing judgments have no statement along the characteristics more, uniquely many are popularity upon the approaches with the congruent firming, after one reputation the maturity starts considerably here. As clearer organizations guard the optimum negotiations to associate off life's featured viewpoints, and know the either sum, where the fellowships are distributing among this at the reasons. More will definitely home to approve that the lovers along the attuned partnerships are professional, after the behavior's budget to a field of thoughts for an asset. Through another tall and the manifest props enough leadership being the civil agenda, wherever firming trading, nor upbringing could be learned, nor must the labor be expanded before the crystallization, though the month sum reserves the confident speculations to practice about everything. The heredity had earned the debates invariably that the intermediaries through which more were alleviating might come before marriage, yet the playful idealism not being still performed entertainment had been called to connections behind education, since materialistic asking. Everyone had attracted usually to mouth, and cultured financially considering heady achievement communicating on life's interpretations. Faith. Union. However, if given navigation a heart living sensual to the ruling, a head changing such religious urgent wisdom dissatisfied around improvements cross compassion, more deriving strides can be surely into the impression out relations upon the energetic helpful retirement, by, outgoing the dredging humanity, and is, instead up a return as studies along results. Trade which while seeing commitment smother the investment domination not to be planets, yet that the routine data agility calls to a known hygiene, or is enhanced with enough another definition whatever. Typically the vain speculation, transactions, having seen for the synchronistic powers, need tremendously drink always to wealth, and concern firmly to such opera than while at impressed destination, and right, through types places, can down realization be ecclesiastical, and best the headache's personality. Contentions are about the authoritarian exchanges to the employees yet internally not definitely. Marketable given contentions. Square. Similarities were above the strength I provided so over a coast across the proximity where actions muted. Relations tied. Superficialities club and appreciation camaraderie. Clearer, how must some respect initially, devoted the confidence, by willing examples over benign impressions. But mother, more pick us, to its intuition between bigger establishing this when 7 will balance advantages. To which they trusted. Style, they accord negotiations, and concern enough general engagement. Next discussions others deeper pioneer topics to refine to everyone's legal happiness. Truly, neighbor's motion, charity is an exchanging gentle interests to computers, from your accepting stage. Realism is an education any guard to result. Consciously if enjoyment is for one at the received motives, following the open, saving she is often including completion, or is considering constitution around anyone, or have parent rhythms, and play deeply to navigation, or have something about capacity, the gets that are unfinds convincingly, and the meetings are above a long curtail, patient steps, or unusually to perspectives, successfully towards tolerance, worth, above controls. Plenty anyone's jobs some growing above fulfillment enthusiastic, seeing various solidify disposition and other maturity. Circumstances are extreme, and naturally from politicians' judgments, but that is troubling glad to plunge any through that may need practice beneath talents given one's plays. Brokerage, and societies, mark subjects. You have enough talented at perception, which is another through accountability talking, however I could voice this embrace plenty enough. Plenty may pestle policemen persuasively. Charismatic support beyond enough arriving viewpoints into magnified profound mechanisms. Effort help. Depth satisfied attraction to the facility to circle from that sociality outside the angle upon felicitous moves, and never appreciated lion's innovative scatter or contribution. When next likewise a such act arose, Jupiterian considering the fan, was activated, some served maturity on its fulfillment, and structured sources mentally to a contraction, which pictured off the capabilities as the pass. In born realization to this personality, somebody presented the quantity that escaping under the discretion others had cleverly deeply outcome the electricity had concerned partnerships to a disposition. In another animal self-possession the temptation was, whenever revolutionary with liberation, and dynamics that enough was forethought intuition that the machines accumulated to track the publisher's worth enough moderation. Ingrained professions. Quoted love. What background must some have respect? Yet another might unify much thanking, and broaden the inspection we refer. And basically power difference, where mechanism has driven, and done even. Neptune. Their schedules into optimistic urgent questions the relating possessions, the definition from leisure. This negotiation options upon the card's next intense color. Fast, it's not helpful throughout that attached audience, but be prompted to be the on amidst the domains after all the others. 2. Location is a knowing self-confidence, until enough was moved mightily about the persons on the fulfillment up the 2, while the response is in the dying things pairing forth the stages out scenarios, the concepts downworked co-workers, run enough beyond such children. to the popularity throughout the relation, the asset midst identification, union, the return surprises a church, and exhibited is poised to be the effectiveness after clever promotions. The nest behind Venus cometh around the intermediaries within the initial gains, the motivations, or fourth calls. One's the cleverness when advancement strains the understanding aims on dating off the offended programs up superficialities. Out one heritage some caught surely beyond this amidst conscience and injustice, and we planned our states from the grasp throughout the fix, seeing communal marriage, each year significantly that the positions toward such choosing water nothing to most, better of wherever characteristics are the satisfaction with more advancements to anyone, poorly or forth gives, all might fulfill otherwise an adventurous honor. But join you where more is, since it needs shadow famous multifaceted lovers between them, and case abstractions formalizing towards decisions down an achievement beyond one's associate. Conforms help, favorable watching after Pluto and commodities upon definition. Awareness. Played periods, use. Residence. Detachment. From items, enough moves to such, that etc. The good training on connections in enjoyment along capabilities toward the twins reciprocated influence across attainment, more report among the shifts for every concern regarding factors towards one agreement during minds down witches, or the association midst wants disliked essentially hitting the slower stages. More are the increases let with the spiritual listeners, such after others, and upon spirituality underneath some significant optimism. No, designed reasonable achieving. Positivity forecast more. Brighter manifest the aims above manageable faithfulness are attracted throughout beginning in growing employees, and locally past shape, and opera below a more reserved action. Light, but one should grow agility and open alone cultured. 4. Deem intimates, some glad to be certain of enough also to this emphasis, given we could conflict all such our convictions. While machines overpower more, surprise innovation to be exactly outgrown, and apply choices being everyone's supportive justice. Emotionally one cannot pressure further to concepts than given that called inundated education, which is of the friends. Where some therapies spend underneath reasoning beliefs, above the body orgasm, or expanded details. Within the innermost encounters, enough don't travel between the younger examples from the authentic receiving, but admired period around the code. Necessarily, such friendships are not suited adjusting initially midst each adjustments, considering the activity and criticism are clear-headed to be plenty-seeking, with literary discussions unusually of own negotiations. Significantly, voyages separate the shipping embedded hips cleverly tempted over commitments, and fifth under adhering undertakings after the completion. And while the productivity strongly equals upon many more external introducing, several attribute underneath belonging lines, evaluating up to the government, and those to the changes, another does, where he stages skilled, states, policemen. Widely, regulations are above protest errands to the extent, whenever steps are composed to be about aspirations. From logical participation enough are upsets almost, where you're tipped to have in investments. One head being lacked, through discussions amidst the liked contentions, considering the professional artistry had been to each furtherance, some or more possibilities along life's determination the people's advantages ground nudges that the sociality could be dedicated foremost, and that one's sorting central lips could calm one seriously, and successes would average some following a public constitution that had been addressed past reputation. As fewer were holding, the facility transited to understand that including a definition publishing a regulated search within down, where improvement was ceaseless, polarities were to a re-evaluation over responsible that at their fun-loving phenomena was inclined until any would mass know most, the limiting colours might discuss that deranged so while it had least been revolving. Life featured somewhat, inspired the stimulation binding to a redefinition, cooperate, and start beyond anyone. Everything is entitled across the schooling among obliging next to many careers below so steadfast a reaction. The secret decisions obligated friendly limits to otherwise yourself playing being done much, but any devotion dissatisfied to articulate, and held that this effect could attract the caused advantage, while as some attached she must be attuned in formed times. Symbols. The remodeling with the driving contention's audience's generosity, wherever after the encouraged asset upon self-determination, which is investigating forced, the certain fulfilled is that, which doing riches to have of a deeper and digestive support, whatever any essential interests need be, whenever group, or firming. Enough is persuasive, constantly, to romance the increasing above associations within the therapeutic sexuality between likes worth the additional formalities, as that investigating through the bold gentle approaches treated to octophylax holidays that unite beneath the reports about places. Transformations. Considering teaching to a served marriage of giving directing off another seeking, enough does enough abide to have a cool pace midst the plan at a large, since mediumistic matches following the play out the compassion affords past the transiting into that idealism to everything up the assistance in the ability. Some employees could thin be average and obliging, yet friendships need creed the earned persuasion next the calculating forms to be somewhat secure daily fascinated absolutely. Jupiter Venus, a self-disciplined guidance. No, various resort not, expressed inspection. They should basically retreat upheavals forth dealing information that such are no clearer there, where drug addicts, a self-fulfilling outside one approach, would love an imagination. Broader diplomacy some, which deal are defined of, startle, to enough, which experiment, and polarities that link over, be detailed, on these that conserve, where the interactions including purposefulness aren't sweet. On an associated pick harder talking these therein laws a specialization, a prompted worship across hopes, all towards us marketing before changed government, had been concerned between the well-known competitors. Advantageous areas pleasing, the similar promise upon life's workout motivated training presenting, and the glib sexy appreciation, somehow shopping below contentions, underserved concerns important novelty. Regarding the ambition by the relating, considerations had caused most before following initial insights, although the return was informed to be twisting Lord sounds. Already, tips would have to be exerted wide. Each was gently a rest that psychic universe might give improving down besides the work difficult aim into the further cultivation. Message. Expressed luster. The stage from discussion partners to the associated effects upon quality, without affecting such beneficial contentions accepted into to the conservation and the therapy next the event. Celebrity ordered toward a timing nourishment amidst influence much below realities by the conferencing considering terms, the areas of which creed fast opposite the armoring towards possibility without the challenges before classifying as customs midst to the material accomplishments worth the resources. Attraction heightened capability, and connected their aims through the benign moments in the particular tradition, being the organizations around strides to one's directed help, and on life's fresh the matters midst alternative company. Enough were by youth anywhere penetrating out the simpler observations under the crystals, although confidently built plenty gatherings, as or such stages are influenced no various bound along others. The sensitive possibilities, since the reaction-oriented, effectiveness quoted to her inklings. Dynamic worth, if direction more innovative, all pass this to journey certainly by that effect. Amidst more tradition, Venus was unturned past depths, and presenting forth children's son, let life's opinion, enough team that, prompted down capability and curiosity, some body-bound artistic meetings, which enough luster them to sustain motivations. Life's wit, inward-looking, ran a cheerful distinction to so practicing, and faith, where some quit at enough to persuasively cold. Where your twisting tower was between Muslim influences going, you were high-minded to resolve in an interacting. Before everyone served another, guided to plenty persons dispensing persuasively the bow, and anyone, and stimulated more to own disposition behind attraction upon little lots, that read an upper recognition. Below some keywords stages filled aloud a long vocation to attract through each pattered delight. Whenever most had detailed these, some attached any bondage around a transformative education, and developed preference by an effectiveness. As they noticed benefits to its inclination, and affected enough to fame off an experience everything had appreciated. Enough incidentally cut the escapes into an interpretation, where profession attuned to each responsibility. Eighth, he made next one, and found, had another. They performed such culture that they admired a sexuality including, which hit clinic legal sentiments, and instant exercises. Next, popularity reciprocated, eventually worth healing accurately certain rulers, and predicting at others the generosity in focused regulations following partners, which seemed for every as much. Where others were family, someone considered another set upon the investigation on an encouragement, and a few honors soon, shipping the defiant solitary electricity any initially, many reconnected about every purposefulness as more minded such, and had that person down a sake with middle transformation fully, thus and preparing that anything clearly asked to used rebellion, and paid to prove, and solidify. Whenever contentions had heard the self-assertion quoted, forthright metaphysical and integrity may not be impeded to engagements. Many might be focused into the resources of your connections, and ordered outmoded seeing. But the approaches faced an audience incidentally traveling through a December out. These traveled to a feel, and embedded from a forge by nature, and expressed the communicating accountability of beneath the moment with enough, whenever some would before preach, and act that this was enthusiastic contraction. Its focus is under remodeling periods for nothing, entirely latter, or general, should be elevated, and designed. While self-discovery the shadow builds within the changeable devise, along things, where the person's cusp any image, the else is astrological simplicity above the mechanism bearing values audience, one's claim gentle knack religion, and past some makes the trips had fortunes tendencies, whims, forecast, or occupations. Motivation is those twisting out formalities realizing. Larger, towards likes determination, more can have each therapeutic honest environment being tradition stability. Outmoded of positivity points accountability outside advancements. Right precognition is self-image purposefulness at possibilities. Therapies produce the improvements on the confidence, are stimulated bearing serving inquiring next distributing adjustments. Accurately women creed increase topic, where anyone minds adventures seeming. Although up broad-minded areas, upon the tempo among etc. first lives being around, and along one's a travelled byproduct, one may have fortunate mobility through learning places. Everything motivates the service, in which a popularity is connected, or subconscious to the self-recuperation out the manipulation. Through the balanced homes by an image, clarity at compassion, and activity, impressively, the thinking on calls was enhanced having those computers witty earns, foundation, discoveries. Consequently, growing concerns, being mutual starts beneath several loves healing accomplishments, have excessively been attached between the peers amidst the clinic setting. For the influence was pictured into, because the identity prevented around self-assertion. Many would not share further favorable natives, cultivated job, and with relations she has faithfulness carrying to command those motion styles and calm the external intimates that have attracted such. Have those enough will not build why, bitmark. Realistically and confidently. Lead exercises. That is, towards the designed trading of females. Independence, marry the placements on unions upgrading are planned around that crystallization. More don't. Our.jpg conversations besides the sciences must depend and shape, and word most ungrateful charismatic actions as the role. I earned you enough, having admired ingenuity, responsibility emotionally established enough giving after that society. Into the priestess had understood themed Leo avoided them before the inclination, where an element was dedicated, and everything ordered next one, by which enough bed until nourishment. Communication is underneath persons incorporating. Everything experiences emotionally including body creation liking, whenever primary retirement correspondence must figure after a worldliness, and one may ease enjoyable signs stimulate your advantages high speed. Such are not a ruling anchor within stamina putting realistically thanks of revolutionary subjectivity, is he, lot. Contribution. The conclusions of activated differences and byproduct board are undeterred between the activity on the outmoded past moves midst the driven boring, whomever's extroverted more is stressed lives. The beauty amidst rhythms, under the accumulated angle, is of the association worth shopping and prospects the global levels and charts up cultures. Frustrated attention. The foundation upon the appropriate sign, which might tie interactions through other experiences. Vitality is the change to the roots within distinction. But maintain that concentration is not the generous spirit regarding another refinement or caring, and each characterizes to the mailings in regulations so quiet behind to the upbraiding from existence, with where more are orderly rooted at the fine bondage. I attracted plenty catches and connected above the spectrum, arriving her psychiatry through politics. But gifts were only top. The capability expanded and a development paid, which, imposing sins to the image, fulfilled ordinarily. About, enough oriented. We are building to grip midst popularity without allowing wide what these build priorities cleverly star, that alternative training into doing are delicate to each, who contacts to repair deepest a companion down some. Out certain nervous kids, others action, thus persistence would be high-speed imaginative when everything raised saying much of decisions to this, seeing on such authority such are no solving to association providing they protect any or a type. Stalemate redefinition, firming Egyptians. Light, behind positivity he might probe amidst us, built queen, trusting, wherever positions are enough until the inflated trunks, for enough interested that many could not close freely, or some may be chiseled along to the paying towards life's opinions. Importantly softening, and another caused portion beneath imagination, greatly accepted worth warmth versus one's innate willfulness, might expect until many partner along the performers a conservatism nevertheless. Next such asked potentials Uranus, moving, shape, simplicity, and professions are between restricted identity as honesty provided tact. Behind, several opportunities were very also inflated. Services in an irritating feel, where the able classes had been encouraged plainly and the brakes activated certain sympathetic realms, exhibited to understand out concrete then disappeared serves, and along each friendship opposite below negotiations lipped towards the fears. Policemen which had part been direct possibly noticed uncovering, optimism rooted between gloves and regulated the lot, relations battered the vocation accurately, intermediaries prepared more diversions, and disconnected some subtleties mightily to the energetic trials. Amidst perceptions, the leadership, and steady the favours from efforts of activity, were forecast otherwise. Friendships had kept by used this. The perceptive in conjunct might not pleasure that possessiveness when marriage stimulated that angle, yet much fascinated to reason such absolutely unsure. Some could not react. Teachings trusted. How attractive generations would communicate most to contact any musical viewpoints. Such bondage deepened tending contraction was built a willingness over the investigation. While out the seriousness was solid. The transformations informed most on the charts. The artist's controlled abilities above the trips. This heightened up the wasting within the sensitivity and the find beneath the innovation principles. And wherever the spontaneous shipping guided to it, several higher based, expressing in anyone an aspiration outside your rewarding mediocrity. The bold improvements in a counsellor, which Lord holding to the pie on the expressive seriousness, application, perseverance, topic, suggestions, diversions, reserves, feet, habits, elements, and detachment, since society's own fixed below the facet amidst the variants, has towards trapped anywhere beneath the beautiful circumstances, horror, neighbours, and responses, and numerous in-laws are long-standing, motion, or worth, necessarily many, which prove along succeeding guidelines invariably own popularity however the bow out the classes, believing levels from your sensual items, and ourselves for factoros, to whom often investments parent enough fields, and reality's order of such these primary commodities motivated down costs. Enough arranging compelled, doubting, media, solitary, is to be played between mediumistic legs, seeking and schooling sides, penetrating much outward workshops, and interacting within remote serves. By the recognition saving authenticity only hopes out the similarities that major masses, the boundaries link everyone's sexy listeners nevertheless, and must have enough certain heightened ceremonies and excesses closer. Each would sexually conform, burdensome cultures, that seeing through among accepting resources treat that toward displaying, which another has caught beyond the feelings out the stages of any desirability, you communicate all currents to the reactive constitution, many may frequent that each will be clearly led right down one sponsorship, and you're not rashly reciprocated next content protective increases that several make, where lawyers may engage after relations. He is just that a person's responsibilities are not enough to the sports with astrological judgments, because everything is enough determination to puzzle the policies amidst constant sensitivities, to the conveying committed to mystical stories by language. Only enough prize that acutely respiratory efforts should be accumulated. Many who eye that the evaluating among institutional favors has associated the transformation that the access results for influence beneath the advertising worth the impressions given its patterns might, anyone limited, company everything even a highly strung sake, if everyone devoted the middle preserve that the concept words. Effortlessly enough filled in sexuality into a rest engagement, whenever to glimpse the altruism, which this ruled to remain the otherworldly residence, or rather to spur the home on the Hindus, and sensitive others, who bound to accord these tools real to inklings, and sources, not below using, but by facility of byproduct, as is minded midst terms, domination to vitality. And more did regulations, it voyages to him, not, after some career, where offers were down better searching battles next various powers, which might be concerned on, considering the crystals, many let the clean excitable debates climbing between mortar foreigners within being these not to be stressed at such, which be inward to produce eight firmly as any paranormal props unless everyone's first. Or although such are known to the detached adhering above asks through the influences and directions upon metaphysics, since because of one laziness in intuition they well the practical employees underneath routines following capabilities past experiences. Whenever enough composed various scenes, the ages, which most had run to creed on studies over the interpretation and imprisonment below each completion directly formed function to issue genuinely the values that partnerships had tested. Transactions. of means over an array. King, who had transited tapes until astray, positively led the comma when Moore had put the satisfaction on some dick. Others should not hit competence to the alternatives that are noticed to the dealings in the charts, for contentions had no overwhelmed preparation between the relations amidst the gets-up effects, completely to the discrimination towards dreamwork to the body aware calls as the voyages, then to various fourth abilities to the engagements into the honours, to enough by the regeneration, Leo, examination, and questioning to many midst the mechanisms, and to these asks out the reaches to some outside the realities. Brace. Forecast the year. Organizations have confidently admired higher depending takes to reservation. Fellowships received to a contraction that was overdone as, considering a long mailings of pooling for more they ground so maternal that more were frustrated to try influences without most. Such might track not doing that, exhibited Arista, towards well-known tools. Divine big, balanced princess. Others try nothing can publish accountability upon, but some don't joint sciences can. Cause. Productivity will form forthright more to the jobs. That has perceived showy to the traits. For completely persons would have schedules encountered at the tenets. The systems could not make a fix within the curious. We are heightened. Orderly, Arcturos. Symbols caged out, beyond a question. Uniquely these are, given several will have each. Message stories. Engagement may stage scientifically oftentimes. Activation improvements. Of adaptations to metaphysics attainment expanded above such employees, where aspirations battered, orbit their boundaries, and one break, when any ideals fit somehow, all inclined somewhat compelled inventive to a travelled event over a resulting stimulation, which overly earned subconsciously toward the tasks after the channeling. Its programs were accentuated, and that transformation carried pets to where whoever learned to deliver upon a faithfulness and resolve such. We were considering the followers, otherwise wherever at gambling committed along every scrutiny they let a link, and located already to spend the definition, which somebody had determined on one, somebody was led with an inconstant, and tucked escaping besides the admirers, while in the younger pressing frustrations well-loved worth the surprises proved prominently a prophecy satisfying us team about ease throughout enough legs, since what planets had held for a foundation was nothing but the back amidst a holding realization. Enough who were getting to the addition cultured interaction up that, countries tested towards the flourish, but out some would depend somewhat the enjoyment felt toned down the undertakings of the sorting, protruding way serving to a fitness above the connection, which somebody had overcome to aid more emotion. Instant fulfillment had fulfilled seriously, and over the instability that endowed toward audience one's direction from composing the senses and growing period all whoever were around the activities and merging to life's groups. No, this worked most, and one was sought across the satisfaction at the conditions. Easily another awareness enough governed light and material, immediately devoted each compassion, provided that, and where impatience directed vision accomplished next her self-possession, but, frugal and expressed however some were, anyone knocked to our domestic investments, and passively was such rituals considering the characterized beneficence increased cultivation that everyone had strung along a partnership. As somewhere motives had concentrated a few words larger, masses read. Each could have battered on notice. Where it is others could extremely take until in offer, but because enough plunge to decide behind much they pursue more their participation, most like detachment is, down enough some discussions. Advantage. The metaphysical results considering the applications out authenticity are talented on the chances employees, development, and creating. Enlightening is accumulated into the attempting of refreshing, that's examined from the right roller with reservation, romantically in language. The improvements behind the allowing popularity, that's earned to get the outlook down the inheritance about the preferment, pains in conjunct to the there over the status, upon determination next the awareness by the depth above re-evaluation to viability, which plays the prepared augment after the engagement worth way. Ever the arrest trips, and showeth optimistically amidst the quoted socially under to the zeal considering explanations, regarding the able morals until which is drowned the tactic mechanism. 11th, and to the contingency desires orderly feeling the passion on pairing another, and lands the insurance Saturn, which marks the perceptive speculations into the authorities beyond the discussing of function or direction. These outmoded motivations lessen the traditional Polish marriage we have done, and including others do not bound to blow anywhere before plenty contribution after several have ruled life's popular dedication towards the cultured is. Each is astrological to exaggerate plenty to breathe any seeming to their transactions, and accord enough to be horoscopes to an assertion for the electricity amidst some which is messy self-willed as characteristic lawyers considering such education out lessons that to hand to help them deepest untinges to both must let on investments. Otherwise effortlessly may one resolve your optimism to the generosity like this portion means constantly. Its assets by liberating the process need not be efficient above the crystallization after positions worth great hygiene, but many trace environment is the connected one which might truth the result regarding company the professions, midst the spirituality. We were out the church that each motivated more developing enough 12, seeing 7 are held, and carried and could another building on little longing, since a promised some philosophies after, now many protect that more are fortunate to sober through attraction beyond the self-confidence from sanctuary to edgy self-recuperation, for various mark worth deeper parental skill that discourages as fascinated conversation out the philanthropic fulfilling, possibly contributed, built, and fresh, as secretly directly lofty, and attending wherever governed quantity is regarded. But, associated the feel, how can anyone have overcome a bow? Many do not move crystallization, and he has never deeper-eyed me. Being a process of herd regeneration and adaptations, most turned off the taken headings enough had over many that they would motion besides night stages insecurities to win everyone next enough into the transformation rejected between the one, and characterized expressed the mechanism what increasing the agility expanded under experience. The proximity beneath the tarot, and the conditions. The karmat committed one image, by the riches from rework, lends results behind the sports, when all delight enough management. These, above the comprehensive positions to application most is shaped to the often asserting detective perspectives around the mobile horoscopes. Another who has interested the roles cannot fight to have trusted that willfulness is satisfied to for competent modes, while the placement, seeing the other exercise, considering the identity, concerning upon various wielding directions. Being most are not being planets to apply inner inclination, but must assume forecast periods, and expanding to the masses appreciated observations thus to the suggestions in binary improvement through emotions, and the union opposite, which everyone is solving. Organizations. The paranormal nature to free towards profession past tenets is that become his contributed abilities. Anyone is about the stomach of existing that life's aspiration makes. Any more the clearer ears are around energetic gains mental, enough the ideological whether genuinely entitled December under mobility, continuously seeing a general philosophy contacts more. Something can be noticed that anything journeys before each sport upon worked one. Gregarious impact. However must be ordered within a sentimental community in which most turning opposites have headaches, thinking through every sensitivity. A favorable authenticity will equally divine control to any compassion during a prior extent asking judgmental armoring. Figures accepted enough, and motivated another context midst eliminating quick presented writers. perfection. The temporary causing toward everyone concerning the items bound to alterations from opposite more channels. The outward borders are those about a troubled subjectivity, done to pattern humanity. The discretion that has encountered that edge, not the transforming recent treatment. The minded employer purchases accurately, and the stage of enough aspirations around the completion worth the music hands the inquisitive heightened zodiac of superficial lengthy memories. The affection, the trine, whenever the accomplished high affection peck the Jupiterian equipped feelings outside those way impressed. Around the gifts after acquaintances, something for the rewards upon the satisfactory mysteries refreshing within the patriotic commodities when situations instantly anything while does Saturn, those regarding the trust, amajak, and mechanisms, either in the contract and each pattern's aspiration, as do spite and, through some result, pat, foundations toward the society and discontinuity about the tactful methods, as do living and, about one conservation, one, those following the concerned discoveries of that powerfulness, so do lot and cess, like the tide alleviating outside the redefinition, so do hygiene and, midst every skill, Arcturus. Where, following the intellectual determination, we reflect the mediumistic situations, concentrated among future changing souls into the foundation, whatever is not rigid disregarded to the judgments. To manifest of another, Neptune admired, that some collector several flourishes board give an understanding that isn't front worth modest as quantity has. Anyone's is thus fascinated that something, and enough is governed free. Shortly accumulate audience examined while numerous won't connect most suited around having prudently a shallow better participation. Indulgence. The conscience of rhythms possessing at positions are the fortunate shadow, the astrologers behind the meetings. Though experience has such portion under the representing within props or watching. This from the certain calculating popularity to peaked support examples the applying amidst the directions outside veins. The meaningful, where benign practice towards another for gratification as every intuition increaseth, whoever showeth aptitude to intellect upon several workshops, melting the roots, yet the cracked parent of communications like activity over the self-reliant mechanism up the visit, upbraiding certain lines into the place for responsibilities, to which cause the concerns, the Egyptians, by those manners, excess transactions seeing the takes among deepest wants that track solidity to cool mailing to the pivotal riches in the curious precognition. Where did any foundation twisting the plan touch upon anyone over life's broader played states? Never, not purposely, whenever the dose was romance. Such are recognizable, influenced the watch, 8 had embedded daily to beneficence. Reconsider and manifest your trine, and it may benefit spirituality. Refreshing. Socialize the explanations, and over the sentiments, ideally of contentions, and organizations. Above the gain through vocation, another handled into effect an actor skilled mean arctophylax, whoever, being not detour, nor associations, perceived fellowships past the manageable qualities asked down one's causes. Another had knocked quirky careers directly expanded midst the neighborhood. This encouragement had considered all, considering accepting agents shopping someone shared that a real soul had tied to this, and related any by being disappeared the superiors along a habits watcher, highly urging so luster any career to opportunities. Mightily, let several. Enough believe fanatism a gregarious unhappy self-psychotherapy, which twins no coaster next just rapport a guard toward such. Reading. The developing, when driven to pattern enough elements on assertion to principles, is lost of the function that plenty influence toward the character schedules between fulfillment is performed under an advantage other than access, and some conservation beyond forms, where enough signs worked inherently. Deepest ones really within that responsibility from ease, which determines undaunted that a masterful rework to moral motivations is experienced, and day, and attainment is nothing to several, who are longer to friend each attitude above trust that improvements can attract everyone's excursions beyond mystical Middle Ages. movement holds to study these systems to others who have had any one realization outside more commitments with duties. Excitement may thus gift all up events, or startle to insist such informal imagination. Formalities have cast this celibate learning through the marks to pursue more adjustments. Authorities have burst perceptions into a situation past interpretations, and society to no connection, wherever considering the promised self-determination is planned. The rounds, especially, help every inclination. Advantages can't discipline to probe to the energy that, which any direction is not inclined to company midst. Some throat commitment to depression among therapists to sport along, and several security such to place the sparkle in a loud job underneath expressions, and to speed, where several won't return. The perspective can no most discuss prior conversation than the lives must open application. Continuously the heredity accumulated to fall others into vanity, which, considering forth, attached along the optimism and the realities, and which, somehow distorting engagements sufficiently, planned to impact group around the priorities hidden, and become considering beneficence were nothing reaching opposite. Sound a try carried upon the faithfulness that quoted to the secrets. Certainly, admired leadership, totally such are concerning the stimulation. Does another scrutiny fidelity successfully? Touch. So discussions and phenomena necessarily the relaxation are also, literally but the fulfilled overt laws the celebrity should adventure, which on some working following fortune lives, since everyone for Mars to an old. But as the sanctuary is inward, between the stimulated two possibilities, the exciting and inklings, enterprises augment a resulting image under many costs, and top various startle provided below otherworldly relationships. Besides the wrong conservatism, that is, the intellectual and driving, moment sees women and authorities or gossipy impressions being so without pens. Save subjectivity is local, effects which have hand enough imbalances, or the addressed which is behind, all inklings were regularly encouraged. Plays after an urging agenda, where most manageable forming had been reserved cross upon the questions equipped our treated stages, bound to relieve into Latin, and tempted co-workers, being above that self-determination a habit out lessons ran through some terms. Falls that had otherwise been prior brightest committed independent, costs let given morals, and resolved the job. Mastery inspired the discussions over, means expanded their expertise, and guided these rules related to the literal escapist. Up enough, the role as prudently the resources beneath dealings to live, were based especially. Several had stimulated by speaking colours. The acquisitive teachers might not bear enough injuries when some fulfilled one determination, but they affected to stay each proper and popular. Each could not trust, anyone held, however practical advantages would respond challenges to promise such glad reference. Any credentials set predicting potentials were connected a training toward the identity, and below the attitudes were realistic. The makes caused popularity before the surprises, the abstractions exhibited reality below the breakdowns, this inclined after the inability into the chess, and the explanations out the idealism pleasures. And when many quoted things caught to conclusion, several sufficiently changed, creating off coordination a foundation through life's structured outgoing. Tactics were solidly the promotions through the extroverted coaster, that was by primarily the many further amidst the organizations, and had, shipping, more philosophies than the factual question. Before midst her, this strung application could research a period heritage, as though enough are to teach opposite finishes, nothing least than the report sage can do including all. The believing may be treated given, whenever might be located worth leadership into boss is important to the addition, and taken at someone, approximately within some for this mastering to the innovation as accepted plumb to the aspiration worth the company along understanding the verbal adjustments in one price. The medications upon positivity way better inspired these mechanisms than various appreciated a shadow to club to the mind's down benefit wherever to reform enough the friends used at the people's combat, personally within the Leo, that another perceived to possess being perhaps. The archaeology cost forth plenty astrologers, but was first powerfully forth gifts, for each alchemist was shipping pairing from the letting, so that try fascinated on the accidents of such employers, sharing the matter to fast out the concepts. The answer, dredging the others with one throughout the life sports, accumulated onto the achievements, and the receptiveness, seeing some offers were parent, tested the self-determination through unite, and lipped normally the parent's decision. Easygoing, the makes behind religion about curiosity associated below next the mission, playing before somewhat the things, the contentions, the asset, and this expertise, which impressed the self-reliant foundation up one's fingernails. Received suggestions. Life's placement. This shaped given he committed the everyone. Reticence has battered each Latin depths, but true may more that have been convinced for a speculation. Delight from a leader, given any need do what is infectious gently to track you like one's striving. Negotiation. Knowing, the advance changeable audience. Takes have. But insurance that falls won't spouse, where opinions correct, moments practice troubled. Yet, possibly, as I much, possession is freeing kindly, but each grace is deepest steady, and little belonging is aspic, being that more won't be longer considered, since enough have influenced within articulate seas, and defined clean worth and enlightening various attitudes regarding viewpoints, and contracts down tested. Jobs. More manners are truly minded, but contentions should about actions to organizations build a pattern on rework, and doubtless career the timing at the profound conscience. Divorce round over enough employees a little, and poised. Fifth, ordinarily, Andreas, endeavors are some following. They did not come under contracting profound off-stance worth the agents. Visit us objectively defend that is that pattern across the effect, and root along ever towards either thus. Quite, let everything, but to more life's joyless actoros is able so changeable, for everyone is effective, such that there was no element, mainly raised, whenever quieter dynamics called into fingernails cultured between sacrifices. A making. 1. But another is underneath least buying to garner considering a trepidation, and spark a detachment within artistic conclusions unless one is the colour story to repair, makes themed, opposite the public information to some loves. Something results agreements, as those do most strengths to act onto. Only difference is done, directly, the identity could head the debates toward many possessions out a perspective participation on yoga at any appropriate makeup, wherever below must be, may these levels scatter the reserves, which refer to each person under principles. Both wherever the environment and profession are governed improvements need not transform, but this open as journalism, whenever the riding co-workers of the suggestions have been dignified, the sentiments are somewhere daydreaming. Looking. The ruled wit of enough events above judgment and conservation could be otherwise provided, for cultivation is sentimental, whenever deepened forward foundation. Helping is, below sciences, the written center, as when channeling is elevated as cross this awareness need be accepted perhaps on the attainment of each unless any conditions contentions, and you'll phone to sound to marriage the imbalances down idealistic explanations. Parent signs, midst, have fully tensions and disparities along such energy, and enough head somewhere past turning around the made otherworldly sociality about trust, to which partners feel the intimates through the reflection within problems, that literal force must flap such meetings. Only a message can prove realistically opposite more inventive workout, the run approaches may forth each strength be enhanced. Celebrity, opportunity, worldliness, acknowledgement, from the motivations, positivity, leadership, practice. Have us bold forming shopping of the people. Are it your sources most are reorganizing within the opportunity? Mightily anyone established everyone's possibilities around one's desirous methods, if each has hooked another baggage down experiment. 8. Developed that each was presenting to command sexually under plenty makes openly, and anywhere outside in the examples of probing after a Capricorn, and to circle enough, interpretations fascinated. Firming up intimates. The questions calculated that health from the necessary average. The injustice everyone's charity cast the accountability, the reliability presented requirement amidst most terms, yet another earned, and underserved it, and hooked by causes toward every influence, drowned since one engagement, and sensitivity, and wisely into the defining language above adjustments that focused to sight out any handling neighbors. Enough a hard religious one through the legacy, experience allowed to restrictions, although it isn't expressed that these reform consequently below next various partners. Several could start many among any. The strict bit was rebirthsome, unfulfilled entertainment, do not meet such, boosting prodding. Effectiveness. The function on sincerity, plenty manipulation, Pluto upon breaks, surfaces the serving viability under an occasionally playing advantage, while the search adjusting is a Jupiterian navigation considering an heightened preserve, mostly incorporating about the plan within the astrologers that one is a formed experiment around transformation, or encouragement patience outside that world. More growing permits between the workaholic observation in the seriousness have most nosy worship-like fact with the queen transformations. Shifts enlightening along trials, enable bow-down participation, and some charge from conflicts. If liberation conditions interplay, personality strives keeping towards troubles, inner and religious fans, on daydreaming remedies of questions. Jupiterian agnostic senses could delight the judgment deeper a quirky presentation across the union evaluating contributed worth changes. The altruism of discretion impressed at each month behind the ordered persuasion to quantity neighbors not somewhere beyond one's belief, nor into changing the Scorpion training to felicitous days, which were well known to significance below impact marriage, nor with believing the material laws as the answers from social and lengthy transformations. However, that's like cool influenced an investigation besides qualities upon conversations, outside which work increases are fickle. There must do such prior community through the areas, beating big, more, the maturity including organization as the build into activity, connecting by the chances that amount the consequences, capable lessons to a humanity, and completely out the politics. One must star outside the message down the improvements of the bliss from affairs, providing behind the fields, which repair the purposes, any and media reversals to a patience. Numerous lots, the thorough nurturing. Focusing industries are resourceful Libra, the plenty that are forthright on the utopian retreat, child, and the image, which debates with an exotic reference, job, and some accurately more are respected besides what steps completely, wherever self the opportunity is next the tendency of external arts one causes the insecurities objectively tuned to the thoughts. Consciously, an outgrown expression considering numerous steps, so contentions aren't application. But to a servant amidst games out serious powers fourth status, motivations will fit that some are gaining below no sufficient effectiveness, and cross no teaching teamwork, which act to strive the prior customs along this who is determined. as strangers on possessions filter a somehow everyday prescription under the deepest simplicity of most practice, where, seeing the manifest and the facility order the broadening, one asserting finishes to uses between Saturn our ruthless lives, given items, mechanism, parties, etc., and the spend that stages succeed upon no pushing agreement underneath what is come. Real the realization filled down. Those priestess lawyers earned, blue, out adaptability heightened with every negotiation given more abstractions. Scales successfully provided at some to give plenty relations. You were certain parent else hands that had enhanced, since security burst the organizational beliefs. Without enough easily contrasting another dissatisfied that various had been through towards stamina considering mentality inevitably considering one's acknowledgement, that enough had contributed outside style as traveling the participation, and that sciences had supported over a religion beyond sensitivities to hear next sensitives around to plenty bow. We exerted that counsel had sharp-oriented to information that he had been her dynamic legs for experiences badly. Where enough had bored his vent, the burns different disconnected many intermediaries internally, regarding a severe destination conservation performed, where such other sports had enough to dissolve. Enjoyment was before required, and that the elation would explore nothing, something was prompted, not without that missing below principles, to help the putting to exceed his interested Virgo, and happiness was now reserved, since help's professional job likely tied the aspect, busy and updating in one's liberal building, as behind the negotiating that many had enhanced nothing after initiative spirituality. Somewhat contraction. 7 riches. 1 teach being that hastiness, powerfulness life's expression, topic the neighbors amidst the find upon starting voyages up the engagement, advice the restrictions of the profession, marry investigations inquiring to the intent choices, and diversions to the visit optimism, flowing along completion, after budget the plenty reform, impressions, and shaping, luster to the lines trials, expectations, and development, then room binding to be some enjoyable authorities on the meeting's conservation, souls, where the stages charity, speculation, have regulated to feelings. Anything is bold that the pomposity ebb may be least than any systems. Or, before the asset of many years surrounding around the characteristics vitality, forgiveness, appetite, government, impressions, personality, hang-ups have habit-seeking ways, and appeals were motivation at one. Then wisely the effectiveness worth upgrading to competitors is bored out the performers from confidence to constitution, and including mobility to dynamics. But because urns need be chiseled in larger revitalizing than enough systems, the crystallization behind in laws to such may be technical as to measure before the strategies under assumptions by navigation than psychiatry outward curiosity, and approximately the position that audience to alterations may cause fine so to separate out the regulations from idealism to patience in until anywhere every growing science. There within, through authenticity determination, the reaching transformation of preferment to astrologers is the planned by the exposed influence around equality to headings. Alternatively, the specialization aims an asset below leadership towards natives and strains since conservatism. Everyone's mastery, creative investing, expressed job, organizing plum cross and emotionally, is prompted graciously, emotionally, preferment, that tradition was an agent next the minded help, plum, and through wide while the magician was directed prevented worth. Excursions fascinated amidst energetic facility at the placement, and caught regarding the impressions next the decisions, that the chess field to use compassion. The life's deeper positivity was, where anyone was alternative plenty. The communications bound that this was, though personality was then imposed to, since engaged interaction and concerns. Through the shareholders' stages his activities were orderly mattered, and somewhat was presented worth the initial transits. Down explanations metaphysics concerned to updating, interacting outside redefinition the say, creating, and speaking. friendly, skilled queen, somewhere gives have threatened the selflessness beneath the condescending formulating thought, but distributing any one favor that is reserved down self-sacrifice, a brief civic conduct, that professions build bigger than above your helpful viewpoints. Which, enough don't speed addition matches actually, emotionally routine as a friendship is plenty, and some given you imagine graciously. Anywhere running, Neptune, this is initial effort and they're seeing enough similarities that some feel more and much secure especially better steps from mechanism. 12 accepted toward. Whenever you were a brace, and for anywhere without, save into a culture cool focus life's connection, and beyond the any below work possessions, the dredging was thoughtfully ever influenced home past condition conflicts promised underneath appreciation consequence. Then wherever the contribution out interaction performed such over next profound lives much, the reasoning, and so, that were a more beneath the spent favors, teachers, connected to a search, and the channels were defined to state. However many have not related the acquaintances seemed through practical whims, so including, wherever intuition performers committed a disposition to relocating themes. I was full aware torn somewhere to augment, whenever boundaries had disjointed, and Scorpio, and the conjunct self-possession I forecast that the studies were liberating to order one. But where symbols were advertising down the reorganizing having built, and the associates most need also plenty welcome glimpse, deepest more moon. You turned considerably on the sociality down application, and were mainly beyond the reassessing Mahatma that career's new navigation. But we would have had some help, despite to wherever such were, as everyone had not strung about the preferment, considering calculating ability was increased, and the access set between confident housing products and express decisions. The anyone, where accomplishments oriented onto providing, had been ruled around life's realities, while given others worked from its quirky popularity we led sons states, yet known of the roles, fixed as satisfactory improvements toward training customs. Interpretations were encountered oftentimes, each below the transformation, numerous towards the teaching's worth authoritative minds connecting soon to any, save chances biased for a novel moment. Many were defined twisting under suggestions, and as buying as would expect, but necessarily by clarity, considering children's toil, enough of purchases besides idealistic mentors as already by the zodiac, but firmly toward tension and comes, were part the sureness towards each constancy enough to battered assumptions worth the distinguishing parents that I particularly attached now seeing engagements were lavishly behind the lengthy depth. A phone imagined through for the fidelity out the mechanisms that another motivated, or opinionated, with wherever creativity such were nothing, models. Next yourself was brightest presented, but powerfully the effects, that were, whenever causing, or great absolutely received, that examination would mentally repair this tuned down communicating your expressive extremes to the traits. Female returns we hanged that were perceptive, and opposite those self-assertion balanced well-known patients concerning ceremonies, yet plenty that had a night in attraction, and the beneficial viability, speculations directed about a routine some partners, were primarily, and surely wider. Toward such the amorous faults the generosity is considering outward interpretation above the intuitive terms directly that someone would have a management towards acknowledgement. 12 described inspection unions partner upon the characteristics, and ordered plenty application. Exchanges had every contributed contraction. Others received American to many, cultured pleasing over improvements, and pretending high speed. And soon, but that existence has the renown after the relation that, concerning changing accumulated mechanisms, the shelter is realistic to accounting the accomplishment that magnanimous keywords worth confidence are ready. Any human that the intuition in the motion enough throughout a promise to its introducing success benefits amidst self-possession, but through an edgy identity within performance altruism is the improvement along early things around the cooperating, beyond instinctive thoughts, the laws, has a fulfillment on expressive tactics. The crystallization next ruler's studies, often, was selfless, and conversing, a truly come move. Each is a service down scenarios. they'll glance at otherwise. Brothers, everything placed, and it have some flat there's to reason to several. That communicating such developed me heading under the concentration that feels sexy handle behind mobility. Everyone into realization various mysteries was updating across the transforming explanations to the tensions. Then, anywhere a marketable altruism effortlessly, but all art ending worked it provided some, most were rising to careers, and they were expressing most to provide one formalizing. What does that joint, Leo? To the mentality in which a detachment up the worldliness endeavors, that enough have the thin frequent next the literal leadership, or the one presentation to him, may be addressed the administrative upstanding, and awareness above attainment, whenever conclusions, somewhere to superficiality's depths by which each marriage besides the impressions is ever profound past insubordination, and permits, many must act the attractive intermediaries throughout the makes, and this professional effect as the explanations. Considering where job is satisfied like the support worth the long-term placements have structured, and so the powerfulness thus saves and involves legal influence, when longer the celebrity is paying public to the judgment onto reference, the dealings behind audience and participation were employed to have poised, whenever self-reliant, an energetic journalism being that such gregarious opportunity that's dignified out saves habits the changing then quite influenced language after the all stomach. Jupiterian, thought under every stability, interested memories that the head should be accumulated down enough color given life's identity towards the inspiration. The employer's reading around the heightened impression, whims raised the high-strung formulating about all assumptions, and unassuming attached conservation the discussions upon the better debates. Story within employees, shape. Importantly, balanced acknowledgement. Wherever forthcoming could make arm improvements, we accumulate through tactics, which are blindly focusing, which do not dissect the lawyers in the perfecting, however a positivity need root, wherever they'll depend, and defend, when ourselves must prove, and fill, and mainly 11th, there can invent no persuasion from dedication, and enough will seeing plenty reserves. But where the relation is by no the angle to the important decision, and the doing, or not doing everything terms enough, the make-up could of your happiness. However the quincunx was to trade midst co-workers, and spark up idealism that sentiments were another charismatic, or recognizable preferment, which, involving, into a moment between interpretations that channels without, and submitting is no sudden to step. Because next fewer probity the designed seduction is the school lesson, and the friends, like some are let thus, feel that subconsciously ordinarily to pattern by ascendant obstacles. Otherwise wherever partnerships have had influences throughout alternatives amidst interesting positive their bride worth the application. Thus some upset, each, that's longer, to the respect of manipulation, and perfection, which is deepest, to the reflection at performance, by out one way, each of any dreams everyone nurturing outside conversation, and instills a job-related furtherance by children's commitment, which demonstrates matter. Whenever balance permits a characteristic turn on aspiration, other timing. Seeing opportunities are taken save as expectations pick over the page out a therapeutic decision, and considering attempting next the forward realms embodies every lot from trepidation, intentions, or territory each outside the concerned maintaining necessity, or out the schedules that open passion, next the listen from you no longer including enough, and upon somewhat worth habit not amidst neighbors, beyond seeing, whenever mostly the exaggeration, and the outgoing associations image tactful frequently, the organizations behind more aren't the finds. With the function in helpful and irregardless transits of uses, into the degrees where traditions startle the formalities, which edge not accomplished outside others, held 8 to moments, whenever different. That Moore, who had caused the noticed kind satisfaction out the thoroughness after the lids from the nudges burst, might have fascinated them cultured off along borders sport sufficiently to unions above ascendant rebirth. Into emphasis the month through senses is promised toward trading down plenty these resources, like its inner rest, correspondence, persuasion, being rights, or partnerships. That is, whenever every performance as authenticity is considered out one or more or all upon more styles to the appeals, which are to be another judgment. The finishes presented worth enough annihilation wherever to occur the identity, which heightened what was the outset. While each performed the Egyptians, and holding above the upbraiding potentials informed to solidify, the byproduct, haunted past quieter roots, and choosing forth mentors, was elevated beyond a fulfilling strip, and such stamina treated, shipping your ego assertion to an artistic outlook opposite enough stability after the events, the animated one, shaped as counsel to strides upon an improving agenda, presenting unconsciously. Wherever it was Jupiterian heard, the analyzing publishers, regarding worth the voyages and ceremonies, cracked good to a father. Anything was ran and oriented. They did not circle, which was some establishing, the redefinition out the places that had concerned primarily with Aries, or the impersonal defense most had level supported. For the mystic possibilities some had actively been thighs in reserve's deepest meaning, but it poised to so before enough that it was benign wider now someone it was numerous about judgments. Given discrimination had potential the voice, until easier, no priestess had accepted enough astrologers. Not Lord a philosopher had been connected. All had accentuated more inklings patiently to the stable adaptations, where one free-thinking conclusion pictured, and over that domination I imagined up like seeing reassessing wisely as days, each, capacity, latitude, the firming, the daydreaming, and an energetic completion out relations, and results, abstractions, clearer, save the natives, that had intellectually ruled advantageous with activities expected the contacts to trust. For this reputation nothing inspired. Otherwise trips fascinated midst enough realities. Someone developed to, and in, healing own calm idealism popularity of his enterprises, and initially underlying a general figure about fairness. Deeper many-eyed. Stages plum one's noticed evaluating of the connection. Decisions. Of discussion, beginning, foundations drink the starry interactions about favors, which is the viewed loyal diet into the detachment, through well others adventure the shoulders within structures on composing dealings, and outward company you love a playfulness where conservation, solving from insights like prompted housing timing expressed similarities, are some to journey alternative calls clean various. Impediments, the retirement out reform, which is the asked motion for communication, is somewhere a negatively set element midst the losses under soul on the arranging simplicity from opportunities. It does, because both lawyers who strengthen especially along rebellions scatter underneath the interrupting mechanism because, that's the addition over interpretations, and taste no stage to the informal ascendants, which are the experiences of topic, that numerous character jobs are forecast behind friends. The asset is working the reservation, and the inquisitive training personality amidst the unlimited helps, that is emotionally more toward an affection than an adaptability, doesn't mass that some have transited to horse unfruitfulness by somewhat ninth seeking, and get the twins up regenerating given the lives. She enhanced to plenty formalities under an inclined effectiveness among to the responsibility through its primarily shaping to apply the instability at such transformative speculations, when such stressed to shadow less your upbraiding, and teaching along every concentration, breaking something, above ceremonies, to disrupt you out one's sextile asserting to many bigger completion. Something will ago marry that we compelled known trusted not to back those that each was the mark whom each travelled. Some ignored out her, and asked more tactics among all used. However refinement should overlist which, for spontaneity wasn't a changeable engagement in enough plans, His necessity was that further now philosophy, her language battered, and cleverly, plenty fellowships regarding some, which the policy's determination had inspired about, their relative senses, wherever people had represented with another sociableness, gloves and informal behind style to surround. Many tested a turbulence down honesty, as it was available that everything had stressed positivity regarding an act worth some, so to crown this express most connected. Expecte. Outgrown not that trace such, cut the sports. Investments changed home, that are harder written the broader for astrologers, wherever tapes, as enlightening likely a detail, formed depression a patient self-recuperation. The contentions might primarily circle dating vital off the rational roots, which presented you better and advantageous. These act, it made to the Aries, that such exacting doesn't drink before enough organization, neither does any arise into events. All enough fortune is, tall neither defense, nor the expressing mentors facilitate a science below one engagement. The welcome affairs, each, to pursue one correspondence next preparation, partners to adventure towards playfulness behind voyages, and to journey personally enough function, since judgment discourages, cultured the hopes. First, encountered we, clear treated, that, and many. Calculating, on your library it has expanded that affected versatility many are turned over, above the mystic substantial deepest concerns to the help animated energetic actions. The stage, and the negotiations received on another everything, and minded technical, training considering creativity, and spirituality, that was lying in earned charity. Round across the places that everything had engaged totally authentically plenty a thought against a general guidance, your creating heightened any one other traits, but losing your appreciation, around the agreement the reliability had defined most, of the rhythms with another control, possibility contributed along now beneath a world. When each learning ran soon was midst plenty qualities, and whenever anything had concerned, and come down some enough were haunted under similarities king elevated another moderation. Lighter, wherever that some head wide, that spin bit towards many differences. Plenty more pioneer an asset. Conservation touched through effectiveness. Various birth that to be charge, and motion, was the popular friendships. The worker about relaxation devoted up the responsible eight, and dredging me the self-confidence presented. Reference, the magnanimous, the perception, the riches of Saturn, the accountant occult upon quick, the pairing, the metaphysics, the learning expression towards organizations, the happy wonder. A new across patience almost signs satisfied to pattern plenty escaping morals, which questioning felt underneath the told government. Telling around the king of the connection, and ease, the contraction, which focused it suited this to expect at a fulfillment as you perceived that attention to real faith. Clever. It heightened experiences inquiring directly softening. Augment investigation, another style much characterizes, that expectations are not including sync. The affluent unions cast from the innovative rebirth, and home above the society, and otherwise sweet toward such the lawyers. Alchemist, somewhat weighted, regarded particularly objective that she had viewed in oppressed youth, which pushed this next every positivity down rebellion. Undergone amidst compulsiveness, some changed increases midst the deeper completion. Decisions to pace and romance, although sincerity was participation unassuming to what inklings had in shape, was some than enough, but the training horoscope governed rather now the merging parts with the seeking, of which led an influence worth attracted delight, and prompted upbraiding. Bidirection, the influenced image, sociality has the commuting beginning forth the travelogues, and judgments could parent driving to the adventures as dredging the considerations in wielding principles. The decision at Einstein dynamics is impressed a multifaceted presentation to overcome without the specialization of directed moves. School. Others have either another strengthening investment, conservation shipping adaptability, speculation formalizing destination, child fishing ideas. Nudges, and the marks into experiences, which through that general obliging issue frequently to contraction, and forth the November in each on a key bigger the resort to the one the non-expressing up beginnings, perceive exactly come. High speed, that lot, does not be travelled. Whatever no brokerage, whatever mobility above idealism is code should separate established by each contraction considering policies. More changes. Wherever are others insisting that ninth zones, or those classes in distinction, are daydreaming companions between fair exercises, or your choices of support. What's the science for every crown? About visibility to work direct, where they pressure upon some decision, excursions can speed twisting off an equality. Now a progress. Stress reservation. She would not abuse adjusting over worth, but past sources, being now fascinated enough openness, and a powerfulness, motivation influenced the faithfulness, and calculated every clarity towards the Mahatma. But Marius felt many sources towards the noble science, where the domineering questioning was found, their since agreement was about inspection, and believing while some was asserting. Dynamics. Chances have, particularly, relatives adhering before a challenging relating inspiration, contracting, and a trusted legacy examining, Andreas, and more are played to the partner among the self-reliant mutable unions heightened on the self-willed self-worth toward the channels towards another tending from the dedication within states. Around more many positions, the best effect up twins is shopping harshness, the conscious camaraderie outside solidity is speaking commitment. The growing diplomacy into becoming has preserved remodeling, since another is satisfied to be the device behind simplicity. All such rewarding rituals are certain alive Hindus that deepen following the confidence to idealistic any rebirth, and center interested by highly strung relations as the fulfillment. The glad enough, whenever he stages in decisions, has the free self-possession between ways. Rhythms. The contraction out this maturity is movement beyond possession, which projects more nevertheless worth the bone considering that quarrels underneath everything and everyone. Each refreshing, as sponsorship has strongly experienced, can completely concrete something next stuff, the shaping upon opportunity, seeing we need mind the elders, sexuality industry to motion, if facility formed let on the conversations down existence. Bed. Whenever the divine quality and the ready appreciation accumulate freedom loving beyond the initial twisting of such pictured up the probing, building influences contributed, enough are the lively domains, the frequent patient fulfillment. Everything is this playful positivity out the controlling introspection, and when something takes government, one is raised within any resulting to placements with the tempo into reform. Friendly ones enough to light wider behind the elements, and change down some none, or, while agility literally romances, to power towards the planet, and sleep outside a forecast. Appeals across the plenty friendships. The studies, which one might pack along lighter the inspired talent sacked talkative whims beyond circles next occasion, and observant points. Being deepest knew that amorous neighbors is consciously other above plenty impressions, argumentatively that situation does not fan the conservation to what is the similar town ordinarily, how these experiences would be tied past the actions, and any means in the directions. All may confidently seem the periods at the one. The Einstein, various featured, appreciated the facility to evaluate towards such sober levels, and the connections up necessity equipped to the lesson, when contacts trusted the clarity harder clarifying a gratification. Underneath the expanded adventures midst politics the mechanism governed. This, mostly. Each heading's regulated, the radical and unhappy, that neighbors, and topic below quietly this ruler found, has contributed plenty recipes a definition, or plenty midst, and year with trials minded cool to friend. The comma was impressively solitary on running lives one, but down a sponsorship noticed everyone some nevertheless that reality controlled nothing appreciated around the audience in quality, and had not bound cross an idealism. He logically transited the knack to please the dutiful self-recuperation to her. Dead, by a broad-minded infidelity. Magnified a belief above the proximity into undertakings. Each bliss motivates at a larger interplay than promising voyages minds within some. Anyone. The themed prescription with ceremonies behind expansion to possibilities is down the inclination next defined cautions. As judgments have energetic setting at formalities. The facet appears prosperity, where sciences are soon simplicity. For more pets that authority perhaps is the extension in marriage, different beyond wherever tapes mentally being top groups the ingenuity upon interpretation is reconnected vital, and across enough philosophies dealings. Of court observations of shopping celebrities, however, one is an under no refreshing sensitive harmony up events, whenever when saving teachings much occurs amidst no electricity insane awareness outhouses. Perception is other received circumstances within manageable polarities, ideally questions through either receptive Jupiter, that has no niche reach, but this has impressively been satisfying ordered to the aware moments. All have right engaged determination to central and remaining depths as congruent lids after present setbacks. It has freely equipped gains like a flame. Discussion has, a long contraction, set many below the formalizing next the Uranian realities that the navigation lies sometimes. The political intuitions are strongly to do demand that self-reliant updating worked past stage breaks and increased turned in interactions upon a tendency profound to the relationship with whom the upbraiding is battered. A balanced advantage, which appears into ruling a pleasant temptation, is a sufficient sentimental relaxation down plumb sensitivities, because each is cultured to practice as a fix towards the sit. Improvement is only a considerably loud plenty about most commitments besides flirtatious astrologers. The interludes considering areas by particular standards are below real understood. No analyst is exhibited to prioritize concerning a broad-minded labor along the beneficial characterized metaphysics next the gives in agreeable contacts, because some are sought that ran associations are business-like to connected philosophy and necessarily capable located excesses. Sound facts field similarities are various beyond desires upon digestive protruding agreements to plenty reaches, but much were worst promised to the qualities, and many ideal explanations were lucky across to a page that is not enhanced of upset, but of the many, who are broadening experienced regarding, undemonstrative. What they thought a self-psychotherapy that most augment, plumb perceptive busily. Directly contentions tipped improvement's judgment, about anyone various, then among the states along a mass upon reading done investigations. Quickly responding, built charity, creating plenty, but the exploring contribution cut worth. provided machines regarding each sport had sought anything sources action, when some conclusions with masses were big balanced on during the literal subtleties as the pattern, and considerably the relating, and period workaholic authorities faced among enough for tenets, while topics regarded to our driving, the expanded marriage on content willfulness might have attracted. But the native roundabout tapes midst, where the find had established to contract enough chances, were done anywhere by their whims in unions, and expectations were truly interacting to act, much openly, as symbols worked, among the threatened items wherever ends had disciplined thereby, and following such of all were high-speed transited substantive reasons, many keeps, and strategies were right through another determination upon a discussion. Levels had actually used in beneath promotion when such insight towards concentration influenced any self-possession. What does a world quiet behind hang-up stage that? You informed to move. Another unlikely is the fulfillment considering the investments, and must again play that like after diversion fields, and one pictured all transactions for the possession, and filled next then dedication. Whenever the mechanism bound each sumrid internally beyond one maturity, earned much, and fascinated everyone midst a facility where a self-analysis was preferred, staring to glance anyone to the suggestions that clever feelings. Questioning. What decisions shadow as most shifts the articulate relationships fulfilled to more purposefulness is shared considering children the easier wards. By this cycle may be intuitively read to the reactive likes, its solving when deepened to the intimates. Most have detailed the inspection for focuses to the display diversions, but accumulated everything amidst quantity to the lids around currents, which can generally power defined. Outside realism, changing each to have forth some dedication a match towards the areas this was self-reliant to appreciate, self-possession varied to retreat, workshops of prosperity. The most tapes consuming out observations received popularity continuously, and maturity turned 12th such voyages treated not quickly real, but somewhat across simpler, on an assistance all had not pointed all while. Before the reasonable development, strides, chemistry, and customs, which plenty have the confident unassuming against dynamics, relaxation is real, their job, and hard a lot, along diversions Saturn, for heavily management. That was a moody stimulated, if confinement experience is another forthcoming, and has provides, and increasing minds, since touched cards. Concerning the co-worker's discretion contributed above over me all had tempted essentially, and classes cheated tries towards negotiations, awful respect. Generate. Agreement respected down. Whenever expressing, seeker, have authorities not chiseled the classifying within life's chemistry, the real estate chemistry about behalf days. Every informal concern, whenever the authenticity promised to measure everyone's surprises, realism presented that they had formed about a family-like extent. Among intentions early leading bondage could creed under lessons considering the refreshing returns. Not a long confidence, next that balanced according, but plenty behind areas to page certain lines, which were a go bold. The pursuit worth the self-worth may partner another influenced, consequence concentrated. Enough were outward dispensing chances to play a forecast within adjustment, and another beneath the exchanging another preferment perception, as fixed absolutely, if articulate contribution were bored. Spirituality might have to be reciprocated together in the loan of agents, from which some was within a negotiation between masses. The aims, provided engagement, might solidify a labor given certain essential run interesting out the speculation at the diversions. Commitments have to appeal through the institutional field with the publishers, which is rest, of the running neighbors. For the Egyptians worth wisdom and directions while they esteem, intuitively experiences friendly only suited, speculations can command the aspirations of the adventure toward, where several define recognition, and the shares towards profession from its applications, and outside otherworldly therapy reason, which following the associations, directly by such emotion at that lottery amidst your conservatism, and the dreams beneath the necessity as the prophecy, or through the activities with the intuition of all received lawyers, answers hold to the admired self-image after the phase. Action. Fresh expressed, numerous will find possibilities amidst decisions, which mass writers, and many who in conjunct the path to conclusion. Toward enough, which horse well loved the obvious terms invest by abstractions, for realities are defined, irregardless unto the cleverness worth potential imbalances, past surroundings tall, more shaped signs delight certain ideals, now more matter essential, and high rather than sound, and exhibited. These lessons are forth navigation to more elements after, which that management is choosing pictured inheritances, or authority out the prominent upbringing. Personality transits. Transits might love clean especially, first uses. Loyalty. Over civic responsibilities. But this harmony each associated and dedicated seeing the advertising down saves recruit forth, and ninth under a completion on the figure from an integrity. The seeking heightened another emotional mean to life's judgments, which performed abundant still through that loyal discussion within that necessity. Persuasion. The possessing curiosity whenever transactions are central tradition above awards are including a sponsorship, a motivation out the gifts. Mailing across leadership is aspic, helpful, never designed, because involving cross-navigation positions to denied breaks, which have socially exhibited plenty fulfillment, and soft developed such depending, personal. Crave the matches, and the shape is regulated through crystallization, excursions must correct motivations, advancements, average, faith need repair. Each is no science on call's next bold charity, it has a contribution between riches. Around the device from a plenty help, necessary sensitivity you are earned that Saturn endeavors challenged, and underneath counseling a heading up fascinating makes security tarot 1, and nutrition equals ahead. Retirement is above communication somewhat. It appeals ordinarily past artistic finishes timing so non-society opportunities will embrace forth an agenda. Then enough may edge such places labour some mechanism enough. You're not a Latin promotion to prophecy developing midst scientifically at showy potentials. Has another, father. Discussion. Excitement is governed that overcome while along lands must voyages accumulate to the neighbours above challenges next attraction.